At 8 o'clock in the evening, outside the back gate of Tianhe University, there stood a barbecue restaurant. Let us raise a glass to commemorate our year of camaraderie. Tianhe. Old Jiang, remember not to eat random things you find after we part ways, and seek shelter from the rain. When living alone, be mindful of moderation. Haha. Safety is paramount for you living alone. Boys must take care of themselves. After hearing his roommate's earnest admonitions, Jiang Yunche could only smile wryly. Yes, 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 with your good wishes, I shall certainly be more careful. With that, the five of them raised their glasses in unison. Jiang Yunche Dormitory, a first-year residence in the software engineering program at Tianhe University, was intended for 6 occupants, but because it was not fully occupied, only 5 lived there. However, upon reaching their second year, a new dormitory was completed, and fortuitously, their advisor drew lots for it. Thus, the 6-person dorm transitioned into a 4-person one, raising the question of who would move out. Fortunately, Jiang had long contemplated relocating due to his habit of staying up late writing novels, fearing it might disturb his roommates, making this opportunity timely for his departure. Mu Yumming looked at him with a twinge of envy. Old Jiang, the community you'll be living in requires you to walk past the bar street daily. You will be treated to a visual feast. Come on, who would stroll there every day? You often encounter people intoxicated beyond reason. There's an alley in front of the bar street that I always take to return home. Ah, that sounds rather dull. With such an opportunity, you should seize it. Who knows when you might meet someone special. Enough of that. With your romantic inclinations, you should first consider dyeing your hair back to a more suitable color. In response, Mu Yumming retorted, "What's wrong with my blonde hair? It took me a month to settle on this hairstyle. It's quite stylish, isn't it?" The other 4 exchanged glances, perplexed as to why he insisted on maintaining such an ill-matched blonde hue. Looking at his high school photos, he had once appeared quite dashing. Now he resembled a carefree youth. Qin Shining suggested, "Why not get a flashy motorcycle and cruise the streets? Perhaps a spirited girl will catch your eye." Laughter erupted among them, while Mu Yumming sulked, staring at his phone's reflection. Jiang Yunche said seriously, "Yumming, if you were to revert your hair color, your chances of finding a partner would multiply significantly. You all speak so easily, but given my current social circle, the best I can manage is to meet a few girls from our class and the second class. The plight of computer science majors is truly disheartening. Indeed, just look at the foreign language college. It's the complete opposite. The boys there are like rare pandas. If only I had known, I would have applied there instead." Though they all bore expressions of concern, Qin Shining wore an inscrutable smile. "Your perspective is misguided. While it is true that there are fewer girls in our major, their quality is exceptional. Just look at Luo Mengyao. Let's be realistic. Although Luo Mengyao is attractive and in our class, pursuing her is still quite challenging. In our first semester alone, 8 different individuals confessed to her, only to be rejected. Moreover, she always maintains a frosty demeanor towards boys. That's true, she consistently responds with a cold 'not interested.' Perhaps she has no interest in men at all? Wow, you may be onto something there," Jiang Yunche remarked. "Come on, it's perfectly normal for someone not to desire a relationship. What's so great about romance? Women merely hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword." Right, and when a beauty like Luo Mengyao comes knocking at your door, I don't believe you won't be moved. Huh, that is utterly impossible that I will not engage in a relationship during my university years. By the way, old Jiang, are you genuinely uninterested in women? I recall several girls adding you on WeChat before. How did none of them work out? Jiang Yunche calmly shook his head. They were merely ordinary classmates adding each other on WeChat. We didn't converse beyond that. You're overthinking it. Upon hearing this, the 4 friends stared at him with incredulous expressions. That he was not lacking in looks, and his amiable personality allowed him to get along with everyone. Yet he consistently spoke of avoiding romance. Mu Yumming sighed in exasperation. Honestly, if you had any inclination towards dating, you would have found someone by now. That senior sister was quite suitable with her fair skin, beauty, and long legs. You scoundrel, merely hoarding resources meant for single men. Once again, women will only slow me down. I bet when you encounter a truly captivating girl, you'll reconsider your stance. Let's drop this topic. Let's raise another toast to bid farewell to old Jiang. Jiang Yunche remarked helplessly, "I'm only a 15-minute walk from campus. It's not like I'm being exiled." Haha, as the evening progressed, the group continued to drink and converse until it was nearly 11:30. They had all consumed enough to feel slightly tipsy, with the weakest among them, Mu Yumming, already throwing a drunken punch. Fortunately, the others still managed to walk a straight line. Jiang Yunshe felt a bit tipsy as well, but had a decent tolerance after watching them enter the school's back gate. He made his way towards his off-campus residence. His rented apartment was in the Tianhe community, a 15-minute stroll from the school's back gate. On his way back, he usually took a shortcut through a narrow alley. However, upon reaching the alley's entrance that evening, he found a construction barrier placed there. After glancing at the construction mess within, he sighed and continued forward. Let's hope he doesn't encounter any drunken individuals on the street ahead. Ahead lay a bar street, flanked by various bars and KTVs, with stylishly dressed men and women scattered along the sidewalks. If Mu Yuming were passing through here, he would undoubtedly be drooling, exclaiming, "Wow, what long streetlights. And look at that pristine road." Jiang Yunshe cast a glance and mused to himself about how swiftly one could traverse on a tricycle. Upon reaching the end of the bar street and turning into a car with alley, he found the streetlights above casting a dim, yellow glow. As Jiang Yunshe walked halfway down the alley, he suddenly heard faint gasping sounds coming from beside a trash can, where several large garbage bags lay. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a woman in a white shirt lying among the black trash bags. He quickly averted his gaze after just one glance. It was evident that the woman's complexion was flushed, suggesting she was intoxicated. Holding to the notion of out of sight, out of mind, he quickened his pace to exit the alley. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by a man's voice. "Brother, have you seen a woman in a white shirt? That's my wife, she's drunk." Upon hearing the man's voice, he noticed the woman beside him holding her breath. Turning to look back, he saw a well-dressed man in a sharp suit. Yet, the man's expression was a disconcerting blend of urgency and lewdness. The man stood beside the trash can, and with just a few steps forward, he would be able to see the woman among the garbage bags. Uncertain whether it was the woman's silent tension or the man's unsettling demeanor that prompted him, Jiang Yunshe instinctively said, "I just saw a woman in a white shirt." Walking towards Tianhe University at the alley entrance. Upon hearing the words, the man's expression grew more urgent without uttering a single word. He quickly turned and darted out of the alley. After witnessing the man vanish around the corner, he redirected his gaze to the woman lying amidst the refuse. I could see that moment. The woman reverted to her previous demeanor, and upon sensing his scrutiny, she made an effort to project an icy glare from her exquisite features. However, after a few seconds of mutual gazes, the woman, at her limit, succumbed to a dazed expression once more. Within those fleeting moments, Jiang Yunshe grappled with his inner turmoil. The angelic side of him mused, "This individual is clearly in distress as a representative of the new generation. I must intervene." Meanwhile, the devilish aspect retorted with a kick, "Why involve myself in trouble? This woman seems burdensome. It's best to return home and rest. Why should I concern myself?" Finding merit in that reasoning, he resolved to turn away. Yet, the woman seemed to sense his movement and struggled to rise. However, as she propped herself up halfway, she suddenly appeared to lose her strength and collapsed back onto the trash bags. Observing this scene, he fell silent for a moment, sighed softly, and then approached her. "Do you require assistance?" he inquired, extending a hand toward the woman. Gazing at the offered hand and then at the man's face, Luo Mengyun remained silent, contemplating her situation. Having left her phone behind in her haste, the only source of assistance she could rely on was the man before her. After a moment's reflection, recalling the earlier events, she deemed Jiang Yunshe unlikely to be a malicious figure. Fearing the return of the man from earlier, she mustered her resolve and placed her hand in his. With great difficulty, she spoke softly. "Could you take me to Building 3, Room 601, the Tianhe community?" "Thank you." In light of her predicament, her sole desire was to return home without burdening others. Upon hearing her request, the man's expression shifted to one of perplexity. "Building 3, Room 601? Are you certain?" Jiang Yunshe inquired, his tone laced with ambiguity. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Luo Mengyun felt a pang of regret for her decision. She shook her head, withdrew her hand from his, and attempted to rise once more. Just as she was about to stand, her legs buckled beneath her, and she tumbled forward. Instinctively, she gasped, "Ah!" As she closed her eyes, bracing for the impact, she suddenly felt hands steadying her shoulders. Jiang Yunshe looked at her with a mixture of resignation and concern. You can't possibly intend to walk home alone, can you? At that moment, Luo Mingyun wished to articulate her thoughts, but her body was betraying her, leaving her to grit her teeth in silence. Observing her muteness, he was filled with confusion. Could you at least call someone to pick you up? Upon hearing this, the woman seemed to regain some clarity, vigorously shaking her head. Then shall I call for an ambulance? He suggested. Once again, she shook her head. With no other options, yet motivated by a desire to assist and the fact that he was heading home himself, he resolved to escort her back. He adjusted her posture, placing his hands firmly on her shoulders. You can still walk, right? He'll support you as we head home. Luo Mingyun nodded gently, and he began guiding her step by step in the direction of her home. Yes, she felt the warmth of his presence and the unfamiliar sensations on her shoulder. The little strength she had mustered began to wane. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but notice that the woman seemed to grow heavier with each step. After a few more paces, Luo Mingyun suddenly leaned against him. Jiang Yunqing swiftly caught her, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Was she falling asleep? Looking down, he realized she was not asleep, but her expression was certainly peculiar. With a flushed face, she gazed at him with an intensity that suggested an overwhelming desire. A shiver ran down his spine, and he wondered if perhaps she had consumed too much alcohol. Feeling her weight increase, he briefly entertained the notion of setting her down and making a hasty exit. Yet, that thought was fleeting. He was determined to see her home before leaving. Resolute, he wrapped his arms around her back and lifted her legs, cradling her in a princess carry as he hastened toward the Tianhe community. In that moment, Luo Mingyun felt the sensation of his chest against her face and the strong scent of masculinity filling her senses. She sensed her endurance nearing its limit. Conversely, Jiang Yunqing was consumed by regret, questioning why he had chosen to involve himself with a drunken individual. With a resigned sigh, he quickened his pace. At the security booth at the entrance of Tianhe community, Old Li was lazily passing the time, watching videos of elderly ladies performing square dances. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something, abruptly placing his phone face down on the table. Old Li, how could you let yourself go like this? Have you forgotten you were the security star last month? How can you spend every day watching square dances? Have you neglected your duties? With a determined expression, he gazed out the window, preparing to fulfill his responsibilities. Just then, Jiang Yunqing arrived at the entrance, cradling Luo Mingyun. He scanned his face for entry and proceeded toward Building 3. Witnessing this scene, Old Li's sense of duty prompted him to speak up, but upon catching sight of Luo Mingyun's affectionate gaze, he broke into a knowing smile. Hey, this young man is quite eager, just like I was in my youth. With that, he resumed his cheerful demeanor, picking up his phone to continue watching the square dance videos. Chapter 3. I am no longer pure. Jiang Yunqing hurriedly approached the elevator, cradling the woman in his arms. After pressing the elevator button, he finally had the leisure to observe her. Her captivating phoenix eyes gazed dreamily at him, her fair yet flushed oval face framed by softly curled long hair. The snug white shirt accentuated her figure, while the form-fitting short skirt beautifully outlined her shape. Her slender legs were enveloped in black stockings, complemented by elegant black high heels. He quickly averted his gaze, mentally reciting a calming mantra twice, just as the elevator reached the ground floor. Upon entering the elevator, he realized that holding the woman made it impossible for him to press the floor buttons. Therefore, he had no choice but to gently set her down, supporting her with one hand while using the other to select the 6th floor. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun, feeling lightheaded, suddenly sensed that she had left a warm embrace. Instinctively, she reached out to return to that comforting place, grasping him tightly with both hands. Startled by her actions, Jiang Yunqing felt a sense of bewilderment. How had she come to rely on him so much? He could only nervously utter, "Sister, you're going to choke me." After speaking, he noticed that she clung even tighter, her small head nuzzling against him. His heart began to race uncontrollably. When the elevator arrived at the 6th floor, he hastily patted the woman's shoulder. "We're almost there. Could you let go of me?" After saying this, he realized she showed no intention of releasing him, her hands now wandering across his back. As a respectable young man, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the advances of such a beautiful woman. All he wished for was to distance himself from her as quickly as possible. Thus, he placed his hands on her waist, gently lifting her as he made his way towards room 601. Fortunately, The elevator exit was only a few meters from 601, yet regrettably, what should have been a trivial distance now felt as arduous as running 1,000 meters. This was due to the woman burying her head in his neck and showering him with haphazard kisses. He had to stretch his neck, taking advantage of his height to tilt his head upwards. At last, with a heart teetering on the edge of collapse, they reached the door of 601. He exerted himself to separate her from him, but inexplicably, she seemed glued to him, refusing to let go. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation and knocked on the door. After knocking, a sudden thought struck him. How would he explain their current state to her family if they were to see them? Anxiously waiting for a moment, he heard no response from within. Undeterred, he knocked a few more times, yet still, there was silence. After a brief wait, Jiang Yunqing concluded that perhaps no one was home. With no other options, he turned to the woman in his arms and asked, "Is anyone at your home? Do you have your keys?" As expected, she offered him no reply. With no other options available, he placed his hand firmly upon the woman's head, forcibly directing her gaze towards the door. He then whispered in her ear, "Do you remember the code?" His intention was to ascertain whether she could recall the password, planning to have her change it once she regained consciousness. In her hazy state, Luo Mingyun suddenly caught sight of her familiar doorstep and heard the voice beside her, prompting her to part her lips and softly utter 05112. Upon hearing the code, Jiang Yunjia began to input it, yet she had only provided 5 digits, leaving one still unknown. What could the final digit be? Before he could receive that last figure, the woman abruptly turned her head and buried it once again in the crook of his neck. With no choice but to guess, he began testing each digit one by one, but fortune smiled upon him as the door swung open upon entering the first one. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of luck for starting his attempt from 1 rather than 9. Upon entering the darkened foyer, he fumbled about in the familiar space but could not locate the light switch. He speculated that the layout might differ, resulting in a change of switch placement. Resigned, he dragged the woman further into the house, intending to place her on the sofa before making a hasty exit. However, as they neared the familiar surroundings, the woman, perhaps feeling a sense of familiarity, suddenly pushed him forcefully against the wall. The impact sent a dull thud reverberating through his back, causing his heart to race. And at that moment, the door swung shut with a resounding bang, quickening his pulse once more. In the darkness, he instinctively glanced at the woman in his arms, but she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down while rising on her toes. The next instant, he felt a soft warmth press against his lips, leaving him utterly stunned. At that moment, thoughts of cosmic galaxies and the realization of his own untidiness flooded his mind. Chapter 4. Help. I'm about to become your brother-in-law. In the instant of the kiss, he was left bewildered. His mind spiraled into a series of existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As they maintained their position, a sudden sound pierced the air, a soft beep that jolted him back to reality. The door beside them swung open, accompanied by a bright, cheerful voice. "Sister, are you back? I called you, but no one answered." In the next moment, the overhead light flickered on, illuminating the scene where 2 of the 3 individuals exchanged wide-eyed stares. From Jiang Yunjia's perspective, the girl before him wore a white short-sleeved shirt paired with a black long skirt, revealing a slender portion of her leg, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. She bore a striking resemblance to the woman in his arms, possessing a fair, oval face that looked even more youthful, accentuated by a high ponytail. Wait, is that not Luo Mingyao? As one of the most notable beauties in their class, although he had never spoken to Luo Mingyao, her remarkable visage was certainly etched in his memory. At this moment, he was bewildered. She referred to her as sister, which meant she must be her little sister. Thus they were siblings. Who could comprehend this? The class flower sister was making advances toward him. Yet, at this instant, Luo Mingyao appeared far removed from her usual icy demeanor in class, embodying the essence of a neighborly girl. Jiang Yunqing contemplated how to greet Luo Mingyao in light of the current situation. Should he say to her, "Surely, you wouldn't want your sister's impropriety towards me to become common knowledge?" Ahem, that was a mistake. He wasn't an acquaintance from an online forum. In any case, as he replayed the cosmic intricacies of the human mind, Luo Mingyao scrutinized the 2 individuals before her. First, there was her sister, standing on tiptoe. Her flushed face nestled against the other person's neck. Then there was the boy, his eyes wide as he met her gaze, arms raised at his sides. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that his face was somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered it before. The scene was unmistakably that of an affectionate moment shared between a sister and her boyfriend at home. In her heart, Luo Mingyao felt a surge of joy, thinking that her sister had finally found a partner. How wonderful. For years, whenever she urged her sister to seek a boyfriend, her sister always replied that she would consider it after graduating from university. She understood that this was because her sister wished to care for her well-being. However, with her sister now 25 and still single, she felt guilty for being a burden. Now, at last, her sister had met someone she liked. With this thought, Luo Mingyao covered her eyes with both hands, though her large eyes peeked through her fingers. She then feigned ignorance, pretending not to see anything. Oh dear. Sister hasn't returned home yet. I'll just retreat to my room for a nap. Although she was puzzled as to why her sister did not respond, she assumed her sister was too shy to look at her after being caught. With that, she intended to walk past the two and return to her bedroom. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing, having heard Luo Mingyao's words, realized that it wasn't tea that she had seen. Rather, she was pretending not to see. As she brushed past him, he quickly grasped her wrist, making an effort to turn his head away to evade Luo Mingyun's lips. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Help me. If you leave, I'll become your brother-in-law. Your sister is drunk and acting foolishly." After saying this, he sought a way to extricate himself from the person clinging to him. Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyao paused momentarily. However, as she observed him struggling to detach her sister, she quickly grasped the situation. She stepped forward and said to her sister, "Sister, you need to let go." She began to assist Jiang Yunqing in pulling Luo Mingyun off him. Perhaps it was her sister's voice that prompted Luo Mingyun to loosen her grip, finally granting Jiang Yunqing an opportunity to break free. With her sister cradled in her arms, Luo Mingyao wore an anxious expression. "Sister, what's wrong?" At this moment, Luo Mingyun, nestled in her sister's embrace, began to regain some consciousness, her words spilling forth in disjointed phrases. "Take me to take a shower," she said, and as if recalling something, glanced at Jiang Yunqing again. "This is my friend," she added before resuming her heavy breathing. After hearing her words, Luo Mingyao quickly assisted her towards the bathroom. However, she did not forget to turn back to Jiang Yunqing and said, "Please sit on the sofa for a while. I will accompany my sister for a shower." Without waiting for his response, she led her sister into the bathroom. Standing there, Jiang Yunqing felt torn between the desire to leave and the reluctance to do so, especially with the sound of water flowing from the bathroom adding to the awkwardness of the moment. He feared that leaving would leave matters unresolved, particularly since he had appeared in a girl's home while she was intoxicated. After contemplating for a moment, he resigned himself to sitting on the sofa and waiting. Listening to the sound of running water and the whispers from the bathroom, he began to observe the house. It bore a similar decorative style to his own, yet it was a two-bedroom unit. The place appeared clean and tidy, with numerous potted plants on the balcony creating a refreshing atmosphere. The sofa was adorned with several charming rabbit-patterned cushions, and there were a few small rabbit figurines on the TV cabinet, while cute rabbit stickers adorned the doors of the two bedrooms, exuding a youthful essence. After surveying the room, Jiang Yunqing began to worry about how he would explain the earlier incident to the sisters. Would he be accused of misconduct? After all, he was the victim here. Sighing, he reflected that he should have heeded Tianhe's advice. Boys must take care of themselves while out. Although he had lost his first kiss, the thought that it was with Luo Mingyun provided him with a slight sense of solace. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, a conversation was unfolding. After a shower, Luo Mingyun's mind began to clear a little. However, recalling the recent events made her cheeks flush again. How could she have acted in such a manner? No, that was the Luo Mingyun from 10 minutes ago. What did the Luo Mingyun of 10 minutes later have to do with it? Indeed, noticing her sister's face reddening again, Luo Mingyao looked at her with concern. "Sister, how did you get so drunk today? And who is that person outside?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning grim. As a bartender, her tolerance for alcohol was decent. She was not the type to become inebriated after just a few drinks, especially since she had only consumed a sip that evening. The thought of that sip filled her with dread. Had she not encountered Jiang Yunqing tonight, she couldn't fathom what might have happened. Yet, there were some matters she preferred her sister not to know. After a moment of inner turmoil, she settled on an excuse to brush the matter aside. "I drank a bit too much during an event at the bar today. I will be more careful next time. As for the person outside, he is my colleague." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao immediately wore an understanding expression. "Ah, I see, just a colleague," she said, winking at her sister playfully. Observing her younger sister's mischievous expression, Luo Mingyun opened her mouth as if to utter something, but ultimately settled for a simple mm. Chapter 5. May I call you brother? The bathroom door creaked open, revealing a charming little head that stealthily emerged to survey the surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Yunqing perched on the sofa, Luo Mingyao swiftly flung the bathroom door wide and dashed out, only to promptly close it behind her. Noticing her demeanor, Jiang Yunqing instinctively turned his gaze away. It was prudent to avoid any indiscreet glances. After emerging, Luo Mingyao darted into the room adjacent to the bathroom on the right. Moments later, she reappeared, clutching an armful of clothes, before scurrying into the room on the left. Finally, she burst forth from the bathroom once more, now laden with a pile of garments, and slipped inside. After a brief interval, the bathroom door swung open, and the two emerged, clad in their new attire. Luo Mingyun donned a black silk nightgown with lace trimmings, exuding an aura of maturity, while Luo Mingyao was adorned in a pink nightgown featuring an adorable white rabbit print, radiating youthful exuberance. He cast a quick glance, mentally reminding himself that discretion was paramount, then concentrated on the table before him, which, he mused, was indeed a remarkable table. The two moved to the opposite side of the sofa, and Luo Mingyun's cheeks still bore a hint of blush. Thank you for bringing me back today. It was nothing, no need for thanks, Jiang Yunqing replied. Witnessing their interaction, Luo Mingyao's face lit up with curiosity. Sister, what is your colleague's name? Colleague? Jiang Yunqing queried, bewildered by the sudden designation. Luo Mingyun, noticing his confusion, could only return his gaze with a pleading look. The sight of her slightly flushed face, appearing both innocent and vulnerable, stirred something within him, earning a commendable score of 0.5 seconds in his thoughts of restraint. Though uncertain why Luo Mingyun had chosen to withhold the truth from Luo Mingyao, he resolved to play along. With that in mind, he turned to Luo Mingyao. I am Jiang Yunqing, your sister's colleague. Jiang Yunqing? Luo Mingyao mused internally. The name seemed somewhat familiar. A familiar face coupled with a well-known name. Was he someone she recognized? Indeed, Jiang Yunqing was quite renowned in their software engineering class, thanks to his amiable personality and good rapport with his classmates. However, Luo Mingyao, indifferent to most individuals aside from a few close friends, had not made his acquaintance. After pondering for a moment, she concluded that none of her familiar companions bore the name Jiang Yunqing and dismissed the thought. Her gaze flitted between her sister and Jiang Yunqing, and a sudden smile graced her lips. I am Luo Mingyao. May I call you Brother Yunqing from now on? She proposed, intent on claiming him as her brother-in-law. Given the unmistakable depth of their relationship, taken aback by her words, Jiang Yunqing found himself momentarily speechless. Could this little girl genuinely perceive him as her sister's prospective husband? What exactly had her sister explained to her? Noticing a peculiar expression on his face, Luo Mingyun quickly reacted and began signaling her sister. Mingyao, I'm a bit hungry. Could you please cook me a bowl of noodles? Although she understood that her sister was trying to send her away, Luo Mingyao reluctantly agreed, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Why must you discuss matters behind my back? As she watched her sister enter the kitchen, Luo Mingyun took a seat directly across from him. She then leaned slightly forward, her demeanor serious as she addressed him. I truly appreciate your assistance today. It means a great deal to me. Seeing her earnest expression, he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I merely lent a hand. Despite the numerous events that had transpired, including the theft of his first kiss, he felt a sense of relief at the thought that had Luo Mingyun not encountered him today, the outcome could have been far worse. He decided to regard it as a benevolent act. Observing his somewhat helpless demeanor, Luo Mingyun was involuntarily reminded of their earlier encounter, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man. The memory stirred feelings of guilt within her. After all, he had helped her immensely, yet she had acted inappropriately. Thus, she quickly added, I truly don't know how to thank you. Allow me to give you some money as a token of my gratitude. Jiang Yunqing immediately shook his head. No, there's no need for that. I simply assisted you. When he had initially decided to help Luo Mingyun, he had never considered any form of compensation. That won't do. You have aided me significantly, and I must express my gratitude properly, she insisted, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. He thought to himself, not this again. I've been fooled once already. Am I to fall for the same trick twice? Congratulations to Jiang Yunqing for achieving a moment of fortitude amidst such challenges, at the very least. His immunity to her charms had doubled. Very well then, I don't truly intend to accept any reward, so I might as well agree for now. Relieved by his response, Luo Mingyun's face brightened with a hint of a smile. Noticing her radiant expression, Jiang Yunqing slightly turned his head, diverting his gaze elsewhere. "Let me add you on WeChat," she said as she began searching for her phone. Suddenly, she recalled that in her haste that day, she had left her phone at the bar. Regret washed over her features as she apologized. "I'm sorry, I left my phone at work. Would it be alright if I added you once I retrieve it?" She felt a bit embarrassed, as though she was fabricating an excuse to evade giving him a monetary reward. Jiang Yunqing, however, did not dwell on it. He welcomed the notion of not receiving anything. He waved his hand nonchalantly. "No worries, another day will suffice." Yet, he thought to himself, perhaps there won't be another day. The plan might not be as foolproof as I hoped. Luo Mingyun observed a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, mistaking it for disbelief in her words, which made her feel a tinge of anxiety. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She devised a plan. "By the way, could you add my sister on WeChat? I'll have her transfer the funds to you." Fortunately, she usually saves money in 2 different accounts, one for herself and one for her sister. Jiang Yunjia had not anticipated this method. After Luo Mingyun spoke, she dashed to the kitchen to borrow her sister's phone. "Mingyao, may I borrow your phone? I left mine at work and forgot to bring it back. I need to add Yunjia on WeChat to transfer some work-related funds." Upon hearing her sister's words, Luo Mingyao's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to learn about her sister's friends. "Sure, take it," she exclaimed, handing her phone to her sister. Once Luo Mingyun returned to Jiang Yunjia, he reluctantly took out his phone to add Luo Mingyao on WeChat. The username was Little White Rabbit, and the avatar featured an adorable cartoon rabbit. After completing the addition, before Luo Mingyun could initiate the transfer, he stood up. "It's quite late. I won't keep you any longer." Just as Luo Mingyun finished the transfer, he had already reached the door and was preparing to open it. "Are you leaving just like that?" "Yes, I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. By the way, remember to change the door code. You mentioned it earlier." With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. "Make sure to receive the transfer first." "Oh, right, it's a bit slow. No worries, I'll wait to receive it." He pretended to fiddle with his phone before preparing to close the door. "All right, be careful on your way home." Luo Mingyun watched as he was about to leave, and impulsively uttered these words. "Sure, no problem." He thought to himself, what is the big deal? It's just a matter of stepping out the door, regardless of the hour. Chapter 6, Still Neighbors? The door closed behind him. Luo Mingyun returned to the sofa, reflecting on the events of the evening. And couldn't he help but let out a sigh? Upon hearing the door click shut, Luo Mingyao emerged from the kitchen. As soon as she stepped out, she caught her sister's sigh, instantly morphing into a detective, deducing the situation. Her sister must be sighing because Jiang Yunjia had left. After all, it was indeed an awkward encounter for everyone involved. With this thought, Luo Mingyao's expression shifted. She needed to do something for her sister's happiness. Thus, she hurried to the door, flung it open, and prepared to chase after him. However, at the moment she opened the door, her expression froze. There, at the entrance of their opposite door, Jiang Yunjia had his hand poised over the keypad of the lock, turning to look at her with a bewildered expression. After 2 seconds of mutual gaze, he spoke first. Would you believe me if I said I wanted to test whether this family's door lock was broken?" After a brief moment of hesitation, he pressed the final digit of the password, and with a resounding beep, the door swung open in the stillness of the night. Its sound piercing through the silence. He felt an overwhelming urge to devour the lock in frustration. Luo Mingyao's expression was on the verge of breaking, oscillating between composure and the brink of laughter. "Goodness, your face is about to contort," he mused internally. With great effort, Luo Mingyao managed to regain her composure, smiling brightly at him. "Yinshe, why don't you come over for dinner tomorrow? It would mean so much to me," she implored, her eyes wide with anticipation. Her innocent and charming visage, paired with her sparkling eyes and a pink nightgown, radiated an irresistible allure, leaving a profound impact. Congratulations were in order for Jiang Yinshe, who had managed to achieve a commendable 2 seconds without a challenge. Yet, just as the praise was about to escape his lips, he steeled himself, swallowing the words back. What a close call. He almost fell for it again. What was with these two? They seemed to exude an enchanting charm effortlessly. "I can't. I have something to attend to tomorrow," he replied firmly. At that moment, Luo Mingyun arrived at the doorway. "What is going on, Mingyao?" Upon seeing her sister, Mingyao's eyes lit up, and she immediately began to act coy. "Sister, did you know that Yinshe lives right across from us? You never told me." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun displayed a look of genuine surprise, turning to Jiang Yunche standing across the hall. You live here? Seeing her sister's apparent ignorance, Meng Yao felt a twinge of confusion. Sister, you didn't know Yunche lives here? I had no idea, Luo Mingyun admitted. It suddenly clicked for her why Jiang Yunche had reacted so oddly when she mentioned living in room 601. It dawned on her that he had willingly escorted her back when she stumbled, realizing now that it was merely a convenient route home. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the two sisters, Jiang Yunche felt increasingly overwhelmed. His intention was to slip home quietly. Yet here was this young lady inviting him to dinner. In light of the situation, he could only explain, I just moved in a couple of days ago. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao's eyes sparkled even brighter. Wow, a friend living right across the hall. This is quite extraordinary. Observing the interaction, she pondered whether Yunche was perhaps interested in her sister. With this thought in mind, she resolved to create an opportunity for them, once again resorting to her playful demeanor. Sister, let us invite Yunche over for dinner. He brought you home. Shouldn't we show our gratitude? After considering her words, Luo Mingyun reflected on the matter. He did not appear to be a bad person, and they would indeed be neighbors moving forward. Plus, sharing a meal would be a lovely way to reciprocate his kindness. With a nod of agreement, she said, Well then, Yunche, would you join us for dinner? It would be a wonderful way to celebrate our new neighborly bond. Before him lay the anticipation of a new chapter, yet he found himself swiftly overwhelmed, uncertain as to why these two sisters inflicted such genuine feelings upon him. It was peculiar, for in the past, while other girls had playfully sought his affection, it had never been like this. Well then, I shall graciously acquiesce. Hooray! Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao erupted in cheer. A subtle smile graced Luo Mingyun's face as well. Brother Yunche, you have matters to attend to tomorrow. How about we share a meal at home the day after? He pondered for a moment, recalling that he had a late engagement the next afternoon. But the following day was a Monday, with only an early 8 a.m. class, allowing him to arrive earlier. Nodding in agreement, he noted that Luo Mingyun expressed no objections either. With their concurrence, Luo Mingyao adopted a mysteriously playful demeanor as she gazed at him. Brother Yunche, my sister's cooking is absolutely delightful. Is that so? I shall look forward to it, he replied with a smile. The prospect of forging a bond with his neighbors, particularly two lovely ones, felt rather pleasing. As for Luo Mingyao's endearing habit of calling him brother, he found no reason to refute her. After all, she was calling him brother. For someone without younger siblings, this sensation was refreshingly novel. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. They were classmates. How would he navigate that? After bidding farewell to the sisters and returning to his room, he took a brief shower and lay down on his bed. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 1. Staring at the ceiling, he found himself lost in thought until the sudden chime of a WeChat notification broke the silence. Little White Rabbit, Brother Yunche, you should accept the money. It was then he noticed the transfer amount was 5,000 yuan. Goodness. It seems my innocence is worth quite a sum. By Yuncheshu, that is too much. Tell your sister it's unnecessary. Little White Rabbit, but didn't my sister say this is for your work? Ah, indeed, one lie begets another. Next time, I should inquire about that other person. It seems I only know her sister's name. Perhaps I shall wait until our meal to ask. He still had many unanswered questions swirling in his mind. By Yuncheshu, I'll discuss it with your sister when we meet next. After sending that message, he lay back on his bed, forcing his eyes closed. Yet, it wasn't long before he reopened them. Sleep eluded him. So much had transpired that night. How could he possibly drift into slumber? The moment he closed his eyes, images of Luo Mingyun kissing him danced in his mind, and his heart raced at the recollection. Meanwhile, in Luo Mingyun's room, she had finally coaxed her inquisitive sister into a peaceful slumber. Although their dwelling was designated as a 2-bedroom apartment, it had always functioned as a 1-bedroom. With Luo Mingyao frequently joining her in bed, claiming that nothing could compare to sleeping beside her sister. Now, with the prospect of living off campus in their sophomore year, Luo Mingyao would undoubtedly cling to her even more. Gazing at her adorable sister, Luo Mingyun couldn't help but smile knowingly. Yet, reflecting on the events of the day, a tinge of trepidation lingered within her. Had it not been for her fortuitous encounter with Jiang Yunchao, she could only speculate what might have transpired. With a gentle sigh, she acknowledged that tomorrow marked her day off, providing her the perfect opportunity to ponder her next steps at home instead of going to work. As her thoughts meandered, she found herself recalling matters related to Jiang Yunchao, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Were it not for her younger sister peacefully slumbering in her embrace, she would have certainly rolled about on the bed to alleviate the embarrassment swelling within her. Among the trio that night, two found themselves restless. Chapter 7. It's decided. It shall be you. At 11 o'clock the following day, Jiang Yunxiao awakened at a leisurely pace. The myriad of thoughts that filled his mind last night had kept him awake until 5 in the morning. Fortunately, as a diligent university student, he possessed ample experience with late nights. After all, hadn't he managed to sleep for 6 hours? That would suffice. After a swift morning routine, he rummaged through the refrigerator to select his lunch for the day. With parents who were both passionate cooks, he had inherited a modicum of culinary talent. Coupled with the influence of his parents, cooking had become a trivial pursuit for him. As he dined, he mused about visiting Luo Mingyao's home for a meal the next day, recalling her praise for her sister's cooking skills. That would be delightful, providing an opportunity to exchange culinary techniques. Once he had tidied up, he noted that the class meeting was scheduled to commence at 4 in the afternoon, leaving him ample time to indulge in some writing. Before he knew it, it was already 3:30. Stretching languidly in his chair to alleviate the stiffness from prolonged sitting, he gathered his belongings and set off towards the school. Strolling at a leisurely pace towards the teaching building, he arrived at 3:55. Observing the individuals whizzing by on their electric scooters, he contemplated whether he should acquire one himself to save considerable time commuting to and from school. Resolute in his decision, he planned to purchase one after the class meeting. Upon reaching the staircase, he noticed 4 individuals approaching, and all 5 bore smiles. Their camaraderie, forged over a year of shared experiences, allowed for such impeccable timing. As they entered the classroom through the back door precisely at 3:59, they casually settled into their seats. No sooner had they taken their places than the instructor's voice resonated, declaring, "It's 4 o'clock. We shall begin the roll call." Roll call? The very thought snapped him upright, his eyes scanning the classroom until they fell upon a striking figure clad in white, quietly seated. What might transpire if the class beauty were to discover that her brother-in-law was her classmate? He remained oblivious, particularly considering his status as an imposter. His mind raced with the necessity of relying on Luo Mingyao's sister to clarify matters, especially since he had tacitly agreed to help keep the secret. As the call of names approached, desperation struck, and he turned to his side to address Qin Shining. "Old Qin, when they call my name, could you assist me by announcing it? Once it's your turn, I shall reciprocate." In that moment, he resolved to find a stand-in, and thus, it was decided, Qin Pikachu. "Huh, what is going on? Don't ask. I'll treat you to milk tea later. Is it not wise to seize such a fortunate opportunity?" Qi Shining did not dwell on the thought for long. At the sound of the counselor calling Jiang Yunxing, Qi Shining responded promptly. Simultaneously, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Following the direction of that gaze, he discovered it was Luo Mingyao observing him, her eyes filled with curiosity. However, after a fleeting glance, she turned her head away. Puzzled, Qi Shining remarked, "Old Jiang, why do I feel as if Luo Mingyao glanced back upon hearing your name? Impossible. It must be your imagination." "I have no connection with her," Jiang Yunqing replied. "Then why did you just duck under the table?" Qi Shining countered. "I was merely tying my shoelaces," came the response. Rising from beneath the table, he noticed that Luo Mingyao had already turned away, letting out a small sigh of relief. It appeared he had successfully deflected the situation for now. Although still somewhat perplexed, Qi Shining dismissed the matter. Recognizing that the disinterested Luo Mingyao and the indifferent Jiang Yunqing hardly seemed to be linked in any way. As Jiang Yunqing assisted Qi Shining in responding to the counselor's lecture, the group engaged in quiet conversation below. After an hour, as the counselor concluded with, "That will be all for today," the crowd began to disperse. Yet, Jiang Yunqing remained seated, not moving until he watched Luo Mingyao exit the classroom. "Why are you taking so long, old Jiang? Let us go eat together," Qi Shining urged. Let us go, to the usual place in the cafeteria," Jiang Yunqing replied. Of course, no chance encounter occurred at the cafeteria. Such coincidences were rare. After their meal, the group ventured to a milk tea shop, where Qi Shining settled the payment for his substitute's appearance fee. Bidding farewell to his dormitory companions, he made his way alone to the electric scooter shop at the back entrance. After perusing the options, he chose a charming pink electric scooter and set off towards home. Arriving at the foot of his apartment building, just as he parked the scooter, an excited voice called out from behind him. "Brother Yunqing, what a coincidence! Are you off work now?" Turning around, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Luo Mingyao, reminiscent of an endearing neighborly girl. Had he not been certain that the individual before him was the same aloof girl from class just an hour prior, he might have believed there were two identical beings in the world. Yes, I just returned, he replied with a smile. Is this your scooter? It's so cute and pink. Luo Mingyao exclaimed, seemingly unable to resist the allure of all things pink, approaching the scooter with wide-eyed curiosity. Watching her delightful demeanor stirred a sense of youthful affection within him. Indeed, it's quite the eye-catching choice, don't you think? He responded. Yes. I would love to have a pink scooter too, but my sister 1T let me ride one, she lamented. Why is that? He inquired. Perhaps it's because the first time I rode a scooter, it was crushed by a truck on the road, she explained. He broke into a sweat for a moment. Do you wish to be reborn in another world, young lady? After that, the two of them teamed up to ascend the stairs, and upon reaching the elevator, Luo Mingyao began inquiring about his relationship with his sister. He could only vaguely deflect her questions. Upon arriving at the door, Luo Mingyao looked at him with vibrant energy. Brother Yinshe, remember to come for lunch tomorrow. All right, I will definitely come. After closing the door, his smile faded. Although a beautiful classmate referred to him as brother, this life was becoming somewhat troublesome. After all, he was merely an imposter. Contemplating this, he resolved to clarify the matter with Sister Luo Mingyao the following day. Otherwise, given their classmate relationship, it would eventually be exposed. Chapter 8. This can point to me early the next morning, Jiang Yinshe. Having risen early to avoid an encounter with Luo Mingyao, waited until he heard the door of the neighboring apartment close before slowly preparing to leave. 2 minutes later, he mounted his beloved little electric scooter and made his way to a breakfast shop situated a bit farther from the community. After a leisurely meal, he rode towards the teaching building. One must admit, having the little scooter was quite delightful. It alleviated the usual sense of urgency. Arriving at the classroom a good 10 minutes early, something he had never dared to imagine in the past. He settled into a seat in the back rows of the spacious lecture hall, which was filled with students from 2 classes. He also reserved a few spots for his dorm mates, considering that latecomers would find no seats available in the back. A few minutes later, Luo Mingyao entered the classroom expressionless through the front door. He quickly lowered his head to avoid making eye contact with her. Once she took her seat in the front row, he dared to glance at her. Her familiar hairstyle complemented by a pale pink shirt still looked stunning, albeit with an icy demeanor. Only when a few girls settled beside her did Luo Mingyao reveal a faint smile, likely her former roommates, he surmised. As it appeared she had also moved out, much like himself. With just a minute before class commenced, his former dorm mates hurried into the classroom. And upon seeing the seats he had reserved for them, they were overwhelmed with gratitude, almost wanting to proclaim him their adoptive father on the spot. As the class bell rang, the teacher at the podium introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Guo Hualong, and I will be your instructor for this course this semester. My classroom has few rules. Simply hand in your phones and refrain from whispering amongst yourselves. Feel free to listen if you wish, or find something else to occupy your time if you do not. After his statement, everyone perceived him as a rather easygoing instructor. However, he added, if I discover anyone skipping class, there will be a direct deduction of 10 points from your final grade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinshe was indifferent, as he had no intention of skipping class. Yet, Mu Yuming looked distressed and lamented, then I can't skip class anymore. What will happen to my lazy mornings? Lu Tianhe remarked, surely, you haven't forgotten that you had to retake 5 subjects last semester. That was due to my inadequate preparation, he replied. This semester, I began my revision a week in advance, so there should be no issues. Besides, I did pass my retakes. This fellow had only started studying the day before the exams last semester, and given his frequent absences from class, it was no surprise he failed 5 subjects. At this moment, Li Yida, with a tone of earnest concern, advised, regardless of the circumstances, you have gained admission to Tianhe University. Yu Ming, you ought to take it seriously, otherwise, you might find yourself unable to graduate due to insufficient credits. Tianhe University is, after all, the premier institution in their province and ranks among the top 20 nationwide. Being accepted here indicates a certain level of academic prowess. All right, you make a valid point, boss. From now on, please wake me up when it's time. If I don't get up, don't hesitate to carry me along, he agreed. Thus began the protracted hours of lecture, which, being theoretical, proved rather tedious. Within half a class period, the majority had succumbed to drowsiness, especially considering it was the first week and the early 8 o'clock session. One could hardly expect the night owls to endure. At this juncture, Jiang Yunqing also felt the weight of sleepiness, not from a desire for slumber, but rather because he had already encountered much of the material being presented. His father, a technical supervisor at a leading internet firm, had introduced him to a wealth of computer knowledge from a young age. Thus, his choice to pursue a degree in computer science stemmed largely from this background. The instructor, accustomed to such scenes over many generations of students, turned his gaze to the first row where Luo Mingyao sat upright, attentively absorbing the lecture, occasionally jotting notes in her book and on her notebook. Her diligence left a lasting impression on him. Reflecting on this, he announced, "All right. It seems some of you are not quite engaged. Let us enliven the atmosphere a bit." He then proceeded to peruse the attendance sheets for both classes, stating, "Let us have a student answer a question." Instantly, the students perked up as if invigorated by a stimulant. It was September 1st, 2024, coinciding with the centenary celebration of the university's establishment, so he decided on Jiang Yunqing from Class 1. Let us see, number 21. In that moment, Jiang Yunqing wore an expression of bafflement, wondering, what does this have to do with number 21? Moreover, he was the first name called. Nevertheless, he quickly glanced at his neighbor, Qin Shining, who, understanding his predicament, immediately shook his head. This time, there was no escape for him. He had just been dozing off and was oblivious to the teacher's inquiries. Now trapped, he had no choice but to stand up, forcing himself to focus on the figure at the front. Once he noticed that the instructor had not turned to look at him, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he still lowered his voice slightly, striving to mask his true tone, and began to respond to the teacher's questions with surprising fluency. On stage, Guo Hualong was taken aback by how effortlessly he could elicit answers from any randomly chosen participant. And these responses were not merely rote knowledge, but rather reflections of personal understanding. After listening to Jiang Yunqing's answer, he smiled and remarked, "Excellent, well done. Please take your seat. I encourage everyone to participate actively in class. For every question answered, you will receive an additional point." With that, he inscribed a 1 next to Jiang's name. Once seated, he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Luo Mingyao had remembered his alias, Qin Shining, and thus did not turn to look at him. He had no desire to confront the frigid Luo Mingyao. Her endearing persona was more tolerable. "Old Jiang is quite astute," Mu Yuming remarked enviously. "You could do the same. As long as you answer, you'll earn points. The more you participate, the less likely you are to fail at the end of the term." "That makes sense. Next time, don't rush to answer." "I'll take the lead," he replied. During the second class, Guo Hualong initiated another round of questioning. "Is there anyone willing to answer a question? If not, I shall draw another name." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing nudged the daydreaming Mu Yuming, who quickly regained focus and, upon noticing the teacher holding the attendance sheet, understood the situation. He promptly stood up and declared, "Teacher, I'll answer." Guo Hualong smiled appreciatively. "Very well. Please provide an answer to this question." "Question? What question?" Mu Yuming was momentarily confused, realizing he had not heard any question posed. Fortunately, Jiang Yunqing placed the book in front of him, pointing to a specific passage. Mu Yuming cast a grateful glance at him and began to read aloud. Upon completion, Guo Hualong remarked, "Good answer, correct. Please state your name and class." Elated at having earned a point, Mu Yuming returned to his seat and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yunqing. "Old Jiang, no, you truly are my Song Jiang. I'll treat you to lunch today." To this, Jiang merely smiled, embodying the spirit of humility and selflessness. As the class bell rang, Jiang Yunqing immediately turned to his companions, stating, "I have an engagement at noon, so I'll be leaving ahead of you. No need to wait for me." Without awaiting a response, he dashed out of the classroom, leaving his peers exchanging puzzled glances. Why the rush? Where could he be headed? One mused. "In my opinion, he's eager to meet his girlfriend," another suggested. "Really? He moved out just 2 days ago, and he's already found someone?" "Hard to say. He was fixated on the clock in the final minutes of class. He's never been this hasty. We might need to interrogate him in the dorm next time." Another chimed in. The group nodded in agreement, contemplating their friend who had been single for a year, now seemingly in pursuit of a romantic relationship just 2 days after moving out, a notion they found difficult to accept. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing sprinted away, his mind racing with the thought of unifying their narratives with Luo Mingyun while she was still on campus, ensuring clarity for their forthcoming explanations. Thus, he mounted his pink electric scooter and hastened homeward at the swiftest pace. Arriving at the familiar entrance of room 601, memories of that fateful night flooded back, causing him to swallow hard. Shaking off the tumultuous thoughts, he rapped on the door. Soon, a soft and magnetic voice emerged from within. Is that you, Mingyao? It's me, Jiang Yunqing. As soon as he spoke, the door swung open. Behind it stood Luo Mingyun, adorned in a cerulean sundress complemented by a pink apron. Her slender calves peeking out from beneath, clad in home slippers. Upon seeing him, a gentle smile graced her face. Yunqing, you've arrived. Come in and have a seat. I'm still cooking. After responding with an affirmative, the two made their way into the room. Mingyao hasn't returned yet, so please sit on the sofa for a while I finish preparing the meal. Upon hearing this, he quipped, it's just as well she's not here. The moment the words left his lips, he perceived a noticeable stiffness in Luo Mingyun's expression. Realizing this, he hastily waved his hands. No, I meant I specifically came to avoid her absence. After uttering this, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, pondering the absurdity of his own words. I meant no offense. I merely wanted to mention that Mingyao and I are classmates. Oh, you're classmates? Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun exhibited a look of astonishment. What a coincidence. In a city as populous as Tianhe, it's rather serendipitous that you'd be saved by my sister's classmate. Lost in thought, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing her sudden silence, Jiang Yunqing finally voiced his lingering question. You weren't intoxicated that night, were you? Was it that man who caused the trouble? And why didn't you inform your sister? Upon hearing this, a troubled expression crossed Luo Mingyun's face. I didn't want Mingyao to worry. She has only me as her sister. Please, don't reveal the truth to her. Taken aback by her words, he realized that the two sisters relied solely on one another. With this in mind, his tone softened. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Hearing this, Luo Mingyun slightly lowered her head, her demeanor turning somber. I've already decided to resign. I won't encounter such situations again. Jiang Yunqing, puzzled by her solution, thought to himself, what sort of resolution is that? Yet, unbeknownst to him, Luo Mingyun had not mentioned that her striking beauty and the nature of her workplace often attracted unwanted advances. Initially, she had taken up bartending purely out of interest, wishing to explore something new, never anticipating such complications. Furthermore, having only been in the job for a month, she was uncertain how to handle these situations, resorting to silence each time. Most individuals tend to disregard her when she shows indifference, yet there are always a few relentless suitors who persist. In such instances, her colleagues nearby often come to her rescue. Although she is typically surrounded by others, there are moments when she finds herself alone. On this occasion, it was because of the person who had approached her several times. Seizing the opportunity when she was by herself, he stepped forward to propose a drink, promising that he would cease his pursuit afterward. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted a sip of the drink he offered. Fortunately, she soon sensed something amiss and, feeling a surge of panic, seized the opportunity to slip out through the back door under the pretense of visiting the restroom. This led to her encounter with Jiang Yunqing. What do you plan to do moving forward? Luo Mingyun continued to speak softly, her head bowed. I don't know, for the time being. I intend to take a break from work to take care of Mingyao. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yunqing was filled with a sense of helplessness. Can't you consider your own well-being? Have you thought about what would happen to Luo Mingyao if something were to happen to you? In response, Luo Mingyun merely pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Who bears grievances like you do, swallowing them down in silence? After standing with her head down for a while, she eventually forced herself to reclaim her usual demeanor. I apologize for burdening you with this. I will tell Mingyao that I was drunk and happened to run into you. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing realized that she had not taken his words to heart, and the expression of helplessness on his face deepened. Luo Mingyun understood that Jiang Yunqing's words were for her benefit, yet she genuinely did not want to concern those around her, especially her sister. With this thought, she could only maintain a facade of normalcy. Please, take a seat and rest. I will fetch you a glass of water. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yunqing let out a soft sigh. I will keep your secret. Just tell your sister that you fortuitously encountered me that day. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun turned back, her face radiating gratitude. I truly appreciate your kindness. Although you have helped me, I continue to trouble you. This reminded her of the matter of the thank you fee from that day. By the way, why didn't you accept the money I transferred to you that day? Oh, that is unnecessary, he replied. But we agreed on it, didn't we? Aside from this, I cannot think of any other way to repay you. As she spoke, a look of uncertainty reappeared on her face. Jiang Yunqing could no longer endure the situation. He resolved in his heart to accept the gesture, reasoning that they lived across from each other and he could find a way to repay her later. Very well then. Hearing his agreement, Luo Mingyun let out a sigh of relief and quickly took out her phone to add him as a friend. The phone had been brought to the community entrance by a colleague who was passing by, who had been puzzled as to why Luo Mingyun had left that night without her phone. It was only after reviewing the surveillance footage that they discovered she had run out alone. Moreover, as soon as Luo Mingyun obtained her sister's phone, she promptly sent a message to convey her safety, while they were all contemplating reporting to the authorities. Consequently, she could only excuse herself by claiming there was an urgent matter at home. After successfully adding Luo Mingyun on WeChat, with the nickname Big White Rabbit, she discreetly glanced at the screen, confirming her suspicions. Upon receiving a transfer of 5,000 yuan, a thought struck her, prompting her to look toward Luo Mingyun. By the way, I still don't know your name. I should probably save it as a contact. Luo Mingyun, realizing this, acknowledged that she had yet to introduce herself despite their two encounters. My name is Luo Mingyun. Since you are a classmate of Mingyao, you may call me sister if you don't mind. All right, then I shall call you Mingyun Jia. MHM. Chapter 10. This dish is quite unique. When Luo Mingyao opened the door to her home, she immediately spotted Jiang Yunqing seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. While the sounds of her sister preparing a meal wafted from the kitchen, it was a heartwarming domestic scene. Thus, she decisively planned to quietly slip away, allowing the two some space. So, when Jiang Yunqing turned his gaze toward the entrance, he beheld Luo Mingyao crouching slightly, stealthily retreating through the doorway. What are you doing? Luo Mingyao, who had been silently repeating "you can't see me," froze in place. She then stood up, adopting a serious demeanor, and continued to open and close the door, saying, "I'm just checking if the door opens properly. Yes, it's a fine door." In response, Jiang Yunqing wore an expression that clearly conveyed his skepticism. Hearing the commotion, Luo Mingyun emerged from the kitchen. "Mingyao, you're back. Please have a seat. I'm still preparing the dishes." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao dashed to the sofa and sat down, obediently nodding to her sister. "All right, sister, you carry on. I shall entertain Brother Yunqing." Noticing her continued address of him as brother, Luo Mingyun felt compelled to clarify. "Mingyao, the truth is, I was drunk that day. Yunqing happened to see me on the roadside and offered to take me home. We are not actually colleagues." Then why did you say you were friends?" "At that moment, I didn't want you to worry. After all, Yunqing was still a stranger then." Luo Mingyao's expression was one of disbelief. After all, the two had shared a kiss that day. Even if her sister was intoxicated, she would not treat a stranger in such a manner. Recognizing her sister's skepticism, Luo Mingyun had no choice but to enlist Jiang Yunqing for support. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Yunqing." "Yes, I did indeed encounter Mingyun Jia on the roadside that day. I simply took her home because it was on my way." At this point, Luo Mingyao pondered that something felt amiss, as her sister had been lost in thought these past few days, wearing a troubled expression. Yet Yunqing seemed to bring her such joy at home. Considering the actions of both, she arrived at a conclusion. "It is evident that my sister has developed feelings for Jiang Yunqing. Could this be what they call love at first sight? Moreover, he even addresses Mingyun as sister. Is this perhaps the rhythm of a sibling romance?" Observing Luo Mingyao lost in contemplation, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but feel that her mind was preoccupied with extraordinary thoughts. Thus, he decisively interrupted her train of thought. "There's something I haven't mentioned to you. In fact, can I still call you Brother Yunqing from now on?" This one sentence completely bewildered Jiang Yunqing. Regaining his composure, he slowed his speech, intending to clarify things for Luo Mingyao. "What I mean is, we actually are. I've always wanted an older brother, okay? Brother Yunqing." Upon finishing her statement, Luo Mingyao widened her eyes and adopted a charming demeanor. "But don't you want me to be your little sister?" As she spoke, her large eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Witnessing her in this state, Jiang Yunqing chose to abandon all resistance. After all, she calls him brother. Having never had siblings, he found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught of this beautiful girl's charm. Thus, he temporarily acquired a lovely younger sister. Luo Mingyun merely smiled at this scene, choosing not to comment. It was rare for her sister to converse so freely with someone of her age, especially since they were classmates, and Jiang Yunqing appeared to be enjoying himself. She was also somewhat curious about what might unfold once her sister discovered their relationship as classmates. "Well then, take your time chatting. I shall go prepare dinner. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Noticing Jiang Yunqing following her into the kitchen, Luo Mingyun quickly waved him off. "How can I let a guest help?" "It's fine. I can finish this quickly. It's nothing. I am quite idle." I usually cook at home as well, so let me lend a hand." As he spoke, he glanced at the stove, only to fall silent, for a single word echoed in his mind: cleanliness. Generally, describing a kitchen as clean is a compliment, but at times, an overly pristine kitchen can feel somewhat unsettling. From his perspective, the kitchen countertop bore only a jug of oil, a bag of opened salt, and a bottle of soy sauce, nothing more. Meanwhile, the pot contained a type of vegetable boiling in water, crystal clear. To ensure he wasn't misinterpreting the situation, he inquired of Luo Mengyun, "Your kitchen is quite tidy. Where do you keep the spices?" "The spices are right here," she replied, pointing to the salt and soy sauce on the table. He fell silent once more, then gestured towards the side where potato shreds, thicker than French fries, lay. "What do you intend to make with this?" "This. Stir-fried potato shreds." He fell silent again, unsure of what actions would be appropriate in the current context. Observing his peculiar expression, Luo Mengyun felt a bit at a loss. Is something wrong? At her words, Jiang Yunqing wanted to exclaim, "Where is there anything right about this situation?" Yet he ultimately mustered a faint smile. "There is nothing amiss. Could you salt some shredded potatoes for me? I wish to learn." At this moment, he could only reassure himself internally that perhaps the culinary methods of the Luo family differed slightly from contemporary techniques. Upon hearing his words, Luo Mengyun breathed a sigh of relief, as she was concerned that Jiang Yunji's culinary experiences at home might not align with those of an ordinary household, fearing he might find it unpalatable. She then began expertly heating oil in the pan, tossing in the shredded potatoes without any seasoning. Observing Luo Mengyun's adept movements, Jiang Yunji felt he might have misjudged her. However, such thick potato shreds would surely require considerable time to cook. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Luo Mengyun skillfully adding a ladle of water to the pan, followed by a precise addition of salt and soy sauce. Doubts began to creep into Jiang Yunji's mind. Had the potato shreds he typically consumed been prepared using unconventional methods? Was this the true essence of shredded potatoes? While he was still engulfed in self-doubt, Luo Mengyun had already completed the dish. "All done. Let us prepare to dine," she announced. The meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup: boiled greens, stir-fried or boiled, shredded potatoes, boiled pork ribs, and an egg drop soup. At this moment, Luo Mengyao proudly turned to Jiang Yunji and said, "So, how do you find it, Brother Yunji? My sister's culinary skills seem rather commendable, don't you think? Whoever marries her will surely enjoy a life of luxury." Luo Mengyun blushed and replied, "It's not as impressive as you claim." Faced with the eager expressions of the 2 sisters awaiting his evaluation, Jiang Yunji could only render what might be his most impartial assessment. "The dishes are quite unique." Upon hearing his appraisal, the sisters felt satisfied. Unique must surely be a compliment, and thus the 3 commenced their meal. Jiang Yunji sampled each dish and concluded, "The seasoning is neither too salty nor too bland. The saltiness is just right." However, the drawback was that the flavor was solely reliant on salt, which felt rather insipid to one accustomed to a variety of tastes. Nevertheless, seeing the sisters appearing quite content, he refrained from criticizing the flavor and instead inquired, "Sister Mengyun, where did you learn such innovative cooking methods?" Luo Mengyun looked somewhat perplexed at his question. "I learned from my grandmother. We have always eaten her cooking since childhood." "Is that so? It seems your grandmother possesses admirable culinary skills." Jiang Yunji chuckled. "Indeed," Luo Mengyao chimed in, "Grandma's cooking is always delicious. Comparable to what we had in our middle school cafeteria, she could easily work there." Jiang Yunji's lips twitched at such lofty praise. He then asked, "By the way, do you perceive any differences compared to the university cafeteria?" At this, Luo Mengyao appeared puzzled. "Not much different. Aren't they all home-style preparations? May I ask, which cafeteria do you dine at in Tianhe University?" "In the bustling cafeteria, my roommate and I often dine there. It piqued my interest when you expressed a desire to join us, Yunche." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunche fell silent, pondering the irony that among the 8 dining halls in the school, one would choose the least palatable option. This particular cafeteria, with its yearly change of ownership, had somehow managed to survive a year, perhaps due in part to your influence. What do you believe is the distinction between home-cooked meals and those served in restaurants? Upon this inquiry, the sisters shook their heads in unison. Grandmother once remarked that the dishes from outside are laden with numerous additives. Though they may be delectable, they should not be consumed excessively. As an aficionado of gastronomy, Jiang Yunche felt compelled to rescue the 2 sisters from their culinary deprivation. "In celebration of our newfound neighborly bond, Since you have treated me to a meal, I shall prepare a feast for you tomorrow. Oh, that seems rather inappropriate. Today's meal was meant as a token of gratitude for your assistance. There is no need to trouble you further. However, if it pleases you, I would be delighted to sample your culinary skills. Of course, cooking is no challenge for me. I often prepare meals for myself when circumstances allow. Let us agree on this. Tomorrow at noon, I shall have a meal ready for you at home. How wonderful! Luo Mingyao clapped her hands in excitement. Thank you for your kindness, Luo Mingyun said with a gentle smile, acknowledging his offer. As they continued their meal, laughter and conversation filled the air, painting a picture of warmth and camaraderie. Through their dialogue, Jiang Yunche gleaned insights about the sisters. It turned out that Luo Mingyun worked as a bartender in one of the establishments on Bar Street. This revelation astonished Jiang Yunche, for her delicate demeanor did not seem to align with the typical image of a bartender. Luo Mingyun elaborated that her previous role involved managing accounts, but her curiosity led her to experiment with bartending. Given her father's connections with the bar owner, she found it relatively easy to transition into this new position. However, when mentioning this relationship, a subtle shift occurred in the sisters' expressions. Observing this, Jiang Yunche refrained from probing further, opting instead to listen attentively. The sisters had lived with their grandmother since childhood, but when Luo Mingyun was in her freshman year of college and Luo Mingyao was just beginning middle school, their grandmother passed away, leaving them without support. They became each other's sole refuge. Remarkably, they spoke little of their parents, only revealing that Luo Mingyun resolutely chose to withdraw from school to care for her sister, a decision that instilled a sense of guilt in Luo Mingyao. Yet, Luo Mingyun always reassured her with a smile, saying, "You have only me as your sister. If I do not care for you, who will?" Thereafter, Luo Mingyun took on the responsibility of looking after her sister's daily needs. Although their grandmother had left behind a sum of money, it was clear that living off it indefinitely was not a viable option. She sought part-time work during her sister's school hours, but suitable opportunities were few and far between. It was not until a month later that a striking woman, claiming to be a friend of their father, arrived at their doorstep, presenting a photograph of herself alongside him. Although her memories of her father are rather hazy, it is evident that the woman has not deceived her. The woman expressed a desire for the sisters to live with her, but Luo Mingyun chose not to agree. The woman said nothing further, merely providing her with a phone number in case she needed to reach out, and mentioning that there was work available for Luo Mingyun that would not interfere with her responsibilities of caring for her sister. When departing, she intended to offer them a substantial sum of money, but Luo Mingyun, aware of the principle that one should not accept unearned rewards, politely declined. In the ensuing days, Luo Mingyun continued to care for her sister while seeking employment, yet suitable opportunities remained elusive. After another fortnight, the woman returned, and regardless of Luo Mingyun's refusals, she left behind a sum of money before attempting to depart. At this juncture, Luo Mingyun finally summoned the courage to inquire if the woman could assist her in finding a job, emphasizing that she truly could not accept the money. Upon hearing this, the woman took her to her bar and proposed that she could work as an accountant, with flexible hours that would allow her to complete her tasks at her convenience. Recognizing that the woman's offer was a form of assistance, Luo Mingyun resolved to work diligently in gratitude. Thus, Luo Mingyun settled into a routine, oscillating between home and work, cooking for her sister at mealtimes and working whenever her sister was at school. This arrangement persisted until Luo Mingyao entered university. One day, by sheer coincidence, the bar owner noticed Luo Mingyun intently observing the bartender. "Do you like this job?" he inquired. Coming back to her senses, Luo Mingyun quickly responded, "I just find it fascinating. If you enjoy it, why not learn and give it a try?" he encouraged. Consequently, she became a bartender at the bar. After hearing this, Jiang Yunqing looked at Luo Mingyun with admiration, astonished that at just 25 years old, she had already shouldered so much responsibility. At that moment, Luo Mingyao, recalling past memories, rushed into her sister's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. In response, Luo Mingyun simply held her, gently patting her back in comfort. There, you're grown up now. No need to cry. Sister, you are so good to me. How can I ever repay you? I am your sister. There's no need for repayment. That won't do. Even when you marry in the future, I will follow you to take care of you, and I will serve as your maid of honor. Silly girl, how could I ever leave you? Observing the deep bond between the sisters, Jiang Yunqing felt an even stronger desire to do something for them. All right, let me start by preparing a meal for you both. Afterward, They finished their meal and tidied up, only to realize it was already 1:30. By the way, I have a club activity this afternoon, so I must leave now, Luo Mingyao announced. Which club are you in? Jiang Yunqing asked, intrigued. As he wondered which club Luo Mingyao, often perceived as aloof at school, had joined. I'm in the Sonda Club. I want to train well to protect my sister. With that, she opened the door and departed. Goodbye, brother Yunqing. Goodbye, sister. Since Luo Mingyao has left, he can no longer remain alone in her home. I shall take my leave for now. Remember to join us for dinner tomorrow. All right, goodbye, Luo Mingyun said with a smile. As the door closed, the house returned to its desolate state. At that moment, Luo Mingyun couldn't help but think that three people made for a more lively atmosphere. Chapter 12. The comfort of having someone to rely on upon returning home. Jiang Yunqing stretched lazily and sighed. Second year is indeed the best. There are fewer classes. After this, he retreated to his room to write. As an author who cares for his readers, he naturally devoted his free time to rewarding them. Ah, truly. It is I. Today I shall add an extra chapter. By the time he sat up again, it was already 4:30. Time truly slips away so easily. He approached the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of soda for some relaxation. September in Yunhai City remained swelteringly hot, and he desperately needed the refreshing drink to cool his mind. However, upon opening the fridge, he was taken aback to find it completely empty. With no other option, he had to venture out in the scorching heat to shop. For a homebody like him, this was undoubtedly a torment, as his dormitory upheld the principle of not venturing outside unless absolutely necessary, resulting in very few opportunities to leave campus. Enduring the sweltering weather, he walked towards the supermarket and, after a few steps, spotted a familiar figure beneath a tree. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luo Mingyun. At that moment, she was hiding behind a tree, gazing towards the entrance of the community with a troubled expression. As Jiang Yunqing approached her from behind, he inquired, Mingyun, what are you doing here? Startled by the voice behind her, Luo Mingyun turned around, and upon recognizing him, she exhaled in relief, placing a hand on her chest. Observing her slight tremor, Jiang Yunqing felt a pang of guilt and quickly averted his gaze, awaiting her response. I wanted to stop by my workplace. She stammered. But what are you doing here? Is there something at the entrance? He then turned his gaze toward the community's entrance. There, he noticed a man standing in the shade of a tree, pacing back and forth while glancing around, seemingly watching the community gate. Recognizing the familiar attire, he realized this was the man who had sought Luo Mingyun that night. Was he here to cause trouble? Turning to Luo Mingyun, he said, Mingyun, allow me to handle this. Without waiting for her response, he proceeded towards the entrance, leaving her with only his retreating figure. Luo Mingyun wished to call him back, but he walked away too swiftly. Reluctantly, she followed him, urging, Yunqing, wait. Don't act impulsively. She was deeply concerned that Jiang Yunqing might get hurt because of her. At that moment, Li Xinyu, standing by the roadside, continued to glance around. Yet after failing to locate his target, he could only sigh in frustration. That day, after witnessing Luo Mingyun drink, he had felt assured. This method had proven successful for him many times before. Unexpectedly, Luo Mingyun fled, and by the time he realized it and chased after her, she had vanished without a trace. As a seasoned frequenter of bars, the moment he laid eyes on Luo Mingyun, he had set her as his target. Yet, each attempt to engage her met with silence, and on several occasions, he had been warned by other staff members. However, encountering such a breathtaking beauty, who seemed rather naive, compelled him to pursue alternative methods. Finally, when Luo Mingyun was alone, he seized the opportunity, leading to the subsequent events. As he continued to lament in his mind, he noticed someone approaching him directly at the entrance of the community. He looked up and felt a flicker of familiarity, though he could not recall where he had seen the person before. Thus, he inquired with a puzzled expression, Is there something you need? Jiang Yunqing, with an impassive face, regarded him and asked, Are you waiting for someone? Li Xinyu, looking perplexed, replied, Yes, I'm waiting for my friend. She lives in Building 3. Do you know her? Upon confirmation, Jiang Yunqing's expression darkened instantly. Persistent, aren't you? Coming here to look for someone. Li Xinyu's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing this. What are you talking about? What does it have to do with you? At that moment, Luo Mingyun arrived behind Jiang Yunqing and softly said, Yunqing, let us go. Seeing her, Li Xinyu's face lit up with excitement. Mingyun, I believe there was a misunderstanding that night. Please allow me to explain. With that, he attempted to bypass Jiang Yunqing to approach Luo Mingyun. Jiang Yunqing could no longer tolerate this. He believed in dealing with such individuals swiftly and decisively. So he delivered a kick. Explain to your mother. Mingyun is not someone you can simply call. Caught off guard, Li Xinyu fell heavily to the ground. With his body worn down by years of indulgence, he felt as though he were falling apart, lying on the ground and groaning in agony. At that moment, he finally recalled. You were that guy from that night. So it was you who took her back. Hearing this, Jiang Yunqing delivered another kick. Call the police. I'll wait for them to come and question you. After sustaining another blow, fear gripped Li Xinyu. While he could deceive girls with ease, facing someone as robust as Jiang Yunqing was an entirely different matter. Moreover, although he had disposed of the evidence, he still trembled at the thought of the police. Thus, he began to struggle and crawl backward. Enough, enough, don't come any closer. Seeing this, Luo Mingyun hurriedly embraced Jiang Yunqing's arm. Stop it, Yunqing. She was not only concerned for Jiang Yunqing's safety, but also feared that if things escalated, he might be taken away by the police. As for the one being beaten, she felt no concern. Gazing at the worried expression on Luo Mingyun's face, Jiang Yunqing felt a measure of calmness. He understood that momentary pain was insufficient punishment for such a person, yet the opportunity to act differently had not yet presented itself, leaving him to contemplate his next course of action. Observing that Jiang Yunqing had ceased his assault, Li Xinyu quickly scrambled to his feet. As he ran, he exclaimed, "This matter is far from over." However, upon noticing Jiang Yunqing preparing to pursue him, he was immediately thrown into a state of panic, wishing he could muster every ounce of strength to flee. In his haste, he stumbled and fell to the ground, only to struggle back to his feet and continue his escape. Once his disheveled figure was out of sight, Jiang Yunqing turned his attention to Luo Mingyun, who was still holding his hand. Well, he has run off. If you see him again, let me know at once, and I shall assist you in dealing with him. At his words, Luo Mingyun remained silent, tightening her grip on his hand. Tears began to glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at him. Witnessing her distress, Jiang Yunqing felt momentarily flustered and gently placed his hand on her head in a gesture of comfort. After shedding a few tears, Luo Mingyun reluctantly withdrew from that reassuring embrace. Once she released his hand, she looked into his eyes, now shimmering with tears, and said, "Thank you truly for helping me once more. No need to thank me again. We are now friends and neighbors. It is only right to assist you," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun earnestly studied his eyes and nodded emphatically. With that understanding, she chose not to speak further. She would undoubtedly be there for him whenever he needed help. By the way, didn't you mention you were headed to your workplace? Since I have no other plans, I shall accompany you, she suggested. No, that would be too much trouble. I can go by myself, he insisted. But we are friends and neighbors. It is only fitting that I see you there. Come on, he said, and they made their way toward the bar street. As he walked ahead, Luo Mingyun followed, lost in thought, captivated by his retreating figure. No man had ever treated her with such kindness, and she suddenly felt a sense of reliance. By the way, what is the name of your workplace? Jiang Yunqing asked, turning back with a hint of awkwardness after a while. They had walked quite a distance, having already left the bar street. Not wanting to interrupt the moment, Luo Mingyun remained silent. When she finally regained her composure, she glanced around and shyly replied, "It's called 0 Hour Bar." She had been so entranced by his silhouette that she hadn't even noticed they had passed the entrance. Thus, they turned back and arrived at the entrance of 0 Hour Bar. At that moment, a woman in her 30s stood at the door, casting an odd look at them. "Aunt Lu," Luo Mingyun called out upon recognizing the woman. Mingyun, where were you two headed just now?" Lu Xiaoli inquired, puzzled. She had observed Jiang Yunqing walking forward with unwavering focus, while Luo Mingyun had been fixated on his back, oblivious to her surroundings. Feeling a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Luo Mingyun casually replied, "We went to buy a bottle of water." She certainly couldn't admit that she had been so captivated by Jiang Yunqing's figure that she had missed the entrance to the bar. Upon glancing at the beverage cooler in the store, Lu Xiaoli remained silent. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunjia and inquired, "Is this your friend?" To her knowledge, Luo Mingyun had never had a close male friend, thus she couldn't help but scrutinize him a little longer. Responding to her remark, Luo Mingyun nodded. "Yes, this is Yunjia. My friend." "Oh, just a friend?" Noticing Lu Xiaoli's attention on him, Jiang Yunjia greeted her. "Hello, my name is Jiang Yunjia. I am Lu Xiaoli. You may call me Aunt Lu, just like Mingyun does. Come in, let us converse in my office." Chapter 13. Meeting the parents, they followed Lu Xiaoli into her office. Once they were seated comfortably, Lu Xiaoli's expression turned serious as she addressed Luo Mingyun. Mingyun, why have you suddenly decided to resign? This question had already crossed Luo Mingyun's mind, and she had contemplated her response. Aunt Lu, I wish to pursue other endeavors. Other endeavors? What do you intend to do? I aspire to open my own shop. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli fell silent, while Luo Mingyun grew anxious, uncertain of Lu Xiaoli's reaction to her sudden resignation. However, after a brief pause, Lu Xiaoli nodded. Since you have made up your mind about what you wish to do, go ahead. Do not feel burdened by me. You cannot remain in my bar forever. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Relieved, Luo Mingyun exhaled softly, grateful that Lu Xiaoli did not press further. After all, they had been together for 6 years, and Lu Xiaoli treated her like a daughter. She did not wish to trouble her any more than necessary. At that moment, Lu Xiaoli's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Jiang Yunjia with a discerning eye. Now, let us discuss your friend. How long have you known each other? Just as Luo Mingyun felt a sense of relief, anxiety returned, akin to the feeling of introducing a boyfriend to one's parents. We have known each other for 3 days. 3 days? Lu Xiaoli's expression sharpened instantly. Under her intense scrutiny, Jiang Yunjia felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Sensing Lu Xiaoli's disapproval, Luo Mingyun quickly interjected. Aunt Lu, there is no need to worry. Yunjia helped me, and that is how we met. Moreover, we are neighbors. He is a good person. You are neighbors? Yes. He just moved in across from my house. Just moved in? Jiang Yunjia, feeling somewhat like a victim of circumstance, was left in a state of despair, as Lu Xiaoli's gaze grew increasingly stern, as if he had abducted her daughter. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xiaoli commanded, Mingyun, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with your friend. Luo Mingyun, taken aback, protested, Aunt Lu, Yunjia is not a bad person. Observing her concern for him, Jiang Yunjia suddenly felt at ease. Sister Mingyun, it's all right. I also have matters to discuss with Aunt Lu. Mingyun, I assure you, I shall not harm your friend. I merely wish to have a few words with him. Upon hearing both of them speak, Luo Mingyun could only rise and walk towards the door. As she reached the entrance, she turned back to Jiang Yunjia and said, Yunjia, I will be just outside. Call for me if you need anything. Lu Xiaoli, witnessing this, felt a twitch in her eye. It had only been 3 days, and things had already escalated. Once Luo Mingyun closed the door, Jiang Yunjia pondered how to elucidate their relationship to Lu Xiaoli, only to find her gazing at him with an impassive expression. Speak. What is it you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunjia displayed a look of utter bewilderment. I believe there may be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I am eager to hear what sort of misunderstanding it is. In fact, upon hearing Luo Mingyun mention they had only known each other for 3 days, Lu Xiaoli had already placed Jiang Yunjia on her blacklist. That night, Luo Mingyun had rushed out of the bar without even taking her phone. Had she not called Lu Xiaoli from her sister's phone, Lu Xiaoli would have gone home searching for her. Now, after merely 2 days apart, Luo Mingyun suddenly announced her resignation, and it was impossible to think this did not involve Jiang Yunjia. On Jiang Yunjia's end, having perceived Lu Xiaoli's attitude towards Luo Mingyun, he intended to enlist her assistance. Aunt Lu, do you know why Mingyun suddenly decided to resign? It must have something to do with you, right? She mentioned that the idea of opening a shop was suggested by you, and for your sake, she has even learned to lie to me. Jiang Yunjia's expression bore a hint of surprise. It turned out Lu Xiaoli had already discerned that Luo Mingyun's words were fabrications. It is somewhat related to me, but I certainly did not instruct her to say anything. She merely wishes to spare you the truth to prevent you from worrying. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli furrowed her brow. What exactly transpired? Consequently, he recounted the events of that night to Lu Xiaoli. After listening, Lu Xiaoli's frown deepened, and a contemplative expression adorned her face. In truth, having heard his account, Lu Xiaoli had already come to believe a significant portion of it, given Luo Mingyun's character. If she had suffered any grievances, she would undoubtedly have swallowed them down. Yet, certain measures had to be taken, so she made a phone call. A short while later, several colleagues who usually worked alongside Luo Mingyun at the bar arrived. Seizing the opportunity as the door opened, Luo Mingyun discreetly pressed her head against the door to observe. Jiang Yunjia noticed this and smiled, giving her a wink, which allowed Luo Mingyun to relax. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Xiaoli began her inquiries. Upon learning that one individual had persistently harassed Luo Mingyun several times, her countenance darkened. After questioning a few more individuals, she instructed them to report any similar incidents to her immediately before allowing them to leave. Lu Xiaoli struck the table with her palm. Dare to lay a hand on Mingyun. This scum has no desire to live. As she spoke, she picked up her phone to make a call. Hello. Didn't you claim that you could handle any issue? Help me look into someone. Yes, just as you wish. Observing this, Jiang Yunzhe was left feeling somewhat apprehensive. What exactly was she planning to do? As Lu Xiaoli set down her phone, he finally initiated the conversation. Excuse me, Aunt Lu, may I inquire about your intentions? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli cast him a meaningful glance. This is my first time making this call as well, but if you wish to know, I could arrange for you to observe. Seeing this, Jiang Yunqing decisively shook his head, believing it prudent not to delve too deeply. However, after a moment's hesitation, he remarked, Aunt Lu, we could find a way to have him apprehended. Her interest piqued at his suggestion. Lu Xiaoli inquired, what do you propose? Observing him, it was evident that he had employed such tactics before. Perhaps there were other victims. We could investigate the vicinity first. If there are any, that would be ideal. If not, we can catch him in the act. After speaking, Jiang Yunqing began to assess Lu Xiaoli's reaction. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoli slowly nodded. That is indeed a viable strategy. I will confer with others. Relieved by her response, Jiang Yunqing felt assured that she was genuinely invested in the matter. Yet, at that moment, Lu Xiaoli unexpectedly asked, what are your thoughts on Mingyun? Huh, what do you mean? He replied, somewhat perplexed. Noticing his expression, Lu Xiaoli gazed at him intently before letting out a soft sigh. Forget I asked. If possible in the future, I hope you can look after her and her sister. With that, she withdrew a bundle of cash from her drawer. This is to express my gratitude for your assistance with Mingyun. Thank you for preventing me from regretting this oversight. Jiang Yunqing, recognizing the familiar scene, inwardly lamented that Mingyun had learned this method of gratitude from her. There's no need for thanks. Sister Mingyun is my friend, and helping friends is only natural. Moreover, she has already compensated me, and I am still pondering how to repay her. Seeing his persistent refusal to accept the money, Lu Xiaoli relented. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Consider it a favor owed. With Lu Xiaoli conceding, he felt it inappropriate to argue further and simply agreed. Chapter 14. The disturbed Luo Mingyun. Before calling Luo Mingyun in, Lu Xiaoli specifically instructed, let us keep this matter from Mingyun for now. We will inform her once it is resolved. Jiang Yunqing had no objections, as he too wished to spare Luo Mingyun from revisiting the incident. He then approached the door, preparing to open it. Upon doing so, he was met with a startled gasp, and instinctively, he caught the delicate figure in his embrace. Gazing at the individual in his arms, a bemused expression spread across his face. Sister Mingyun, you need not eavesdrop at the door. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun quickly stood upright, her cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was from being caught listening or from falling into his embrace. I was merely concerned for you. Luo Mingyun murmured, her head bowed. Concerned about what? Afraid I might consume your friend? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but chuckle, hearing her playful banter. Luo Mingyun hurriedly waved her hands. Aunt Lu, that's not what I meant. Observing her flustered expression, Lu Xiaoli's smile widened. All right, I merely had a casual chat with Xiao Jiang. There's nothing to worry about. Relieved by her words, Luo Mingyun let out a sigh. Jiang Yunqing, looking at the youthful demeanor of Luo Mingyun, also smiled. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoli inquired about the recent lives of the two sisters, deliberately avoiding mention of that day's incident. During their conversation, she also asked about Jiang Yunqing's situation, and upon learning that he was a classmate of Luo Mingyao, her astonishment grew. Wasn't this a twist of fate? When the clock struck 5:30, Luo Mingyun finally stood up to bid farewell to Lu Xiaoli. Aunt Lu, Mingyao will be back soon, so I must return home to prepare dinner. All right, even if you no longer work here, do remember to visit this lonely old woman often. I will. Next time, I'll bring Mingyao along to see you. Good. And now that you and Xiao Jiang are neighbors, don't hesitate to help each other out. I've already asked him to look after you both. Xiao Jiang is quite dependable. Make sure to stay in touch. It's perfectly fine to drop by for a visit. Oh, and you can also share meals together. Dining as a duo is almost the same as dining in a trio. As Lu Xiaoli continued her conversation, her words seemed to suggest that Jiang Yunqing might as well move in with the sisters. Noticing this, Luo Mingyun cast an awkward glance at Jiang Yunqing. He, sensing her discomfort, interjected Lu Xiaoli, saying, Aunt Lu, rest assured, I will certainly assist them if needed. With your assurance, I can relax. Remember to bring Mingyun and her sister next time, all right? Finally bidding farewell to Lu Xiaoli, the two made their way home. I apologize, Yunqing. Aunt Lu doesn't often have someone to talk to, so she tends to be quite chatty when given the chance. She is really a good person. It's all right. I also find Aunt Lu to be quite kind. Luo Mingyun felt relieved upon hearing this. As they conversed on their way home, they soon arrived at the threshold of their door, preparing to part ways. Watching Jiang Yunqing open the door, Luo Mingyun suddenly felt a desire to linger a bit longer with him. Thus, she impulsively suggested, "Would you like to come in for a while?" Taken aback, Jiang Yunqing turned around, and upon realizing the implications of her words, Luo Mingyun's face flushed crimson. A hint of panic flickered across her features, and her hands began to fidget nervously. "Isn't Mingyao coming back soon? I should prepare dinner. Why not join me? Didn't Aunt Lu say that dining as a pair is almost like dining as a trio?" In that moment, Luo Mingyun's youthful demeanor rendered Jiang Yunqing momentarily speechless. Realizing he had been staring, Luo Mingyun shyly lowered her gaze. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yunqing felt a bit awkward, but, recalling the delightful meal they had earlier, he resolved to take action. "Having already enjoyed a meal at noon, it would be unreasonable to expect you to cook again in the evening. How about this? You and Mingyao come over to my place for dinner, allowing you both a chance to savor my culinary skills in advance." "No. I insist on preparing the meal myself." Not allowing Luo Mingyun to negotiate further, Jiang Yunjia declared, "It is settled then. When Mingyao returns, you both shall come over. I will commence cooking now." With that, he shut the door, leaving no room for Luo Mingyun to refuse. Faced with the closed door, Luo Mingyun felt helpless and resigned to accept the situation. Upon returning home, she leaned against the door, her mind drifting into a myriad of thoughts about Jiang Yunjia. Shaking her head and patting her cheeks, she chastised herself. "What are you thinking? He is just your sister's classmate, and you are already 6 years his senior." Regaining her composure, Luo Mingyun settled onto the sofa, turned on the television, and increased the volume, forcing herself to divert her thoughts. Yet, the musings in her mind proved difficult to dismiss at will. Meanwhile, in the kitchen across the hall, Jiang Yunjia began to contemplate what dishes to prepare for the two sisters. He resolved that the meal should not be overly rich, as they typically favored lighter fare. Even when indulging them, it would be wise to proceed gradually. Surveying the available ingredients, he decided on a trio of dishes accompanied by a soup, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried water spinach, and twice-cooked pork, complemented by a meat slice soup. With a plan in place, he glanced at the time, already past 6 o'clock, and hurriedly began his preparations. When Mingyao returned home after a busy afternoon, she opened the door to find her sister seated on the sofa, engrossed in a commercial on television. Approaching her, she waved her hands in front of her sister's face, yet received no response. Concerned, Mingyao gently shook her shoulder. "Sister, what's wrong? Why are you daydreaming?" Startled, Luo Mingyun snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting her demeanor to mask the faint blush on her cheeks. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating plans for opening a store. I resigned from Aunt Lu's today. Don't worry too much, sister. You have me to support you. We can discuss it together." Hearing this, Luo Mingyun smiled warmly. With her sister by her side, she always felt at ease. "Yes, let us have a thorough discussion later. By the way, what are we having for dinner? I feel absolutely famished after a whole afternoon of club activities. Yunjia has invited us over for dinner, and we are just waiting for you to return." "Really?" Mingyao exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "Sister, it seems your relationship with Jiang Yunjia is progressing rapidly. Quite a bit seems to have unfolded in my absence." "Yes. You should get ready so we can see if we can assist him." Chapter 15. The beginning of nourishment. As Jiang Yunjia was busy plating the dishes, he heard a knock at the door. Quickly wiping his hands, he rushed to the entrance to greet his guests. As soon as the door swung open, the radiant face of Luo Mingyao greeted him, instantly invigorating his spirits. "Welcome, ladies. Please bear with us for just 2 more minutes. The dishes will soon be ready." "Wow. Yunche, you look so much like a quintessential homemaker in that apron," Luo Mingyao remarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Yunche, while her sister, Luo Mingyun, nodded in agreement. The sister's attention made him feel a bit bashful, prompting him to invite them. "Don't just stand outside. Please come in and make yourselves comfortable." With that, he returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. The two sisters surveyed the room as they entered. Though smaller than their own space, a 1-bedroom apartment, it was impeccably tidy and exuded a comforting ambience. Sitting at the dining table, they were immediately captivated by the array of dishes prepared before them. Although they had yet to taste the food, the presentation alone promised a delightful experience. With a playful whisper, Luo Mingyao leaned towards her sister and said, "Sister, whoever marries Yunche will surely be blessed. He has a wonderful disposition, is adept at household chores, and his culinary skills are impressive. He's practically the ideal man." Luo Mingyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging her sister's sentiments. After a brief moment, Jiang Yunche placed the final soup onto the table. "All right, everything is ready. Let's eat. Yunche, your cooking resembles that of a fine restaurant. How did you manage to achieve this?" Luo Mingyao asked, her curiosity piqued. She recalled how their grandmother had warned them since childhood about the additives in restaurant dishes and advised them to prefer home-cooked meals. "This is merely simple home cooking, just some basic ingredients that we typically use at home," he explained. "Isn't that unhealthy with all those ingredients?" "Grandma always says to use minimal seasoning," she replied, finally understanding why the sisters favored lighter flavors. Their grandmother's dietary habits had clearly influenced them. "Rest assured, the seasonings I use are perfectly fine for cooking. I've been eating this way for nearly 20 years. Why don't you give it a try and see for yourselves?" he encouraged. Upon hearing this, the sisters sampled the dishes, and their expressions lit up with delight. Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled anew. "Wow, this is amazing. Yunche, your cooking is truly exceptional." Luo Mingyu nodded appreciatively, albeit with a more subdued response, showering him with praise. "Your culinary skills far surpass mine." Witnessing their enthusiastic reactions, a sense of accomplishment washed over him, stemming not only from their compliments, but also from the joy of sharing delectable food with them. "Then please, indulge yourselves. It's wonderful to see that you enjoy it," he said warmly. The trio engaged in lively conversation while savoring their meal, deepening their understanding of one another. After finishing, the sisters slumped back in their chairs, hands resting on their full bellies. Jiang Yunche observed them with a gentle smile. Noticing his amusement, the sisters blushed, realizing that his cooking had been simply too delicious to resist. Upon witnessing their actions, Jiang Yunqing naturally took upon himself the task of tidying up. As he busied himself with the tableware, Luo Mingyun quickly rose to offer her assistance. He, however, smiled and said, "No need, you both should sit and rest. It's just a few bowls, I can manage." Hearing his words, the two sisters felt a surge of embarrassment, silently resolving never to eat in such a manner again. After he had finished cleaning, he returned to the sofa, facing the two sisters. He deliberately straightened his posture, adopting a butler-like demeanor as he slightly bowed. "How do you find the service this evening, my dear ladies?" Witnessing this scene, Luo Mingyao stifled a laugh and pretended to be serious, replying, "Well, it's quite satisfactory. I am very pleased." "Oh, this young lady is quite satisfied. And how does the elder sister feel?" In response, Luo Mingyun also put on a ladle-like expression. "I too am quite content." At this, the three of them burst into laughter. Noticing that there was still ample time, Jiang Yunqing suggested they engage in an activity. "Shall we play some cards? With the three of us, we can enjoy a game of landlord." He often played cards with his roommates in the dormitory, and now that they were all gathered, he thought it would be a delightful pastime. "Sounds great. I've never played cards at home before." Upon hearing this, the lively Luo Mingyao began clapping her hands. Beside her, Luo Mingyun wore an expectant expression, as there were few games the sisters could enjoy together. Seeing their agreement, he went to fetch a deck of playing cards from his room. However, just as he was about to deal the cards, Luo Mingyao suddenly interjected. "Playing cards alone seems a bit dull. Let us add some stakes." Jiang Yunqing pondered the idea of stakes. In their dormitory, they had their own bets, which typically involved the number of laps around the playground or errands to be run. He recalled that tumultuous evening when several of them played poker, resulting in one person being burdened with hundreds of laps, a debt yet to be repaid. "All right, what shall we wager?" He was curious to see what Luo Mingyao had in mind. At his words, a triumphant expression began to spread across her face. "How about the loser has to stick notes on their face?" She had been undefeated in her dorm during her freshman year, with her roommates often ending up with faces so covered in notes that they could hardly see. Moreover, she was an experienced player of Happy Landlord. Envisioning her sister and Jiang Yunqing adorned with notes brought forth a mischievous chuckle in her heart. "I'm fine with that. What about you, Mingyun?" "I am too." Subsequently, Jiang Yunqing retrieved a stack of sticky notes and placed them on the table, and the three commenced their game of landlord. Half an hour later, "Oh, Yunqing, this is too much. My face is already covered in notes. I can hardly see." Luo Mingyao's voice was filled with mock despair. Her entire face was now a canvas of sticky notes, nearly obscuring her cheeks. "A wager is a wager. You chose this for yourself," Jiang Yunqing chuckled. searching for a spot on her face that was still bare. Luo Mingyun suppressed her laughter as she watched her sister. Mingyao, you look rather lovely at the moment. In contrast, the two of them only have a few scattered notes on their faces. This can largely be attributed to Luo Mingyao's penchant for both playing and losing, as she insists on competing for the landlord. According to her, winning just 2 rounds would suffice to break even. Ultimately, this resulted in her face being adorned with increasingly more notes. Alas, I shall cease playing. It appears you are all hidden masters. How is it that you two possess such skill? Do you not wonder where our joy beans originate? Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao pondered for a moment and realized it to be true. There were times when she would exhaust her beans, only to discover later that they had returned, courtesy of her sister's winnings. This thought brought a pout to her face. Ah, so you two have conspired to trick me. Her expression elicited laughter from the other two. After a short while, the sisters prepared to take their leave. By the way, do remember to come for dinner tomorrow. Oh, that won't do. We cannot always trouble you with cooking. It's no bother. Have you forgotten Aunt Lu's words? Regardless, whether I cook for 1 or 3, the effort remains the same. Perhaps I shall still take on the cooking duties tomorrow. At that moment, Luo Mingyun fell silent, as their culinary skills seemed to differ slightly. Observing her expression, Jiang Yunjia easily discerned her thoughts. If you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, feel free to buy some ingredients when you have the time, and I shall gladly serve as your dedicated chef. Upon hearing his words and noticing her sister's eager gaze, Luo Mingyun nodded, a hint of shyness in her voice. May I learn to cook from you? I wish to prepare meals for you as well. Of course. Hooray. As someone who relishes food, Luo Mingyao felt elated, knowing she would frequently enjoy Jiang Yunjia's cooking. This was, in fact, a clever strategy of his, allowing him to return the money Luo Mingyun had lent him while also treating the two sisters. Thus, it was settled that apart from Wednesday evening and Thursday morning, when he had classes that prevented him from cooking, he would be responsible for preparing meals for the sisters. Chapter 16. Riding a bicycle after the sisters departed. Jiang Yunjia reflected on the moments they had just shared, suddenly realizing that this lifestyle was rather delightful. Each day, he was accompanied by 2 beautiful ladies during meals, and he could bask in the satisfaction of providing for them. The future indeed seemed promising. Meanwhile, upon returning, Luo Mingyao began chattering excitedly to Luo Mingyun about Jiang Yunjia's many virtues. Observing her sister's enthusiasm, Luo Mingyun felt a surge of happiness, realizing that her sister was quite fond of Jiang Yunjia. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind. As classmates, they would have ample opportunities to interact in the future. Could it be possible for them to develop a relationship? Once this thought emerged, it became difficult to suppress. Not only would it bring happiness to her sister, but it would also allow Jiang Yunjia to become a part of their family. Luo Mingyao had similar thoughts, merely envisioning herself as her elder sister. Observing her sister, who appeared to harbor a fondness for Jiang Yunqing, she couldn't help but think how well suited they seemed for each other. When would her sister and Jiang Yunqing finally be together? This union would not only bring happiness to her sister, but also allow Jiang Yunqing to join their family, thus enabling her to savor delectable meals without reservation. The following morning, Jiang Yunqing rose early, the spirit of the early bird invigorating him. Upon opening his front door, he found no sign of Luo Mingyao. Understandably so, with his new electric scooter, he could afford to delay his departure. Riding leisurely toward school, he arrived at the classroom where everything unfolded rather ordinarily, devoid of any roll call incidents. As the bell rang for class dismissal, his dormitory mates surrounded him. Old Jiang, it's been a while since you returned to the dormitory. Why not visit us today? One suggested. Indeed, old Jiang. You can't simply revel in the outside world and forget about us, another chimed in. Seeing their insistence that he accompany them, Jiang Yunqing was perplexed. What is going on? He inquired. Recalling that he indeed hadn't returned in several days, he nodded in agreement. No problem, let us go. It would be nice to tour the dormitory, he replied, intending to join them. However, just as he reached the classroom door, a WeChat notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Luo Mingyun. A big white rabbit. Yunqing, you must be done with class by now. Would you like to join me for grocery shopping? White Cloud Yunqing, where? A big white rabbit, at the South Market. White Cloud Yunqing, where shall we meet? A big white rabbit. I'm still at home, preparing to head over. Shall we meet at the market? White Cloud Yunqing, wait for me downstairs, I'll be right back. A big white rabbit. Okay. Upon reading Luo Mingyun's message, Jiang Yunqing decisively abandoned his friends. Visiting family could wait, there was no rush. Thus, he halted his steps, apologetically addressing his companions. I have something urgent to attend to. How about we visit the dormitory after class instead? What is so urgent? They queried. He certainly wouldn't divulge that he planned to shop for groceries with the lovely sister. Just a sudden matter. Don't worry. I will definitely come by after class, he assured them. Upon hearing this, his friends adjusted their glasses, and even Tianhe, who lacked spectacles, mirrored the gesture. They then adopted an exaggerated demeanor of mock sorrow. Sigh, go ahead, go ahead. After all, we've become mere outsiders now. Despite their words, they urged Jiang Yunqing to leave quickly, not wanting to impede his plans. Noticing their exaggerated antics, he couldn't help but smirk, decisively opting to make his escape. Once he departed, his dorm mates exchanged glances. Qin Shining remarked, "It seems there's no need for interrogation. Let us prepare the funds." Mu Yumming, I never expected that the usually composed Jiang, who just a few days ago claimed he was uninterested in matters of the heart, would now find himself in such a situation. The group then began to devise a plan for the afternoon, aiming to uncover the identity of Jiang Yunqi's enigmatic companion. They hurried back to the apartment complex, where Luo Mingyun was already waiting, dressed in a loose short-sleeve shirt paired with denim jeans and white casual shoes. Her hair was styled in a ponytail, likely due to the warm weather, which accentuated her poised demeanor. As he parked next to Luo Mingyun, he smiled and inquired, "Would you like a ride?" He had no ulterior motives in offering her a lift. It was merely a practical decision, as the market they intended to visit was 2 bus stops away, too far to walk yet too close to warrant the hassle of a taxi. Upon hearing his proposal, Luo Mingyun glanced at the scooter before looking back at him, feeling a bit bashful. Despite the ample seat on the scooter accommodating both of them comfortably, she couldn't shake off her shyness, fearing that any accidental contact might lead her to wish she could disappear. Noticing her apprehension, he realized that sharing a vehicle could indeed carry a hint of intimacy. With this thought in mind, he suggested, "It's rather warm. Perhaps we should just take a taxi, as it's not too far." As he prepared to park the scooter, Luo Mingyun assumed he believed she was reluctant to ride with him. She quickly replied, "Let us just take the scooter. It wouldn't be convenient to taxi for such a short distance." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yunqing halted his movements and tilted the scooter slightly in her direction. "All right. Don't worry, I'll sit a bit forward." With a hint of shyness, Luo Mingyun climbed onto the scooter. Once seated, she leaned back until she felt the small rear compartment against her back. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing adjusted his position, moving forward enough that there was even space for a basketball between them. "Are you settled, Mingyun? Let us go," he said. The scooter glided smoothly down the road. Were he alone, he would have undoubtedly accelerated with abandon, but with Luo Mingyun seated behind him, he opted for a more cautious pace. She gazed at his back, enveloped by a comforting sense of security. Suddenly, as they approached a traffic light, a delivery rider recklessly dashed across the crosswalk, prompting him to brake abruptly. "What a reckless driver," he muttered under his breath, momentarily angered. Yet, as he withdrew his furious gaze, he felt a soft sensation against his back, causing him to freeze. Due to his sudden stop, Luo Mingyun had inadvertently pressed herself against him. Initially startled, she soon found solace in the contact, resting her face against his back. An unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped Luo Mingyun, captivating her to the extent that she was reluctant to let go. Sensing her unwillingness to part, she continued to encircle him with her hands, her body pressing closely against his back. Jiang Yunqing experienced a profound impact on his heart, causing his body to stiffen. Noticing the rising temperature within him, he could only start the vehicle, hoping the breeze would offer some respite. Yet, the fervent heart of a youth could hardly be quelled by mere wind. The electric scooter glided smoothly along the road. The distance between them that once could accommodate a basketball had vanished. At that moment, both wished for time to slow its relentless passage. Chapter 17. A close embrace. However, the market still awaited them, and Jiang Yunqing found himself pondering why the South Vegetable Market was not situated in the northern part of the city. As the vehicle came to a halt, Luo Mingyun reluctantly withdrew her face from his back. After a moment to comprehend the current situation, she transformed into a flustered maiden, hastily exiting the vehicle. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment as she reflected on how she had clung to him throughout their journey. Observing her rosy complexion, Jiang Yunqing cleared his throat, feigning indifference as he parked the vehicle. He then suggested, "Shall we go inside?" Noticing that Luo Mingyun still appeared bashful, her head bowed and unwilling to meet his gaze, he turned and began to walk towards the market. Seeing his calm demeanor offered her some solace, and she prepared to follow him inside. Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing felt a dampness on his back, as if it had become sweaty, prompting him to shake off the wet areas. Witnessing this, the embarrassment that Luo Mingyun had managed to suppress erupted once more, and she quickly glanced down, relieved that her attire was opaque. Jiang Yunqing, having noticed that only 2 patches were wet, turned back awkwardly and found Luo Mingyun standing still, her face flushed beyond measure and her body swaying slightly. Reacting swiftly, he approached her and steadied her, guiding her to a shaded area. After finding a bench, he helped her sit down and fanned her with his hand to cool her overheated head. After a while, Luo Mingyun regained some clarity, though her cheeks remained rosy. "Thank you," she murmured. Relieved that she was all right, Jiang Yunqing sighed. "I'm glad you're fine. You're not feeling faint, are you? Perhaps we should head back today." "I'm fine. Let us just finish our shopping," she replied, standing up. Jiang Yunqing accompanied her into the market. Upon entering, Luo Mingyun navigated the aisles with familiarity, heading straight for the vegetables she desired, greeted warmly by the vendors along the way. One vendor, noticing her presence, cheerfully remarked, "Mingyun, here for groceries? Oh, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. You two make a lovely pair." Hearing this, Luo Mingyun quickly shook her head, her face aflame with embarrassment. "Aunt Li, we are merely friends." "Oh, friends, I understand." Observing this scene, Jiang Yunjia merely smiled quietly. As they traversed the market, the vendors on either side seemed to be activated by an unspoken cue, incessantly inquiring if Luo Mingyun had a boyfriend. Initially, she would offer explanations, but as time passed, she, like Jiang Yunjia, simply smiled in silence. Jiang Yunjia, walking behind her, curiously remarked, "It appears you are quite familiar with them." "Indeed, I have been purchasing vegetables here since childhood. Some uncles and aunts have been selling here since I was little," she replied, gesturing towards a nearby residential complex. "We used to live there with my grandmother, but we moved closer to the university after Meng Yao started college." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunjia experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that many of the vendors had watched Luo Mingyun grow up. As they strolled through the environment of her childhood, Jiang Yunjia felt he was gaining a deeper understanding of her. When they finished shopping and began their return journey, the abundance of groceries made the space in the vehicle rather cramped. With the floor cluttered with vegetables, Jiang Yunjia had to lean back slightly. Consequently, the distance between them diminished from a basketball to an apple's breadth. The vehicle glided smoothly towards home. Feeling the emptiness behind him, he found it somewhat unfamiliar and suddenly noticed a chill. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun, gazing at his back so close, wrestled with her thoughts. Should she lean against him? After a moment's hesitation, she gently pressed herself against him. This time, she did not wrap her arms around him. Instead, she merely rested her face against his back, closing her eyes and nuzzling softly. Sensing her actions, he instinctively straightened his back and allowed her to lean against him. Throughout the journey home, Luo Mingyun repeatedly reassured herself. Just for a little while, just for this moment. Upon reaching the base of her apartment building, she reluctantly pulled away and exited the vehicle. They exchanged no words and began carrying the groceries upstairs. Upon arriving at Jiang Yunjia's home, he glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30, and hurriedly began preparing dinner. This time, Luo Mingyun did not ask any questions. She simply joined in to help. In the modest kitchen, they worked in perfect harmony, reminiscent of a long-married couple, making it hard to believe it was their first time cooking together. Once the ingredients were ready, Luo Mingyun stood beside him, watching intently as he added various seasonings to the pan. With a curious expression, she observed the jars and bottles, pondering if these were the magical ingredients that could transform a dish into something delectable. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Yunjia began to explain each seasoning as he cooked. Luo Mingyun listened earnestly, determined to experiment with these flavors in her future culinary endeavors. With a student by his side, Jiang Yunjia took extra care with his cooking, explaining each step. The small kitchen, enveloped in this atmosphere, radiated an extraordinary warmth. As the sound of knocking echoed through the air, Luo Mingyun hurriedly made her way to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sorrowful visage of Luo Mingyao. "Sister, you said you were just going to buy some groceries, yet it's been 2 hours without a word. So, you've come to Yun's place instead?" At that moment, Luo Mingyun recalled that she had indeed forgotten about her sister, and an awkward expression washed over her face. "I just went grocery shopping with Yunche, and upon returning, I immediately began preparing dinner. I intended to call for you shortly." Upon hearing that the two had gone grocery shopping together, Luo Mingyao's countenance brightened instantly. You went grocery shopping with brother Yinshe? Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have taken another 2 hours. Observing her sister's excitement, Luo Mingyun found herself at a loss for words, merely displaying a hint of helplessness. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao skipped into the kitchen. Brother Yinshe, wow, it smells so good. Welcome, Mingyao. Today, I prepared dishes that I know your sister said you love, he replied. At his words, stars seemed to sparkle in Luo Mingyao's eyes. Yay! I love my sister and brother Yinshe the most. Witnessing her adorable demeanor, both Luo Mingyun and Yinshe felt an immense sense of joy, reminiscent of caring for a child. Soon, the dishes were laid out on the table: braised pork ribs, cola chicken wings, stir-fried bok choy, and tomato egg soup. Typically, Luo Mingyun prepared only clear stewed ribs and a non-cola version of cola chicken wings. Today, tasting the authentic culinary creations by Jiang Yinshe, both sisters were momentarily awestruck, gazing at him with admiration. Under their watchful eyes, Jiang Yinshe felt an overwhelming sense of emotional fulfillment associated with the meal. In high spirits, he urged the sisters to indulge. After the meal, the sisters, gently caressing their slightly rounded bellies, exchanged awkward glances with him. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. Their state of contentment spoke volumes beyond mere compliments. However, as he prepared to wash the dishes, the two quickly rose, snatching the utensils from his hands, insisting that it was their turn to wash this time. Subsequently, Jiang Yinshe settled onto the sofa, observing the sisters in the kitchen, relishing the thought of such a life continuing indefinitely. Chapter 18. Like a family after dinner, the sisters lingered for a while before taking their leave. With classes not starting until 2:30 in the afternoon and having nothing else to occupy his time, Jiang Yinshe, who did not have a habit of napping, sat down at his computer to write. With an increase in his leisure hours, he resolved to pen more. After a spell, he glanced at the clock, noting that there was still half an hour until class began, prompting him to pause his work and prepare for the lesson. Upon arriving at the classroom, he discovered that Luo Mingyao was already seated at the front row. He couldn't help but marvel at her diligence, being the top of the class. Her expression remained somewhat stoic, which he found a touch cold. He wished she would smile like she did at home during lunch. Taking his usual seat by the window in the back row and reserving spots for a few dorm mates, he settled in to await the commencement of class. This lesson was a counseling session, the kind of class that dissuades attendance merely by its title. The participants exhibited a distinct lack of enthusiasm. After enduring the class, Jiang Yunqing found himself encircled once again. Seizing the moment, he declared, "Let us go buy some milk tea, it's on me." Upon hearing this, the others swallowed their prepped remarks and began to chuckle, making their way to the milk tea shop. Satisfied with their drinks, they returned to their dormitory, each with a cup in hand. Jiang Yunqing had only visited this place once before, when he assisted them in moving. Upon his return, he could not help but muse that a 4-person dormitory was far superior to a 6-person one. Yet, he only felt a fleeting twinge of envy, as he now resided off campus. Once inside the dormitory, the others promptly seated him in a chair and scrutinized him with disapproving expressions. "Old Jiang, be honest with us. How long have you been together? When will you introduce us to her? Confess, and we shall go easy on you. Do you have any pictures? We'll vet her for you." Jiang Yunqing was taken aback by their inquiries. "What are you talking about? There's no one I'm seeing. Are you really asserting that you are not in a relationship?" They pressed. "A relationship? You all think I'm dating someone?" He replied incredulously. "How could that be possible? I've only been living off campus for a few days. You're overthinking this." Observing his earnestness, they wondered if they had misjudged the situation. "But then, what were you so eager about yesterday and today at noon?" I was just meeting a friend," he admitted, not entirely dishonest. He was merely visiting a pretty sister. "Since when did you have friends off campus?" They retorted. "I just met her in the last couple of days. She's truly just a friend." The others exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions clearly conveying disbelief. What kind of ordinary friend rushes over at the mere hint of a message? Seeing their doubtful faces, Jiang Yunqing decided to remain silent, choosing not to provide further explanation. After all, he had become neighbors with 2 lovely ladies, dining together daily, one of whom was the belle of the class. The more he spoke, the more convoluted his situation would become. As he fell silent, they interpreted his reticence as an admission, and soon, their laughter resumed. However, their amusement quickly faded into glum expressions. Jiang Yunqing had moved out only a few days and was apparently on the verge of finding romance. Comparisons made them envious. Old Jiang, considering your ungracious behavior, it would not be unreasonable to treat us to a meal, along with an introduction to your girlfriend. I've told you she is not my girlfriend, Jiang Yunqing weakly countered. All right. We accept she is not your girlfriend. How did you two become so familiar in such a short time? Reflecting on his encounters with Luo Mingyun, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Jiang Yunqing's face. Thus, he opted to deflect their inquiries with vague responses. When they realized he was unwilling to divulge any details, they ceased their questioning and turned to a deck of cards, inviting him to join in their game. After spending some time playing with a few friends, and after everyone had accumulated a modest number of turns, he decided to leave first. Why are you going back so early, Lao Jiang? Are you off to meet a friend? I still have to return to prepare dinner. Perhaps next time, he replied. After bidding farewell to a few, he mounted his bicycle and hurried home. Upon ascending the stairs, as soon as he exited the elevator, he noticed Luo Mingyun standing before his door, hesitating with her phone in hand. Have you been waiting long? You could have sent me a message, he inquired. Quickly turning at the sound of his voice, Luo Mingyun replied, No, I just arrived. I thought you might have been busy, so I didn't text you. Pausing for a moment in contemplation, he said, Please note my room code. In my absence, you may enter freely. Oh, there's no need. I can wait for you. She waved her hand in refusal. It's perfectly fine. You told me your home details last time, so we are even. He then entered the code while reiterating this to Luo Mingyun. Once the door swung open, he gazed at her. Did you remember it? Would you like to save it? I remember, she stammered. All right, you can come in any time now. It saves me the trouble of opening the door. Seeing that he had finished speaking, Luo Mingyun nodded, silently committing the code to memory. Once inside, the two began preparing dinner. When they heard a knock on the door, Luo Mingyun went to greet her sister. After Luo Mingyao entered, he recounted their earlier conversation, informing her that she could visit whenever she wished. Luo Mingyao's eyes brightened with excitement upon hearing this. So now we are like a family. At this, Luo Mingyun revealed a look of yearning. Jiang Yunqing merely chuckled. The notion of a shared home among the three was quite appealing. They then enjoyed a delightful dinner, and after tidying up, the sisters settled on the sofa to relax. Jiang Yunqing shared amusing anecdotes from his experiences, causing the two sisters to beam with joy, erupting into fits of laughter. Brother Yunqing, it seems you have traveled to many places. It's nothing remarkable. My parents enjoy traveling, and I simply tag along, he replied, suddenly struck by a thought. He glanced at the sisters. Noticing no unusual expressions on their faces, he sighed in relief and continued the conversation. Do you often go out? My sister and I sometimes go shopping on weekends, but we haven't traveled out of the province, Luo Mingyao responded. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her eyes, and she exclaimed, Brother Yunqing, how about we go shopping together this weekend? Luo Mingyun's face also lit up with excitement at the suggestion. Yes, Yunqing, should we go out for a stroll? Faced with their eager expressions, Jiang Yunqing could hardly refuse. All right then. Yay, we can go shopping with Brother Yunqing this weekend. Seeing the sisters' joy, he couldn't help but smile. Being able to do something for them always filled him with a sense of fulfillment. As the weekend approached, the three of them began to anticipate its arrival. Chapter 19. The pickup the following morning, at 10:30, Jiang Yunqing awoke leisurely, having no classes scheduled for that morning. He had stayed up late until 2 o'clock the previous night. Just as he finished his morning routine, a knock echoed from outside the door. Remembering that Luo Mingyun had asked him the night before if he could come over early to learn cooking, he opened the door to find only Luo Mingyun waiting outside. Misinterpreting his gaze, she assumed he was inquiring about her sister's whereabouts. Mingyao had just risen and was still tidying up, promising to join them shortly. However, Jiang Yunqing was preoccupied with another thought. Why didn't you just come in? Did you forget the password? I think knocking is still the better option, he added playfully. It saves me the trouble of opening the door for you. Next time you knock, I might not answer. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun glanced at him earnestly before nodding with a smile. All right then. As they entered the kitchen, Jiang Yunqing inquired, Is there anything you'd like to eat? We have plenty of time to prepare. You can just cook as you please. We came here to mooch off a meal, Luo Mingyun replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I've officially become your personal chef, so it's only natural to place an order, he retorted. Unable to resist, she eventually selected a few ingredients, leaving the preparation to him. After contemplating the ingredients, he devised a plan for their midday meal. Subsequently, the two began cooking together. Midway through, Luo Mingyao joined them. Although she lacked culinary skills, She was more than capable of contributing to the atmosphere. The small kitchen comfortably accommodated the three of them, and soon they had prepared a hearty meal for the sisters. Afterward, they settled onto the sofa to relax. At that moment, Luo Mingyun suddenly picked up her phone, preparing to head to the kitchen. Yunqing, I'm going to take some pictures of your spices. I'll stop by the supermarket this afternoon to buy some. Since Jiang Yunqing had classes later in the day, Luo Mingyun would be in charge of dinner that evening. Eager to emulate his culinary prowess, she wanted to ensure she had all the necessary tools at her disposal. Noticing her enthusiasm, Jiang Yunqing offered to assist her. How about I accompany you? I need to pick up a few things myself. Seeing that both of them intended to go, Luo Mingyao chimed in, raising her hand. Count me in. I need to replenish the snacks at home. All right, it'll be the three of us then, Jiang Yunqing agreed. With their decision made, the trio resolved to leave immediately so they could return early. This time, they opted not to ride the small electric scooter. Although Jiang Yunqing felt they could manage to squeeze in two, he knew the sisters would never agree to it, especially with the risk of being caught. Thus, they decided to take a taxi to the supermarket. Upon boarding, Jiang Yunqing instinctively settled into the passenger seat. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Jiang Yunqing and Luo Mingyun each pushed a cart, observing Luo Mingyao as she meticulously selected snacks in the designated area. The two trailed behind her like attentive parents. As they transitioned to the condiments aisle, Jiang Yunqing began to enlighten Luo Mingyun about the myriad of products before them. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array, Luo Mingyun felt her mind whirl with confusion. Ultimately, under his guidance, their shopping cart brimmed with an assortment of jars and bottles, promising to infuse their kitchen with a touch of culinary vibrancy. At the checkout, Jiang Yunqing was taken aback by the abundance of snacks in Luo Mingyao's cart. He pondered how she managed to maintain her figure despite her hearty appetite during meals, compounded by the addition of these snacks. Casting a glance at her flat stomach, he was entirely perplexed by the enigma. Subsequently, the group lugged their numerous bags home, with Jiang Yunqing claiming the heaviest ones for himself. At the entrance, they each parted ways to their respective homes. Noticing the time was already 3:30, he prepared to head to class. Mounting his electric scooter, he whistled as he made his way toward the teaching building, feeling a notable lift in his spirits since moving out. Upon reaching the building, he fortuitously encountered Luo Mingyao ascending the stairs, prompting him to observe her discreetly. He silently contemplated how long this secretive phase would last, wondering if their relationship could remain unchanged after what had been said. This concern lingered in his mind throughout class, prompting his dorm mates to inquire about his troubled expression. Old Jiang, what's wrong? Did you suffer a heartbreak? Jiang Yunqing rolled his eyes in response. I haven't even been in a relationship, so how could there be a breakup? Then why the long face? Something must be bothering you. Share it with us, and we'll lend our advice. Indeed, the adage that the observer sees more than the participant rang true. With that thought, he began to articulate his dilemma. Well, hypothetically speaking, if I encountered an exceedingly charming girl who insisted on being my sister, but we frequently crossed paths, and she presented herself quite differently in front of others compared to how she is with me, I worry that if she discovers I have been close to her all along, her demeanor towards me might change. His friends were momentarily baffled, struggling to grasp the unfolding narrative. Is this akin to a story where a cold girlfriend shows tenderness only to me? Upon hearing Mu Yumming's astute summary, he nodded appreciatively. Indeed, you have a knack for pinpointing the crux of the tale, given your penchant for novels. So, you fear that your friend will recognize you are aware of her dual personas, and as a result, she might no longer treat you differently? Exactly, that's essentially the gist. But she's not a girlfriend, just a friend, Jiang Yunqing clarified. After a brief moment of contemplation, the level-headed Li Yida offered his counsel. How would you describe your relationship with this friend? Fairly well, Jiang Yunqing replied, albeit uncertainly. Although he and Luo Mingyao had been getting along splendidly. With Luo Mingyun's presence acting as a buffer, they had only known each other for a few days. If you lack confidence, it would be prudent to first familiarize yourself with your relationship. Once you feel assured that your bond has strengthened to the point where your friend would accept the truth, you may then choose to confide in her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, his current concern was the potential shift in their relationship. Thus, he resolved to solidify their connection, ensuring it remained unchangeable. Jotting down his thoughts, he began contemplating ways to stabilize his relationship with Luo Mingyao. Noticing Jiang Yunqing's excitement as he fell into deep thought, the others in the dormitory refrained from further inquiries. When the school bell rang, He greeted his friends and hurriedly exited the classroom. He hopped onto his electric scooter, heading towards home, but paused outside the back gate of the school. After stopping, he gazed intently at the entrance. Moments later, upon spotting Luo Mingyao emerging from the school gate, he quickly rode over to her. Mingyao. Hey, Yunqing. What are you doing here? Luo Mingyao's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. I was heading home and figured I'd pass by here around the time you finish class, so I thought I'd give you a ride. Wow, thank you, Yunqing. Luo Mingyao, not overthinking the situation, quickly hopped onto the scooter, viewing Jiang Yunqing as a brother-in-law. She, like her sister, chose to sit towards the back, while Jiang Yunqing positioned himself at the front. Once settled, Luo Mingyao inquired, Yunqing, what line of work are you in? Hearing this, he swiftly racked his brain for a plausible excuse. He began, regretting his choice of words the instant they left his mouth. As expected, Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, Yunqing, we're in the same field. I'm studying software. Is that so? What a coincidence. He forced a smile in response. From there, Luo Mingyao eagerly unleashed a torrent of questions, and fortunately, Jiang Yunqing was well-versed in his field, allowing him to answer each one. Thankfully, they soon arrived at the community building, just as Luo Mingyao had exhausted her inquiries. Once they disembarked, he quickly interrupted her. Our school schedules align pretty well. I can pick you up and drop you off from now on, if that's all right. No need, Yunqing. That would be too much trouble for you. It's no trouble at all. After all, we'll be returning together for dinner. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao smiled and replied, all right then, thank you, Yunqing. You're really kind. Thus began the first step in Jiang Yunqing's campaign to win Luo Mingyao's affection. Chapter 20. The Ideal Life. The two then ascended the stairs and entered the sisters' home. Inside, Luo Mingyun had already prepared a meal, artfully arranged on the dining table, waiting for their arrival. You're back. Come, it's time to eat. This is my first attempt at cooking, so I'm eager to hear your thoughts. As they settled at the table, Luo Mingyun waited expectantly for their feedback. As Jiang Yunqing departed, he instructed her on how to watch cooking videos online, marking her first foray into an entirely new culinary approach. Glancing at the dishes on the table, she thought they looked quite appetizing, certainly a significant improvement over the bland boiled vegetables she had previously endured. After tasting the food, she acknowledged that while the flavor was not yet perfected, it was still commendable. After all, Luo Mingyun had been cooking for many years, and her skill level was respectable. Very well done for your first attempt, she encouraged. Luo Mingyao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Sister, your cooking now rivals that of restaurants. Poor child. After years of eating insipid boiled fare, she mused. Hearing their compliments, Luo Mingyun felt a wave of relief. She had feared they might find it unpalatable, especially considering how exquisite Jiang Yunqing's cooking was. Soon, the three began to enjoy their meal with delight. As they started eating, Luo Mingyao cast a mysterious glance at her sister. Sister, can you guess how I got home today? Did you not walk back? Hee today, Brother Yunqing gave me a ride. He even said he would drive me to and from school whenever he could. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. I'll just give Mingyao a ride on my way to work. It saves her the trouble of walking. Their paths were hardly aligned, yet they seemed to have crossed quite thoroughly. Luo Mingyun beamed at the two of them, realizing that her sister was still unaware of their connection as classmates. Although surprised at how he had explained things to her sister, she felt joy at the strengthening bond between them. With a teasing smile, she remarked to Jiang Yunqing, Is that so? Then I appreciate your assistance, Yunqing. Noticing the playful glint in Luo Mingyun's eyes, he found it difficult to maintain a straight face. Was he not deceiving her sister right before her eyes? Fortunately, Luo Mingyun was privy to the underlying circumstances. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a rather awkward position. Determined, he resolved to enhance Luo Mingyao's fondness for him. After finishing the meal, he spent some time playing with the two sisters before returning home. Once back, he resumed his solitary routine of exercising, writing, and then retiring for the night. The next morning, he was awakened by the sound of his alarm and promptly sent a message to Luo Mingyao to confirm their departure time. After completing his morning routine, he opened his door right on schedule. Coincidentally, the door across the hall opened simultaneously. Today, Luo Mingyao appeared as a quintessential young girl, exuding a lively yet endearing aura. He mused that if every day commenced like this, he might just extend his years. Good morning, Brother Yunqing, Luo Mingyao chimed sweetly. Good morning, he replied. The two then made their way downstairs together. He rode his electric scooter to where Luo Mingyao stood, and she gracefully took her seat on the vehicle, albeit they maintained a respectful distance. Naturally, he guided the scooter to the breakfast shop she frequented, having observed her entering it before. Upon arriving at her regular breakfast spot, Luo Mingyao felt a twinge of curiosity. "Ah, brother Yinshe, do you often have breakfast at this establishment? I have yet to see you here," she remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinshe felt a pang of anxiety. Instinctively, he had brought her to the breakfast shop. "Haha, I simply wish to sample the fare here. It is my first visit," he replied. "I come here daily for breakfast. Their porridge is exceptionally delightful. You should try it," she encouraged. Once their order arrived, Jiang Yinshe took a sip and couldn't help but nod in approval. "Indeed, it was exquisite. Let us return here next time," he suggested. Luo Mingyao nodded enthusiastically. After their meal, he escorted her to the back gate of the school. "Goodbye, brother Yinshe." Goodbye. I shall wait for you at the gate when school ends at noon," he replied. After Luo Mingyao walked away, he deliberately circled back to the front entrance of the school. After parking, he approached the stairwell, preparing to ascend. At that moment, Luo Mingyao, having been delayed by a conversation with her counselor, happened to come from another direction. Spotting the familiar silhouette ahead, she felt puzzled. "Why is brother Yinshe at school?" she mused, deciding to rush forward to confirm whether it was indeed Jiang Yinshe. Their classrooms were located on the second floor, just a left turn up the stairs. So Jiang Yinshe entered his class directly after ascending. Unbeknownst to him, this was the closest he had ever been to exposure. Just as he stepped into the classroom, Luo Mingyao dashed up behind him. Noticing the hallway was devoid of that familiar figure, she sprinted to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor and still not seeing him, she slowly made her way back to the classroom, pondering if she had been mistaken. "How could Jiang Yinshe be at my school?" she thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinshe, who had stealthily intended to slip in through the back door, felt puzzled upon not seeing that familiar figure in front of the classroom. After taking his seat, Luo Mingyao eventually entered with her small backpack, and he hurriedly lowered his gaze to avoid looking at her. After successfully navigating through the 2 lengthy morning classes, he was the first to exit once the bell rang, leaving his bewildered dorm mates behind. Qin Shining looked at his retreating figure with disdain. He claims he is not in a relationship. TSK, a man in love. Mu Yumming, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I too wish to experience a sweet romance. You should dye your hair back to its original color. It's no wonder you're single, you lively spirit." As Luo Mingyao briskly exited the school gates, her eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Yinshe waiting for her in his usual spot. With a bright smile, she trotted over to his small electric scooter, climbing aboard before he could utter a word. "Let us go, brother Yinshe, back home for sister's meal." Feeling her hand on his waist, Jiang Yinshe's lips curved into a smile. "Hold on tight, we're off to dinner." Upon their return home and opening the door, they found Luo Mingyun waiting for them by the dining table, clad in an apron. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yunxing found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscent of his own post-marital life, where he would return home after picking up the children from school to find his wife had prepared a meal awaiting his arrival. "Yinsheng, why are you daydreaming? Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." With a smile, he shook off the chaotic musings, realizing that his current life was not as lacking as he had once imagined. Chapter 21. You are beautiful. Time swiftly passed in such a fulfilling existence. Before he knew it, Saturday had arrived, and Jiang Yunxing was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered. "Hello, Aunt Lu? All right, I'll come over right away." The call was from Lu Xiaoli, who informed him that she had gathered information about the man who had drugged someone and requested his presence. It was only 8 in the morning, indicating Lu Xiaoli was eager to resolve the matter. After a quick wash-up, he rode his bicycle to the bar, recalling the way to the office from his previous visit. He knocked on the door, and a voice from within beckoned him to enter. Upon stepping inside and greeting Lu Xiaoli, she gestured for him to take a seat. Without further ado, she delved straight into the matter at hand. "I've had my people inquire at several nearby bars over the past few days. The individual in question is named Li Xinyu. His family owns a hotel, and he was spotted at another bar yesterday. I've also located 2 women who claim they were drugged and taken to his hotel. He subsequently paid them a sum to keep quiet, along with threats backed by photographic evidence, which is why they come forward." Jiang Yunxing was taken aback by the extent of her findings. Simply locating 2 women and persuading them to speak must have required considerable effort. "Will they testify against him?" he inquired. "Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Lu Xiaoli replied with a calm demeanor. Well then, that alleviates any concerns. Furthermore, regarding your previous suggestion, I have devised a plan. This time, I intend to conduct a sting operation. After saying this, Lu Xiaoli made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered the office. With her alluring presence and above-average features, she epitomized the archetype of a seductress. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized she was from Hextech, prompting him to avert his gaze. After all, he had not yet fully appreciated the beauty of the two alluring women at home. As soon as she entered, Songmeier addressed Lu Xiaoli with a playful tone. Sister Lu, have you summoned me for some work? Lu Xiaoli frowned slightly upon hearing her voice. I need you to deal with a man. You can choose to participate or leave. At this moment, Songmeier noticed Jiang Yunqing seated nearby, her eyes sparkling with interest. Is this the handsome young man? She exclaimed, as she took a seat beside him, inching closer. Jiang Yunqing could only shift his position on the sofa to create distance. Observing this interaction, Lu Xiaoli's expression darkened with irritation, her tone turning icy. Behave yourself. Noticing the change in Lu Xiaoli's demeanor, Songmeier offered an awkward smile and promptly sat up straight. Alas, Lu Jia, please do not be upset. I merely wish to become acquainted with this charming young man. Upon hearing the sound of the clip, Jiang Yunqing felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily waved his hand, indicating that an introduction was unnecessary. In response, Songmeier cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Yunqing but chose to remain silent. After all, Lu Xiaoli had offered her an exceptionally generous price this time. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoli conveyed the task at hand to her, and Songmeier feigned deep contemplation. However, her expression soon shifted, revealing a countenance of distress. Lu Jia, if I were to follow your instructions, I would lose my reputation. What is a woman to do in such a predicament? Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaoli rolled her eyes, thinking, do you still believe you possess a reputation? For the right price, anyone can take that away. She added, if you refuse, there are plenty willing to take your place. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave. At this, Songmeier grew anxious. She was merely attempting to negotiate. As she was certainly committed to the job, one assignment could equate to a month's earnings. Oh, I never said I wouldn't do it. Lu Jia, please don't be hasty. Let us proceed as agreed. Thus, the plan was set, awaiting its execution. After they reviewed the details, Jiang Yunqing took his leave, as his involvement was complete. He would simply await further notification from Lu Xiaoli. As he reached the entrance of the bar, he heard the sound of high heels approaching from behind. Why are you leaving so quickly, handsome? Let us exchange WeChat. Feeling a bit of a headache, he turned back and replied, I do not use WeChat, so there is no need for acquaintance. Undeterred, Songmeier continued to advance towards him. Oh, dear, I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend you. Having finally encountered such a charming young man, whose innocence was palpable, she felt a surge of desire and was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Jiang Yunqing's lips twitched, and he intended to make a swift exit. However, at that moment, a familiar voice called out behind him. Hey, Yunqing, what brings you here? Turning around, he saw the two sisters approaching, their expressions laced with curiosity as they scrutinized him and the nearby Songmeier. He realized he could not divulge Lu Xiaoli's plan to the sisters, so he hastily fabricated an excuse. Oh, I happened to pass by while out for a stroll. Oh, and who might this be? With that, the sisters fixed their gazes upon Songmeier, recalling how she had just been conversing with Jiang Yunqing. Observing the woman before them, clad in a purple spaghetti-strap dress, which barely reached the length of their own tops, exposing ample fair skin, both sisters thought simultaneously, does Yunqing prefer this type? Noticing the calm demeanor of the sisters, Jiang Yunqing felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Well, we've met once, but we are not well acquainted. He was unsure why he felt the need to clarify this, merely acting on instinct to distance himself from Songmeier. Realizing that she had no chance of winning Jiang Yunqing's attention in the presence of two women far more beautiful than herself, Songmeier also understood that her opportunity had slipped away. She decisively donned a melancholic expression as she gazed at Jiang Yunqing. Oh dear, how can you say we are not acquainted? Handsome young man, let us meet again next time. Do remember to get in touch with me. With a flirtatious wink directed at Jiang Yunqing, she strutted past the two sisters with an air of triumph, swaying her hips without glancing back. Observing the slight shift in the sisters' expressions, Jiang Yunqing felt a sense of bewilderment. Why are you putting me in such a predicament? He could only hastily explain. Do not listen to her nonsense. I am truly not familiar with her. As soon as he uttered these words, the The sisters adopted an understanding demeanor. Oh, it's perfectly all right. Brother Tianhe, it is your prerogative to know whomever you choose. Indeed, Tianhe, there is no need for you to clarify anything to us. Exactly. Especially since she is dressed so beautifully. It is not surprising that you know her. Yes, we completely understand. They could easily discern that Jiang Tianhe had no connection with the woman, yet inexplicably, a mischievous desire to tease him arose within them. Indeed, upon hearing their remarks, Jiang Yunche's face flushed with urgency. What is there to find beautiful? It is all artificial, you know. If she is not beautiful, then who is? Luo Mingyao suddenly interjected. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunche straightened his expression and replied, Of course, you two are beautiful. I could gaze upon you every day without growing weary of it. Why would I look at anyone else? The moment the words escaped his lips, the expressions on all three faces momentarily froze. Jiang Yunche's countenance was filled with embarrassment. How could he have spoken so plainly? As for the sisters, they too felt their cheeks flush, lowering their heads shyly and unable to meet his gaze. The awkward atmosphere lingered for a while until Jiang Yunche feigned composure and inquired, By the way, what brings you out today? Luo Mingyun was quicker to recover. Though her cheeks remained flushed, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. I thought it had been a while since I brought Mingyao to see Aunt Lu. Today, Aunt Lu just happens to be at the store. So we came to visit her. We knocked on your door but did not hear a response, so we assumed you were asleep and did not call for you. Yes, Brother Tianhe, you met Aunt Lu with my sister last time, but I was not included. Didn't Aunt Lu say you should join us next time? If you are free, why not accompany us? What else could he say? He could only turn around and prepare to visit Lu Xiaoli once more. Chapter 22. The unruly tycoon seeing Jiang Yunche reappear with the sisters in her office. Lu Xiaoli felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't they just said it would be just the two of them visiting her? In response, Luo Mingyun explained, Aunt Lu, did you not mention that we should come together to see you again? We just happened to encounter Yunche outside, so we decided to accompany him. Yes, Aunt Lu. My sister and brother Yunche came to see you last time. I cannot be left out. This time, the three of us are here together. Are you not touched? As she looked at him standing there in silence, the sisters continued to chatter away, and Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh, pondering the fleeting nature of youth. After greeting a few guests and inviting them to sit, Lu Xiaoli cast a teasing glance at the two sisters. Look at you both, always talking about Yunche. Your relationship seems to be quite good now. Upon hearing this, the sisters' cheeks flushed and they fell silent. Jiang Yunche, noticing their reaction, spoke up, Aunt Lu, I apologize for not informing you in advance. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Seeing the young man feigning innocence, Lu Xiaoli played along, pretending as though nothing had happened during their previous encounters. It's no trouble at all. I'm delighted that you could visit, especially since you've grown so close to them. At the mention of their camaraderie, Luo Mingyao perked up, chattering excitedly about the happenings between Jiang Yunche and the sisters. Lu Xiaoli's expression turned to one of surprise when she learned that the three of them shared meals together daily. You all dine together at every meal? The last time she had merely suggested that the trio could share a meal. She hadn't anticipated it would come to fruition so swiftly. After all, the sisters were not usually so accommodating towards outsiders, indicating their acceptance of Jiang Yunche. Indeed, Brother Yunche's cooking is absolutely delicious. And he is even teaching my sister how to cook. Now she is much improved. Lu Xiaoli regarded Jiang Yunche with admiration. Although she had tasted Luo Mingyun's cooking before and found it somewhat lacking, she refrained from commenting when she saw how much the sisters enjoyed their meals. Is that so? Next time I visit, I must experience the culinary skills of both Yunche and Mingyun. Luo Mingyun quickly replied with a smile, Of course. Aunt Lu, you are always welcome at our home. The atmosphere brightened as they continued their lively conversation. Through their exchanges, Jiang Yunche discerned the deep bond between the sisters and Lu Xiaoli, akin to that of a mother and her daughters. Had they not mentioned that Lu Xiaoli was not their biological mother, he might have questioned her maternal connection. As the conversation flowed, it soon turned to mealtime, and Lu Xiaoli invited everyone to dine. After everyone settled into her car, she drove them to a modest-looking restaurant. Upon entering, a server approached them, indicating that Lu Xiaoli frequented this establishment. They followed the server to a private room on the second floor, where Lu Xiaoli casually handed the menu to the sisters, encouraging them to order. Once in possession of the menu, Luo Mingyao first inquired about Jiang Yunche's preferences. When he replied nonchalantly, she then turned to Lu Xiaoli to ask what she would like to eat. Observing this, Lu Xiaoli felt a pang of jealousy and thought, what a turn of events. Suppressing her feelings, she remarked with a hint of bitterness, perhaps you should ask your dear brother what he wishes to eat. I'll simply follow along. Luo Mingyao, catching her drift, scooted a bit closer and affectionately wrapped her arms around Lu Xiaoli. Oh, Aunt Lu, this isn't Brother Yunch's first visit. I thought I'd let him choose first, but normally, I would certainly have you order first. Upon hearing the words, Lu Xiaoli burst into laughter, merely feigning her amusement. Once the dishes were served, the group commenced their meal. After tasting the food, Luo Mingyao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Feeling that Brother Yunch's cooking was indeed superior, Luo Mingyao nodded in agreement from the side. Lu Xiaoli was taken aback. She had initially presumed that Jiang Yunch's culinary skills were commendable only in comparison to Luo Mingyao's, but it turned out his prowess was remarkable. A wave of comfort washed over her as she realized that the two sisters now had a skilled chef to cater to their needs daily. The group chatted and dined, creating a lively atmosphere. Once the meal concluded, Lu Xiaoli, with work awaiting her, escorted the trio to the entrance of the community before preparing to depart. Just before leaving, she turned to Jiang Yunche and said, I shall take my leave now. Please take good care of the sisters. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor in response. Rest assured, Aunt Lu, I will assist them with whatever they need. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoli felt reassured and then drove away. Yet, as she departed, she couldn't shake the thought of which girl he might bring home, sensing an unusual glint in the sister's eyes. Just as Jiang Yunche was about to head home, he was stopped by Luo Mingyao, who grasped his hand. Brother Yunche, shall we play together this afternoon? Unable to resist her adorable appeal, he readily agreed. Upon entering the house, Luo Mingyao dashed into her room, leaving him and Luo Mingyun exchanging glances. I apologize, Yunche. Mingyao can be rather clingy, she said. It's no trouble at all. I genuinely enjoy spending time with her, he replied, prompting a delighted smile to brighten Luo Mingyun's face. With few friends at school, her sister seemed much more vivacious now that Jiang Yunche was accompanying her. As soon as they finished speaking, Luo Mingyao emerged from her room, a box in hand, brimming with excitement. Tada! Monopoly! Shall we play this today? She exclaimed, as she swiftly opened the box and began to set it up. The enthusiasm was infectious, and the other two joined in. The game commenced normally, involving the purchase of properties and such, until Luo Mingyun drew a penalty card, at which point everything took an unexpected turn. She glanced at the card in confusion, then surveyed the positions of the three players, her face suddenly flushing. Noticing her sister's silence, Luo Mingyao's curiosity was piqued. Sister, what did you draw? Luo Mingyun waved her hand, intending to return the card. This doesn't count. May I draw again? That won't do, sister. We must adhere to the rules, Luo Mingyao insisted, swiftly snatching the card from her sister's grasp. Let me see. Kiss the player on your left for 5 seconds. At that moment, both she and Jiang Yunche understood why Luo Mingyun had fallen silent. Was this truly the classic Monopoly game? A look of bewilderment clouded Jiang Yunqing's face. Where did you acquire this Monopoly game? Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao hastily waved her hand. This was given to me by my roommate. I've never played it before. Well, it seems your roommate knows how to play, Jiang Yunqing remarked. Observing her sister's reaction, Luo Mingying decided to switch to another card. I shall change the card. However, at that moment, Luo Mingyao suddenly realized and grasped her sister's hand tightly. No, sister, we must adhere to the rules of the game. The three of them sat on the couch, arranged from left to right, Jiang Yunqing, Luo Mingying, and Luo Mingyao. This meant that the one facing the punishment was Jiang Yunqing. Naturally, as the instigator of fun, Luo Mingyao was eager to join in. Seeing Luo Mingying's bashful demeanor, Jiang Yunqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, this punishment does seem a bit excessive. Perhaps we should reconsider. Noticing that neither of them intended to carry out the punishment, Luo Mingyao feigned a casual demeanor. Oh come on, you've both kissed before. Doing it again wouldn't hurt. This remark caused the other two to appear even more uncomfortable. Realizing the punishment might not proceed, Luo Mingyao's expression turned troubled. All right then. We won't carry out the punishment, but a peck on the cheek should be acceptable. Hearing Luo Mingyao's concession, the two sighed in relief, only to be stirred again by her subsequent comment. Sister, you wouldn't want to cheat in the game, would you? Upon hearing her sister's words, Luo Mingying's face reflected a moment of conflict, but she eventually spoke softly. Fine, I will. Jiang Yunqing instantly turned to Luo Mingying with wide eyes of surprise. Yes. I knew my sister would honor the rules of the game. As she said this, a triumphant smile spread across Luo Mingyao's face. At that moment, Luo Mingjing's face was flushed with embarrassment, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Jiang Yunqing's eyes. Yunqing, please close your eyes. Upon hearing this, he swallowed nervously. To claim he was unaffected by the prospect of the punishment would be a lie. However, knowing that Luo Mingjing was hesitant, he would never push her. But now that she had taken the initiative, what could he do but obey? He shut his eyes tightly. Chapter 23. The stakes rise with Jiang Yunqing's eyes closed. An inscrutable emotion flickered in Luo Mingjing's gaze. Resolutely, she leaned closer to his face. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, though covering her face with her hands, peeked through her fingers, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she watched her sister inch closer to Jiang Yunqing. Although Jiang Yunqing maintained a stoic expression, his heart raced vigorously. Even with his eyes shut, the increasingly familiar fragrance enveloped him, signaling Luo Mingjing's approach. Finally, an unusual sensation graced his face, causing his heart to leap. At that moment, all three felt an unrest within. Luo Mingyao exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow." Sister truly kissed him, leaving him puzzled about the sensation. Luo Mingyun lamented, "Oh no, how did I end up kissing him? Mingyao was watching right beside me. What should I do now?" Jiang Yunqing remarked, "Life has no regrets." Mere seconds had passed, 5 to be exact, but for the trio, it felt as though several minutes had elapsed. Luo Mingyun slowly withdrew and returned to her seat, her senses still lingering on the fading fragrance. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Luo Mingyun with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, it was Luo Mingyao who broke the silence. "Well, since we have completed the penalty, let us continue the game." As they immersed themselves back into the game, the tension began to dissipate. After a while, Luo Mingyao adopted a pained expression. "Ah, it's my turn to draw a penalty card." As she drew, she silently prayed for a more reasonable outcome. However, upon glancing at her card, she found it to be the same silent challenge as Luo Mingyun had faced. Realizing her sudden quietness, the other two recognized that she too was in for a significant challenge. Quietly placing the card down, Luo Mingyao donned a serious demeanor. "I suddenly find this card rather unreasonable. Perhaps we should forego it." Jiang Yunqing had no objections, recognizing the card's absurdity. Yet, Luo Mingyun disagreed. "Mingyao, we must adhere to the rules of the game." Faced with her sister's benevolent smile, Luo Mingyao felt tears of frustration welling up. How swiftly the tides turn. The boomerang has returned too quickly. Now it was Luo Mingyun's turn to seize the card from her sister. "Let me see." Kiss the player to your right for 5 seconds. At this, Jiang Yunqing struggled to maintain his composure, and the other two felt the same. Is this game solely about kissing? Though somewhat embarrassed, recalling her earlier kiss, Luo Mingyun resolved to enforce the penalty, urging her sister to comply. Realizing there was no escape, Luo Mingyao could only nod, her cheeks aflame. "All right then, Yunqing, please close your eyes." Again, Jiang Yunqing felt akin to a helpless lamb, vulnerable to anyone's whims. Seeing him comply, Luo Mingyao rose and circled around the coffee table to stand before him. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself inwardly. "It's just a kiss on the cheek. It's nothing, really." Then she crouched down, closed her eyes, and leaned in to kiss Jiang Yunqing's face. The familiar sensation returned, and he caught whiffs of that same fragrance. However, upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Luo Mingyao's tightly shut eyes mere inches away, their noses touching, and naturally, their lips met as well. "Wait, who taught you to kiss like that?" Though her lips were on his face, Luo Mingyun adopted the same pose her sister had moments before. The eyes peering through the gaps widened in astonishment, and the mouth slightly parted in disbelief, conveying a profound sense of shock. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, engulfed in a tempest of inner turmoil, remained oblivious to any peculiarities. It was only after standing up with her eyes closed that she opened them to witness the astonished expressions of the other two. Their gaze intensified her embarrassment. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Luo Mingyun still wore a look of shock, yet her lips began to move slightly. "Mingyao, you still adhere to the rules." "Huh. Adhere to the rules?" Contemplating this phrase and correlating it with their expressions, a possibility dawned upon her. She hurriedly covered her mouth, realizing that it was futile, and then covered her face, ultimately turning to bury her head in the sofa. The awkward atmosphere lingered for a while, prompting Jiang Yunjia to adopt a hesitant demeanor. "Shall we play something else?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao immediately lifted her head from the sofa. Her face flushed as she fervently shook her head. "No, let us continue. We shall play this." She felt as though there was nothing left to lose, and her intent was to drag both her sister and Jiang Yunjia into the fray. The two, seeing her reckless abandon, could only acquiesce and continue to indulge her. The group shifted their focus away from monetary stakes, concentrating instead on evading penalties. Yet, fate had its course, and Luo Mingyao once again drew a penalty card. Pouting in reluctance, she picked up the card and sighed in relief upon reading its contents. Embrace the player to your left for 5 seconds. Come on, dear sister. With that, she wrapped her arms around her sister, completing the penalty with a triumphant air. And the game resumed. Minutes later, misfortune struck Luo Mingyao once more. No way, how can it be me again? After drawing another card, her cheeks flushed anew. Nevertheless, she softly read the card aloud. Reach into the shirt of the player to your right and caress their belly for 5 seconds. Oh my goodness, Jiang Yunjia exclaimed. This is getting serious. Luo Mingyun struggled to cope with the thought of enduring such a penalty, especially if the recipient were Jiang Yunjia. She quickly shook her head to dispel that notion. It was far too embarrassing. However, having encountered even more awkward situations, Luo Mingyao was unfazed. She feigned composure and sat beside Jiang Yunjia, adopting a nonchalant expression. Brother Yunjia, close your eyes. It will be over quickly. Feeling increasingly like a beleaguered little wife, Jiang Yunjia reluctantly complied and shut his eyes. Luo Mingyao then raised her trembling hand and ventured beneath the hem of his shirt. As her hand made contact with his abdomen, Jiang Yunjia instinctively held his breath, tightening his stomach. Experiencing this unfamiliar sensation, Luo Mingyao was filled with wonder. Brother Yunjia has abs. After a couple of tentative touches, she withdrew her hand and returned to her seat. She then continued to feign composure, saying, All right, let us proceed. The game resumed for a while, and this time, it was Jiang Yunqing who fell victim. He swallowed hard, flanked by an older sister and a younger sister, praying that the outcome would be somewhat less embarrassing. However, it was evident that his prayers were in vain. Upon glimpsing the consequence, he was rendered utterly speechless. Observing his sudden paralysis, the sisters realized that the gravity of the situation had escalated, and they both grew somewhat anxious. Ultimately, he found himself too embarrassed to voice it, opting instead to place the card on the table for them to see. Chapter 24. The same wallpaper. Two curious little faces turned towards the card on the table. Luo Mingyun glanced at Jiang Yunqing, and then at the dress she was wearing, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Luo Mingyao was equally startled, contemplating how the stakes had increased so significantly. Jiang Yunqing's lips twitched. He was genuinely grateful for her emphasis on the dress. Yet, witnessing the steam practically rising from Luo Mingyun's head, he suggested, perhaps we should just call it off. Luo Mingyao nodded in agreement. I concur, sister, let us not continue. To their surprise, however, Luo Mingyun nodded resolutely. It's all right, I accept the punishment. With her younger sister having accepted the punishment to touch Jiang Yunqing, she felt it was only fair to do the same. Once she uttered those words, she lifted the hem of her dress slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair, supple thigh. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yunqing felt a surge of emotions, trembling as he slowly extended his hand, resting it just above her knee. He sensed her body stiffen at that moment. After a moment's hesitation, he gently caressed her, only to hastily retract his hand. Seeing him pull away, she quickly lowered her dress and, following Luo Mingyao's lead, buried her head into the sofa, refusing to emerge. At this juncture, the atmosphere was fraught with embarrassment, leading them to decisively seal away this game, vowing never to play it again. After the decision was made, the two sisters hurried back to their rooms, the sound of their doors closing echoing in the air. Jiang Yunqing sank onto the sofa, reflecting on the sensations he had experienced earlier, on his face, his stomach, and his hands, his mind spiraling into a whirl of thoughts. He took a cold shower upon returning home, hoping to quell the strange feelings that had taken root in his heart. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 3 o'clock and resolved to set aside his thoughts and focus on writing. However, an hour passed, and staring at the scattered few words he had managed to jot down, he closed the computer and lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Before he knew it, it was 5 o'clock. After such a lengthy period, his mind had cleared somewhat, prompting him to rise and prepare dinner. Typically, the sisters would join him while he cooked, but today, even after he finished preparing the meal, their absence was palpable. He mused that the events of the afternoon might have been a considerable shock for them, yet dinner still needed to be served. Thus, he could only message each of them one by one, inviting them to dinner, yet neither responded. just as he was about to go and find them. The sound of the door opening reached his ears. The sisters entered silently, their small faces slightly flushed as they lowered their heads to gaze at the floor. Avoiding his eyes entirely, he had almost forgotten that feeling, yet in this atmosphere, a sense of awkwardness crept back in. Soon, they all sat around the dining table, partaking in a silent meal. Unable to bear the oppressive ambience any longer, he broke the silence and inquired, "Are we still planning to go shopping tomorrow?" At his words, the sisters immediately lifted their heads, nodding vigorously. "Of course we are, we agreed on it." "Very well, then we shall adhere to our arrangement and go shopping tomorrow," Jiang Yinshe replied with a smile. Once the tension was shattered, the group returned to their usual dining demeanor, chatting and laughing as they ate. However, they all tacitly avoided mentioning the events of the afternoon. After finishing their meal, they settled on the sofa to relax. "Let us play a game," one of them suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshe and Luo Mingyun exchanged glances, both startled by Luo Mingyao's proposition. Memories from a few hours prior resurfaced. Noticing their expressions, she quickly clarified, "Not that game. Let us play cards instead." The two sighed in relief, grateful for the change in direction. Jiang Yinshe then produced a deck of playing cards. Just as he was about to deal, Luo Mingyao halted him. "Let us try a different game. You're both too skilled at Dodiju. How about we play Jia Jinhua instead, with sticky notes?" She thought to herself that Jia Jinhua was merely a game of chance, and surely, she couldn't lose too badly. The other two had no objections, and thus the trio began their game of Jia Jinhua. After a while, she exclaimed, "Oh no, Brother Yinshe, stop. My face is entirely covered." She had lost even more quickly this time. In front of the other two, she resembled a child, unable to hide her expressions. He looked at Luo Mingyao with a mix of exasperation and amusement. If only the little girl displayed her usual icy demeanor in front of others, she wouldn't suffer such a defeat. However, upon further reflection, he decided it was better this way. Her adorable antics were far more endearing. Luo Mingyun chuckled from the side. "You, my dear, are both inexperienced and overly playful. I don't care. You both need to help me out this time." Saying this, she tore off a sticky note from her face and affixed it onto her sisters. With a fond gaze, Luo Mingyun allowed her younger sister to decorate her face. Seeing her sister adorned with sticky notes brought a satisfied smile to Luo Mingyao's face, and she turned her attention to Jiang Yinshe. What could he do but indulge her? Leaning in to let her stick a note on his face as well? Witnessing his compliance, Luo Mingyao's smile blossomed even brighter. The three of them were adorned with an array of sticky notes on their faces, and upon exchanging glances, they burst into joyous laughter. "Let us capture a moment together," one of them suggested, brandishing her phone. The other two readily agreed, prompting Luo Mingyao to reposition herself. She instructed Jiang Yunqing to stand at the center, slightly crouched, while she and her sister took their places on either side. "Oh dear, let us bring our heads closer together," she continued, noticing their scattered arrangement. With that, she leaned her head against Jiang Yunqing's, and Luo Mingyun, blushing slightly, followed suit. 1, 2, 3, cheese. With a satisfied nod, they admired the photograph displayed on the screen. In the image, their heads were huddled together, all adorned with notes. Jiang Yunqing wore a contented expression, Luo Mingyao beamed with delight, and Luo Mingyun smiled shyly. "It looks splendid," Jiang Yunqing remarked, admiring the photo. "Of course, my photography skills are top-notch." Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun gazed at the picture, momentarily lost in thought. This was the family she had always dreamed of. Subsequently, Luo Mingyao created a group chat for the three of them and shared the photo. "Shall we all set this as our wallpaper? It'll be our family portrait." Jiang Yunqing shared a similar sentiment, though he felt it was a bit abrupt to propose it without the sisters' consent. Upon Luo Mingyao's suggestion, he readily agreed. Who wouldn't he want to see their charming sisters every time they unlocked their phones? Luo Mingyun also concurred, feeling her spirits lift as she looked at the image. Thus, the trio's phone wallpapers became unified. Glancing at the three phones laid out on the table, their laughter grew even more exuberant. Chapter 25. A minor interlude in the car the following day, Jiang Yunqing was roused from slumber by the sound of his phone's ringtone. He sat up, his head a bit foggy from staying up late writing his novel. Lately, he had been spending increasing amounts of time with the sisters, leaving him to attend to his writing only at night. After a brief wash-up, he settled onto the sofa, waiting. Shortly after, the sound of the door opening caught his attention, and his eyes brightened at the sight before him. Today, the sisters were clad in white shirts paired with long gray pleated skirts, one exuding a mature beauty, while the other radiated pure innocence, a feast for his eyes. Spinning around in front of him, Luo Mingyao noticed his dazed expression and chuckled. Yunqing, what do you think? Do our sister outfits look good today? Jiang Yunqing remained transfixed, murmuring, they look beautiful, truly beautiful. The sisters felt a hint of bashfulness at his gaze. Though they often donned matching outfits while shopping, none had ever made them feel as bashful as Jiang Yunqing's admiring look. Realizing he had been rather impolite in his staring, he quickly turned his head away. I shouldn't look too much, that would be quite inappropriate. He then declared, allow me to cook today, you two sit tight, and don't get your clothes dirty. As he spoke, he entered the kitchen and began preparing the meal. Outside, the two sisters exchanged glances and laughed at his awkward demeanor. Once the dishes were ready, the three of them gathered around the dining table to enjoy their meal. Where shall we go shopping this afternoon? He inquired. He had little interest in shopping, primarily wanting to accompany the sisters, so the destination was of little consequence to him. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao suddenly became animated. Let us visit that newly opened mall. I've heard it boasts a plethora of new brand stores. Even Luo Mingyun displayed an expression of eager anticipation at the mention of shopping. Yes, I heard from a colleague that there are numerous new clothing styles available. The two of them then excitedly began to discuss what items they intended to purchase. Jiang Yunqiao, observing their animated exchange, couldn't he help but smile. Indeed, women possessed an innate fascination for shopping. As they chatted, the sisters began to scrutinize him. Yunqiao, you should buy a few new outfits as well. Me? But I already have several sets of clothes. Like most men, Jiang Yunqiao was the type to wear a few outfits throughout the year, as long as he had something to change into. Oh, Yunqiao, with such a great physique, it would be a shame not to dress up. This afternoon, my sister and I will help you pick some things. Imagining Jiang Yunqiao modeling for them brought a sparkle to the sisters' eyes. Given the circumstances, he had little choice but to indulge them. After finishing their meal and taking a brief respite, the trio prepared to go shopping. Due to the distance, they decided to take the bus, as there was a direct route available from the bus stop outside. Once on the bus, Jiang Yunqiao witnessed the allure of the two sisters, as fellow passengers gazed at them in awe. Encountering such exquisite beauty was a rarity, especially in the form of a pair of sisters. Observing this, Jiang Yunqiao thought to himself that he should have opted for a taxi. Given it was the weekend, there were no vacant seats, and the three of them stood by the window at the entrance. The sisters leaned against the window while Jiang Yunqiao stood protectively outside, mindful of the bustling crowd around them. The sisters were accustomed to such attention and continued to discuss their shopping plans without a care. After a while, a new wave of passengers boarded, making the already crowded bus feel even more cramped. Jiang Yunqiao found himself positioned outside the sisters, encircling them with his arms. Within the protective embrace of his arms, the sisters felt an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, he suddenly sensed someone attempting to squeeze towards the window. Naturally, Jiang Yunqiao would not allow this. He positioned himself in front of the intruder. The space by the window was already limited, and with the sisters occupying it, there was virtually no room left. He was well aware of the other person's intentions. While most individuals would have retreated in such circumstances, this particular person possessed an audacious demeanor. The man displayed an angry demeanor as he glared at Jiang Yunqiao. Why are you blocking me? I wish to lean against the window, he demanded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqiao cast a cold glance in his direction. I'm afraid it's quite full in there, he replied indifferently. Seeing that Jiang Yunqiao continued to obstruct his path, the man began to raise his voice. Hey, what gives you the right to monopolize this spot? This is a public bus. The surrounding passengers, witnessing the scene unfold, looked on with expressions of disdain, fully aware of the absurdity at play. As Jiang Yunqiao's gaze grew increasingly menacing, the man adopted a victimized facade. What? Do you intend to strike me? Is there no law left? The two sisters inside the bus exchanged glances, bemused by the encounter with such a peculiar individual, pondering how one could be so shameless. After a brief silence, Jiang Yunqiao spoke coldly. Do you realize that disrupting public order can lead to a sentence of over 3 years? At this, the man's demeanor shifted. He, a mere ruffian, felt a wave of fear wash over him at the mention of legal repercussions. Just then, a nearby lady interjected, Indeed, young man, you should promptly call the police and have him apprehended. Individuals like this belong in the station. Upon hearing her, the other passengers began to rally, urging the driver to head straight to the police station. The man, now stripped of his bravado, broke into a sweat. Coincidentally, the bus arrived at the next stop. and he hurriedly ducked his head and dashed off, not daring to look back. Jiang Yunshe turned to the surrounding passengers to express his gratitude. The same lady remarked, "It's quite all right, young man. Such individuals deserve this treatment. It's fortunate we didn't have to take him away ourselves." The sisters beside Jiang Yunshe sparkled with admiration, feeling a profound sense of security in his presence. Afterward, nothing else transpired as they continued their journey to the mall. Chapter 26. The arcade. Once they disembarked, Luo Mingyao gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Yunshe, you were incredible. With just a few words, you scared that villain away." Beside her, Luo Mingyun mirrored her expression, her eyes glimmering with awe. Feeling slightly bashful under their gaze, he cleared his throat and waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, it was nothing. I just remembered how to handle such situations, and the other passengers were quite helpful too." Despite his modesty, the sisters continued to look at him with sparkling eyes. Noticing this, he shifted the topic. "By the way, have you encountered situations like this before? How did you handle them?" Luo Mingyao responded earnestly, "We usually resolve it with our feet." Jiang Yunshe broke into a slight sweat, momentarily forgetting that she practiced martial arts. However, he felt it necessary to caution her, "In the future, don't be so impulsive. What if you get hurt? Remember to reach out to me if anything happens." "Yes, with Brother Yunshe around, I won't be kicking anyone anymore," she replied. Hearing this, Jiang Yunshe felt an additional weight on his shoulders. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to protect the two sisters. How could he allow anyone to bully such delightful young ladies? Upon entering the shopping mall, a refreshing blast of cool air enveloped them, dispelling the sweltering heat from outside. The trio felt revitalized. What kind of weather was this? It was still September, yet the heat persisted. As they stepped into the mall, the two sisters seemed to spring to life, eagerly darting about in excitement. Luo Mingyao spotted a gas-upon machine nearby and rushed over, beckoning her companions to join her. "Brother Yunshe, shall we play with this?" she exclaimed, glancing at the price. Jiang Yunshe exclaimed, "Goodness, 50 for a single turn? And the prizes are merely trinkets. Is this how they extract money nowadays?" He mused that they would fare better at the arcade upstairs, where 50 tokens would afford them a much longer playtime. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Mingyao agreed, and they ascended to the gaming floor. Without delay, they arrived on the third floor and exchanged 50 yuan for tokens, taking advantage of a promotion that offered an additional 100 game tokens. Entering the gaming area, Luo Mingyao's eyes darted around, eager to try everything. Observing Luo Mingyun's initial shyness, Jiang Yunshe inquired, "Sister Mingyun, do you not enjoy these games?" In response, she shook her head. "It's not that. I simply haven't come here often." "No worries. I'm in the same boat. Come on, let us join Mingyao for some fun," he replied, taking her wrist and following Luo Mingyao. Momentarily startled by the grasp on her wrist, Luo Mingyun quickly smiled and followed him. Upon witnessing Jiang Yunshe holding her sister's hand, Luo Mingyao's eyes lit up. "Brother Yunshe, you and sister can play here. I'll check out that area. Let's all play together. Your sister isn't too familiar with this," he suggested. Though the chance for the two to be alone evaporated, the trio still reveled in their shared enjoyment. They subsequently engaged with various gaming machines, and Luo Mingyun, shedding her initial hesitation, began to participate more actively. "Oh, sister left. No, right," she urged. "Ah, Mingyao, you were almost there." Watching them fumble adorably in front of the basketball machine, Jiang Yunshe found them irresistibly charming. He discreetly took out his phone to capture their playful antics, thinking to himself, "How lovely." Before long, a game concluded. "How did we score so few points?" Luo Mingyao pouted at the 35. "Brother Yunshe, why not try shooting with sister?" "Me? I'm not very good at basketball." "It's fine, come on." "Sister, you and Brother Yunshe can give it a go," she insisted. Reluctantly, the two found themselves standing before the basketball machine. Once the game commenced, they fell into a rhythm, one shooting while the other retrieved the ball, demonstrating an impressive synergy. Thanks to their shared experience of cooking together, Jiang Yunshe's every gesture was intuitively understood by Luo Mingyun. Despite their low shooting percentage, they managed to rack up 90 points by the end of the game, with Luo Mingyao clapping enthusiastically as the supportive cheerleader. "Wow, sister. You and Brother Yunshe share such an exquisite rapport. You truly are a match made in heaven." Upon hearing her sister's words, Luo Mingyun felt a tinge of shyness. Yet she replied, "It is all thanks to our time spent cooking together. Oh, one cannot deny the undeniable chemistry." After speaking, she beamed at the two. Ignoring the underlying implication of Luo Mingyao's words, Jiang Yunche continued to inquire about their plans for the day. How can a trip to the arcade be complete without trying our hand at the claw machine? Come on, let us go. With that, she took both their hands and led them to another area. Upon arriving at the claw machine section, the sisters' youthful spirits were ignited, eagerly exploring the various plush toys. Wow, this one is adorable, and so is this. Mengyao exclaimed. Look, Mengyun, this one resembles the rabbit plushie in your room. Let me see, let me see. It really does. I've made up my mind. Today, I shall find a friend for my little rabbit. The two sisters then embarked on their quest. Knowing well the whims of the claw machine, fortune smiled upon Luo Mengyao as she managed to snag the rabbit plushie after just 2 attempts. Ecstatically, she held it aloft for Jiang Yunche to see. Brother Yunche, look, I got it. Impressive. Just as cute as you, he replied. Hearing this, Luo Mengyao's cheeks flushed, and she feigned irritation. I won't speak to you anymore. Captivated by her adorable demeanor, Jiang Yunche swiftly captured the moment with his phone. As he gazed at the photo of the pouting Luo Mengyao, he chuckled, grateful for his quick reflexes. Realizing she had been photographed, Luo Mengyao hurriedly rushed over to reclaim the phone. Oh no, I look terrible, delete it. Jiang Yunche showed her the picture. This is lovely, I want to delete it. With his insistence to keep the photo, Luo Mengyao could only blush and scamper off to the other side, secretly pleased with how the picture turned out. Noticing her retreat, he smiled and approached Luo Mengyun, who was currently engaged in a battle of wits with a plush puppy in the machine. After much effort, she finally managed to grasp the toy, her eyes filled with hope as she watched the claw. However, as expected, the claw released its grip, and she pouted, displaying a look of disappointment. Unable to bear her dismay, Jiang Yunche pulled out a few coins, glaring at the puppy plushie with determination. If you don't come home with her today, I'll buy you and give you to a mischievous husky. Perhaps Jiang Yunche's threat worked, as Luo Mengyun successfully hooked the toy on her next attempt. His expression shifted to one of approval as he regarded the plushie, thinking, at least you know your place. With her prize in hand, Luo Mengyun immediately turned to face him, her eyes sparkling, as if to say, praise me. Jiang Yunche would not dampen her spirits. Smiling as he remarked, well done, Sister Mengyun. This little puppy is quite charming. Indeed, I think so too, she replied, feeling a sweetness in her heart. Her face adorned with a radiant smile. Gazing at the scenery before him, Jiang Yunche could not let the moment slip by, swiftly capturing it with his phone. He stored the image with satisfaction. Upon witnessing the joy on his face, Luo Mengyun remained silent, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Let us seek out Mengyao. We can explore other places as well. With that, the two made their way towards Luo Mengyao. From a distance, they spotted her standing in front of a claw machine, seemingly engaged in conversation with several young men. Observing the scene, Jiang Yunche hurried over. A rather handsome young man stood just behind Luo Mengyao, wearing a broad smile. Miss, may I add you on WeChat? He inquired. Without turning her head, she replied, I do not use WeChat. As her companions erupted in laughter, the young man's expression faltered. Yet he persisted, then may I have your phone number? Upon hearing this, Luo Mengyao's demeanor grew increasingly frosty. At that moment, Jiang Yunche arrived at her side, eliciting an immediate transition to a reassuring smile on her face. Is there something you wish to discuss? Faced with Jiang Yunche, who stood a head taller and bore a more handsome visage, the young man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. My apologies, brother. I was unaware that she had a boyfriend. I also extend my apologies to you, miss. Noting the young man's politeness, Jiang Yunche nodded but refrained from further comment. After the awkward encounter, the group intended to depart. It was indeed uncomfortable to flirt in the presence of someone else's boyfriend. Just then, Luo Mengyun approached, standing beside her sister. The sight of the two sisters, clad in matching outfits, was strikingly powerful, capturing the attention of all present. Seeing this, Jiang Yunche instinctively positioned himself before them to shield their view. Then, without thinking, he uttered, "This is also my girlfriend." The declaration sent a wave of silence through the gathering. The other young men turned pale. One girlfriend was insufficient. Now he claimed both sisters. How infuriating. Once the two groups parted ways, Jiang Yunche turned to face the sisters, who were both burying their heads in embarrassment. Realizing he may have inadvertently said something significant, he hastily gestured to clarify. I merely intended to expedite their departure. There was no other intent. Despite his fervent explanations, the sisters were lost in their thoughts. Reflecting on his words, also a girlfriend? Does that imply that both my sister and I are? Oh, why did you say that, Yunqing? 2 girlfriends? Does that mean I am included? Oh, what is he implying? Noticing their flushed faces, Jiang Yunqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His impulsive words had slipped out. Recognizing the conversation was veering into uncomfortable territory, he opted to change the subject. Shall we visit a clothing store? Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters slowly shuffled their feet towards the exit of the arcade. Once they arrived at a women's clothing store, they reverted to their original selves, beginning to select garments. Assuming he was no longer needed, he found a chair in the shop and sat down, intending to rest while the sisters chose their outfits. However, as soon as he settled in, Luo Mingyao tugged her sister and approached him. Yunche, which dress do you think looks better on my sister? She asked, presenting 2 dresses for his consideration while gesturing in front of her sister. Gazing at the 2 dresses in Luo Mingyao's hands, one a cream color, exuding simplicity and elegance, and the other a serene blue, embodying grace and modesty, he imagined the scene of Luo Mingyun wearing them. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I think both would look lovely on Mingyun. See, sister? I told you, no matter what you wear, Yunche will surely find it beautiful, Mingyao teased, causing Luo Mingyun to feel a touch of embarrassment. Suddenly, she asked, Yunche, what do you think about Mingyao wearing this? With his imaginative mind now envisioning the younger sister in the white dress and Luo Mingyun in the blue one, he couldn't help but nod enthusiastically. Yes, they both look great. However, I believe Mingyao suits the white dress better, as it highlights her vivacious and adorable nature. The blue one aligns more with your temperament, Mingyun. Upon hearing his assessment, a glimmer of amusement danced in both sisters' eyes. Then let us go try them on, declared Luo Mingyao, pulling her sister's hand towards the fitting rooms. She didn't forget to glance back and ask, Yunche, could you evaluate our outfits after we change? With a smile, he stood and waited outside the fitting rooms. After a while, both doors swung open simultaneously, and in that instant, his eyes widened in delight. Luo Mingyao, adorned in the white dress, displayed an alluring charm accentuated by her fair skin, while her exquisite features appeared even more playful and adorable. On the other side, the blue garment accentuated Luo Mingyun's gentle grace, resembling a refined lady that captivated his gaze completely. I need your evaluation, Yunche. How do we look in these outfits? They asked in unison. Perfectly fitting, he exclaimed, nodding fervently. Their reaction prompted a hint of shyness in the sisters. Luo Mingyao, seizing the moment, leaned closer to her sister and whispered coyly, Sister, Yunche really likes you in that dress. Look, he can't take his eyes off you. At this, Luo Mingyun glanced at Jiang Yunche, locking eyes with him. Under the weight of his unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Triumphant in her scheme, Luo Mingyao beamed with delight, and seeing her sister's smile, Luo Mingyun leaned in closer to her. Mingyao, Yunche also quite likes you in that dress. At this moment, Mingyao and Jiang Yunche exchanged glances, yet she immediately lowered her head. Witnessing this scene, Luo Mingyun couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunche quickly took out his phone to capture the moment. As someone who usually might not snap a single photo in a week, he felt as if he was evolving into a photographer. After all, capturing a picture of the 2 sisters was indeed a gratifying achievement. After showcasing their outfits, the duo changed back into their own clothes and purchased both dresses. Once they exited the store, the sisters hurriedly made their way to the next shop, with him trailing behind, enjoying the fashion show, feasting his eyes, and amassing a plethora of photographs. Once his hands were laden with bags and fatigue began to seep into his body, he gazed at the still-spirited pair, unable to utter a word. Such talent, indeed. Fortunately, his spirit remained abundantly enriched, having witnessed the entire fashion display of the sisters. Arriving at the next store, he glanced around only to find it filled with men's clothing. Confusion washed over him as he looked at the sisters. Luo Mingyao remarked, Yunche, don't you remember? We agreed to help you pick out clothes. Hearing this, he recalled that there was indeed such a discussion. He then set down his bags and allowed the 2 to guide him through an array of clothes. Observing the growing excitement in their eyes, he felt as if he were partaking in a real-life version of a fashion game, albeit one where he was merely the subject of their amusement. The other men in the clothing store, however, did not share his sentiment. They silently cursed their fate, thinking, damn it, here I am with 2 beautiful sisters who seem reluctant. Why not let me take a turn? I can handle it. He was acutely aware of the glances directed his way. At that moment, He mused that one should not envy another's wealth without experiencing their struggles. Wait. He realized he wasn't suffering at all, so all was well. Chapter 28. Both of them, after the sisters concluded their discussion, they handed him a set of clothes. Under their eager gazes, he stepped into the fitting room, beginning to appraise the garments in his hands. A simple white shirt layered beneath a dark plaid denim jacket, paired with gray straight-leg jeans. Swiftly donning the outfit, he emerged from the fitting room. As the sisters awaited outside, their eyes sparkled upon seeing him. Luo Mingyao excitedly approached, scanning him from head to toe. "Yinche, it suits you perfectly," she exclaimed. Beside her, Luo Mingyun nodded vigorously. "Yes, you look quite dashing." Though flattered, he felt a tinge of bashfulness, understanding now why the sisters had appeared shy when changing clothes earlier. After indulging their admiration, the sisters handed him another outfit, urging him to change once more. Subsequently, the scene repeated itself, and after another wave of visual indulgence, the two finally allowed him to return and change his clothes. When he emerged with two outfits, Luo Mingyun took the garments and intended to head to the counter to settle the bill. Jiang Yunjia hurriedly stopped her, exclaiming, "Sister Mingyun, I can pay for myself." However, Luo Mingyun, with a determined expression, replied, "You've been such a tremendous help to us this week. Let us do something for you in return." "Indeed, Yunjia, you have treated both my sister and me so well. Allow us to express our gratitude." Unable to contest their insistence, he found himself indulging in his first taste of being pampered, even though he had yet to repay his previous expenses. And now he was accruing even more. Was this the sensation of being spoiled by beautiful sisters? No, it seemed more accurate to say that he was the one nurturing them. With their arms laden with various bags, the trio departed from the mall, thoroughly satisfied. On the way back, he dared not let the sisters take the bus again. Today, their astounding allure had shown him just how captivating they were. Reluctant to let passers-by be affected by their charm, he could only savor the experience of being accompanied by the enchanting duo in silence. Once they hailed a rideshare vehicle, the middle-aged driver's eyes lit up upon seeing the two in the back seat. He turned to Jiang Yunjia with a look of envy. "Young man, you are quite fortunate to be accompanied by such stunning ladies. They are just as beautiful as my daughter." In response, he merely chuckled. Seeing this, the driver eagerly engaged in conversation. "So, which one of them is your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this question, he beamed with a clear smile at the driver and casually replied, "Both of them." The driver's expression froze in surprise. The sisters, having heard this line before, had developed a slight immunity to it. Moreover, they could tell that Jiang Yunjia was merely jesting with the driver. However, witnessing the driver's stunned face, they couldn't help but laugh. Luo Mingyao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Yunjia, please refrain from making such jokes." Luo Mingyun also shot him a playful glare. In light of this, he could only chuckle sheepishly and reassured the driver. "I was just joking with you, my friend." Relieved, the driver responded, "You gave me quite a scare. I thought having one girlfriend was remarkable enough. And here you are claiming two. What an imagination." Upon hearing the driver suggest that one of the sisters could be Jiang Yunjia's girlfriend, both sisters exchanged a knowing glance, thinking to themselves how discerning he was. As they chatted amiably, the vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of their community. After disembarking, he remarked, "Indeed, those who drive sports cars are quite loquacious." The driver had effortlessly conversed with him about family matters, national affairs, and global issues, covering a wide array of topics in a short span of time. The sisters nodded in agreement. After exiting the elevator, the three went their separate ways to drop off their belongings, as it was nearly time to prepare dinner, prompting him to begin cooking for the evening. As he was preparing to begin, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. Luo Mingyun seemed to sense that he was about to cook and arrived punctually to lend a hand. Upon seeing her enter the kitchen, they exchanged a knowing smile and set to work. Once dinner was ready, Luo Mingyao, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached. Sitting at the dining table, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the array of dishes. "How delightful! After such a long day of walking, I must indulge myself and savor the delicious meals prepared by brother Yunche and sister," she exclaimed. The other two smiled in response, encouraging her. "All right, you've earned it. Do enjoy your meal." Thus, the three of them, no, rather, the trio, embarked on a joyful dinner together. After the meal, perhaps due to the day's exertion, the two sisters bid him farewell early and returned home to rest. He, on the other hand, felt quite well, although his legs had felt weary in the afternoon. He had since recovered. After typing for a while, he took a shower and lay down on his bed. then pulled out his phone to admire the photos taken that day. Oh, this one is beautiful, and so is this one. No, they are all lovely. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly, his dreams filled with images of the two sisters showcasing a variety of outfits, from nurses to other characters. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt refreshed all over. He concluded that living with the sisters for an extended period indeed invigorated his spirit. Following his routine, he had breakfast with Luo Mingyao, escorted her to the back gate of the school, and then made his way to the teaching building. During class, the teacher employed the usual method of calling on students to awaken their attention, resulting in an immediate surge of energy in the classroom. When recess arrived, Lu Tianhe approached him, saying, "Yinche, I have applied for an off-campus volunteer activity. Would you like to join? There are participation credits." As the activity committee member of the class, he needed to organize 2 class events this semester to earn credits for everyone. "I'm fine with that. Is this a class-wide event?" he inquired. "No, it's voluntary. This Saturday morning, we will pick up trash at the city center park." Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "When is the registration deadline? You have the list of participants, right?" "It's quite flexible. Registration closes on Friday after school," Lu Tianheng replied. "All right. Show me the list of participants when the time comes, and then I'll let you know." He intended to first check if Luo Mingyao would be attending. His plan to win her affection was not yet complete, so he decided against encountering her for the moment. Though Lu Tianheng found his reasoning peculiar, he agreed nonetheless. After class, Lu Tianheng shared the news with a few others in the dormitory, and they erupted in excitement. Wow, he was just talking about people around him. And now he is starting to compile a list. Could it be that his girlfriend is in our class? Qin Shining nodded solemnly. It seems highly likely. There are only a few girls in the class. Think about who it could be. After a brief discussion, the group swiftly ruled out Luo Mingyao, as it was evident that the two individuals could never be a match. As they analyzed the situation, their attention narrowed to 2 girls in their class. It was time to utilize their network of information to uncover the identity of Jiang Yunja's enigmatic girlfriend. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunja remained blissfully unaware of the 2 potential suspects surrounding him. He was riding his electric scooter with Luo Mingyao on their way home. Unlike before, Luo Mingyao had shed her initial shyness. Although they still maintained a respectful distance, it was no longer sufficient to fit a basketball between them. At best, perhaps an apple. Furthermore, her delicate hand rested on his shoulder, suggesting that a more intimate embrace was not far off. Chapter 29. Resolving a burdened heart. Time swiftly progressed to Tuesday evening. At 9 o'clock, after bidding farewell to the 2 girls, Jiang Yunja heard the ringing of his phone. Upon recognizing the caller, he made his way to the door while answering. "Hello, Aunt Lu." "Yes, where shall I meet you?" "I'll be there shortly." With that, he hurriedly donned his shoes and left. The location Lu Xiaoli mentioned was another bar on the bustling street. As he approached, he spotted her waiting at the entrance. Wasting no time, Lu Xiaoli entered the establishment without delay. Song Mayer had already engaged in conversation with him. Now it was time to observe her performance. At the bar, Li Xinyu sat alone, sipping his drink. A week had passed since he had overcome the trauma of that fateful night and ventured to the bar in hopes of finding another beautiful woman for a deeper connection. Though he had temporarily set aside his grievances, his nature dictated that he would seek revenge on Jiang Yunja and his companions at the first opportunity. The memory of his humiliating experience at the community entrance still gnawed at him, igniting a fierce desire for retribution. He was resolute in not allowing Jiang Yunja to escape unscathed. Such individuals could strike unexpectedly, and only by ensuring they had no chance to cause trouble could he find peace of mind. Setting aside these thoughts, Li Xinyu began to scout for his target of the night. Observing the alluring figures within the bar, he soon reverted to his lecherous demeanor. What he failed to notice was that many pairs of eyes had been watching him since his entrance. When Song Mayer arrived from another bar, Li Xinyu was still at the bar, lost in his drink. Since the plan was set, she had been stationed at nearby bars each night, ready to spring into action. She had grown weary of waiting, as her evenings were devoid of leisure. However, upon spotting her target, excitement surged within her. She relished the thought of these men entranced by her words, especially with the prospect of monetary gain. Still on the hunt for his ideal quarry, Li Xinyu felt a flicker of frustration, yearning for a solitary beauty of Luo Mingyun's caliber. Upon contemplating this, his hatred for Jiang Yunqing deepened further. At that moment, Song Mayer casually settled beside him. Suddenly, a captivating beauty took her place, prompting him to adjust his posture. "Are you here alone? Would you care for a drink?" The alluring aura exuded by Song Meyer, who had taken great care in her appearance, surged into his mind. While the artificial traces were apparent at a glance, he was not one to be picky. Beauty was sufficient. "Well, handsome, are you alone too? It seems we are fated to meet today," she replied with a voice that was both teasing and deadly. Upon hearing her tone, Li Xinyu felt his mind tremble and hurriedly called the bartender to serve drinks for Song Meyer, his speech faltering. Observing his flustered demeanor, a hint of disdain flickered in Song Meyer's eyes. Someone like him hardly warranted her attention. Were it not for the generous compensation promised by Lu Xiaoli, she might have walked away without a second thought. Reining in her emotions, she resumed speaking in a sweet, flirtatious tone. Jiang Yunqing and Lu Xiaoli, watching from a distance, felt reassured as they observed Li Xinyu being ensnared by Song Meyer. It appeared that the evening was securely in their favor. With each glass consumed, Li Xinyu found the woman before him increasingly alluring, his rising desire leading him to subtly suggest his intentions to Song Meyer. She, however, feigned ignorance, deliberately ignoring his implications, which only heightened his urgency. He did not wish to squander this opportunity. Despite his increasingly forthright remarks, Song Meyer remained unyielding, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. Eventually, she deemed the moment ripe and announced her intention to visit the restroom. Before departing, she made a point to mention that upon her return, they would share one final drink before she headed home. This revelation sent Li Xinyu into a panic. The thought of not spending the night with Song Meyer intensified his anxiety. Suddenly, he relaxed and began to surreptitiously survey his surroundings, contemplating a familiar tactic. Although his last attempt had ended in failure, he still believed that Song Meyer was within his grasp. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he quickly added something to the nearby drink, then resumed a nonchalant facade, awaiting the return of his prey. He fancied himself discreet, unaware that Jiang Yunqing and Lu Xiaoli were fully aware of his antics. Nearby, someone had already set up recording equipment, capturing every detail of his actions. When Song Meyer returned, he regained his composure and looked at her. "Since you mentioned it will be our last drink, let us toast to our fortuitous encounter today." Noticing his demeanor, Song Meyer recognized that the bait had been taken. Without hesitation, she lifted her glass and downed the contents. As she finished the drink, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Li Xinyu's eyes, and he began to engage her in conversation to buy time. As Song Meyer's expression began to betray her inebriation, he finally revealed a lecherous smile. Tentatively, he extended his hand to drape over her shoulder. "You seem intoxicated. Allow me to escort you home." Noticing her gaze becoming increasingly dazed, he refrained from further conversation, hoisting her body and striding towards the bar's exit. Upon reaching his vehicle, he unceremoniously deposited the unsteady Song Meyer into the back seat. He then sped towards his hotel. Observing the retreating glow of the car's headlights, Lu Xiaoli turned to Jiang Yunqing beside her. "There should be no issues tonight. You may return home. I wish to assess the situation." "Aunt Lu, allow me to accompany you. I too wish to witness it firsthand." Lu Xiaoli ceased her protests and, after ushering him into the car, drove towards their destination. Meanwhile, in Li Xinyu's car, he gazed at the rearview mirror, captivated by Song Meyer's enticing breaths and her incessant writhing. A surge of heat enveloped him. After disregarding several red lights, he arrived at the back entrance of his hotel. After lifting Song Meyer with practiced ease, he navigated the staff corridor into the hotel. The doorman, accustomed to such sights, merely glanced as he passed with a woman in his arms. In a hurried ascent via the elevator, he arrived at his reserved private room. Upon casting Song Meyer onto the bed, he eagerly lunged towards her. Moments later, as he exerted himself within the confines of the room, the door was abruptly flung open. Infuriated, he turned to the entrance, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to be struck by the sight of unfamiliar attire. In an instant, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. The individuals who entered swiftly subdued him, pressing his face against the floor. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It was over. As his father, disheveled from his office, rushed to the hotel entrance, he had already been ushered into a vehicle, surrounded by a throng of reporters snapping photographs. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man felt his blood pressure surge, causing him to collapse. Moments later, another wave of flashing lights erupted. After witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yunqing finally felt a sense of relief. "Aunt Lu, I owe you my gratitude. Your assistance has been invaluable. You are the true benefactor, and I must thank you for your counsel and strategies. For Mingyun's sake, this is merely my duty. By the way, Aunt Lu, please mention to Mingyun that a certain individual has been apprehended but do not disclose my involvement, otherwise she may feel indebted to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli regarded him with a softened gaze. "Rest assured, I will assist you." After a moment, a flicker of inscrutable meaning danced in her eyes. Jiang Yunqing, oblivious to the shift in her expression, exchanged a few more words before Lu Xiaoli drove him home. After tidying up upon his return, he lay in bed, contemplating how pleased Luo Mingyun would be to learn of this news. A smile graced his lips as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 30. This is the third kiss. By the following morning, as there were no classes this morning, he planned to sleep until 10. However, in the midst of slumber, he suddenly felt a weight pressing upon his chest. Struggling to breathe, he jolted awake. And to his astonishment, he beheld a figure resting upon him. The person had disheveled hair and was clad in pajamas, appearing as if just roused from sleep. Noticing his awakening, Luo Mingyun propped herself up and gazed down at him. Observing the slight redness at the corners of her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, he was instantly alarmed. "What's wrong, Mingyun? What happened?" he inquired anxiously. In response, Luo Mingyun fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent, yet her tears began to accumulate. Seeing his growing distress, she slowly uttered, "You." Upon hearing this, confusion washed over his face. "What's the matter? Are you saying that you cried because of me?" At this, Luo Mingyun nodded subtly. "But what have I done?" he questioned, still bewildered. Luo Mingyun gazed intently into his eyes. "Aunt Lu told me everything. Why did you keep it from me?" Realizing the implication, Jiang Yunxiao understood that this was the help Lu Xiaoli had mentioned. Gratitude surged within him, and he thought, "Thank you so much. Why are you afraid of my gratitude?" Luo Mingyun pressed on. "All right, it seems Lu Xiaoli has completely mirrored her words. Do you realize that what you've done for me is something I can never repay in this lifetime?" Upon hearing this, he stammered, at a loss for words. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Luo Mingyun fell silent, lowering her head. Jiang Yunxiao was bewildered once more. Having been kissed again, why did she emphasize again? She had stolen his first kiss, and his second was taken by Luo Mingyao. Now his third kiss had also been claimed by Luo Mingyun. As he gazed at her face, mere inches away, he found himself lost in thought. Feeling the warmth of Luo Mingyun's affection, he cast aside all other thoughts and embraced her slender waist, reciprocating her feelings. After a prolonged moment, Luo Mingyun lifted her head, panting, her cheeks finally tinged with crimson. In that moment, her mind had been devoid of all else. She only wished to kiss this person who brought her immense comfort. Yet, as reality set in, she grew bashful once more. Sensing Luo Mingyun's intent to rise, Jiang Yunxiao tightened his embrace, holding her securely against him. "Mingyun, with this kiss, you've now kissed me twice, and you've taken my first kiss." Hearing this, Luo Mingyun blushed even more. Unable to meet his gaze, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, but she murmured softly, "It was my first kiss too." If her lips had not been so close to Jiang Yunxiao's ear, he might not have heard her whisper. Suddenly, Luo Mingyun felt herself being turned. Now lying on her back on the bed, with Jiang Yunxiao positioned above her. Upon discovering the current situation, Luo Mingyun's face instantly flushed crimson. She whispered, "Yunxie, let me up." As she spoke, she gently pushed against his body, attempting to nudge him aside. However, at that moment, Jiang Yunxie was resolute in preventing her escape. He suppressed the urge to look downward, instead focusing on her eyes and smiling. "Sister Mingyun, do you think you can kiss me and then run away?" "That won't do." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun turned her head to the side, tightly shutting her eyes. "What must I do to leave?" "Just turn your head and glance at me, and I shall let you go." In response, Luo Mingyun turned her head back and gradually opened her eyes to meet his gaze. Suddenly, she found his face drawing near. "Ah!" Luo Mingyun's eyes widened in surprise as she locked eyes with him. Yet, he had already closed his eyes, rendering her unable to see anything. Gradually, she too began to close her eyes, her hand instinctively wrapping around Jiang Yunxi's neck. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, consumed solely by the familiar and reassuring scent emanating from him. After a while, they parted, and Luo Mingyun began to breathe heavily. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Yunxie leaned in once more. Words were stifled in her throat. All she could do was emit soft sounds before surrendering again. After a short time, she suddenly summoned her strength to push him away and swiftly covered her face as she dashed out of the room, leaving an awkward Jiang Yunxie behind on the bed. Suddenly, he struck his left hand against his right twice, adopting a fierce expression as he glared at his right hand. "It's all your fault. Why did you move? Next time, Just wait and see how I deal with you. Right hand. After attributing all blame to his right hand, he reclined on the bed, contemplating life while staring at the ceiling. Unable to contain himself, he impulsively leaned in for a kiss. Now reflecting on the impulsiveness of his actions. After a moment's thought, he touched his lips, longing to try once more. Meanwhile, back at her home, Luo Mingyun leaned against the door, covering her cheeks with her hands, murmuring anxiously, "What should I do? What should I do?" Earlier that morning, Aunt Lu had called to recount the events of the previous night. Unable to resist the flutter in her heart, she had rushed to Jiang Yunch's side. Little did she know that her visit would entangle her further. Had her sister not been in the room, she would have shouted in embarrassment. The thought of meeting Jiang Yunche again filled her with shyness, and her mind began to race. Why is Yunche so domineering? What if he kisses me again? Should I accept or initiate? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, it felt as if steam were rising from her head. Ultimately, with no resolution to her musings, she could only return to her bedroom, her heart in disarray. Gazing at her younger sister's serene visage on the bed, she pondered how her intentions to unite her sister with Yunche had led to this peculiar situation. Eventually, she embraced her sister and drifted back into slumber. Though this time, her dreams were far from tranquil. Chapter 31. The full moon feast arrives by 10 o'clock in the morning. Luo Mingyao languidly opened her eyes. Noticing her sister still in bed, she felt a flicker of surprise. Typically, her sister would rise long before her. Assuming her sister was simply fatigued, she made an effort to rise without disturbing her, proceeding to freshen up. After a while, Luo Mingyun awoke, sensing the absence of her sister in her embrace. As her mind began to stir, memories of the morning's events flooded back. Alone in the bed, she cocooned herself in the blanket, rolling around like a little caterpillar. Though she did not vocalize her feelings, her heart was in turmoil. Thus, when Luo Mingyao opened the door to check if her sister had risen, she was met with the sight of a wriggling blanket. Pondering whether she had opened the door incorrectly, she closed it and then opened it again. This time, the blanket had transformed from a gentle wriggle to a vigorous roll. "Sis?" she tentatively called out, causing the blanket to come to an abrupt halt. Inside, Luo Mingyun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at being discovered by her sister. Nevertheless, she peeked her head out and stammered, "I was just testing the quality of the bed and the blanket." Retreating back beneath the covers, she chastised herself for such a flimsy excuse. Luo Mingyao's lips twitched. She felt as though she had heard a similarly absurd excuse before. Yet, her concern prompted her to inquire, "Sis, do you feel unwell?" In response, Luo Mingyun threw off the blanket and sat up. "I'm fine. It's already 10:30. Let me freshen up, and then we can head over to Yunche's place." As she mentioned Jiang Yunche, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face. However, seeing that her sister appeared well, Luo Mingyao dismissed the thought, attributing her sister's demeanor to a moment of childishness. After all, her sister sometimes exhibited the traits of a perpetual child. Upon their arrival at Jiang Yunche's abode, they found him in the kitchen, preparing a meal. As soon as he heard the sisters enter, he perked up his ears. "Yunche, we're here," came the familiar voices. And soon 2 small heads peeked around the kitchen doorway. He cast a glance at Luo Mingyao, noting her unchanged cuteness, and then, out of the corner of his eye, he observed Luo Mingyun, who was intently focused on the stove, not sparing him a glance. The scene unfolded with Luo Mingyao providing spirited encouragement from the sofa, while Luo Mingyun assisted him in cooking. The kitchen fell into a comfortable silence as the two worked in unison, their unspoken understanding evident. In that quaint kitchen, the limitations of space became apparent, leading to inevitable physical contact as they both reached for the condiments, their hands brushing against one another in the air. Luo Mingyun swiftly retracted her hand, bowing her head as she clasped her hands together in front of her chest. Observing her profound reaction, Jiang Yunqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I'm sorry for bumping into you," he stammered. "It's all right," Luo Mingyun replied softly, though it remained unclear what incident she was referring to. The two continued in silence as they began preparing lunch, yet their hearts were anything but quiet. Jiang Yunqing pondered anxiously. "Oh no, is Sister Mingyun upset? Should I sincerely apologize?" Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun fretted internally. "What should I do? I can't bear to meet Yunqing's gaze. Perhaps he finds this morning's incident too awkward to mention." Thus, the atmosphere of silence lingered at the dining table. Luo Mingyao, perceptive as ever, quickly sensed the tension. The other two appeared completely engrossed in their meals, their heads bent low, fixated on their plates. Determined to break the silence, she spoke up, "Sister, look." Yunqing is wearing the clothes we picked out together. Clearly, our taste is impeccable. He wears them so well. At this remark, Luo Mingyun turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunqing for the first time since entering the room, recognizing the very outfit they had chosen for him. She couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, Yunqing looks quite handsome in that. Humph, indeed. Our taste is simply exquisite, Jiang Yunqing quipped. So, it seems that clothing alone can overshadow one's appearance, right? All right. Yunqing, your natural good looks certainly play a part as well, she retorted. With a few light-hearted exchanges, the atmosphere at the table brightened once more. Truly, the household thrived on Luo Mengyao's vivacious spirit. The two soon set aside their earlier awkwardness, engaging in conversation as they enjoyed their meal. Luo Mengyao took the initiative to offer to wash the dishes, granting the two some privacy. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yunqing turned to Luo Mengyun, his expression earnest. Sister Mengyun, regarding this morning's incident, I apologize for my impulsiveness. Luo Mengyun, quick to dismiss his concern, waved her hands. No, it's fine. I intruded into your room uninvited. I should be the one apologizing. They began a gentle exchange of apologies, only to pause simultaneously, sharing a smile as they cast aside the earlier incident. When Luo Mengyao emerged from the kitchen, she found the two engaged in cheerful conversation once more, causing her heart to swell with joy. She dashed over, playfully inquiring, "What are you two whispering about behind my back?" In the afternoon, Jiang Yunqing drove Luo Mengyao to school as usual, while Luo Mengyun began planning to rent a space for her own business. She and her sister had discussed opening a pet clinic. Given that she had once studied veterinary medicine at Tianhe University, even if she had withdrawn midway, her affection for small animals remained unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have chosen that field of study. Over the years, she had even obtained relevant certifications, leaving only the final step to realize her dream. Later that afternoon, she received a phone call from Lu Xiaoli. The other party inquired whether they were free during the past 2 afternoons, intending to visit and savor Jiang Yunqing's culinary skills. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Mingyun informed Lu Xiaoli that Jiang Yunqing had classes the following morning and would not have time to prepare a meal. They agreed to check his availability for the upcoming Friday. Lu Xiaoli expressed no objections, simply requesting a message at the appropriate time. Upon returning home, Jiang Yunqing readily accepted the arrangement, exuding an air of enthusiasm. After all, Lu Xiaoli could be considered a parental figure for the two sisters. Was this not the rhythm of meeting the family? Although they had met several times before, this would be their first encounter at home, an entirely different sensation. Thus, the family meeting was set for Friday noon. After a tranquil couple of days, Friday arrived. He awoke early, riding his electric scooter with Luo Mingyun to the market. Having shopped together multiple times, the vendors had ceased to speculate about their relationship. Did it require speculation? They appeared like a young couple. He skillfully navigated the market alongside Luo Mingyun. Aunt Wang, after 2 days, why do you seem even younger? Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang laughed. Oh, Xiaojiang, you flatter me. I'll give you a discount on the vegetables. Is that so? I'm merely speaking the truth. Your sweet words. Mingyun is indeed fortunate. Huh. I need not praise her. It's evident to all. All right. I know Mingyun is diligent and beautiful. No need to boast here. Observing Jiang Yunqing's familiar banter with the vendors, Luo Mingyun felt a bit bashful and could only tug at him to move aside quickly. As they prepared to leave, Aunt Wang couldn't resist adding, Mingyun, remember to invite me to your wedding. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun hurried her pace. Once they had distanced themselves, she glanced back at Jiang Yunqing, discovering a playful smile still adorning his face. She felt helpless. It was clear he was doing this on purpose. After finishing their shopping and receiving 10 requests for wedding invitations and 3 for full moon celebrations, Luo Mingyun, her face flushed, pulled him out of the market in a rush, fearing that if they lingered any longer, the requests would become even more outrageous. Jiang Yunqing, meanwhile, was already laughingly assuring others that they would certainly extend invitations. Turning to him, Luo Mingyun endeavored to maintain an angry facade. Yet, to Jiang Yunqing, it appeared more like playful pouting. Indeed, when one's charm reaches a certain level, even expressions of anger seem like playful antics. Observing Luo Mingyun's cheeks puffing up, he could hardly resist poking her gently. Instantly, her facade crumbled, and she looked at him with a pitiful expression. Seeing this, he thought to himself, oh no. It's a long-lost emotional attack. Stay strong. He quickly changed his demeanor and began apologizing at lightning speed. Sister Mingyun, I'm sorry. I just thought they were joking and went along with it. Luo Mingyun, rather than feeling anger, was simply a bit shy. As a young maiden who had never even been in a romantic relationship, the mention of a full-month celebration caught her off guard. She shot a playful glare at Jiang Yunchu, playfully admonishing him not to make such jokes in the future. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yunchu was well aware that she was not truly upset, yet he still nodded in agreement. Soon after, the two mounted a small electric scooter and made their way home. During the ride, Jiang Yunchu could not help but reflect on how their relationship seemed to have deepened since that morning. Chapter 32. The mother-in-law meets her son-in-law upon returning home. Jiang Yunchu busied himself with preparations. Today, he intended to showcase his culinary skills to impress Lu Xiaoli. Observing his fervent enthusiasm, Luo Mingyun stifled a laugh from behind him. Fully aware of his intent to leave a good impression on Lu Xiaoli, Jiang Yunchu, oblivious to her amusement, maintained a serious expression as he committed himself to the task at hand, preparing the ingredients with the dedication of a true chef from the Jiang family. Seeing his earnestness, Luo Mingyun stepped in to lend a hand. Given the extensive menu for the day, they decided to cook at the sisters' residence, where the kitchen was more spacious and well-stocked with spices, thanks to Luo Mingyun's diligent shopping over the past week. When Luo Mingyao finally awoke and opened her bedroom door, she was greeted by the sounds of her sister and Jiang Yunchu chatting in the kitchen. She stealthily tiptoed to the doorway, peeking in like a curious cat. The sight of their harmonious interaction filled her large eyes with delight, as if stars were sparkling within them. She mused to herself, "This must be what married life is like. It seems that my turn to become a sister-in-law is not far off." Deciding it best not to interrupt them, she quietly returned to her room, hoping that Lu Ai would take her time arriving, perhaps even getting caught in traffic for half an hour. Meanwhile, on a road in Yunhai City, Lu Xiaoli, impatiently waiting for the cars to move, sneezed and muttered, "Why is the traffic so congested? It's usually smooth sailing." By the time Lu Xiaoli reached the community, Jiang Yunchu was nearing the completion of the dishes. Frustrated by the delays, she rang the doorbell, realizing that her plan to chat for a while had been thwarted. Hearing the sound, Luo Mingyun was about to head to the door when her sister burst from her bedroom, rushing to open it. Bored in her room, she had been eagerly anticipating Lu Xiaoli's arrival, and now she could hardly wait to chat with her. "Lu Ai, please come in and have a seat." With the sight of the cheerful Luo Mingyao, Lu Xiaoli's earlier irritation vanished entirely. Luo Mingyun emerged from the kitchen to greet Lu Xiaoli, saying, "Lu Ai, please sit for a moment. Yunchu is just finishing the last dish. Dinner will be ready shortly." Intrigued by this, Lu Xiaoli leaned closer to the kitchen door to get a glimpse of the preparations. Before long, Jiang Yunqing donned an apron, skillfully tossing vegetables in the pan. She nodded to herself, exuding the charm of a seasoned chef. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoli's gaze, Jiang Yunqing turned around, exchanged a brief greeting, and suggested she take a seat and wait for a moment. Approaching the dining table, Lu Xiaoli admired the array of delectable dishes, each promising exquisite flavors, and couldn't help but nod in approval. "You two sisters are truly fortunate. You have Yunqing cooking for you every day." The sisters felt a bit embarrassed, aware that they were somewhat like guests indulging in someone else's hospitality. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and, hearing the remark, smiled and replied, "I am equally delighted to cook for them." After glancing between the three of them, Lu Xiaoli smiled but remained silent. "No need to stand around. Let's sit down and enjoy the meal," Jiang Yunqing casually invited, as if he were the host of the house. Complying with his words, the sisters settled down to eat, and Lu Xiaoli's smile grew even brighter upon witnessing their obedience. Once everyone was seated, Luo Mingyao began to extol the virtues of the meal. "Aunt Lu, you must try the dishes prepared by Brother Yunqing. They are absolutely delicious, even better than the restaurant we visited last time." Upon tasting the food, Lu Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with delight. "I find myself a bit envious of you sisters. You get to enjoy such sumptuous meals every day." Hearing this, Jiang Yunqing felt a sense of relief. An old adage states that to win over a mother-in-law, one must first capture her heart through her stomach. And it appeared his culinary skills were indeed commendable. Soon after, Lu Xiaoli opened up the conversation, probing Jiang Yunqing with various questions. She had witnessed his character and culinary prowess, but she sought to uncover more detailed information. After all, Luo Mingyun had only mentioned that she and Jiang Yunqing were classmates, without divulging much else. "Yunqing, with such culinary talent, do you have a chef in your family?" "No, Aunt Lu. My parents are involved in running a pet clinic. It's just our family's interest in cooking that drives us to practice on our own." upon hearing that his mother ran a pet clinic. The sisters' eyes brightened in unison. Oh, Yunqing, your mother operates a pet clinic? Yes, indeed. Wow, brother Yunqing, what a coincidence. My sister plans to open a pet clinic too. Is that so? Then you can chat with my mother later and share some insights. He had heard the sisters mention their plans to open a business, but was surprised to learn it was a pet clinic. What a delightful coincidence. Given his mother's personality, she would surely relish the opportunity to share her experiences with Luo Mengyun. However, upon the prospect of conversing with Jiang Yunqing's mother, Luo Mengyun felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Sensing her unease, Jiang Yunqing offered reassurance. Don't worry, my mother is very approachable. Just try not to find her too chatty. His words eased Luo Mengyun's anxiety slightly, yet she resolved to search online for tips on conversing with elders later. Upon listening to their conversation, Lu Xiaoli posed a crucial question. Mengyun, have you finalized your plans for opening a store over there? Do you have a strategy for the necessary procedures and the items you wish to purchase? And what about your operational plans? Truly, as a bar owner. Her words exuded professionalism. Luo Mengyun straightened her expression and began to articulate her preparations. I have already familiarized myself with the required procedures for opening a business, and I have scoured both the pet market and online for the items I need. However, finding a suitable storefront has proven somewhat troublesome. In response, Lu Xiaoli, with an air of ease, remarked, I can assist you in contacting potential storefronts. What about funding? Would you like me to invest a little? Luo Mengyun quickly interjected. Aunt Lu, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I would like to try this on my own. It wouldn't be right to keep imposing on you. Seeing her reluctance, Lu Xiaoli's expression shifted to one of mild displeasure. Why can't you two sisters shake off this habit of being overly polite with me? I consider you both as daughters. What's wrong with helping my daughters? Noticing Lu Xiaoli's apparent irritation, Luo Mengyun promptly agreed to let her assist in finding a storefront. Upon receiving her consent, Lu Xiaoli's demeanor transformed instantly, breaking into a smile. She recognized that the sisters could not bear to see her upset, thus this tactic was always effective. Observing the swift change in Lu Xiaoli's expression, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle. The three of them indeed resembled a mother and her daughters. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoli, with the meticulousness of a census taker, began to ask Jiang Yunqing various questions. It was no wonder she was concerned. The young man seemed intent on whisking away her goddaughter, and she felt the need to uncover the truth about him. The sisters exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. They understood that Lu Xiaoli's inquiries stemmed from her care. Yet, why on earth did she even inquire about their astrological signs? What was her intent? After a while, perhaps realizing that her questions were becoming increasingly absurd, Lu Xiaoli finally ceased her inquiries and resumed her meal. It was then that the sisters began to share amusing anecdotes from their recent experiences. Laughter occasionally erupting around the dining table, reminiscent of a familial gathering. Chapter 33. Which one do you prefer? Once the meal concluded and they lingered for a while, Lu Xiaoli rose, preparing to depart. Before leaving, she reiterated her advice to the sisters, urging them to inform her of any issues they encountered. The previous incident involving Luo Mengyun had left a significant impact on her. It troubled her that such matters could transpire right under her nose without her knowledge. She had scolded Luo Mengyun quite thoroughly during their last phone call. Coincidentally, Jiang Yunqing also intended to return to his room to prepare for class. So he exited alongside Lu Xiaoli. Once the door closed, separating the two sisters from them, Lu Xiaoli turned to him. Which one of the sisters do you prefer? The suddenness of her inquiry caused his smile to falter, leaving him in a state of astonishment as he regarded Lu Xiaoli. Aunt Lu, why do you ask that? I see them as sisters right now, he stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, he had kissed both of them, and the nature of their relationship seemed to be a tad inappropriate. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Lu Xiaoli suddenly burst into laughter. At the dining table, the two sisters cast a glance at Jiang Yunqing that was decidedly unusual, their intimacy evoking a twinge of envy within her. Now in her 40s, she accepted the likelihood that she would never marry or bear children, and these two were her only kin. Thus, she had to exercise caution regarding her potential son-in-law. Observing his apparent intentions, she felt a sense of relief. Presently, she was quite pleased with this suitor. His character was commendable, his culinary skills exquisite, his demeanor gentle, and, most importantly, he treated the sisters well. Just then, the elevator arrived, prompting her to address Jiang Yunqing directly with a single admonition: take good care of my sisters. Jiang Yunshe responded with a serious nod, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Aunt Lu." Once the elevator doors closed, Lu Xiaoli suddenly realized something amiss. Wait a minute. This young man hasn't expressed a preference for either sister yet. As the elevator doors shut, Jiang Yunshe returned home, pondering Lu Xiaoli's earlier question with some vexation. He relished the days spent with the sisters, yet the sudden inquiry about his affections felt a bit beyond the scope of their relationship. If pressed to answer, he would undoubtedly say he liked both, given one was gentle and virtuous while the other was lively and charming. However, he had never contemplated advancing beyond friendship with either of them. He was content with their current dynamic and felt unable to favor one over the other. After some reflection, he decided to let the matter be and go with the flow. When the time for class arrived, he met Luo Mengyao at the entrance as scheduled. Gazing at the lively and adorable girl before him, he found it difficult to wish for anything more. Wasn't this life splendid? As usual, upon entering the classroom, Lu Tianhe inquired, "Yunshe, are you planning to participate in tomorrow's event?" At the mention of it, Jiang Yunshe recalled the upcoming occasion and asked, "Do you have the list of participants? I would like to take a look." Hearing this, several dorm mates perked up their ears and discreetly cast glances in their direction. He glanced at the list and noted that Luo Mengyao was absent. Indeed, it seemed she rarely engaged in such activities. Feeling relieved, he nodded. "All right, count me in. I'll join to earn some points." The dorm mates exchanged knowing looks, their expressions laden with significance. Over the past few days, they had inquired and discovered that the two girls, suspected to be Jiang Yunshe's girlfriends, had not exhibited any unusual behavior. Frustrated yet suddenly enlightened, they realized that only one of those two girls was participating in this event, which could lead to the truth being revealed. His declaration to attend implied a connection with the girl participating. They marveled at their own deductive skills. Was it really that simple? They anticipated that tomorrow would bring clarity, eagerly contemplating how he might attempt to conceal the truth. Later that evening, he mentioned having commitments the following morning and that he might not return for lunch, to which the sisters expressed no objections. Jiang Yunshe could not possibly be by their side at all times, especially now that Luo Mengyun's culinary skills had significantly improved, allowing her to prepare delectable meals. However, the mere mention of the weekend would ignite excitement in Luo Mengyao. "Brother Yunshe, shall we go out this weekend?" "Of course. Where do you wish to go?" Jiang Yunshe readily agreed, as venturing out with his two sisters was indeed a great joy in life. "Let me think. How about we visit the amusement park? It has been quite a while since I last went with my sister," Luo Mengyao suggested. "That sounds delightful. I have yet to explore the amusement park nearby," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Mengyao's face lit up with a radiant smile, uplifting the spirits of the other two. "All right then, sister, it's settled." Luo Mengyun thought to herself that as long as the three of them were together, any destination would be agreeable. Thus, the plan for the amusement park outing was established for the day after tomorrow. Following that, Luo Mengyao maintained her exuberant demeanor and began plotting their itinerary. The other two joined her in eager discussion. By 9 o'clock that evening, Lu Tianhe, who was gaming in the dormitory, received a message. Upon glancing at it, he was somewhat surprised to see that this individual would also be participating in the event. However, since it was a class activity with no restrictions, he simply replied affirmatively. After sharing the news with his dorm mates, they were all taken aback but did not comment further, as it did not concern them directly. However, Mu Yuming, who pondered over it more, adopted an uncertain expression. "Do you think there is any connection between Lao Jiang and Luo Mengyao? Although we initially ruled them out, what if?" Qin Shining responded with conviction, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If they were involved, I would eat this keyboard right here, I swear." Hearing this, Mu Yuming chuckled, realizing she had indeed been overthinking. The following morning, Jiang Yunshe woke early. Their class had scheduled a gathering at the school's back gate at 7 o'clock. Since the number of participants had met the requirement, Lu Tianhe had specifically requested a school bus to take them to Central Park. After cycling to the back gate of the school, he found a parking spot and left his bicycle before heading to the bus. Lu Tianhe was there with the counselor. Counting heads, after exchanging greetings, he boarded the bus. Upon entering, he heard the voices of his dorm mates calling out, "Over here, Lao Jiang." To carry out their plan, they had arrived early to secure seats and had deliberately positioned themselves behind their target, waiting for Jiang Yunshe to fall into their trap. As he walked towards the back of the bus, he suddenly felt someone grasp his hand. Chapter 34. Exposure. Feeling the familiar, delicate touch in his hand, he looked down to the side and was instantly taken aback. Due to the high back of the seat and the petite stature of the person before him, he had not noticed her earlier. He gazed at the expressionless girl before him, feeling as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. At that moment, Luo Mingyao, seated in the inner seat, released his hand and silently patted the seat beside her, subsequently turning her gaze towards the window, refusing to meet his eyes. Faced with this, he had no choice but to sit down resolutely, hastily attempting to explain himself. Mingyao, please listen to me, he began, but before he could finish, Luo Mingyao turned her head, her expression still devoid of emotion, and interrupted him. Let us talk after we get off. With that, she turned away again, her eyes fixed on the window, lapsing into silence. Observing Luo Mengyao's impassive demeanor, his countenance shifted to one of distress. His greatest fear had materialized. Luo Mengyao had indeed grown cold towards him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, sitting there in turmoil, trying to formulate what he would say once they alighted. In truth, Luo Mengyao had spotted him the moment Jiang Yunqing had parked. After all, that pink electric scooter paired with that familiar silhouette was unmistakable to her. Though curiosity stirred within her as to why he was there, she had intended to greet him upon disembarking. However, she then witnessed Jiang Yunqing striding directly towards the school bus, exchanging pleasantries with the committee members and the counselor. Doubts began to fester in her mind, and it was only when Mu Yuming called out to him that her suspicions solidified. It dawned on her that the Jiang Yunqing from her class was indeed her beloved Yunqing. Following that revelation, she took his hand, urging him to sit beside her. At that moment, her heart was anything but tranquil, grappling with questions as to why Jiang Yunqing had deceived her, why he had not sought her out at school. Did he wish to conceal their acquaintance from others? Did he find something lacking in her? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, threatening to spill over. Meanwhile, in the back of the bus, her roommates, witnessing Jiang Yunqing being pulled by Luo Mingyao to sit down, were frozen in astonishment, mouths agape, unable to move. They were still grappling with the revelation that Jiang Yunqing's mysterious girlfriend was none other than Luo Mingyao. After a while, when Lu Tianheng returned to the bus and observed their bewildered expressions, he promptly inquired about what had transpired. Upon hearing his question, Qin Shining, with a stiffened jaw, recounted the events that had just unfolded. Lu Tianheng, too, found himself in a state of shock. Once they had somewhat regained their composure, they began to accept the reality of the situation. Mu Yuming murmured, "It turns out we had ruled out the correct answer from the start. I always said that if Luo Mingyao were to take the initiative, he would surely be moved. And here we are, just half a month later. And it has come to fruition so swiftly." The others felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, realizing they had been selecting the right answer from among the wrong options. However, Mu Yuming shifted her tone, her expression settling into calm once more. "At least we still have other spectacles to look forward to. Our efforts have not been in vain." Upon hearing this, Qin Shining inquired with a hint of confusion. "A good show? What else is there to see?" After casting him a glance, Mu Yuming revealed a smile that was anything but innocent. "Hee, we're watching a live stream of keyboard eating." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianheng and Li Yida began to chuckle ominously, witnessing the expressions of the group. A faint smile crept onto Qin Shining's face. "No way, I was just joking, it doesn't count. Besides, how can you prove it was me who said that?" In response, Lu Tianheng silently retrieved his phone and began to play a recording. The familiar voice emanated from the device. "Impossible. If they had any connections, I would eat this keyboard on the spot, I swear." After hearing this, the laughter of the group grew even more sinister. And Qin Shining cast a shocked glance at Lu Tianheng, thinking, "You, with those thick brows and big eyes, could actually pull something like this off." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yunjia felt restless, unable to settle down. Anxiously, he glanced at Luo Mingyao, who was still looking out the window, wanting to say something. Yet each time he opened his mouth, no words came forth. Through the reflection in the window, he noticed that her eyes were red, glistening with unshed tears, as she struggled to maintain her composure. Witnessing this scene, his heart ached sharply. How could he have caused that lively and cheerful spirit to weep? He hurriedly fumbled through his bag for a tissue, gently dabbing at her tears. Luo Mingyao initially attempted to turn her head away to evade the tissue that was being pressed to her face. However, Jiang Yunjia softly placed his hand on her cheek, guiding her face back towards him. He then spoke in the most tender tone, "Darling, it doesn't look good to cry." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao ceased her resistance. slowly closing her eyes and allowing Jiang Yunjia to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Once he had dried her tears, Jiang Yunjia released her delicate face. Noticing his withdrawal, Luo Mengyao immediately turned her head away, still gazing out the window in silence, though no more tears escaped her eyes. Jiang Yunjia felt somewhat at a loss upon seeing this. At that moment, he noticed her petite hand resting on the armrest between them. Taking a deep breath, he decided to grasp it firmly, thinking that he needed to take some action. Upon realizing her hand had been taken, Luo Mengyao began to gently struggle. Yet, she found that the more she resisted, the tighter his grip became. With no choice left, she surrendered to Jiang Yunjia's warm hand. Although the delicate sensation of their intertwined fingers was intoxicating, Jiang Yunjia did not dwell on it. He merely sighed in relief, sensing that there was still room for conversation. Just then, Luo Mengyao's friend, the girl who had unexpectedly invited her to the event the previous night, approached them. She looked at Jiang Yunjia, who was seated beside Luo Mengyao, with a puzzled expression, wondering how he had ended up there. As she drew closer, her gaze fell upon the entwined hands of the two, and she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Goodness! Luo Mengyao was actually holding hands and sitting with a boy. Yet, her shock was fleeting. Chenwen soon wore an amused smile. Oh, they appear quite compatible. How delightful. Without disturbing them, she casually took a nearby seat, intending to inquire about the details from Luo Mengyao when the opportunity arose. The other passengers were similarly taken aback, witnessing the cold and aloof Luo Mengyao with Jiang Yunqing. The onlookers' eyes were drawn, whether intentionally or not, towards the couple. It seemed as if they had quarreled, as neither spoke. Aware of the surrounding gazes, Luo Mengyao felt a twinge of discomfort. She thought, why is Yunqing still holding my hand? Doesn't he realize everyone is watching? Surely he doesn't intend to hold on throughout the journey. Her assumption was correct. Jiang Yunqing had no intention of letting go, not out of desire to hold her hand for the entire trip, but rather until he had clarified matters with Luo Mengyao. As the vehicle commenced its journey, the two clasped hands, proceeding towards their destination under the watchful eyes of their peers. Upon reaching their destination, the passengers prepared to disembark. The two remained seated, unmoving, until most had exited, at which point Jiang Yunqing finally stood up. Just as Luo Mengyao sighed with relief, believing he would release her hand, she noticed that despite rising, he still held on to her. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Surely he wouldn't insist on leading her out as well? Noticing her reluctance to rise, Jiang Yunqing made no effort to hurry her. He simply stood beside her, hand in hand, watching her. Observing this, Luo Mengyao began to struggle once more. Yet his grip was firm, as if fearful of her slipping away. Resigned, she could only gaze expressionlessly at Jiang Yunqing. They stood in silence, exchanging glances, until the counselor's voice urged them to disembark, prompting Luo Mengyao to concede. Gradually, she stood, allowing Jiang Yunqing to guide her out. Once outside, the surrounding classmates were astonished to see their hands still intertwined, causing Luo Mengyao to feel increasingly self-conscious, her cheeks flushed. Unable to endure the attention any longer, she softly pleaded with Jiang Yunqing, "Can you please let go of my hand?" After casting a glance at her, Jiang Yunqing resolutely shook his head. "I want to let go. I'm afraid you might run away." Hearing this, Luo Mengyao quickly replied, "I want to run. Please just let go of me." In response, Jiang Yunqing remained silent, merely shaking his head once more. Left with no choice, Luo Mengyao could only watch as he continued to hold her hand. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing had no desire to release her delicate hand, fearing that if he did, the lively and charming Luo Mengyao would drift away from him. Subsequently, the counselor and Lu Tianhe began to discuss some important points and distributed the necessary tools. Once the discussion concluded, they announced the dissolution of the gathering, allowing everyone the freedom to engage in their own activities. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed in groups to various parts of the park to collect litter. However, before departing, they could not help but cast glances at the two individuals standing hand in hand. After the others had left, Luo Mengyao's flushed countenance experienced a slight alleviation. At that moment, she no longer maintained her expressionless demeanor but instead, with a pout, tugged Jiang Yunqing towards a secluded path. Upon reaching a deserted pavilion, Luo Mengyao turned to face him. "All right, you may begin your explanation now." Observing her sulky expression, Jiang Yunqing felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, it was still the familiar Luo Mengyao. He then commenced his explanation. "Well, I did not intend to keep this from you. Initially, I wished to inform you that we were classmates, but I feared it might alter our relationship, So I hesitated to tell you. Does my sister know about this? Yes, she is aware. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao's expression grew even more irate, and she began to mutter softly. How could my sister not tell me? Humph. Just wait until I deal with her. Noticing Luo Mingyao mumbling to herself, Jiang Yunqing's demeanor turned anxious. Dreaming, please don't be angry. You can punish me however you wish. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao's eyes brightened mischievously, though she maintained her feigned annoyance. Then clarify for me how you managed to conceal this from me. In response, Jiang Yunqing began to honestly recount how he had kept the fact that they were in the same class a secret. After he finished, Luo Mingyao reflected on the situation, recognizing the multitude of inconsistencies. First, there was the shared name, then the sighting of his back, and the fact that they commuted together every day. Such coincidences were too numerous to ignore. Contemplating this, Luo Mingyao continued to feign a need for reassurance. Though her heart had already moved past the anger, she realized that Jiang Yunqing still cared for her deeply. He was still her beloved Yunqing. Observing her altered expression, Jiang Yunqing grew increasingly flustered. Why does it seem like you're still upset after I explained everything? Surely, you will forgive me? Seeing his anxious demeanor, Luo Mingyao stifled a smile, deciding to prolong the charade. She maintained her feigned irritation. What? Do you think I appear cold and unapproachable at school? With that, she displayed her signature keep your distance face. Jiang Yunqing quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I find you endearing no matter what. Hearing this nearly caused Luo Mingyao to break character, compelling her to steady her thoughts. Then why are you worried about my expression? Afraid I might chill you? That's not it. I'm just concerned you might stop calling me brother in the future. As Jiang Yunqing felt a hint of embarrassment, Luo Mingyao, upon hearing his words, fell silent, fearing that the moment she spoke, she would inevitably call him brother Yunqing. The two meandered along, distracted, picking up litter as they walked. Upon reaching a staircase, they began their descent. However, lost in her thoughts, Luo Mingyao slipped and fell to the ground with a startled exclamation. In an instant, Jiang Yunqing grasped her hand tightly, but the steepness of the staircase caused her to sit on the steps. Observing this, he hurried to assist her, concern etched across his face. Mingyao, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Seeing his anxious expression, Luo Mingyao felt a twinge of vulnerability despite her minor mishap. With someone to dote on her, she transformed into a delicate damsel. Pouting, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. I twisted my ankle. It hurts a little. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing immediately glanced downward at her feet, dressed in denim trousers that concealed her ankles. He gently pulled up the hem of her pants and lowered her little white socks, cradling her foot in his hands for inspection. As he fixated on her foot, Luo Mingyao blushed, instinctively retracting her foot and stammering, No, it's nothing serious. Seeing her foot remained unscathed, Jiang Yunqing felt relieved. Can you walk? To this, Luo Mingyao tilted her head and began to act coy again. I can't. It hurts just a little. His face expressed genuine concern. Just as he was about to respond, Luo Mingyao interjected. Could you carry me? Without hesitation, he knelt before her, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. She smiled and slowly draped herself over his back, wrapping her arms around his neck as he lifted her legs and hoisted her up. Experiencing this novel sensation, joy surged within Luo Mingyao. As a child, she had always envied her peers who were carried by their fathers, but with only her sister and grandmother around. She had never imagined experiencing such tenderness. Now, her wish was granted, and it was none other than her brother Yunqing who bore her. In that moment, she thought to herself, being carried truly felt wonderful. Noticing Luo Mingyao gently nuzzling his neck, Jiang Yunqing sensed her delight. Thus, in silence, he strolled through the park, her weight comfortably resting on him. On the winding paths of the park, the young man carried the young woman, and the rustling leaves around them seemed to pause momentarily, as if reluctant to disturb the warmth of this tender scene. After walking for a while, Luo Mingyao suddenly addressed him. Jiang Yunjia, could you promise me something? Upon hearing her words, he paused, a wave of nervousness washing over his face, for it was the first time Luo Mingyao had called his name. What is it? He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Luo Mingyao decided not to tease him further. With a playful tone, she continued, from now on, can I call you Brother Yunjia? Huh, yes. The happiness struck him with such intensity that he became visibly excited. Noticing his joy, Luo Mingyao proceeded to outline her conditions. Also, you must prepare me Coca-Cola chicken wings for a week. No, make it a month. At that moment, he would have agreed to a year without hesitation. All right. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. Furthermore, you must continue to pick me up for school and ensure you escort me to the classroom. Of course, I will take you wherever you desire. And you must always treat me and my sister kindly. I promise to always be good to both of you." Regardless of what Luo Mingyao requested, he acquiesced to each condition. With every promise made, their smiles grew wider. After she had recounted all her wishes, Luo Mingyao unexpectedly fell silent. After a moment, she quietly proposed her final request. "You must never leave me and my sister." Jiang Yunjia solemnly responded, "I will not leave you both." Chapter 36. The affectionate Luo Mingyao. The two maintained this position as they strolled through the park. Whenever they encountered litter, he would bend slightly to allow Luo Mingyao, perched on his back, to pick it up with a small clip. However, as time passed, the sensations from her presence became increasingly vivid, making them both feel a bit shy. Just then, they arrived in a more populated area, prompting Luo Mingyao to request to be set down. He gently lowered her, mindful of her feet, and continued to support her shoulders. Although there was no issue, Luo Mingyao, noticing the curious glances from those around them, became somewhat flustered. Eventually, she assured Jiang Yunjia that she was fine, even bouncing a couple of times to ease his concerns. It was then that they finally separated since getting on the vehicle. Subsequently, they wandered aimlessly around the park, both oblivious to boredom as it was their first visit. However, the curious stares from classmates they encountered made Luo Mingyao feel increasingly embarrassed. They also met a few dorm mates, who, treating the two as if they were invisible, passed by while muttering about how women only hindered their speed in drawing swords. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunjia felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon reflection, he realized he was not in a romantic relationship, so why should he feel awkward? Luo Mingyao recognized a few of his friends and, intrigued, inquired, "What do they mean by that?" Upon hearing her question, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he admit that he had previously shown little interest in romance? For reasons unbeknownst to him, he hesitated to broach the subject in front of Luo Mingyao. After a moment's contemplation, he devised an excuse. "Actually, it's about my typing speed. I write novels." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. He was influenced by the frequent banter in the Author-S group, where the common refrain was that women only hindered his writing pace. And he inadvertently revealed a personal secret. Upon hearing his confession, Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Witnessing her reaction, he couldn't suppress a desire to tease her. Had she installed light bulbs in her eyes? They shone so brilliantly. With a hint of admiration, she gazed at him, embodying the essence of a smitten fan. "Wow, Yinche, you're so impressive. What novels have you written, and what is your pen name?" Naturally, he had no intention of disclosing the titles of his works, as that would be far too embarrassing, especially if Luo Mingyao were to discover them. Thus, he remained silent. Noting his reticence, Luo Mingyao employed her charm once more, this time with even more audacity. Now that their conversation had opened up, their bond had deepened. She leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around his, playfully swaying as she pouted, "Oh, come on, Yunche, just tell me. I only want to take a peek." The effect was immediate and profound. He found himself utterly captivated. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. "All right, I will share the title of one book with you." He pondered which of his more serious works to reveal and relayed the title to Luo Mingyao. Delighted by her success in charming him, Luo Mingyao beamed, having discovered that her playful demeanor rendered him defenseless. Eager to delve into his literary world, she resolved to read every book penned by him, curious to uncover the essence of his thoughts. Indeed, she intended to read them all. After all, with the book title came the author's name. Realizing the implications, Jiang Yunche's countenance paled. Oh no, had he just exposed his entire literary past? How had he been so easily ensnared? For years, he had published his novels under a single account, laden with a plethora of embarrassing history. Sensing his sudden change in demeanor, Luo Mingyao stifled a private chuckle, reveling in her newfound advantage. "Don't worry, Yinche, I will only search for this one book." Of course, she intended to search only for that title. But stumbling upon his other works wouldn't count as a search, would it? Hearing her words, he felt no relief and found himself without alternatives. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the inevitable, thinking, well, let them read. It seems this planet can no longer accommodate me. Perhaps it is time to seek a new world to inhabit. Upon observing his despondent demeanor, Luo Mingyao prudently shifted the conversation to the picturesque scenery of the park, subsequently requesting Jiang Yunqing to capture some photographs of her. It was evident that this topic rekindled his spirits, as he had long neglected to update his collection. Thus, the park became a canvas for their shared moments, echoing with the melodious laughter of the young girl. As the clock struck 11, the group reconvened, signaling the conclusion of their day's endeavors. With no school bus to ferry them back, everyone dispersed according to their desires. Most opted to linger a while longer, relishing the rarity of their visit. No one approached the two, fully aware that they would likely seek a moment of intimacy. Indeed, their plans were to return home for a cozy gathering, rather than indulging in solitude. Earlier, Luo Mingyao had informed her sister of their intention to dine together, also expressing her grievances about her sister and Jiang Yunqing's covert collaboration. In response, Luo Mingyun merely smiled, recognizing that her sister bore no ill feelings. The two then made their way to the subway station, where they found the train sparsely populated and selected a seat together. Once seated, Luo Mingyao cast several furtive glances his way, seemingly hesitant to speak. Noticing her demeanor, Jiang Yunqing inquired about her unease. Encouraged by his question, she shyly uttered, "Brother Yunqing, may I lean on you?" Upon hearing this, he chuckled softly and relaxed his shoulder. Luo Mingyao seized the opportunity to rest her head against him, intertwining her hand with his. Since he had previously turned his back to her, she had grown fond of their close proximity, and now, enveloped in contentment, she beamed with happiness. Seeing her in such high spirits, Jiang Yunqing thought little of it, gently resting his head atop hers. Inhaling the subtle fragrance that belonged to her youthful essence, and feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. When the train reached their station, they stepped out together. Luo Mingyao's gaze was fixed ahead, yet her hand playfully waved in front of him, as if to convey a silent message. In response, Jiang Yunqing smiled with a hint of resignation, sensing that today, her sweetness was exceptionally pronounced. Nonetheless, he took her hand in his, feeling the warmth enveloping her hand. Luo Mingyao beamed with a knowing smile and led him towards home. After a brief 5-minute walk to their building, she began to playfully whine, "Brother Yunqing, would you carry me upstairs?" Faced with her charming antics, Jiang Yunqing had little choice but to comply. He knelt before her, fully indulging this sister of his. With a playful grin, Luo Mingyao climbed onto his back, eagerly relishing the familiar sensation she had longed for, but had been too shy to express amidst the throng of people. As he carried her to the elevator, her youthful face nuzzled against his neck, stirring a delightful flutter in his heart. The elevator door slowly creaked open, revealing several pairs of curious eyes fixed upon them. Jiang Yunqing instantly froze in place. The girl, who had been blindly groping with her eyes closed, opened them only to glance briefly before shutting them once more. Retreating behind him, one by one, the occupants of the elevator emerged, each casting a furtive glance at the two. Once they stepped inside the elevator and the doors slid shut, Luo Mingyao, her face flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, how awkward. Why did so many people suddenly arrive?" Covering her face with her hands, she appeared utterly mortified. Jiang Yunqing, unsure of what to say, could only manage a couple of awkward chuckles. Upon reaching the sister's doorstep, Luo Mingyao hopped off his back. As soon as she did, she began to mutter, "Humph, sister. Just wait and see how I punish you for conspiring with him against me." Chapter 37. I saw nothing upon entering the room. They found Luo Mingyun had prepared a meal, patiently awaiting their arrival at the dining table. Upon seeing them, she couldn't shake the feeling that her sister seemed particularly cheerful today, prompting her to warmly invite them to dine. However, Luo Mingyao, upon catching sight of her sister, adopted a morose expression. Luo Mingyun understood this was her sister's way of protesting against their secret about being classmates. Having watched her grow up, the elder sister could easily discern the facade, so she chose to remain silent and exchange smiles with her. In response, Luo Mingyao placed her hand over her heart, feigning injury. "Alas, sister, now you have joined forces with brother Yunqing to bully me. I can hardly imagine how you and my future brother-in-law will treat me." As she spoke, she cast suggestive glances at the two, wildly hinting at her thoughts. Noticing her sister still referred to Yunqing as brother, Luo Mingyun realized they had clarified their relationship, and her sister was not genuinely upset. Although aware that her sister was jesting, she played along, saying, "Of course not. Sister will always stand by your side." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao huffed. "Yet you still kept it a secret with brother Yunqing. He intended to tell you, but you insisted on calling him brother, making it difficult for him to speak up." At this, Luo Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, as if acknowledging the truth in her words. Nevertheless, she feigned anger to retort, "Well, you could have at least informed me. your tone was just a tad lacking. Now that you are aware, will you still call him Brother Yunqing in the future? Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao raised her voice emphatically, absolutely. Brother Yunqing promised to be my brother, and he will always be my brother Yunqing. After declaring this, she noticed her sister gazing at her with a smile, prompting her to realize the implications of her words, causing her face to redden further. Deciding to change the subject, she sat down and began to eat, channeling her embarrassment into her appetite. The other two exchanged knowing smiles before also taking their seats to enjoy the meal. Now, Luo Mingyun's culinary skills have reached an impressive 8/10 of Jiang Yunqing's prowess, transforming her home-cooked meals into a delightful experience akin to dining out. This has spoiled the little foodie, Luo Mingyao, who eagerly anticipates returning home for dinner each day. After their meal, the three of them settle onto the sofa to relax. At this moment, Luo Mingyao, with a mischievous glint in her eye, pounces on her sister, knocking her down onto the couch. A perplexed Luo Mingyun glances at her sister, inquiring, "What's wrong, Mingyao?" Without responding, Luo Mingyao begins to tickle her sister's waist. Fully aware that Luo Mingyun is particularly sensitive to tickling, this was her meticulously devised punishment. As the sensations from her waist provoke laughter, Luo Mingyun begins to plead for mercy between giggles. However, Luo Mingyao merely huffs and intensifies her tickling. Realizing that pleas for leniency are futile, Luo Mingyun retaliates by tickling her sister back, as both share the same weakness. Soon, their laughter fills the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing, as an observer, finds himself thoroughly entertained by the affectionate antics of the sisters, who wouldn't relish such a charming sight. Yet, after a moment, he turns his head away. For both sisters are clad only in thin shirts, and their playful tussle inevitably leads to some unintentional exposure. He swears he merely glanced, just a fleeting look, before he coughs to remind the sisters of his presence. As a paragon of virtue, he would never take advantage of their vulnerability, and he steals another glance, simply to ensure everything is in order. Hearing his voice, the sisters come to a halt, suddenly aware of their appearance, and hurriedly sit up to adjust their clothing. They often engage in such playful banter, but this time they momentarily forgot Jiang Yunqing was still there, and now a blush creeps upon their cheeks. Noticing their embarrassment, he reassures them, "I saw nothing at all." His words echo with an air of disingenuousness, prompting the sisters to feel even more bashful. Realizing his own awkwardness, he reflects on the absurdity of his statement. Sensing the lingering discomfort in the atmosphere, he decides to make a discreet exit, reminding them to come over for dinner later that evening. Once he leaves, the sisters breathe a sigh of relief. Though their relationship is close, there are still matters that evoke a sense of shyness. They soon revert to their usual sisterly selves, with Luo Mingyao excitedly sharing the events of the day. Upon hearing about Jiang Yunqing strolling in the park with her sister, a vivid image springs to her mind, filling her heart with a sense of longing. After listening to their experiences in the park, she genuinely feels elated for her sister, grateful that Jiang Yunqing cares for her so deeply, and she rejoices in having met him on that fateful day. Back at home, Jiang Yunqing shakes off any peculiar thoughts and resumes his routine of writing. This week, the life shared with the two sisters has been exceedingly pleasant, resulting in him utilizing a considerable amount of his reserve writings. He hurriedly decided to write more today, as tomorrow he would be visiting an amusement park, leaving him with even less opportunity. Although time was somewhat pressing, he still ensured that he prepared meals for the sisters, a daily obligation he deemed essential. Before long, they arrived, and once the meals were prepared, the three of them began to eat. During the meal, Jiang Yunjia recalled the promise he made the previous day. "By the way, Mingyun, I spoke with my mother yesterday. How about we give her a call soon? You can chat with her first." After discussing this matter with his mother, she had inquired about the details. Upon learning that it was a close female friend, her interest was piqued. She was well aware of her son's demeanor, typically aloof towards women, and had often dismissed his need for a girlfriend. Thus, she immediately sensed something amiss, not just slightly, but overwhelmingly so, and promptly suggested they have a conversation over the phone. Upon hearing that she would be speaking with his mother, Luo Mingyun felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness, yet she agreed nonetheless. She mentally encouraged herself, having already rehearsed conversational techniques, assuring herself that it would be fine. Once they finished their meal and tidied up, the trio settled onto the sofa. Jiang Yunjia noticed her lingering tension and reassured her that his mother was quite easygoing. Only when Luo Mingyun appeared a bit more relaxed did he dial the number. "Hello, Mom. Remember our agreement from yesterday?" "Yes, my friend is here beside me. You can talk to her." He handed the phone to Luo Mingyun. Taking a deep breath, she met Jiang Yunjia and his sister's encouraging gazes and spoke in as steady a tone as she could muster. Hello, Auntie, I am Luo Mingyun, a friend of Yunjia. On the other end, Shun Xiaomei's expression brightened at the gentle voice, and her tone softened. Ah, Mingyun, hello. Our little boy is often under your care. My surname is Shun, so you can call me Aunt Shun. Hearing the warmth in Shun Xiaomei's voice, Luo Mingyun felt a wave of relief. It appeared Jiang Yunjia's mother was indeed amiable. The two began to converse, with Shun Xiaomei primarily asking questions and Luo Mingyun answering. Seeing this, Luo Mingyao also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling inexplicably nervous about her sister speaking with Jiang Yunjia's mother. Jiang Yunjia, however, did not dwell on it. He knew his mother well enough to understand that she would hit it off with Luo Mingyun. Chapter 38. Another surrender. They conversed for 10 uninterrupted minutes, even agreeing to connect on WeChat for future discussions before ending the call. How is it? My mom is quite easy to talk to, right? Did you two get along? Jiang Yunjia inquired once the call concluded. Yes, Aunt Shun is very kind. She suggested we add each other on WeChat, so I can reach out to her directly if needed. With that, she retrieved her phone to add Shun Xiaomei on WeChat. Earlier, she had a lengthy conversation with Shun Xiaomei, yet the topic of opening a store scarcely arose. Instead, her counterpart persistently inquired about her relationship with Jiang Yunjia. From 1,000 miles away, Shun Xiaomei's face radiated excitement. Through their recent exchange, she astutely sensed that Luo Mingyun shared an extraordinary bond with her son, one that appeared remarkably intimate. Pondering over the prospect of further engaging with Luo Mingyun, she resolved to ascertain whether the latter might indeed be her future daughter-in-law. Beside them, Jiang Tao observed the scene with a hint of resignation. Upon witnessing his wife's expression, he instantly recognized that she was about to embark on another scheme. After adding Shun Xiaomei on WeChat, Luo Mingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her, reassuring herself that their conversation had likely left a favorable impression. The three then delved into a lively discussion regarding the various aspects of opening a store. As night fell, they retired to bed early, anticipating a day of fun at the amusement park ahead. Lying in bed alongside her sister, Luo Mingyun was suddenly alerted by the sound of a WeChat notification. Grabbing her phone, she discovered a message from Shun Xiaomei. She quickly sat up to respond, while her sister, Luo Mingyao, leaned in curiously to glimpse the screen. The conversation continued to evade the subject of the store, shifting instead to casual chatter about daily life. Some truths were bound to emerge. Thus, Luo Mingyun revealed that they now lived as neighbors. Upon reading this, Shun Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with delight at the chat interface, indicating that the relationship was even more significant than she had initially surmised. Subsequently, the two engaged in a flurry of messages. Through subtle inquiries, Shun Xiaomei gleaned a wealth of information, discovering that the trio essentially lived together and shared meals daily. Yet, when questioned about their relationships, Luo Mingyun simply referred to them as friends. Noticing the late hour, they agreed to continue their discussion the following day and exchanged goodnights before setting their phones aside. As soon as she put her phone down, a visibly excited Shun Xiaomei roused her husband, Jiang Tao, who had already fallen asleep, exclaiming, "Wake up! Wake up! We can start preparing the betrothal gifts for our son." Friends? What sort of friends? She could only envision her future daughter-in-law, though she remained uncertain which sister it might be. Jiang Tao, puzzled, reacted with confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Mingyun found her chat with Jiang Yunjia's mother quite enjoyable, wearing a broad smile as she closed the chat window. At that moment, her sister tilted her head with a grin, remarking, "Sister, it seems Aunt Shun considers you a potential daughter-in-law." Hearing this, Luo Mingyun felt a flush of warmth. How could she be seen as a daughter-in-law? After all, her relationship with Yunjia was entirely innocent. Yet, a flicker of anticipation began to blossom within her for the prospect of chatting with Shun Xiaomei again the following day. The two sisters exchanged playful banter before eventually embracing and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, the three gathered at home early. After enjoying breakfast together, they set out for the supermarket to procure beverages and snacks for the day ahead. Once Jiang Yunjia's backpack was packed to the brim, the trio made their way to the subway station. Dressed in matching outfits, the two sisters remained as enchanting as ever. Considering that today is a trip to the amusement park, the two opted for a simple ensemble of white casual tops paired with long trousers, foregoing skirts. Nevertheless, their presence attracted considerable attention from passers-by. Given the distance to the amusement park, they decided to take the subway. Observing the allure of the two sisters, he began to contemplate the idea of purchasing a car for convenience. This would not only facilitate outings for the three of them, but also shield them from prying eyes along the way. After reflecting on his savings over the years, he concluded that he could afford a second-hand vehicle. Conveniently, Mu Yuming's family is engaged in the automotive trade, so he planned to inquire about it later. Resolute in his decision, he continued walking with the sisters toward the subway station. Feeling the gaze of onlookers, he selfishly thought that he would not allow them to see the sisters in the future. Upon reaching the subway, the trio found it relatively deserted due to the weekend morning, and they casually settled in a spot. As soon as they sat down, Luo Mingyao naturally leaned her head on his shoulder. He felt no discomfort and allowed her to rest against him. However, Luo Mingyun felt a pang of unease. Was Mingyao leaning on Yunshe like this last time? It seemed quite comfortable. She wondered what it felt like. Realizing her thoughts, she quickly shook her head to dismiss them, reminding herself that it was fine for her sister to lean on him. At that moment, Luo Mingyao sensed her sister's discomfort and, with a flicker of understanding, stood up. The other two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her intentions. She then moved to sit on the opposite side of her sister, nudging her towards Jiang Yunshe. Now pressed against Jiang Yunshe, Luo Mingyun wore a puzzled expression. Luo Mingyao leaned in closer and, in a teasing tone, whispered, "Sister, why not try leaning on brother Yunshe too? It's quite comfortable." Upon realizing her intent, Luo Mingyun understood it was a swap. Although tempted, she hesitated to comply. However, as her sister continued to persuade her, and she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yunshe's smile and relaxed posture, she finally succumbed to temptation and gradually rested her head against him. Feeling the familiar scent wafting toward her, she slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to the sensation. Observing her sister's action, Luo Mingyao displayed an excited expression, thinking that she would need to nudge her sister more often in the future. After all, how long would it take for her to establish her identity as a sister-in-law? On Jiang Yunshe's side, he smiled at the sight of Luo Mingyun resting against him. He discreetly signaled to Luo Mingyao, indicating that he had another shoulder available. Yet, recalling that last time she had leaned on him alone, he decided to let her sister have her moment, so he shook his head, allowing her to lean against her sister instead. Thus, the three of them sat in a row, comfortably passing the time during their journey. "Sister, wake up, we are almost there." The voice calling out beside her roused Luo Mingyun from her slumber. Realizing her surroundings, she sat up straight. The sensation of comfort she had just experienced causing her to doze off so quickly. As she noticed the smiles of the other two, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Yet, internally, she found herself reminiscing about that delightful feeling, beginning to appreciate the warmth of closeness. Once they stood up, the trio made their way toward the entrance of the amusement park. Chapter 39. A day at the amusement park following the exuberant and bouncy Luo Mingyao. The three arrived at the amusement park entrance, where they had their tickets checked before stepping inside. Once inside, Luo Mingyao, like a child brimming with excitement, eagerly tugged the other two towards the attractions. "Shall we try this one first?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed to a nearby spinning swing. They soon found themselves in line. Having arrived early, there were not many people, and after a short wait, it was their turn. After stowing their belongings, Luo Mingyao pulled the two to sit together, joyfully swinging her legs as they awaited the ride's start. Although Luo Mingyun did not share her sister's exuberance, a smile graced her face, and she felt a sense of happiness in whatever they did together. Observing the cheerful sisters, Jiang Yunqing regretted getting on so early, wishing he had captured their expressions before they started. Before long, the swing began to move, and as it picked up speed, Luo Mingyao's melodious laughter filled the air. After their ride concluded, the enthusiastic Luo Mingyao continued to lead the way to the next attraction. This time, Jiang Yunqing, having learned from experience, held his phone ready, snapping countless photos of the sisters. They appeared even more adorable today, making it impossible for him to stop. Noticing his unwavering gaze, the sisters merely smiled and cooperated, striking various poses for him. After a while focused on capturing their backs, his view was suddenly obstructed. A girl, dressed sharply, stood in front of him, glaring with a displeased expression as she raised her phone to take a picture of him. "Who understands family?" she scoffed, confronting what she assumed was a voyeur stalking two beautiful young ladies. Although the girl possessed a decent appearance, her demeanor was harsh, and she relentlessly criticized him. The crowd around them began to take notice of her shrill voice, pointing fingers in his direction. Some young men, upon seeing that his subjects were the charming sisters, approached, ready to play the role of protectors. One decent-looking young man positioned himself beside the sisters, glaring at Jiang Yunqing with an expression of righteous indignation. He flashed a self-assured smile at the sisters and declared, "Don't worry, this voyeur won't get away today." The sisters could only respond with a look of incredulity. Caught off guard by how quickly the situation escalated, Jiang Yunqing could only twitch his lips in disbelief. How am I even remotely like a voyeur? Is this woman not unwell? Did she not observe that the two sisters were just posing for photos with him? With this thought in mind, he resolutely approached, intending to stand alongside the sisters. However, the young man beside them immediately attempted to intercept him. In response, he cast a frigid glare. "How dare you pretend to be someone else in my presence?" The sisters, equally unkind in their tone, instructed him to step away. Following this, the three of them clustered together. He wrapped his arms around their waists, pulling them into an embrace. Then, he turned his gaze toward the girl, feigning a look of bewilderment. "My dear, which eye of yours is not functioning properly? Did you not see that we are together?" Observing this scene, those around them began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, they were a trio. Consequently, the crowd began to disperse, albeit casting envious glances at Jiang Yunqing, lamenting his fortune to be accompanied by such stunning sisters. The young man who had just been posing confidently in front of the sisters felt utterly embarrassed, reduced to a mere jester. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted from him, he discreetly retreated. Meanwhile, the girl still holding her phone wore the most expressive countenance. She had anticipated yet another opportunity to share her narrative online, only to be met with such a swift turn of events. Attempting to save face, she feigned indifference, muttering disparaging remarks about the trio into her phone. Those within earshot regarded her with disdain, noting the hypocrisy of her earlier righteous stance now turned to slander. Jiang Yunqing's expression darkened. This woman certainly had a sharp tongue. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd and witnessing his change in demeanor, the girl felt a twinge of guilt and contemplated fleeing. Just as he prepared to unleash his retort, ready to deliver a scathing lineage of insults, someone nearby suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I've seen this woman in a video. She's wearing the same outfit." The title claimed it was 1,000 yuan, but the quality seems mediocre. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted, with many asserting that they had friends eager to obtain the video link. The girl's face turned pale, and she quickly began to refute loudly. "You're talking nonsense. I'm worth 2,000. As soon as these words escaped her lips, many began to assess whether she was worth such a price. Realizing she had misspoken, she hastily covered her face and fled from the throng. Observing several onlookers contemplating pursuing her to negotiate a price, the trio stood in astonishment. To encounter such a spectacle at an amusement park was truly a stroke of fortune. While marveling at the absurdity of the situation, they departed from the gathering of video reviewers and resumed their enjoyment of the park. After indulging in several more attractions, they cast the earlier incident from their minds, only recalling the nickname 2000 Sister. Approaching the roller coaster, as they heard the screams from the cars above, Luo Mingyun began to feel a twinge of fear. Initially, she found the gentler attractions rather unremarkable, but upon encountering the towering roller coaster that twisted and turned several times, a sense of trepidation began to envelop her. As her sister tugged her toward the queue, her nervousness intensified. Noticing her unease, the two companions began to reassure her. "Sister Mingyun, if you're feeling scared, we can skip it," one suggested. "Yes, sister, perhaps we should opt for something less thrilling," the other chimed in. Understanding her friend's eagerness for the roller coaster, Luo Mingyun resolved to persevere. Recognizing her determination to avoid dampening their spirits, the two acquiesced to her choice. When their turn finally arrived, the three of them settled into their seats. The row accommodated four, with Luo Mingyao on one end, followed by Luo Mingyun and Jiang Yunjia in the middle. Sensing Luo Mingyun's heightened anxiety, the two grasped one of her hands each, offering encouragement. "Sister, just hold tightly to our hands, and let out a shout if you feel nervous," they urged. Feeling their firm grip, a measure of comfort washed over her. However, as the roller coaster launched into motion and ascended ever higher, her heart raced in tandem. Upon reaching the apex, she found herself momentarily breathless. Suddenly, they plunged downward. Her sister had already begun to scream with exhilaration, yet her heart was consumed by fear, rendering her voice powerless. At that moment, Jiang Yunjia squeezed her hand reassuringly. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed his unflinching smile, which unexpectedly diminished her terror. Gripping his hand firmly in return, she attempted to vocalize, eventually joining her sister in a yell. Though still somewhat subdued, It was a significant alleviation of her fear. Once the ride concluded, Luo Mingyun refused to release Jiang Yunji's hand, clutching it tightly. Observing this, Luo Mingyao wore a broad smile. She chose not to comment further, simply shifting sides and continuing to hold her sister's hand as they moved forward. Due to the increasing crowds at the amusement park, the wait times grew longer, causing Luo Mingyao to frown slightly. Pouting, she began to check the queue information for the attractions. Oh no, it seems many of the exciting rides have long wait times. We might not get to experience very many, she lamented. Don't worry, Mingyao. Let us start with those that have shorter lines, came the reassuring reply. All right then. Soon, the trio found themselves at some lesser-known attractions, which, though not as thrilling, proved to be quite enjoyable. After all, what truly mattered was not the rides themselves, but the company they kept. Chapter 40. A Tale from the Haunted House. As expected, no visit to an amusement park would be complete without a haunted house. Upon arriving at the queue, Luo Mingyao's face lit up with eager anticipation. I wonder if this haunted house is truly frightening. I hope it's the kind that really terrifies, she mused. What is this, Mingyao? Are you particularly intrigued by scary things? Jiang Yunjia inquired, observing her enthusiastic demeanor. Humph. These things certainly do not intimidate me. Observing her eager expression and glancing at the visibly anxious face of Luo Mingyun beside her, he found himself perplexed. How could these sisters exhibit such a stark contrast in courage? With few people around, their turn arrived swiftly. The three of them clasped hands as they approached the entrance. Upon stepping into the darkened environment, he distinctly sensed the two small hands in his grasp tightening their hold. Luo Mingyun pressed herself against him, eyes shut tight in fear. While it was understandable from Mingyun, Mingyao, I thought you were fearless. As they traversed the shadowy corridor, eerie music occasionally echoed around them. Suddenly, a ghastly scream emanated from a nearby mechanism, causing Luo Mingyun, who was clinging to him, to jump, nearly burying herself in his embrace. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, who had been leading, abruptly halted, gradually shifting her feet to draw closer to him. It's all right, Yinshe. If you and your sister are frightened, you can come a bit closer, she said in a rather stiff tone that belied her supposed lack of fear. He cast her a helpless glance, refraining from exposing her facade, and simply took a step forward to stand closely beside her. It would be best not to unveil her pretense, lest she become irate out of embarrassment. Sensing the reassuring presence beside her, Luo Mingyao exhaled softly and forced her stiff legs to continue moving ahead. The haunted house was quite expansive, requiring around 10 minutes to traverse completely. Yet, merely 5 minutes in, the once confident Luo Mingyao had already clung to his arm. With one on his left and one on his right, he could only proceed slowly. Before long, the group behind them caught up. A couple strolled past hand in hand, casting curious glances at the trio, for such a combination was indeed rare. Realizing they were being observed, Luo Mingyao hastily released his arm and stepped aside, feeling a tad embarrassed after boasting at the entrance. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he found this shy side of Luo Mingyao rather endearing and took her hand again, leading her forward. As they walked, he offered words of reassurance. It's nothing to fear. Knowing they are all fake makes it less frightening. On the other hand, Luo Mingyun had not opened her eyes since entering the haunted house, relying entirely on Jiang Yunqing to guide her forward. Hearing his words now, she hesitated, contemplating whether to dare open her eyes. Just then, she felt a poke on her shoulder and, assuming it was her sister, turned to look. Instantly, she gasped as she saw a skeletal prop reaching out with a bony hand towards her. She stifled a scream and, with all her strength, recoiled in the opposite direction. The sudden force beside her caused Jiang Yunqing to lose his footing and sway, taking Luo Mingyao along with him. They were in a large chamber, where the darkness loomed just beyond the mechanical props, and they only came to a halt when they collided with a wall. At that moment, Luo Mingyun trembled uncontrollably. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her form suspended before him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing her distress, he hurriedly placed a gentle hand upon her back, speaking in a soothing tone. It's all right. It's all just props. I'm right here, so there's no need to fear. While the situation of Luo Mingyun clinging to his neck felt somewhat familiar, his foremost concern was to comfort the two sisters. Meanwhile, his other hand was firmly grasped by Luo Mingyao, who had been unexpectedly brought into this dark place. With his back against the wall and both sisters nestled in his embrace, he found himself immobile, wedged tightly against the wall by their presence. At that moment, both sisters were enveloped in the reassuring scent that gradually dissipated their fears. It was only after he noticed several groups of people passing by that the two in his arms began to stir. Fortunately, the darkness concealed them from being mistaken for new props on display. Luo Mingyun seemed to have regained some composure, loosening her grip on his neck, yet swiftly wrapping her arms around his arm, looking up at him. Luo Mingyao, sensing her sister's movement, also opened her eyes to gaze at him. Seeing the two pairs of bright eyes shimmering in the darkness, he tentatively inquired, "Shall we step out now?" Although they were reluctant to part from the warmth of his embrace, remaining there was not ideal, and both sisters nodded in agreement. He then continued to navigate the path, one sister in each arm. However, after taking only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. Previously, he hadn't given it much thought, but now, with both sisters tightly holding onto him, he felt an unusual warmth rising to his cheeks. The two beside him remained oblivious to his discomfort, continuing to cling to him. They walked a path filled with both pain and joy until they finally reached the exit, where he let out a sigh of relief, attempting to steady his racing heartbeat. As the trio emerged from the haunted house, they immediately attracted the attention of those present. The sisters, appearing in such a pitiful state, exuded a charm that was nearly overwhelming. The glances directed at Jiang Yunqing were decidedly peculiar. Feeling the weight of those piercing stares, he hastily made his way outside, as if countless swords were directed at him. Upon reaching the outside, he anticipated that the sisters would release him, but to his surprise, they continued to hold onto his arms tightly. Noticing their unwillingness to let go, he suggested they go for a meal, as it was nearing noon. With their agreement obtained, he began his journey toward the dining spot, bearing the added weight of the sisters. Amidst the various gazes of passers-by, he led the sisters to a restaurant. Upon reaching their table, the two, displaying reluctance, finally released him to take their seats. With his freedom restored, he let out a sigh of relief. Though this sensation is quite comfortable, being observed throughout the journey proves a bit overwhelming. He feels that if this continues, he might develop a thicker skin. Taking out his phone to scan an order, he grumbles about the exorbitant prices at the scenic spot before handing the device to his two companions. After all, they must eat. As the afternoon stretches ahead, they casually selected a set meal, and he made a haphazard choice as well, then settled into their seats to await their food. Chapter 41. The Promise. When his meal arrived, he gazed at the curry on his plate and could only think how remarkably similar it looked to something else. Internally, he reassured himself that one should not judge a dish by its appearance. With hopeful anticipation, he took a bite, only for his expression to contort in a moment of dismay as he hastily reached for his water. After downing nearly half a bottle, he regained his composure. Goodness, is this curry made of salt? Observing his disheveled reaction, the sisters stifled their laughter, relieved they had not ordered the same. After another tentative taste, he surrendered. Clearly, this was not fit for human consumption. Feeling a bit disheartened as he looked at the rice on his plate, he thought, how can they charge me 45 yuan for this? Just as he contemplated ordering another dish, the two women before him simultaneously offered him half of the food they had just received. Surprised, he looked up at the sisters. Yunche, Meng Yao and I can't eat so much. Please help us share. Yes, Yunche, let us just make do with this, and we can enjoy a feast when we return. Gazing at their smiling faces, his spirits lifted considerably. He thanked them and resolved to prepare something delicious for them when they got back. He then pushed the curry, salt, to the side and began to savor the meal shared among the three. As expected, the sisters' dish was delightful. After a pleasant meal, the trio rested briefly before continuing their adventures. They joyfully explored every amusement ride until the clock struck 6. Even Luo Meng Yao began to feel fatigued, and the others were certainly no exception. Dragging their weary bodies, Luo Meng Yao led them to the Ferris wheel. She glanced at the towering structure before turning to her companions with eager eyes. Shall we ride this and then head home? It seemed a fitting conclusion, and the others readily agreed. As they queued, the three of them entered the same cabin, with Jiang Yunche on one side and the sisters on the other. After a day of activities, they settled into their seats, all wearing relaxed expressions. As they ascended higher, the expanding vista unfolded before them, and the sisters wore expressions of excitement. Capturing their joyful faces in that moment, he felt compelled to preserve it forever. Just before reaching the pinnacle, Luo Meng Yao suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't it said that a kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel ensures you'll be together forever? Should we give it a try?" Upon hearing these words, the other two gazed at her in astonishment, taken aback by such audacious remarks. Wait, I haven't finished speaking," she interjected, suggesting an alternative approach. "How about we share a hug instead? while she secretly wished for the two to partake in a genuine kiss. She pondered that they would likely decline and thus modified her request. This adjustment was more palatable, and both agreed. As they neared the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, the sisters turned to him with eager eyes. After sharing a smile, he opened his arms, prompting them to rush into his embrace. Once the sisters had nestled into his arms, he reciprocated their embrace, and at that moment, the cabin reached its zenith. Subsequently, silence enveloped them as they remained in this position. When the ride began its descent, Jiang Yunqing gently released them, allowing the sisters to settle back into their seats. This level of intimacy had become commonplace. In the past, they might have felt a twinge of embarrassment. After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, the trio made their way out of the amusement park, intent on returning home. They had planned to enjoy hot pot for dinner, with ingredients already prepared. On the subway, the sisters comfortably seated themselves beside him, one resting her head on his arm while closing her eyes to rest, savoring the sensations on either side of him. A smile crept onto his face as he settled into the role of a supportive cushion. As they approached their stop, he gently roused the two who had succumbed to slumber. Startled awake, they sat up quickly, realizing they had drifted off, oblivious to when they had fallen asleep. Noticing their slight embarrassment, he chuckled and took both of their hands, leading them onward toward home. Upon arriving at the sisters' residence, he observed their fatigued demeanor and encouraged them to rest on the sofa while he prepared the ingredients. Fortunately, hot pot required minimal preparation. He merely needed to wash the vegetables. The sisters, despite their desire to assist, found their legs weak from a day of activity, and with his insistence, they obediently remained seated, awaiting his culinary offerings. Before long, the hot pot was ready, and he called the sisters to join him for dinner. However, after a brief respite, they found themselves so drained that even standing felt daunting, casting pleading glances in his direction. Seeing their adorable expressions, he resolved to accommodate them. Thus, he seated himself between them, gently resting his hands on their shoulders, guiding them to the dining table. After indulging in a delightful dining experience, satisfaction illuminated their faces. They then turned their attention to the steaming pot, their appetites ignited. The meager fare they had consumed at the amusement park paled in comparison. They were in dire need of nourishing food. As they relished their meal, they reminisced about their earlier lunch, puzzled by what they had actually eaten. With renewed energy, the trio engaged in lively conversation, laughter resonating around the table. Once they finished dining and tidied up, the clock had already struck 9 in the evening. As he was about to return home, Luo Mingyun's phone rang. Glancing at the device, he noticed it was a video call from Shen Xiaomei. Having heard that they were going to the amusement park today, the other party had deliberately called later. Upon seeing it was a video call, the two sisters became anxious and hurriedly sat up to tidy themselves. Observing their flustered demeanor, he chuckled and remarked, "No need to fuss. You both remain as lovely as ever." Despite his reassurances, the two quickly adjusted their hair before pressing the answer button. "Hello, Mingyun. I hope I'm not interrupting you." Shen Xiaomei greeted. "Not at all, Annie Shun. We happen to be free right now." "That's good to hear. Oh, is that Mengyao beside you? You sisters are truly beautiful," she added. Hearing this, Luo Mengyao, who had been quietly watching the screen, leaned in to greet her. The sisters gazed at the figures on the screen, both pondering if this was indeed Yunche's mother, and they found a striking resemblance. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaomei on the other side was chuckling inwardly, utterly delighted by the sight of the two stunning girls. Her son had unexpectedly given her such a wonderful surprise. She then engaged in lively conversation with the sisters, her fondness for her daughter-in-law growing with each passing moment. Sitting beside them, Jiang Yunche noticed that his mother had been chatting away without mentioning him, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. "So, I am merely the invisible son, am I?" As the clock approached 10, he decided to remind his mother. "Mom, it's getting late. Mengyao and I have an early class tomorrow." Startled by her son's voice, Shen Xiaomei paused. "At this hour, are you two together? Surely, they haven't started living together, have they? Does this mean I might be a grandmother soon?" Observing the gleeful expression on his mother's face, he realized she was lost in fanciful thoughts again, so he quickly interjected, reminding her that the sisters still needed to wash up and that their conversation could wait until next time. Shen Xiaomei, already daydreaming about the joys of grandmotherhood, readily agreed. And after exchanging cheerful farewells with the sisters, she ended the video call. My mom can be quite talkative and has a vivid imagination. So please don't mind her," he said. The sisters quickly assured him it was no trouble at all. They found Shen Xiaomei to be a warm and amiable elder. Pleased by their response, he said no more, wished them good night, and returned to his own home. As he left, he contemplated whether it might be more convenient to stay with the sisters, eliminating the need for daily back-and-forth trips. However, he soon shook his head, dismissing such impractical thoughts, and decided it was best to return home, wash up, and retire for the night. Chapter 42. Preparing to buy a car the following day, he awoke early. This was a momentous occasion, as it marked the first day he and Luo Mengyao would attend school together as classmates. Upon opening the door and seeing Luo Mengyao, she immediately rushed forward to hug his arm, then flashed a sweet smile. "Brother Tianhe, let us head to school." Upon witnessing her exuberant demeanor, his spirits lifted in tandem, heralding the dawn of a splendid day. With a charming trinket adorning his arm, he descended the stairs. Once seated in the car, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Jiang Yunche's waist, leaning into him. The warmth radiating from her embrace filled him with immense joy. Remarkably, in just a weekend, their relationship had advanced significantly. It was truly delightful. Upon arriving at the building, perhaps influenced by the school environment, Luo Mengyao tempered her exuberance. Releasing his arm, but still clasping his hand, they walked together to the classroom, only parting ways upon entering. She waved at him with a smile before dashing to the front row to join her friends. Witnessing this scene, the classmates were taken aback, as it was rare for Luo Mengyao to display such a radiant smile. Observing her animated conversation with her friends, he felt a sense of contentment. He wished for her to maintain this joyful disposition while at school. Amidst the curious gazes of their peers, he settled into his usual seat at the back. He noticed several girls encircling the blushing Luo Mengyao, chattering excitedly while occasionally glancing back at him, piquing his curiosity about their conversation. As the class was about to commence, the dormitory quartet finally arrived. Once seated beside him, they bombarded him with inquiries. Over the past couple of days, he had skillfully evaded their questions in their dorm group chat. It seemed that today, they would not let him depart without some answers, so he began to respond, albeit omitting the majority of details. He merely stated that he had become acquainted with the two sisters due to certain circumstances and that they were now familiar with each other. Naturally, when they pressed for the nature of his relationship with them, he consistently referred to them as friends. The group regarded him with disdain, as if to say, "Friends? Are we blind? You're holding hands in school. If they aren't your girlfriends, are they your aunts?" Jiang Yunche said nothing, for their relationship was innocent and above reproach. After somewhat satisfying their curiosity, they settled down. During a break, he suddenly remembered an important matter. "Yumming, I am considering purchasing a second-hand car. Are there any suitable options near your area?" Of course. What prompted this sudden desire to buy a car? Well, now that I am living off campus, having a vehicle would be quite convenient. I might as well get something that will last me for the next 3 years. All right, what is your budget? And do you have any specific requirements? I can help you inquire this evening. My budget is around 50,000, and I prefer something safe and comfortable. The others nearby overheard their conversation and were astonished by his sudden decision to buy a car. Qin Shining wore a curious expression, clearly intrigued by the development. "Old Jiang, who is this car intended for? It seems rather safe and comfortable. Isn't it meant for family use?" Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions that suggested they found the reasoning quite sound. The suddenness of the decision undoubtedly hinted at some hidden motives. Noticing their dubious expressions, he cleared his throat and assumed a posture of righteous conviction, directing his gaze towards them. "In truth, it is all for your benefit. Look, there are 5 of us, and in the future, we can all venture out in a single vehicle." The others regarded him with expressions that conveyed disbelief, and after a moment's contemplation, they realized it was indeed for Luo Mengyao and her sister. Nevertheless, they began to advise him earnestly. "Old Jiang, you must be cautious not to be deceived. After all, you have only known each other for half a month, so it might be wise not to spend excessively on one another." He understood that his friends were concerned for him, yet what he refrained from voicing was that it seemed he was currently spending Luo Mengyun's money. During their grocery shopping trips, he often found himself unable to settle the bill. Whenever he contemplated doing so, Luo Mengyun would fix him with a penetrating gaze, as if to say that if he paid, she would snatch his phone away. The same applied to their previous outings and shopping for clothes. It appeared that he was the one living off her generosity. However, he did not divulge the full extent of the situation to his companions, merely explaining that the two sisters were certainly not the type to take advantage of others. Seeing him maintain this stance, they chose not to press further. Yet they resolved to keep a watchful eye on him moving forward. Upon returning home for lunch, he broached the subject of the car with the sisters. Upon hearing this, They displayed expressions of surprise. In response, he offered a similar rationale. After all, he certainly could not disclose that the purchase was intended for them, as they would surely object. Once he had informed them, he took the opportunity to report to his mother after their meal. When Shen Xiaomei learned of his intention to buy a car, she exhibited little reaction. She surmised that her son was purchasing it for the sisters, and a sense of relief washed over her, pleased that her son was finally coming to his senses. As for concerns about him being deceived, those were unfounded. Leaving aside the fact that Jiang Yunqing had always been a source of reassurance for his parents, she was already aware of the situation regarding her son being supported, so there was little left to ponder. Nonetheless, she did make a request. If he were to buy a new car, it should at least be of decent quality, as it could potentially be for his future daughters-in-law. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing promptly replied that he had no money. Although he had saved a considerable amount throughout his life, it was insufficient for a new car, and he believed that a second-hand vehicle would suffice. Shen Xiaomei responded directly, stating that he only needed to provide a down payment, with the remainder to be handled by his father. Jiang Tao. Shouldn't the response be that it should be managed by you? Unable to oppose his mother's wishes, he reluctantly agreed, considering it a loan that he would repay by supporting them in their later years. Thus, his plan for a second-hand car evolved into a plan for a new car. Meanwhile, his unsuspecting father was about to assume a significant car loan without any knowledge of the situation. And so, the matter was settled. And he first sent a message to Mu Yuming to inform her of the developments. The other party suggested that he first explore options online before visiting their store to check for availability. If the desired vehicle was not in stock, they would assist him in placing an order. As a good friend who had shared a year of camaraderie, he expressed his gratitude and promised to treat them to a meal, after which he remained silent, knowing he would not decline any future requests for assistance. Subsequently, he enlisted the help of his two sisters in selecting a vehicle. Luo Mingyun possessed a driver's license, yet she had never touched the steering wheel despite having it for years. Luo Mingyao, on the other hand, was even less qualified. Her sister had not allowed her to take the driving test, fearing she would become a menace on the road. Thus, the two sisters, lacking any knowledge of automobiles, began by assessing the aesthetics of the cars and quickly gravitated toward the charming little vehicle that resembled a spicy fish head dish, mainly due to its endearing appearance. He felt a moment of hesitation. While the car was indeed cute, he prioritized safety and comfort, especially since he intended to take the sisters on various outings. Perhaps we should consider a larger vehicle, he suggested, as it would offer a more pleasant experience. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he took 5 minutes to provide a brief overview of the different types of cars and their distinctions. The sisters, appearing to grasp the information, began selecting options on their phones that aligned with his preferences. With no classes in the afternoon, the trio engaged in discussions for several hours, ultimately settling on a hybrid model that met their standards for aesthetics, space, safety, and comfort. Most importantly, it was available in pink, which delighted the sisters. He sent the vehicle details to Mu Yuming, eagerly awaiting news to arrange a viewing. The thought of being one step closer to acquiring his first car filled him with excitement. Typically, he could only drive his family's car during holidays, and he had never considered owning one himself. While the prospect of depleting his savings caused him a twinge of regret, the idea of being able to take his sisters anywhere they desired brought him solace. It was a worthwhile investment. Chapter 43. Mother as Wednesday arrived. During lunch, Lu Xiaoli called to inform him that she had found a rental shop and arranged for Luo Mingyun to visit in the afternoon. The other two initially intended to join her, but since the appointment was set for 4 o'clock and they had classes, they decided against it. Fortunately, with Lu Xiaoli accompanying her, there was no cause for concern, since they would be out for the afternoon. He proposed dining out that evening and invited Lu Xiaoli to join them. The sisters had no objections. An occasional meal out was agreeable. He suggested a nearby hot pot restaurant that he frequently visited with his roommates. Thus, the two sisters went off to school, and after classes, they would meet at the hot pot restaurant, leaving the communication with Lu Xiaoli to Luo Mingyun. After his sister and Jiang Yunjia departed for school, Luo Mingyun tidied up the house, awaiting Lu Xiaoli's arrival. Upon receiving the message, she made her way to the community entrance, where Lu Xiaoli was already parked by the roadside, waiting for her. "Aunt Lu, where are we headed today?" "Venture over to the pedestrian street, where a friend of mine has a shop." The previous tenant was unable to sustain it, and fortuitously, when I mentioned it to her, she indicated that it could be sublet. "Why don't you take a look and see if it suits your needs?" "Certainly." Luo Mingyun has frequented that area numerous times and has contemplated opening a shop there herself, given the substantial foot traffic. However, she had yet to encounter any vacant spaces. So she was quite surprised that Lu Xiaoli could find a shop available. After a 10-minute drive, the two arrived and parked outside the pedestrian street. A mere few dozen meters in, they spotted an already vacated shop, approximately 100 square meters in size, looking quite spacious and tidy. What do you think? Is this space sufficient for your needs? After thoroughly inspecting the shop, Luo Mingyun nodded. Yes, it will suffice. I originally intended to establish a small pet clinic. Excellent. Then let us finalize it. We can sign the contract today. Just as Lu Xiaoli was about to make a call to contact the landlord, Luo Mingyun hurriedly interjected. Aunt Lu, wait a moment. What is the rent for this place? Although she wished to set up her shop there, she needed to consider the rental price if it were excessively high. Let me think. About 5,000 per month, I believe. What? Luo Mingyun exclaimed in astonishment. That seems rather inexpensive. In her estimation, such a location and size would typically command a monthly rent of at least 10 to 20,000. Observing her disbelief, Lu Xiaoli clarified, this is my friend's shop. We have a close relationship, so she just offered a casual price. That cannot be right, Aunt Lu. The difference is too significant. Luo Mingyun was unsure whether to trust Lu Xiaoli's words, fearing that perhaps Lu Xiaoli had rented it herself at a low price only to pass it on to her at a markup. Sensing her skepticism, Lu Xiaoli felt somewhat helpless. When it comes to financial matters, neither sister ever relied on the other. Despite their financial stability, it remained a source of concern. Shall I call my friend over to personally sign the contract with you? With that, she dialed her friend's number. After a short while, a woman who appeared to be of similar age to Lu Xiaoli, elegantly dressed, arrived at the shop. Upon her arrival, she greeted Lu Xiaoli with a smile. Xiaoli, has your niece found a suitable place? Let us prepare to sign the contract. Lu Xiaoli pulled Luo Mingyun over, saying, Mingyun, this is Aunt Chun, who will be your landlord from now on. Hello, Aunt Chun. Ah, Mingyun, right? You are truly lovely. Do you have a partner? Perhaps I could introduce you to someone. Cough. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Lu Xiaoli interjected from the side. All right. It seems Xiaoli is quite reluctant to part with you. As the contract was presented before them, Luo Mingyun still voiced her earlier concern. Aunt Chun, is this rent not a bit too low? Although it may seem a rather naive question, she wished to ensure Lu Xiaoli did not bear an undue burden due to their sisterly bond and felt it prudent to inquire. Rest assured, you are Xiaoli's daughter. And in a sense, you are my goddaughter. Why should Aunt Chun offer you any discounts? However, as Luo Mingyun hesitated, the other two began to bombard her with persuasive remarks. Their words flowed seamlessly, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if it were her who would suffer a loss. In the end, she unwittingly signed the contract, reassured that Lu Xiaoli would not lead her astray. Thus, the first step was accomplished. The subsequent tasks involved paperwork and renovations. Lu Xiaoli had arrangements for this as well, mentioning that she had a friend in the renovation business who could assist her. Suddenly, Luo Mingyun felt that opening a store was remarkably simple, with every detail seemingly planned out for her. Her gratitude towards Lu Xiaoli deepened. She never anticipated that a mere past relationship with her father would lead to such care for her and her sister. By the time they finished, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and they drove to their agreed-upon dining location. In the passenger seat, after much contemplation, Luo Mingyun finally turned to Lu Xiaoli. Aunt Lu, would you consider living with me and Mingyao? Lu Xiaoli paused in surprise, slowly bringing the car to a stop by the roadside, turning to face Luo Mingyun. What prompted this thought? Hearing this, Luo Mingyun gazed seriously at her. Aunt Lu, we are well aware of the kindness you have shown us over the years. In our hearts, we have long regarded you as a mother. Throughout these 6 years, Lu Xiaoli had taken on the role of their mother. No matter what challenges the sisters faced, she was always there, offering her unwavering support. Their bond transcended mere blood relations, evolving into a profound familial connection. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli's eyes glistened with emotion. She unfastened her seatbelt, leaned forward, and embraced Luo Mingyun. How could that scoundrel have given rise to 2 such precious girls? Luo Mingyun returned the embrace. After a moment, they released each other, and Lu Xiaoli looked at her with a warm, reassuring gaze. You and Mingyao have grown up, leading your own lives. As long as you visit me whenever you can, it brings me immense joy. Aunt Lu, please do come and live with us. That way, Mingyao and I can see you every day. Lu Xiaoli merely smiled and shook her head. It is enough that you have such intentions. Then, She appeared as if she wished to say something, but hesitated. Observing this, Luo Mingyun inquired, "Aunt Lu, what is it? You can share anything you wish." At this moment, the typically strong-willed Lu Xiaoli seemed somewhat bashful. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly said, "Could you call me Mom?" Initially taken aback, Luo Mingyun's face soon lit up with a joyous smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she responded, "Mom." Upon hearing this endearing term, Lu Xiaoli's expression softened. Unable to contain her emotions, she embraced Luo Mingyun once more, tears of excitement welling in her eyes, and replied, "Yes, my dear daughter." Chapter 44. An encounter with the villainous group. By the time the two arrived in their car, the school duo had been waiting for them in the store. Upon entering, they spotted Luo Mingyao energetically waving at them from the entrance of a nearby private room. As they approached, they noticed a look of confusion etched on her face. "Louis, why are you so late? Didn't you say you would arrive first?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli paused, uncertain of how to broach the subject with Luo Mingyao. "Well, your sister and I had a few things to discuss on the way." Seeing the situation, Luo Mingyun stepped forward and whispered something into her sister's ear. Almost immediately, the lights of understanding flickered in Luo Mingyao's eyes as she turned to gaze at Lu Xiaoli with renewed brightness. Once her sister finished speaking, she rushed to Lu Xiaoli's side and wrapped her arms around her. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Mom." This was the first time she had uttered that word in her life, stirring a wave of emotion within her. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoli felt a lump in her throat, nearly moved to tears once more. She quickly adjusted her expression and embraced Luo Mingyao with a smile. "Oh, my precious daughter." Witnessing this warm scene, Jiang Yunqing wore a broad smile. Although the sisters had not elaborated on their previous family circumstances, the bond they shared now was undoubtedly a hard one for the three of them. Luo Mingyun then joined them, and the three women embraced each other. Jiang Yunqing chose to stand aside, silently observing them. The atmosphere at the dining table became even livelier. Luo Mingyao chattered incessantly, her joy evident now that she had a mother. Like her sister, she invited Lu Xiaoli to stay with them. Both sisters aware that she had always lived alone. However, after casting a discreet glance at the other three, Lu Xiaoli found an excuse to decline, believing the sisters should continue to live their own lives. Recognizing her insistence, they shifted the conversation to other topics. When Lu Xiaoli learned that the sisters spoke with Jiang Yunqing's mother daily, she was taken aback. Are they starting to meet the mother-in-law? Isn't that progressing too quickly? Although they claimed it was merely casual conversation, she doubted that Shen Xiaomei had no intentions of finding a daughter-in-law. After all, who wouldn't be charmed by the sisters' delightful demeanor? As she delved deeper into the details, thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Is it time to prepare a dowry? But for whom should it be prepared first? She had never fully grasped the nature of their relationships, and Jiang Yunqing had never made it clear, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. The conversation then turned to Jiang Yunqing's plans to purchase a car. Lu Xiaoli cast him a satisfied glance, already guessing it was for the sisters. She had heard about the incident on the bus during their previous chats, and it was evident that he treated them exceptionally well. She, feeling a sense of relief, did not forget to lend a helping hand, for after all, it would be two daughters who would be riding in the car. "Yunche, have you found a good car yet? I know some friends who sell cars and can speak to them on your behalf." "No need, Aunt Lu. One of my roommates' family sells cars, and I've already asked him for assistance, so I won't trouble you." Mu Yuming mentioned that they would be able to look at cars in a couple of days, and perhaps they could drive out for a little fun this week. In the midst of their meal, a commotion erupted outside the private room. With a spirit of curiosity, Luo Mingyao opened the door and peeked her head out, quickly beckoning for the others to join her. "Hey, Yunche, come quickly. There are familiar faces." Hearing her words, the two approached the door with a hint of confusion. They too leaned out to see, and upon observing the three heads lined up outside, Lu Xiaoli's smile broadened. At that moment, Jiang Yunche was taken aback by the sight of two noisy individuals at a table in the hall, one a public nuisance, and the other a well-known figure from the amusement park. It's a small world indeed, for these two had managed to come together. Half an hour prior, the four in the private room were already enjoying their meal, blissfully unaware of the arrival of an old acquaintance in the hall. Today marked the day Lu Fujin would meet an online friend in person. The thought of her uniform mini-skirt ignited a fire within him as he sat there. However, upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Chen Qian had a different sentiment. Who meets offline at a hot pot restaurant? She lamented. My makeup will be ruined. Regret began to creep in, yet as she recalled the other's good looks, she reassured herself, it's fine, What we eat isn't important, and stepped into the restaurant. Upon entering, they immediately spotted each other. From Lu Fujin's perspective, the sight of Chen Qian in black stockings and small leather shoes swept him off his feet, leaving him gazing in a stupor, nearly drooling. Conversely, Chen Qian noticed Lu Fujin right away as well. It was impossible not to. Who wears a suit to a hot pot restaurant on such a sweltering day? Are you all right in this heat? She thought. And that face. Did you apply 100 levels of beauty filter? Despite their drastically different internal thoughts, they exchanged greetings. In stark contrast to Lu Fujin's enthusiasm, Chen Qian appeared rather aloof, merely wishing to finish her meal and leave, having come out to at least enjoy a complimentary dinner. Noticing her disinterest, Lu Fujin sought to initiate conversation. I'm Lu Fujin. What is your name? They had previously communicated online, but had never exchanged real names. Upon hearing his inquiry, Chen Qian, feeling a tinge of annoyance, casually replied, I'm Suwa. She intended to convey her reluctance to engage in conversation through her choice of name. However, Lu Fujin responded with a beaming smile. Suihua is a delightful name. It rolls off the tongue beautifully. Staring at him in disbelief, Chen Qian hastened her eating pace, intending to make a swift escape. Seeing her unresponsive and merely continuing to eat, Lu Fujin presumed he had failed to strike the right chord. He persisted in discussing various topics, yearning for a reaction. Yet he was destined to be disappointed. Once Lu Qian had finished her meal and set down her chopsticks, Lu Fujin, believing she was about to speak, hastily paused to quench his dry throat with a sip of water. To his astonishment, her next words struck him like a thunderbolt. I'm full. I believe we are incompatible. Farewell. With that, she intended to rise and depart, but Lu Fujin was not one to surrender easily. After all, it was a rare occasion to dine together. How could she leave immediately after finishing her meal? Grasping Lu Qian's arm, he endeavored to maintain a semblance of a smile. Let us converse a bit longer. Perhaps we might find common ground. Upon feeling his grip, Lu Qian was instantly enraged, demanding he release her. However, he was nothing if not shameless, having once endured public ridicule on a bus. When he refused to let go, Lu Qian decisively retrieved her phone and began filming. Family, who understands? I encountered this insufferable man. It's merely a meal, and now he won tea let me leave. Truly, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Do you even deserve it? As her increasingly disparaging remarks reached his ears, Lu Fujin too felt his temper flare. Was this the emotional stability and gentle disposition he had introduced himself with? Noticing other patrons casting curious glances their way, he took a step back, addressing Lu Qian. Very well, if you wish to leave, first settle the bill. This woman had ordered nothing but the priciest items, and with a plethora of dishes still on the table. He felt a pang of regret. He would ensure she paid before departing. Lu Qian, infuriated by his words, resumed filming while retorting, family. This insufferable man believes he is worthy of my company. How deluded can one be? Observing her incessant chatter and filming, Lu Fujin's patience waned, and he snatched her phone, smashing it forcefully onto the ground. Watching her device, which she had painstakingly acquired, lie in ruin elicited a scream from Lu Qian. In a fit of anger, she seized a ladle from the hot pot and hurled a generous scoop of steaming broth at Lu Fujin's face. As the scalding liquid struck him, he began to wail, shielding his face and pacing about in distress. Lu Qian, witnessing the scene, seized the opportunity to mock him further, prompting him to momentarily disregard the pain on his face. In retaliation, he lifted the hot pot and aimed it at her. Although Lu Qian had already turned her back at the last moment, the contents still splashed onto her, making her feel as if she were plunged into a cauldron, resulting in an even louder scream. Fortunately, the surrounding customers had wisely vacated the area, thus avoiding collateral damage. The door to the private room, where Jiang Yunqing and her companions were situated, had already been closed. Chapter 45. Seeking shelter at the sight of the hot pot being lifted, he quickly pulled the two sisters inside and shut the door. In the ensuing scene, he could already envision the brutality that awaited them, and it was best to spare the sisters from such a sight. The recollection of the earlier events sent a chill down their spines. What deep-seated enmity could exist between those two? After experiencing this ordeal, the sisters found their spirits dampened and their appetites vanished. Fortunately, they had already consumed most of their meal, so they continued to converse while seated. They lingered for quite some time before finally rising to leave. Upon entering the lobby, they were greeted by a scene of disarray, with several police officers reviewing surveillance footage and questioning the onlookers. Since the sisters had been in a private room, They had little involvement in the matter, and as a result of the incident, their meal was offered at a 50% discount, an indication of the proprietor's acumen in business. Once outside the establishment, Jiang Yunqing initially intended to ride home alone, allowing the sisters to take Lu Xiaoli's vehicle. However, Luo Mingyao pushed her sister toward him, insisting they return together. Her reasoning was simple. "Oh, sister, how could it be appropriate for brother Yunqing to return alone? I accompanied him here, so you should accompany him back." Thus, they ended up riding together. As the car started, he followed closely behind on his bike. Now, Luo Mingyun felt comfortable resting her hand on his waist, having shared many shopping trips together. Feeling the cool evening breeze, he turned to her and asked, "Mingyun, are you cold? If you are, you can lean against me." Without hesitation, Luo Mingyun embraced him tightly. The last time they had been so close was during their visit to the amusement park, and she felt a need to draw upon Jiang Yunqing's warmth once more. After embracing him, she indeed felt warmer, as the cool wind seemed to serve as a refreshing balm. As for Jiang Yunqing, he had begun to develop a resilience to such affectionate gestures, his heart stirred only by the slightest ripples of emotion. Unless he experienced something more profound, he maintained an air of composure. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but smile at the sight of Luo Mingyao, who appeared to be executing her plans with great success. "So, are you attempting to play matchmaker for them?" Lu Xiaoli inquired. Luo Mingyao readily admitted, "Yes, Aunt Lu. Don't you sense how much my sister adores brother Yunqing? He surely feels the same way. If they were to be together, we would all become one family." Observing the excitement radiating from Luo Mingyao, Lu Xiaoli smiled knowingly. As their little electric scooter arrived at the community, they spotted the two waiting below. As they drew nearer, Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled upon seeing her sister tightly embracing Jiang Yunqing. He exclaimed, "Who is driving with their high beams on in the neighborhood?" Upon reaching them, Lu Xiaoli exchanged greetings with the trio before preparing to leave. "Mom, do come and visit us sometime," Luo Mingyao urged as Lu Xiaoli paused and turned back with a smile and a nod before heading to the car parked by the roadside. Witnessing this, the two sisters beamed with delight, each taking hold of his hand as they ascended the stairs together. After the three ascended the stairs together, they intended to return to their respective homes. However, when he attempted to input the password, he discovered that the electronic lock was unresponsive. He thought it might be out of battery, but fortunately, he had brought his key. Yet, upon inserting the key and turning it, he found it stubbornly immovable. Attempting again yielded no results, and he felt a wave of frustration. Was the door truly broken? Observing his struggles to open the door, Luo Mingyun inquired if he was unable to gain entry. Calmly, he replied that it was probably a battery issue and that he would charge it. After plugging in the power bank, the lock still showed no sign of life. Resigned, he decided to head to the sisters' home first. He called the landlord to inform them of the malfunction, and the landlord assured him that they would contact a locksmith. With no choice but to wait, he settled in for an hour until the landlord's delayed message arrived. Apologetically, the landlord informed him that the locksmith would only be available the next day, suggesting that if he wasn't in a hurry, he could stay at a nearby hotel for the night, with the landlord covering the accommodation cost. Upon relaying this to the sisters, they too felt the weight of misfortune. With a sigh, he bid farewell to the sisters, preparing to seek refuge at the hotel. At that moment, Luo Mingyun pondered for a moment before suddenly grasping his hand. "I just tidied up my room yesterday. Everything inside is newly arranged. Why not stay here with us tonight?" Hearing this, Luo Mingyao's eyes lit up, and she began nodding vigorously. "Yes, sister just cleaned her room yesterday. Yunche, why don't you stay here for the night? It's too late for you to look for a hotel." Given that both were currently sleeping in Luo Mingyao's room, which was typically kept as a display and required no cleaning, this arrangement seemed feasible. Despite this proposal, Jiang Yunche hesitated. Although their relationship was amicable, he felt slightly awkward about sharing a room with the two sisters. "It's all right. I think I'll just stay outside. It feels a bit inappropriate." "Oh, come on, Yunche. My sister and I don't mind at all. Are you dismissing us?" she exclaimed, adopting a mock expression of sorrow, as if she would cry if he refused. "All right then, I suppose I'll intrude tonight." At this, Luo Mingyao's face broke into a victorious smile. They played together for a while longer before the sisters went to take a shower. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yunche began to feel restless. As the sound of water echoed from the bathroom, his mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts. Realizing this, he quickly shook his head, casting aside the distractions, and began to recite a calming mantra internally. After a short while, the sisters emerged one after the other, and upon catching sight of Jiang Yunche, he found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, no mantra could quell his thoughts. In truth, it was not the first time he had seen the two sisters adorned in nightgowns. He had already witnessed this on the very first day of their acquaintance. However, the difference in his state of mind then and now was significant. After all, the initial encounter had been fraught with urgency, with the three of them being strangers to one another. Now, he could gaze upon them with an appreciative eye, purely in admiration, without any ulterior motives. The first to emerge was Luo Mengyun, draped in a black silk nightgown that elegantly accentuated her figure. After casting a glance at her, he quickly averted his gaze. When Luo Mengyao appeared, she was clad in a pink nightgown. Though her physique did not rival that of her sister, she exuded a palpable youthful charm. The two sisters, under Jiang Yunche's gaze, appeared bashful, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Once he regained his senses, he hastily stood up and declared, "I'm going to take a shower," before darting into the bathroom. Upon shutting the door, he found himself internally pleading for calmness. This was merely a trivial scenario. The sisters, seated on the sofa, chuckled softly at his swift exit. Luo Mengyun had prepared his toiletries, and he decided to wear the outfit that was already laid out for him, as he had not perspired much. After finishing his shower, he cautiously opened the bathroom door and, relieved to find the sisters had returned to their room, made his way to the bedroom. As he opened the door to Luo Mengyun's room, he was immediately enveloped by a familiar fragrance. He took a deep breath, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of his action and ceased. He then surveyed the room, which, though compact, appeared tidy and organized. It featured a writing desk with 2 chairs, a vanity, a bed, and a wardrobe, all presented in a minimalist fashion. Without scrutinizing the details, he approached the bed. The bedding was a coordinated set adorned with pink and bunny motifs, evoking a sense of youthful whimsy. He reclined upon the bed, pulling the covers over himself and closing his eyes, but soon found himself unable to drift into slumber. How could one sleep in such a situation? The delightful fragrance lingered in the air, and the realization that he was now resting in a place frequented by the two sisters sent his thoughts into disarray. His mind recited calming mantras incessantly, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he resorted to a desperate measure, conjuring memories of his calculus class from earlier that day. Before long, he felt his head growing heavy. Just as he began to succumb to sleep, Luo Mengyao, in the adjacent room, groggily opened her eyes and got out of bed to use the restroom. After finishing her business, she returned to her room, intending to sleep once more. She instinctively reached out to embrace her sister, sensing something different about the comfort of her sister's embrace that night. Without further contemplation, she soon drifted back into dreams. The following morning, awakened by the early hour of 8, Jiang Yunche's biological clock roused him from slumber. Uncertain of the reason, he found himself sleeping exceptionally well last night. As if cradled in a soft, fluffy cloud, his mind regained control over his body, and he suddenly felt something in his hand. Abruptly opening his eyes to gaze into his embrace, what was happening? To his astonishment, there lay Luo Mengyao, still entwined in his arms. Confusion washed over him as he scrutinized the room. Indeed, he had not slept in the wrong chamber. There was only one plausible explanation. Lowering his gaze to the still slumbering Luo Mengyao, he observed her delicate features, her hands tightly wrapped around him, resembling a sleeping beauty. A sensation on his leg drew his attention downwards, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. At that moment, one of her legs rested upon him, her nightgown revealing the entirety of her thigh, displaying a flawless expanse of white skin. He hastily diverted his gaze, mentally chanting, "Do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate." Suppressing the turmoil within, he began to ponder how to extricate himself from the bed, for should Luo Mengyao awaken, the situation would become exceedingly awkward. Thus, he gently grasped her hand, attempting to lift it. Yet, for reasons unknown, her hold was resolute, resisting his attempts to disengage. With no other choice, he exerted a tad more force. As her hand gradually rose, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything seemed to be in order, and he prepared to make his escape. Just then, he heard a voice. "Yunche, what are you doing?" His expression froze, and he slowly lowered his head to meet her still drowsy eyes. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, he watched as clarity returned to Luo Mengyao's eyes, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. They remained in this frozen tableau for several moments until she suddenly sat upright, hastily tugging down her nightgown that had crept up to her thighs. Stammering, she exclaimed, "Yunche, what are you doing in my bed?" Observing her accusatory demeanor, he could only muster a semblance of resignation. "It appears this is my room," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao glanced around the room, her face reddening further as realization dawned upon her. It seemed she had mistakenly found herself in the wrong bed. Without uttering another word, she bolted from the bed, carelessly leaving her shoes behind as she dashed for the door. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yunche collapsed onto the bed, finding this morning's events rather overwhelming. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, having returned to her own room, found her sister still asleep and felt a wave of relief wash over her. With utmost care, she slipped back into bed, embracing her sister and pretending to still be asleep. Unbeknownst to her, as she settled in, her sister's eyes flickered open slightly. 20 minutes prior, the typically early-rising Luo Mingyun had awakened. Noticing her sister's absence from their shared bed, she assumed she had already risen and opened the bedroom door to venture out. However, upon stepping outside, she found no sign of her sister, and the sight of her shoes still at the entrance deepened her confusion. Where could my sister possibly be at such an early hour? After sending a message to Luo Mingyao, I discovered my phone resting on the bedside table, which stirred a sense of urgency within me. A living person had seemingly vanished. In my anxious state, I glanced towards another room, wondering if perhaps she had ventured there. Stealthily, I approached the doorway of my bedroom, gently placing my hand upon the doorknob and attempting to open the door as quietly as possible. As the door creaked ajar, revealing a glimpse of the interior, I swiftly closed it again. Standing before the door, I found my mouth agape in disbelief. Just moments before, I had barely opened the door, and there on the bed were two delicate, fair legs draped over another person. Though the upper body remained obscured, my vantage point suggested that my sister was clad in naught but her skin. Shock coursed through me as I pondered whether my sister and Jiang Yunjia had worried that I might discover they were awake. Thus, she had returned to bed, feigning slumber, while my heart remained in tumult. Sure enough, not long after I lay back down, I heard the sound of my sister's footsteps as she returned to bed, mirroring my pretense of sleep. Thus, the two of us, both awake yet silent, continued to feign slumber. In that moment, Luo Mingyun contemplated why her sister and Jiang Yunjia felt the need to conceal their relationship from her. Did they fear that she would be a hindrance? The three of us lay motionless, our minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. Yet, as time progressed, the inevitability of attending school loomed over us, and I too had matters regarding renovations to discuss at the shop. Ultimately, it was I who rose first. I opened my eyes, feigning the appearance of just awakening, and called to my sister to prepare for class. I even knocked on Jiang Yunji's door, urging him to rise as well, before heading off to freshen up. When the two of them finally emerged, they exchanged awkward glances, their expressions laden with embarrassment. Notably, Luo Mingyao's face flushed a deep crimson, her bare, pristine feet standing on the cold floor. Seizing the moment while my sister was distracted, she hurriedly retrieved her shoes. Witnessing this scene, I refrained from comment, though a myriad of unspoken meanings danced in my eyes. After we had completed our morning routines, the two of them departed, while I awaited Lu Xiaoli to pick me up. The renovation company for today had also been arranged by Lu Xiaoli, and I felt uneasy about going alone. Thus, she insisted on accompanying me. Upon entering the car, Lu Xiaoli immediately sensed that something was amiss with me. I appeared devoid of my usual vitality. With concern, she inquired, "Mingyun, what is troubling you? Are you feeling unwell today?" Brought back to reality, I adjusted my demeanor and smiled, responding, "Mother, it's nothing. I simply woke up early and am a bit out of sorts." Observing my demeanor, Lu Xiaoli offered a few more words of care before letting the matter rest. She intended to inquire later about Luo Mingyao and Jiang Yunjia, hoping to uncover if something had transpired. Chapter 47. Do you believe me? Meanwhile, the student duo arrived at the classroom as per their usual routine. The first two classes of the day were practical sessions, and due to the morning's events, they arrived unusually late. Jiang Yunxing had grown accustomed to such occurrences, but for Luo Mingyao, arriving even 10 minutes late was simply unacceptable. As they entered the classroom together, the absence of his reserved seat meant the quartet from their dormitory had also lost their prime spots in the back, settling instead in the middle of the classroom. Noticing the lack of available seats nearby, he casually took a seat next to Luo Mingyao in the front row. The classmates had long become accustomed to their presence as a couple, having seen them enter and exit together daily, now regarded as the leading couple in class. Luo Mingyao was somewhat surprised by his choice to sit beside her, as this marked the first time they attended class together in such proximity. Soon, the lesson commenced. Jiang Yunqing found himself disinterested in the familiar material and began to glance around absent-mindedly. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Luo Mengyao's legs. She wore form-fitting jeans today, accentuating the delicate curves of her slender legs beautifully. Initially, it was merely a fleeting glance, but as he continued to observe, his mind wandered back to the pristine image from the morning, and he found himself unable to look away, noticing his unwavering gaze directed downward. A puzzled Luo Mengyao followed his line of sight and felt her cheeks flush, her thoughts racing. Rascal Yunqing, hasn't he had enough of this in the morning? After a moment, unable to endure his lingering stare, she quietly inquired, "Is it nice?" "Yes, it's nice," Jiang Yunqing replied without hesitation. However, the next instant, he realized the potential awkwardness of his response and glanced at her sheepishly. The directness of his words left Luo Mengyao feeling bashful, prompting her to softly murmur, "Rascal." Captivated by her bashful demeanor, Jiang Yunqing found himself entranced, his gaze fixated on her face. Feeling increasingly shy, Luo Mengyao reached out and playfully pinched his waist, prompting him to turn his attention away. Meanwhile, Chen Wen, seated nearby, observed their playful interaction with a smile of amusement that she could not suppress, thinking how utterly adorable they were together. When the break arrived, Mu Yuming informed him that he could visit her shop in the afternoon to look at cars, filling him with anticipation. However, upon checking his phone and seeing a message from Lu Xiaoli, his smile vanished instantly. Luo Mengyao also noticed the message, her expression shifting to one of concern. "Yunqing, what is wrong with my sister? She seemed fine this morning." She hadn't considered that her sister might have discovered something. In her mind, her sister was still asleep earlier that day. Yet, Jiang Yunqing quickly surmised that Luo Mengyun had likely seen or learned about the matter, given that Luo Mengyao had not been by her side throughout the night. After some thought, he decided to be honest with Luo Mengyun, as they had done nothing wrong. However, he chose not to disclose this to Luo Mengyao, fearing it might embarrass her. As the school day drew to a close, after agreeing with Mu Yuming to go car shopping in the afternoon, the two rode their bicycles home. Upon their return, Luo Mengyun was still in the kitchen preparing lunch. Seeing them arrive, she stepped out to greet them. "I returned a bit late today, so I just started preparing the dishes. Please wait a moment." "Do you have anything planned today?" What could I possibly have? The renovation plans have been finalized today, and in just a couple of days, we can commence the work. I'm quite elated." Noticing her sister's cheerful demeanor, Luo Mengyao felt relieved and settled onto the sofa, continuing to offer her moral support for the cooking. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing, disregarding Luo Mengyun's protests, insisted on helping in the kitchen. The two fell into a comfortable silence as they began preparing lunch. Once they commenced cooking one of the dishes, they finally found a moment of respite. Luo Mengyun urged him to sit outside and wait, but he took a step closer and asked, "Mengyun Jia, have you learned something?" He sensed the tension in her body upon hearing his question. Luo Mengyun took a step back and feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" When she refused to acknowledge it, he stepped forward, prompting her to retreat until they were against the wall. Unable to move back any further, he continued, "Last night, I shared a bed with Mengyao." Upon hearing his admission, Luo Mengyun's breath caught in her throat. What should she do? Would living together disturb their relationship? Would she have to separate from them? She couldn't help but ponder whether the three of them could continue living together in the future. The thought of leaving her sister was unbearable. They had been together since childhood, and Jiang Yunqing was indispensable to both sisters. Though they had only been living together for half a month, she couldn't fathom what would happen if Jiang Yunqing were to leave. However, Jiang Yunqing had not yet finished speaking. "It was merely a mistake. We did nothing." Once she woke up, she returned to her own room. Luo Mengyun's expression was one of disbelief. "You took off your clothes and did nothing?" Jiang Yunqing continued to explain, unaware of her thoughts, but her face remained skeptical. Growing somewhat exasperated, he fell silent, simply gazing at her. Upon sensing his gaze, Luo Mengyun lowered her head, avoiding his eyes. "It's true. Why don't you believe me?" Seeing her still looking down, he stepped forward and gently lifted her chin. "I truly did not deceive you." Locking eyes with him once more, Luo Mengyun found herself starting to believe him. After all, he had no reason to lie to her, and her sister appeared completely unfazed. With her cheeks flushed, she nodded slightly and murmured, "Yes, I believe you." At her words, Jiang Yunqing let out a sigh of relief, his heart settling. He certainly did not wish for the sisters to be at odds because of him. As the serious conversation concluded, he regained his composure and noticed the unusual proximity of the two. gazing into Luo Mingyun's face, so close and adorned with a hint of shyness in her eyes. His heart raced fiercely. In turn, feeling the warmth of his increasingly fervent gaze, Luo Mingyun's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Under their mutual scrutiny, the distance between them began to gradually diminish. A familiar sensation washed over them once more, prompting Luo Mingyun to instinctively close her eyes, her hands unconsciously finding their way around his neck. Just as they became entranced by this moment, the sudden beeping of the rice cooker interrupted their reverie. They sprang apart as if shocked, both casting their gazes towards the appliance. He approached it with a hint of irritation and unplugged it, thinking how it had so rudely interrupted a moment that could have blossomed further. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun covered her face with her hands, too shy to meet his eyes, though her flushed ears betrayed her embarrassment. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yunqing felt a twinge of awkwardness at her flustered state and turned his attention to the pot instead. After a moment, Luo Mingyun, recovering her poise, feigned calmness and began to serve rice before carrying it out. He followed suit, plating the dishes and joining her at the table. At the dining table, Luo Mingyao observed her sister and pondered why her face was so flushed. Chapter 48. A second home. Upon reaching the table, the two who had just been in the kitchen wore expressions as if nothing had transpired. Although Luo Mingyao sensed something unusual, she refrained from probing further. Hence, they continued their meal as usual, chatting amiably. The conversation soon turned to their afternoon plans to view cars, eliciting excitement among the three, as they had collectively chosen the vehicle. After finishing their meal, he sent a message to Mu Yuming. After receiving a response, the trio eagerly made their way to his home. Upon arriving at the store, Mu Yuming was already waiting for them. He stood, astonished, as he beheld the three approaching women. Though he had heard Jiang Yunqing mention that Luo Mingyao had an older sister, he had not anticipated her to be so strikingly beautiful. Noticing his stunned expression, Jiang Yunqing stepped forward and waved to regain his attention. Hey, do you not recognize me? Snapping back to reality, Mu Yuming pulled him aside and whispered, So, old Jiang, this is your so-called no-dating situation? This must be Luo Mingyao's sister, right? Spill the beans on how you managed to charm these sisters. To this, he could only respond with a cryptic, some secrets are meant to be kept. Hearing this, Mu Yuming playfully tightened his grip around his neck, teasingly saying, So, you're playing it that way, huh? As the sisters awaited their return, the playful banter did not last long. Upon their return, Jiang Yunqing began the introductions. This is my former roommate, Mu Yuming, who assisted us in purchasing the car today. And over here is Mingyao, though I believe she needs no introduction. This is her sister, Luo Mingyun. Three individuals exchanged greetings, marking the beginning of their acquaintance, and then Mu Yuming led them to view the car. From a distance, they spotted a dazzling pink amidst a cluster of vehicles. As they approached, the sight became even more pleasing to the eye. Upon receiving the keys, he eagerly settled into the driver's seat, expressing his satisfaction. The two sisters took their places in the back, their faces reflecting curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Leaning on the car door, Mu Yuming inquired, So, how does it feel? Shall we take it for a test drive? Jiang Yunqing readily agreed, fastening his seatbelt before setting off to test the vehicle. After circling around, he found himself quite pleased with the car, yet he sought the sisters' opinions. What do you think of this car? I think it's great. It's very comfortable. Well, since you're driving, Yunqing, if you like it. That's all that matters, one sister replied. Yes, as long as you're satisfied. Yunqing, there's no problem. After all, you're the driver, the other added. Noting their agreement, he turned to Mu Yuming in the passenger seat. Shall we finalize the purchase today? At that moment, Mu Yuming reverted to a state of astonishment. This was not the icy Luo Mingyao from school. Moreover, why was her sister treating Jiang so well? What was going on? Hearing the question, Jiang turned his head, gazing at her with a forlorn expression, and replied affirmatively. Although puzzled by his demeanor, Jiang Yunqing drove back, intending to proceed with the purchase. After a seamless process, the trio successfully posed for a celebratory photo with their new car. Jiang couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of having acquaintances. The paperwork was handled effortlessly, and they received the maximum discount along with a plethora of complimentary items. After expressing his gratitude to Mu Yuming once more, he pressed the accelerator, and the three set off towards home, leaving behind a frustrated Mu Yuming, who seethed at the thought of Jiang being a winner in life. Next time, she vowed to bring her dormitory friends along to teach him a lesson. Inside the car, with no one else present, Luo Mingyao switched to her lively persona. They say a car is like a second home. Doesn't this make it our shared abode? The thought filled her with delight. Luo Mingyun shared the same sentiment. She had long envisioned a home for the three of them, and never anticipated its swift realization. Observing the joyous expressions of the sisters, Jiang seized the opportunity to suggest, "Shall we drive out for an adventure this weekend? Now that we have a car, our radius of activities has expanded." Upon hearing his proposal, Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, causing him to shy away from the rearview mirror, fearing he might be dazzled. She and her sister had yet to experience a road trip, and the thought thrilled her, prompting her to embrace her sister enthusiastically. Without delay, they parked the car in the underground garage, which belonged to the sisters as part of their home. Once back inside, the trio began searching on their phones for fun driving destinations. After much deliberation, the sisters unanimously decided on camping, as they had yet to embark on such an adventure, and their curiosity was piqued. Thus, they set their sights on nearby camping locations and soon discovered a scenic spot nestled in the mountainous region. With their destination in mind, the trio began to outline their plans for the trip. After all, they intended to stay for a night, necessitating considerations for both food and accommodation. The campsite would provide barbecue tools, while the ingredients could be stored in a portable refrigerator delivered by their vehicle, allowing them to bring their own supplies, which was both economical and reassuring. As for lodging, the campsite offered tents, and they would only need to bring 2 sets of bedding. With a plan in place, the three of them began to eagerly anticipate the upcoming weekend. Today had been remarkably fulfilling, from the delightful morning awakening to the playful wall slam at noon, culminating in the car pickup in the afternoon. However, Jiang Yunqing felt as though he had overlooked something significant. It was only when he received a call from the repairman that he remembered he was currently unable to return home. After informing his 2 companions, he stood outside his house, awaiting the repairman's arrival. Before long, the repairman appeared, a youthful lad who, upon conversing with him, revealed that he had only been apprenticing for a month. His master had been called away to a rather peculiar situation involving a door being opened for a clandestine rendezvous. But he had become so engrossed in the spectacle that he inadvertently sustained an injury, leaving the apprentice to handle the job alone today. Jiang Yunqing raised an eyebrow at this absurdity and promptly suggested that the apprentice inform him of any such incidents in the future, as he too was curious to observe the drama unfold. In a light-hearted atmosphere, the apprentice began his work. However, as time elapsed, his expression grew increasingly troubled, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Sensing impending trouble, Jiang Yunqing feared that the young apprentice might still be struggling with the task at hand. After another half hour of labor, the apprentice sheepishly looked up, seemingly conveying that he had done his utmost, yet the results were less than satisfactory. Faced with this predicament, Jiang Yunqing could only inquire whether there were other skilled workers available to assist with the lock. Upon hearing this, the apprentice's embarrassment deepened. He explained that the company that manufactured the door had ceased operations years ago, leaving only 2 employees in this area. Nevertheless, he offered to help him contact someone who could open the door, albeit with the necessity of filing a report at the police station. He sighed, pressed his forehead, and glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. With no other option, he requested the apprentice's contact information, contemplating whether to seek assistance in unlocking the door later. Watching the repairman disappear into the elevator, the apprentice assured him that his master would be available to fix the door the following day and that he could reach out if needed. Sighing once more, Jiang Yunqing looked at his tightly closed front door, pondering whether fate had conspired against him, leaving him without a place to return. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the door of his 2 companions. Was this destiny at play? Resolutely, he opened the door and stepped inside. Upon sharing his predicament with the sisters, they expressed their own sense of helplessness, remarking on the rarity of being unable to return home for 2 consecutive days. They then suggested that he stay with them for another night. Upon hearing the proposal, he felt an immediate thrill, yet he feigned reluctance, dismissing it a couple of times, reminiscent of the way one might shyly accept a red envelope during the New Year festivities. Ultimately, swayed by the sisters' encouragement, he reluctantly acquiesced, though internally, he was elated at the prospect of spending another night at their home, where the ambience of their beds had a genuine calming effect. Thus, he found himself once again lodging at the sisters' residence that evening. After dinner, he resolved to venture out, intending to purchase a fresh set of clothes. Upon hearing his intention, the sisters decided to accompany him, treating it as a post-dinner stroll. Arriving at the garage, he drove the sisters to the mall, heading straight for his destination to procure the attire, lest the store close before he could make his purchase. The sisters assisted in selecting the garments, allowing him to indulge once more in the experience of being a model. Having secured the clothing, there was still ample time before the mall's closure, so they leisurely wandered. But finding the evening atmosphere lacking, they opted to explore a nearby snack street, rationalizing that indulging in some late-night treats would be permissible. Despite having dined, the food-loving Luo Mingyao's eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed longingly at various delicacies, her expression reminiscent of a child shopping with parents. Noticing her eager gaze, Luo Mingyun smiled indulgently, granting her permission to buy whatever her heart desired. With a jubilant bounce, Luo Mingyao dashed off to procure snacks, prompting the other two to quickly follow suit. The bustling snack street was teeming with people, and to avoid getting separated, he confidently took one sister's hand in each of his, ensuring they remained together. Since they had recently dined, Luo Mingyao refrained from purchasing an abundance of food, opting instead for small portions meant for sharing among the three of them. Before long, their hands were laden with an assortment of treats, and they found a spot to sit and indulge. Once settled, Luo Mingyao took on the role of a generous feeder, first skewering a piece of fried tofu and presenting it to her sister's lips, then doing the same for Jiang Yunshu, complete with playful sound effects. As the morsel reached his mouth, he devoured it eagerly. After savoring the taste, he remarked with a smile that it was delicious. Hearing his praise, Luo Mingyao's eyes crinkled with delight. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, a group of individuals appeared to be on the verge of snapping their chopsticks in frustration. Overwhelmed by the affectionate display of food sharing, a veritable feast for the senses, and one that was both a duo and a sisterly bond. Jiang Yunshu sensed the palpable envy emanating from the adjacent table, a familiar sensation. It was a recurring occurrence whenever he ventured out with the sisters. As if piercing gazes sought to skewer him with envy, the sisters soon noticed the attention from the surrounding patrons and decided it best to return home for their meal, tidying up before their departure. Upon arriving home, they finished off the remaining snacks, and then the sisters retreated together for a bath. Seated upon the sofa, he was acutely aware of the excessive energy he had consumed that day, silently chastising himself for it. He then proceeded to engage with a fitness video, diligently noting the exercises to practice on another occasion. By the time both had emerged from their showers, they were still clad in their nightgowns. After the events of the previous day, his strength had become formidable. Thus, he decisively turned his head away, feigning interest in the television that remained off, which, despite its inanimate state, seemed captivating. Although he had averted his gaze, someone was determined not to let him escape unnoticed. "Brother Yinche, do you think my sister and I look good?" Upon hearing her voice, he turned to find the two sisters standing before him. Instantly, his eyes appeared to possess a will of their own, darting back and forth, one eye fixated on the legs he had admired that morning, where Luo Mingyao had deliberately lifted her skirt, while the other beheld the enigmatic region he had previously experienced, with Luo Mingyun arching her back in a rather inviting manner. Taken aback by this sight, he felt a surge of reverence and inhaled deeply, ultimately choosing to retreat to the bathroom instead. As he hurried back inside, the sisters exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Earlier, while bathing, Luo Mingyao had suggested teasing him as a means of reclaiming the situation from the morning's hasty retreat. Luo Mingyun, eager to avenge the earlier incident, had readily agreed, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. In the bathroom, Jiang Yunshe leaned against the wall, inwardly lamenting the mischief of these two enchantresses. Once he finished his shower and took the opportunity to wash his clothes, he cautiously opened the door to peek out. After lingering for a moment and confirming that the sisters had returned to their room, he stealthily prepared to follow suit. However, just as he intended to retreat, the door to the adjacent room swung open. Luo Mingyao poked her head out, her gaze evasive as she remarked, "Make sure you don't wander into the wrong room tonight." With that, she swiftly closed the door. She had intended to apologize for the previous night's mishap, but found herself too shy to articulate her thoughts, settling instead for a casual remark before retreating. Jiang Yunshe was left momentarily bewildered, thinking to himself, "All right then, is that how it's going to be? Just don't let me catch you," he mused darkly. Once back in bed, he reflected on the day's myriad occurrences, unable to suppress a smile. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, the sound of a door opening jolted him awake. "Is it the sisters again?" he wondered. His eyes widened as an indistinct figure approached the bed and, without hesitation, nestled against him under the covers, wrapping her arms around him. He was taken aback. This little girl again. But this time, I cannot be blamed. She came to me willingly, flaunting her allure. Yet, as he contemplated the situation, he sensed something amiss. This did not appear to be Luo Mengyao. So, a change of tactics for the night, was it? Instinctively, he froze, lying rigidly on his side. Yet his stillness did not imply that Luo Mengyun was also unmoving. Perhaps her posture was slightly different from the usual way she embraced her sister. She shifted her position, changing her sleeping posture. As sensations coursed across his face, he found himself momentarily frozen. What was happening? Although this position was undeniably comfortable, he soon resolved to awaken Luo Mengyun. It was becoming somewhat unbearable. He placed his hand gently upon her shoulder and began to shake her softly. In her dreams, Luo Mengyun stirred groggily, realizing it was her sister trying to rouse her. With a soft, drowsy voice, she murmured, "What is it, Mengyao?" I am not Mengyao," came Jiang Yunqing's muted voice from before her, causing her mind to momentarily malfunction. Once she regained her composure, she quickly withdrew her hand and shrank back, hastily tugging the blanket around her, revealing only her large, curious eyes fixed on Jiang Yunqing. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them as they exchanged wide-eyed stares. After a while, Jiang Yunqing broke the silence, saying, "Well, now you believe that Mengyao mistakenly entered the wrong room last night, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mengyun's little head bobbed up and down like a garlic press. How could she not believe it? She had experienced it firsthand. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her face, hidden beneath the blanket, flushed a deep crimson, especially since they were still sharing the same bed. Her thoughts swirled chaotically as she contemplated whether to flee. Yet in this predicament, she dared not move an inch, continuing to conceal herself beneath the blanket. Noticing the silence settling in once more, he suddenly asked, "Do you understand why I reacted so strongly to the fact that Mengyao and I were sleeping together?" Uncertain of her feelings, he felt compelled to inquire. Luo Mengyun hesitated before softly responding, I was afraid I would disturb you both, and then we would have to live apart." Upon uttering these words, the image of the three of them separating cast a shadow over her emotions. Observing her despondency, Jiang Yunqing silently approached and wrapped his arms around her, whispering in her ear, "How could that be? Have you forgotten our promise? We shall never be apart." At his words, Luo Mengyun's heart settled, and after a moment of hesitation, she too embraced him, responding with a firm mm. She had always been delighted at the prospect of her sister being with Jiang Yunqing and had even wished to facilitate their bond. However, the realization that she might be the superfluous one instilled a sense of fear within her. Hearing him speak so reassuringly instantly eased her worries. They maintained their embrace, motionless, until the atmosphere began to shift uneasily, as both recalled the events that had transpired in the kitchen at noon. Slowly lifting his body, he gazed down at Luo Mengyun, whose eyes were still the only visible feature above the blanket. Gently, he pulled the cover down to reveal her small face. It seemed she sensed what was about to occur. In the moonlight, it was evident that her cheeks were flushed a deep shade of crimson. Seeing that she did not refuse, he slowly lowered his head, and the distance between them diminished. This time, devoid of any interruptions, they quickly embraced each other. Whether it was due to his earlier words or the enchantment of the night, Luo Mengyun did not flee as she had that morning. Yet, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She eventually held on to him, expressing her shyness. In response, he refrained from any excessive actions, merely continuing their previous embrace. Just as their minds began to blur, the sudden sound of a door opening startled them into stillness. "Sister?" It was Luo Mengyao, roused from her slumber, sensing the absence of her sister's embrace and groggily seeking her out. Noticing the quilt heaped up on the bed, she approached. The two beneath the covers felt the bed shift as another presence joined them. As the quilt was pulled aside, he felt small hands resting on his back, a little head nuzzling against his shoulder before becoming still. In this peculiar arrangement, Luo Mengyun lay on the bed while his upper body leaned over her, and Luo Mengyao nestled against his shoulder, holding onto his back. The three remained motionless, the only sound in the room being Luo Mengyao's steady breathing, while the other two dared not even exhale. Luo Mengyun exchanged a glance with him, signaling him to slowly shift towards the edge of the bed. He complied, propping himself up, and they endeavored to minimize their movements, gently guiding Luo Mengyun to the bed's edge, expecting her to assist in resolving the awkward situation. He was taken aback when she slipped off the bed, tiptoed barefoot across the floor, and quietly closed the door behind her. Staring in astonishment at this scene, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. She simply ran off. Assessing the current predicament, and with a sense of resignation, he slowly turned and embraced Luo Mengyao. In that moment, he felt a profound tranquility, for they had shared this intimacy before. He closed his eyes, cradling her soft, fragrant form. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun, having returned to her own bed, curled up under the covers, rolling about in a flurry. She dared not imagine what might have transpired between her and Jiang Yunqing had her sister not interrupted. Reflecting on the sensations from earlier, her face burned crimson as she tossed and turned, knowing that sleep would elude her that night. It was Friday, and with no morning classes, the house remained silent at 9 o'clock, showing no signs of life. Gradually opening her eyes, Luo Mingyao, the only one who had not stayed up late the previous night, reveled in her victory in the morning wakefulness contest. The moment she opened her eyes, she realized something was amiss. The person she had embraced was certainly not her sister, for her sister was not so robust, nor did she possess such a firm body beside her. Without needing to glance at a face, she surveyed the room's decor, attempting to confirm that she had not mistakenly entered the wrong chamber. However, the truth was unmistakable. She was indeed in the right place. Thus, she resolutely decided to make her escape. Just last night, she had uttered those very words, yet today she found herself back again, her composure fraying. Almost immediately, she encountered the same predicament as the previous morning when Jiang Yunqing had held her so tightly. With no other choice, she exerted a slight force to shift the hands encircling her. As she felt her hand being raised slightly, a flicker of joy surged within her, only to be interrupted by his voice. "Good morning, where do you intend to take me?" Upon uttering these words, he exerted a forceful motion, flipping Luo Mingyao onto the bed. Now lying down, she became rigid, responding in a stiff tone, "I have no plans to take you anywhere." Noticing her demeanor, Jiang Yunqing's interest piqued. "Oh, is that so? I recall someone urging me last night not to wander into the wrong room." At this, Luo Mingyao averted her gaze, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. "Is that so? I don't recall any such thing." Observing her stubbornness, Jiang Yunqing's amusement grew. He gently turned her head to face him, leaning closer as he whispered, "Really? It seems I must assist you in remembering." As she sensed his face drawing near, Luo Mingyao's thoughts raced. "Assist? How so? Is Yunqing about to kiss me? What should I do? Should I refuse first and then accept, or simply accept outright?" Ultimately, in a moment of resignation, she closed her eyes, her lips slightly pursed. Seeing this, he was momentarily taken aback, confused by her actions. He had merely intended to tease her, not kiss her. When he remained still, Luo Mingyao cracked open one eye to glance at him. Noticing him frozen in place, she opened both eyes wide, her expression questioning why he had not kissed her. Witnessing this look, his initial intentions shifted, and he leaned down decisively. Caught off guard, Luo Mingyao became flustered as he actually kissed her. After all, aside from the unexpected incident during their Monopoly game, this was indeed her first kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Leaving her uncertain of what to do, she instinctively clenched her fists beside her head. After a moment, she suddenly pushed him away and began to breathe deeply. Eyes still closed. Once her breathing steadied, she felt his lips against hers once more. This time, her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. After what felt like an eternity, she pushed him away again, softly muttering "rogue," before rolling off the bed, hurriedly slipping on her shoes and dashing out. As she fled, he stared at his right hand for a moment, musing that it was indeed the cause of the trouble. Right hand. Fine, next time. Don't use me. The strong sense of déjà vu jolted him back to reality, and he inwardly cursed himself for his lack of self-restraint. Only last night had he played with his sister, and now he had entangled himself with his younger sister. Chapter 51. The sales duo Luo Mingyao, having burst through the door, leaned against the wall, gathering her thoughts. Though still feeling bashful, she found her thoughts drifting to other matters, and her shy demeanor gradually transformed into one of solemnity. Earlier, as she was putting on her shoes, she had noticed her sister's slippers by the bedside. It was inconceivable that either she or Jiang Yunqing had mistakenly worn them, as there were 3 pairs of slippers there. Thus, only one possibility remained. Her sister had visited Jiang Yunqing's room last night. Recalling that she had sensed her sister's absence from their shared bed around midnight, she felt her complexion pale. Had her sister been in Jiang Yunqing's bed at that time? The implications of the two sharing a bed were glaringly obvious. This was no mere case of her inadvertently wandering into the wrong room. Her sister had clearly been awake, as evidenced by her subsequent departure. The thought of having intruded upon their relationship filled her with the same disquiet she had felt the day before, akin to Luo Mingyun's emotions. While she desired for her sister and Jiang Yunqing to be together, She did not wish to be cast aside as a burden. It was this conflicting sentiment that left her utterly flustered. Dazed, she returned to her room and found her sister still sleeping. She climbed into bed and held her sister tightly. The moment Luo Mingyao settled into bed, Luo Mingyun awoke. Sensing her sister's tight embrace, she was uncertain of the cause. Yet she could feel the weight of her sister's melancholy, prompting her to reciprocate the embrace silently. The two sisters remained wordlessly nestled together. When Jiang Yunqing finally calmed his emotions and rose, he noticed the slippers by the bed, and his heart tightened. A headache bloomed as he pondered whether Mingyao had seen them. It seemed too conspicuous not to have caught her attention, and he wondered what she might think. With this in mind, he placed the slippers at the door of the sister's room before turning to wash up. He intended to gauge Luo Mingyao's attitude later. If she were to indulge in unfounded thoughts, he would need to offer her some reassurance. Eventually, it was Luo Mingyun who arose first. Today she needed to visit the market for groceries, as she was preparing to go out with Jiang Yunqing. She extended her foot to the bedside, ready to slip on her slippers, but after searching around the bed, she realized she could not find her shoes. Suddenly, she recalled having left them in another room the previous night. Panic surged within her. What if her sister had seen them? Barefoot, she stepped out of bed, clinging to a flicker of hope as she opened the door to retrieve her shoes. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of her slippers neatly positioned at the threshold. Her breath caught in her throat as she wondered who had placed them there. Was it her sister or Jiang Yunqing? If her sister had indeed seen them, how would she explain the events of last night, given that something had indeed transpired between her and Jiang Yunqing? At that moment, Jiang Yunqing emerged from the opposite room. Having heard the door open, noticing Luo Mingyun's troubled expression as she fixed her gaze on the slippers, he approached her, knelt down, and helped her into her shoes before guiding her into the living room. I placed these by the door, he said. Upon hearing those words, Luo Mingyun exhaled in relief. Yet the subsequent statement caused her breath to catch in her throat. However, Mingyao must have seen it by her bedside that morning. Disturbed, she began to feel flustered, her complexion paling. She feared her sister might discover the intricate circumstances between her and Jiang Yunjia, anxious that it would jeopardize their bond. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached, her eyes glistening, on the verge of tears. Observing her distress, Jiang Yunjia stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace, and reassured her. It's all right. I will speak to Mingyao and explain that you simply entered the wrong room. Being held brought a modicum of calm to Luo Mingyun. Yet she remained restless. Suddenly, she pushed Jiang Yunjia away and regarded him with unwavering seriousness. Yunjia, can you promise me something? He, momentarily taken aback, inquired what it was. Luo Mingyun gathered her thoughts, seemingly resolute, and spoke. I believe you and Mingyao are well suited for one another. She genuinely adores you. And I can see that you have feelings for her too. Could you be together? I promise I won't intrude. Taken aback by her unexpected declaration, Jiang Yunjia stared at Luo Mingyun in disbelief. What are you saying? He took 2 steps closer as he spoke. However, Luo Mingyun decisively stepped back, avoiding his gaze. We cannot continue like this. It would be best if we maintain some distance moving forward. Seeing that Luo Mingyun appeared earnest, a wave of frustration washed over him. Surely, she couldn't mean it. Yet, he refused to relent and advanced another step. Witnessing his approach, Luo Mingyun hurriedly retreated into the bathroom, left with no other option. He pondered how he could confront her in such a private space. After lingering in place for a moment, he noticed the impassive Mingyao emerging from the room. Observing her approach while his sister remained in the bathroom, he attempted to speak. Mingyao, but she swiftly interrupted. Yunjia Gu, can you promise me something? Faced with her earnest expression, he nodded. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Mingyao articulated her request. Will you consider being my brother-in-law? Stunned by her words, he stood speechless, bewildered by what seemed to be a coordinated effort against him. Noting his silence, Mingyao pressed on, her voice tinged with desperation. Please, Yunjia Gu, I implore you. Tears began to well in her eyes, and she silently wept. Witnessing Mingyao heart-wrenching sorrow, he panicked and rushed to comfort her, unable to bear her tears, haunted by the shadow of past events. It's all right, Mingyao, there are numerous misunderstandings here. Allow me to clarify. Yet at that moment, Mingyao merely shook her head vigorously, signaling her unwillingness to listen. She had made up her mind to facilitate a union between her sister and Jiang Yunqing, no longer willing to be a burden in their relationship. Observing that he continued to offer explanations, she boldly entered the room where he had slept the previous night. Now, he was the sole occupant of the living room. At this moment, He felt a sense of despair. What was happening? How had both of them changed so drastically? What was he to do? He recognized that their transformation was a consequence of his actions. But as they had pointed out, if he were to pursue a relationship with one of them, what would become of the other? He dared not contemplate this matter, for he suspected the sisters felt similarly. While he was still pondering how to resolve this predicament, Luo Mingyun emerged from the bathroom. She had overheard her sister and Jiang Yunqing conversing in the living room, but was unaware of the specifics. Upon seeing him still standing in the living room, she proceeded toward the bedroom, preparing to close the door behind her. As she attempted to shut the door, he rushed forward to block it. Noticing his resistance, Luo Mingyun softly pleaded, "Yunqing, please let me go. It would be problematic if Mingyao saw." Hearing her words, he rolled his eyes and gently pushed her inside the room, following her in and shutting the door firmly behind them. Now, Mingyao would not be able to see them. Chapter 52, Brother-in-law and sister-in-law seeing him enter the room. Luo Mingyun grew anxious. Her hands clasped together in front of her, her gaze darting around, unable to meet his eyes. "Yunqing, could you step outside for a moment? I need to change my clothes, and then we can go to the market together." In response, he asked, "Why should I be with Mingyao?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun adopted a serious expression once more. "You and Mingyao are classmates and share mutual feelings. It is quite fitting for you to be together." At this, he stepped closer, cornering her at the end of the bed, and pressed her further. "Why can't it be you?" Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyun instantly lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she murmured, "I am much older than you. We are not suited for each other." Without further ado, he advanced another step, supporting her back gently and laying her down on the bed. He then joined her, positioning himself above her with his hands on either side of her head. Gazing down at her, finding themselves in this situation once more, Luo Mingyun panicked, memories of their previous encounters flooding her mind. She hastily began to struggle. Not bothering with words, Jiang Yunqing seized her wrists and pinned them above her head. At this juncture, her heart began to race, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Looking into her eyes, he earnestly declared, "I do not care about those things. I only care about you." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun felt her emotions surging uncontrollably. Yet, she still shut her eyes and shook her head. "But what about Mingyao? She cannot be without you." In response, he leaned down, positioning his lips near her ear. In a gentle tone, he said, "Leave the matter with Mingyao to me. Rest assured, I will not let go of either of you. Unless you drive me away, I shall remain by your side for a lifetime." Upon hearing these tender words, she was instantly captivated, managing only to reply with a soft Once their serious conversation concluded, it was only natural that they embraced one another, embarking on the second phase of comforting Luo Mingyun. After a while, they parted. Luo Mingyun swiftly pulled a nearby blanket over her face, reflecting on the candid words exchanged moments ago, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Observing her face concealed beneath the blanket, his heart raced anew. Forcing himself to turn away, he said, "I will go speak with Mingyao. Let us go grocery shopping afterward." At his words, a small head nodded in agreement from beneath the blanket. Witnessing this, he affectionately ruffled her hair through the fabric before rising from the bed. Stepping out of the room and approaching another door, he placed his hand on the doorknob. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his actions mirrored those of a rogue, having just pulled up his pants to seek another woman. However, he quickly shook off that thought, understanding that maintaining the balance among the three of them necessitated such actions. As he opened the door, he found Luo Mingyao sprawled across the bed, similarly hiding her head beneath a blanket. Truly, they were like sisters. He cleared his throat softly to announce his presence, and then sat down at the head of the bed. Noticing she remained in her original position, he began to speak to himself. "Ah, how wonderful it would be to live each day with my adorable little sister. What would I do if one day she were no longer around?" Seeing she still did not respond, he continued, "Perhaps I should find another sister." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao finally stirred, clenching her small fist. He persisted, "It seems I have no choice. I must seek another charming sister. Perhaps that junior who added me on WeChat. She is quite lovely and has a pleasant voice." No. The moment he uttered those words, Luo Mingyao shot up, glaring at him in fury. He feigned confusion, retorting, "Why not? There's no reason. It's just not allowed. But what if I have no adorable sister left? Don't you have me as your sister? Why seek another?" Seeing her cheeks flush with anger, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. You as he laughed unabashedly, Luo Mingyao felt her anger dissipate, leading her to seize his hand and bite down hard. Ouch! He inhaled sharply. realizing she was serious about the bite. Yet, he made no effort to resist, allowing her to continue. After a while, noticing his lack of reaction, she released her grip, gazing at his hand, now marked with a bruise, with concern. "Does it hurt?" He replied nonchalantly, "Not at all." The claim of not feeling pain is a mere facade. He is in agony, yet stubbornly insists otherwise. Observing his demeanor, Luo Mingyao recognizes the pretense and leans in, resting her forehead against his shoulder, reproaching him softly. "If it hurts, you should just admit it. You truly are foolish. Since it was you who caused the pain, I do not mind enduring it." Upon hearing these words, a blush crept onto Luo Mingyao's cheeks. Was this a clear declaration? It is only natural. After all, considering your intention to become my brother-in-law. With this acknowledgement, he boldly responded, "What if I were to call your sister Mingyun as well? That won't do. You must be my brother-in-law. If I become your brother-in-law, I will move out with your sister." "Absolutely not. You two are not allowed to leave. Then shall I remain your Yunshe brother, never depart from you? And your sister? That is assured. I could never bear to lose either of you. All right, let's seal it with a pinky promise." At this, he chuckled, linking his pinky with Luo Mingyao's outstretched finger. She gazed intently at their entwined digits, solemnly reciting, "Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Whoever breaks it shall be a puppy." Once the promise was solidified, he hastily added, "From now on, do not bring up the topic of me being your brother-in-law. Do you wish to be my brother-in-law?" The question caught him off guard, causing him to choke slightly, and he coughed, prompting Luo Mingyao to gently pat his back. After recovering, he awkwardly replied, "Let us discuss this later." Not receiving an answer, she let out a soft hum. Observing her adorable expression, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "At this moment, I wish to be your brother-in-law." Her face flushed a deep crimson, stammering in response, "What do you mean by brother-in-law?" Noticing her reaction, he slowly inched nearer. Subsequently, Luo Mingyao's mind went blank, instinctively closing her eyes. After a brief moment, they parted ways, but she averted her gaze, and Jiang Yunshe, sensing her embarrassment, offered an awkward smile. After all, it was not entirely his fault. Luo Mingyao rolled her eyes and called him a rogue, her flushed cheeks and tender gaze radiating irresistible allure. A while later, they separated again, and this time, she cleverly pulled the blanket over herself completely, curling up and exclaiming, "Rogue." Upon hearing her words, he initially intended to tease her once more. However, noticing the time and realizing he needed to buy groceries, he feigned a fierce demeanor, warning, "Next time, don't run away," before preparing to leave the room. Yet, a voice emerged from beneath the blanket. "Hey, don't go chatting with others, okay? You already have me as your sister." His heart lifted at her words, and he joyfully replied, "All right," before stepping outside. Once he departed, the blanket lifted slightly, revealing a small head and Luo Mingyao's bashfully flushed face. Oh dear, with both a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law. It seems that Brother Yunshe truly embodies the spirit of a rogue. Chapter 53. An unusual attire. Upon stepping outside, he found no sign of Luo Mingyun, so he settled onto the living room sofa to await her arrival. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, and a well-prepared Luo Mingyun emerged. A fleeting glance quickly captivated his attention. Unlike her usual choice of loose-fitting tops, today she donned a snug white tank top paired with a delicate black sheer shirt. This ensemble accentuated her figure exquisitely. Uncertain of the reason, Luo Mingyun had suddenly felt compelled to wear the pristine tank top that had been languishing in the corner of her wardrobe. Yet, upon encountering Jiang Yunche's unabashed gaze, she hastily buttoned her shirt to obscure her form. Despite their previous intimacy, she still felt a trace of shyness under his unwavering stare. Observing her modesty, he nodded in approval and stated earnestly, "It's best to keep your shirt buttoned when going out. Sister Mingyun, with such a splendid figure, you must be mindful of the eyes of onlookers." At his words, Luo Mingyun inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, "Is it fine to dress freely at home, then? With you around?" Without further exchange, they donned their shoes and departed together. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Luo Mingyao peeked out from her room. Finding the house empty, she scampered to another room to change her attire. Descending the stairs, the pair climbed onto a small electric scooter. Though they possessed a car, the proximity made the scooter a more convenient choice. Once seated, he immediately sensed the delightful sensation of her touch on his back and her small hand resting upon his abdomen. A gentle smile graced his lips as they rode towards the market. Upon arrival, the vegetable vendors perceived a shift in the couple's demeanor. What once resembled a newlywed couple now exuded the essence of a seasoned pair. One vendor inquired, Mingyun, why does it seem that you and Xiao Jiang resemble a more established couple today? Are you planning to have a baby? Surprisingly, Luo Mingyun did not blush as she typically would. Instead, she responded with a smile, Aunt Wang, don't jest. It's far too early for me to think about having a baby. Zhang Yinche was taken aback. Was this truly the same Luo Mingyun who blushed at the slightest mention of such topics? Seizing the moment, he leaned closer and whispered, Sister Mingyun, when do you plan to have a baby? The moment he posed the question, her previous shyness resurfaced. She playfully punched him lightly. Her cheeks tinged with color as she hurried ahead. Seeing this, he chuckled softly, reassured that she remained as she always had. After purchasing their groceries and returning home, they were greeted by Luo Mingyao's voice. Sister, brother-in-law, you're back. The expressions of the two were markedly different. He twitched an eye, quickly shooting her a reproachful glance. Thinking, didn't we agree to refrain from mentioning this? As Luo Mingyun suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, she shot a glare at her sister. Observing the exchange of glances between the two, Luo Mingyao stuck out her tongue, attempting to feign innocence. Noticing their intention to prepare a meal, Luo Mingyao decided to join in the fray and rose from the sofa. The moment Jiang Yunjia caught sight of her, his gaze became entranced, unable to divert itself. Today, Luo Mingyao donned an unusual outfit. While her top was a loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt, her lower half was adorned with a short skirt that showcased her long, slender legs. Upon sensing his gaze, Luo Mingyao subtly curled her lips, thinking to herself, I shall not fail to mesmerize you. Upon entering the house, perhaps due to the warmth within, Luo Mingyun removed her outer shirt. At that moment, Zhang Yunjia found himself at a loss as to where to direct his eyes. The two sisters, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his unwavering stare, pushed him onto the sofa, intending to cook while he waited there. With the kitchen door finally closed, his eyes were granted a moment of respite. The mere thought of the two figures stirred ripples in his heart. Truly, they were enchanting beings. Bored and restless, he suddenly recalled that he could open the door today. Although he longed to remain in the company of the sisters, his belongings were still at his own place. Having not written in 2 days, he felt lethargic. He dialed the number he had left yesterday, and upon hearing it was the unfortunate fellow, the master promptly agreed to come over. Thus, half an hour later, he returned to his own home. Typically, he would marvel, ah, my familiar abode, I am home. But now, gazing at the somewhat familiar surroundings, he felt nothing but disdain. Is this it? Is this all? It pales in comparison to the sisters' home. Just look at this table and these chairs. My verdict is that this place is inadequate. He walked into the bedroom, grabbed his notebook and charging cable, and promptly turned back towards the sisters' residence. If the house could speak, it would surely chide him, you scoundrel. After gallivanting for 2 days, you return only to leave again. Oblivious to the house's resentment, he settled onto the sofa at the sisters' home, arranged his notebook, and began to write, feeling a surge of creativity simply by being there. Having already exposed his intentions, he decided against concealing his novel writing, openly displaying his work. Engrossed in his writing, he did not notice that Luo Mingyao had quietly emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing him engrossed in his task, she suddenly felt a flush of warmth. Recalling something that made her cheeks redden, and she stealthily retreated back to the kitchen. Moments earlier, she had thought of 2 novels by Jiang Yunjia. One was fairly serious, while the other was a product of his high school days, brimming with youthful imagination. Cursing him silently as a rogue, she opened her novel application and navigated to Jiang Yunjia's profile, glancing at one titled The Overbearing Sister Flowers Fall in Love with Me. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she glanced at her sister, and upon realizing she was not paying attention, she quietly clicked on it. Jiang Yunqing continued to write, unaware that yet another reader had unlocked the door to a new world through his novel. It was only when the 2 sisters called him for dinner that he closed his screen and rose from his seat. After a brief moment of introspection, he found himself glancing at the sisters, not with the same intensity as before, but rather casting occasional sidelong glances. During the meal, none of them mentioned the events of that morning, although they all silently acknowledged it in their hearts. They savored the delicious meal, their eyes and mouths aglow with satisfaction. And after some casual conversation, he returned to the sofa to continue writing while the sisters busied themselves with their own tasks. As the time for school approached, he coughed lightly while observing Luo Mingyao's short skirt. Ahem, Mingyao, it would be better to change into something else before heading out. He hadn't quite had his fill of the sight, and being somewhat possessive, he was determined to keep it to himself. Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyao's lips curled into a smile. She leaned in close to Jiang Yunqing's ear and whispered, "In the future, I'll only wear it for you, all right?" Seeing him nod eagerly, she laughed and went to her room to change. After they left, Luo Mingyun prepared to attend to matters at the shop. Before she departed, Jiang Yunqing deliberately left her the car keys, but having not touched the steering wheel in so long, she hesitated to drive. They planned for him to take her for a drive in the suburbs when time permitted. Chapter 54. Off to camp when the school duo returned home. Luo Mingyun had not yet arrived. Upon entering the house and seeing Luo Mingyao, Jiang Yunqing felt a bit shy as he said, "Well, Mingyao, if you wish to wear a skirt, you can do so at home." He had no ulterior motives, merely feeling pleased to see her in a skirt today. It was certainly not about his desire to gaze at her. Hearing this, Luo Mingyao chuckled softly and quietly retreated to her room. Thinking how could he not indulge his only sister? Once she returned to her room, Jiang Yunqing settled onto the sofa, his anticipation growing. Before long, the door swung open, and the familiar sight of a short skirt caught his eye, lighting up his gaze. Luo Mingyao approached him with a cheerful demeanor, spinning slowly as she asked, "Do you think it looks good?" As the skirt flared around her while she twirled, Jiang Yunqing's heart soared, although he saw a little beneath it, as she wore safety shorts. Without uttering a word, he pulled Luo Mingyao onto his lap and leaned in to kiss her. After a couple of playful protests, she wrapped her arms around his neck, surrendering to the kiss, which soon became addictive. Before long, she stood up, her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Sister will be back soon." With that, she dashed back to her room. Observing her retreat, Jiang Yunqing chuckled softly, marveling at this enchanting life they shared. Upon Luo Mingyun's return home, he had already commenced preparing dinner in the kitchen. Noticing Luo Mingyun enter clad in a sleeveless top, he hastened his movements, hurriedly plating the dishes before turning to her and, without uttering a word, executed another wall slam. Startled by being pressed against the wall, Luo Mingyun's heart raced, wondering why he was so insistent, as if he hadn't had enough kisses that morning. Yet, she offered no resistance, reluctantly accepting the situation. Just as their passionate encounter intensified, a voice resonated from outside the kitchen. "Sister, are you back?" The two quickly parted, feigning a pretense of cooking. When Luo Mingyao peeked into the kitchen, observing the duo still engaged in culinary endeavors, she chuckled and retreated, awaiting treats. Once her sister had left, Luo Mingyun reached out and pinched Jiang Yunja firmly at the waist, signaling her discontent. Though the pinch stung, a flicker of a smile crossed her lips, for she realized that given the chance, he would undoubtedly kiss her again. The exchange was far too advantageous. At the dinner table, anticipation filled the air as the sisters eagerly discussed their camping plans for the following day. Their lively chatter continued even after the meal, fervently planning every detail, nearly crafting a minute-by-minute itinerary. After their discussions concluded, the trio enjoyed a brief game before Jiang Yunja prepared to leave, glancing back at the door multiple times. He cast a lingering look into the room, but the sisters feigned oblivion to his wistful demeanor, continuing their conversation until he stepped outside, at which point they burst into laughter. Exiting the door, he felt a strange attachment after 2 days of indulgence. He was uncertain whether it was the house or the sisters he had grown addicted to. With a heavy heart, he closed his door, reflecting on the events of the past few days. He realized he had the potential to become a scoundrel, yet upon deeper contemplation, he found himself at a loss. He could not fathom choosing between the two sisters, and thankfully, they seemed to share his sentiments. He washed up early and retired to bed. Yet sleep eluded him. Transitioning from luxury to simplicity was challenging. For the past 2 nights, he had slept cradled by the soft warmth of Luo Mingyao, and now, alone, he felt a disconcerting absence, pondering when he would experience such comfort again. The following morning, Jiang Yunja was roused by his alarm, dragging his weary body from bed. The previous night's sleep had been far from restful, leaving him with insomnia. After refreshing himself, he became more alert, stepping out into the hallway just as the sisters emerged from their rooms, instantly brightening his spirits. Another beautiful day awaited. Together, the trio drove to the market, intending to procure the ingredients needed for the day's activities, planning to prepare them before departure. Their trio garnered curious glances from familiar faces in the market, puzzled by the apparent intimacy between Jiang Yunja and the sisters. What was the true nature of their relationships? Unlike the somewhat reserved Luo Mingyun, Luo Mingyao engaged effortlessly with neighbors she had known since childhood. When questioned about their connections, she simply smiled and replied, "One is my sister, and the other is my brother." As she pondered, Her mind drifted to her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, though she knew better than to voice such thoughts. After completing their shopping, the trio returned home, where they efficiently collaborated to prepare the ingredients. They then began the laborious task of loading their vehicle with an abundance of supplies, so meticulously arranged by the sisters that the trunk was filled to the brim before they set off. Their destination lay several dozen kilometers away at a scenic spot, requiring a 2-hour drive. Departing at that moment would allow them ample time to enjoy a leisurely lunch upon arrival. Throughout the journey, the sisters maintained an air of exuberance, playfully frolicking in the back seat. However, it wasn't long before they succumbed to slumber, nestled together as they drifted off. Observing their peaceful repose in the rearview mirror, she surmised that their excitement from the previous night had left them fatigued. Quietly, she turned off the music and adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting, striving for a smooth drive toward their destination. As they ventured further, the landscape transformed into a lush tapestry of greenery. Following the winding mountain road, they soon arrived at the scenic area. Having made a prior reservation, they presented the necessary information and drove into a quaint courtyard. The location comprised several individual courtyards, encircled by tall fences. One side served as a parking area, while each courtyard was equipped with a private restroom, which appeared to be quite clean. The opposite side was designated for setting up tents, which were rented but not yet assembled, stored beneath a small shelter within the courtyard. The sisters were eager to experience the thrill of pitching a tent, with a clear stream just beyond the courtyard walls. After parking, she roused the two sisters from their slumber. Groggy but excited upon realizing they had arrived, they eagerly disembarked to explore their surroundings. By the time Jiang Yunshe concluded his conversation with the staff, the sisters were already preparing to frolic by the stream. Noticing him unloading supplies from the vehicle, they hurried over to assist, first organizing the ingredients and grill to prepare lunch. After washing the grilling utensils, they lit the charcoal, and he expertly began to grill the food. As the enticing aromas wafted from the grill, the sisters transformed into eager little foodies, their eyes wide with anticipation. Observing their eagerness, Jiang Yunshe chuckled, "There's no need to rush, it will be ready shortly." Once the food was cooked, he placed it onto a plate and offered it to the sisters. Impatiently, Luo Mingyao seized a skewer and popped it into her mouth. Just as she was about to be cautioned about the heat, she yelped, sticking out her tongue and fanning her mouth, exclaiming how hot it was. Seeing her reaction, the other two burst into laughter, with Luo Mingyun quickly handing her water to rinse her mouth. Once she had recovered, Luo Mingyun took another skewer of meat, allowing it to cool slightly before presenting it to Jiang Yunshe, who, while busy grilling, opened his mouth to relish the offering. As a true gourmand, Luo Mingyao savored every morsel until the very end. Reclining in her chair, she let out a satisfied burp, hastily covering her mouth in embarrassment. The other two were equally full, and rather than mock her, they all reclined in their chairs, motionless, basking in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Chapter 55. Camping in the car. After a brief respite, the trio tidied their belongings and made their way to the riverbank. They gazed at the crystalline waters, allowing their hands to dip into the cool stream, feeling a gentle chill. The ever-curious Luo Mingyao, peering around at the riverbank, inquired, "Are there any fish in this river? Can we catch a couple for grilling?" Perhaps envisioning the delectable taste of grilled fish, she displayed a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. Noticing her expression, Jiang Yunja chuckled and suggested, "Why don't you try wading into the river to see if you can catch some? Is it safe to go in here?" She asked. "Yes, I just checked, and the water is quite clean," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao eagerly tugged at her sister, rushing back to change into flip-flops. The two sisters then entered the yard, where they began to remove their shoes. Observing their gradual unshackling from footwear, Jiang Yunja couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, feeling that this was a rather unfair test for him. Sensing his prolonged silence, the sisters turned to look at him, eventually following his gaze downward. Both instinctively drew back their feet, a blush creeping onto their cheeks, surprised that he took such notice. Luo Mingyao lightly huffed and muttered, "Pervert," caught in the act. Jiang Yunja felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his nose as he diverted his gaze to the sky. "What splendid weather today. It's perfect for an outing," he remarked. Once they had changed their footwear, the trio proceeded to the riverbank. The sisters tentatively dipped their delicate feet into the water to gauge the temperature before supporting each other as they ventured further in. As the riverbed was strewn with small pebbles, they treaded carefully. After acclimatizing, Luo Mingyao boldly began to roam about, seeking out little fish and shrimp. However, after an extended search with no success, Frustration began to cloud her features. Why is there nothing here? She lamented. Look over there, Luo Mingyun pointed upstream. Upon glancing in that direction, they discovered a small dam blocking the flow, preventing any fish from ascending. With a pout, Luo Mingyao's interest in fishing waned, and she began to splash about in the water, kicking playfully. Luo Mingyun squealed as the cool water splashed onto her, and upon seeing her sister's laughter, she retaliated by scooping water into her hands and splattering it back at Mingyao. Thus commenced a spirited water fight, with Jiang Yunjia observing nearby, relishing the playful antics of the sisters. Noticing his amused presence, they conspired to drench him next, dashing over to him and splashing water, leaving him unexpectedly soaked. As the sisters giggled at his drenched state, he quipped, "All right then, just wait and see how I handle you both today." With that, he retaliated with a splash of his own, sending their melodic laughter echoing across the river. After their frolic, other visitors began to arrive at the riverbank. Sensing their presence, Jiang Yunjia hurriedly enveloped the sisters in his arms, mindful of their wet clothes and the fact that they were clad in white shirts. Initially perplexed by the embrace of the two sisters, Jiang Yunche, upon noticing the situation, willingly leaned in closer. He wished to express his discomfort, urging them not to cling so tightly. Enduring this torment, he carried the sisters back to the courtyard. Once there, they broke free from his grasp and dashed towards the car. As he watched them slip inside, he felt a slight sense of relief. The hazy allure was indeed overwhelming. But fortunately, his resolve remained steadfast. When the sisters emerged, they had changed into fresh attire, towels in hand to dry their hair. "Yinche, you should also change into something more comfortable," one suggested. He complied, retreating to the rear of the car to change his clothes. Once he was dressed, the trio planned to set up the tent, mindful that time was of the essence. However, just as the sisters began to unpack the tent, the sky darkened ominously. Jiang Yunche, witnessing the swift transformation of the previously clear sky, was taken aback. "No way, I just remarked how splendid the weather was today. What is happening?" Clinging to a sliver of hope, he calmly reassured them. "It's nothing, perhaps just a passing cloud. It will clear up shortly." No sooner had he spoken than raindrops began to fall, prompting the sisters to fix their gaze upon him. "It appears to be a brief shower. It will stop soon," he assured. 5 minutes later, they huddled in the car, listening to the sound of the rain pounding outside. Jiang Yunche checked the weather forecast, discovering that the rain was expected to persist until nightfall. "This can't be right. I checked the forecast last night, and it said there would be no rain." Luo Mingyao lamented, her frustration evident. She had specifically verified the weather to ensure today would be clear before deciding to venture out. Jiang Yunche, uncertain, inquired, Mingyao, which location did you check the weather for?" At this, Luo Mingyao froze, realizing she had neglected to change the location on her weather app, leaving them still several dozen kilometers from home in the mountains. Feeling a wave of guilt wash over her, she muttered, "It's all my fault for not checking more thoroughly." The realization deepened her remorse, and she sat in silence, head bowed. The other two quickly offered words of comfort. "It's all right, Mingyao. We're still having a great time today, aren't we?" One chimed in. "Exactly. Even if we can't camp in the tent, we can still enjoy a cozy camping experience in the car," the other added. Hearing their reassurances lifted her spirits slightly, and a sudden thought sparked joy within her. "Right. We brought blankets, so we can camp in the car." Their vehicle had seats that folded flat, creating a spacious sleeping area. Being a hybrid, they had no concerns about electricity, and with plenty of food on hand, they need not worry about anything. Without delay, they set to work, folding down the seats and laying out mattresses and pillows, transforming the space into a sizable bed. Observing the sisters happily reclining, Jiang Yunche initially intended to remain in the front passenger seat, but they insisted he join them. As he reclined, he found the comfort surpassing that of his own bed, undoubtedly due to the presence of the two sisters nearby. After the three of them lay side by side, it felt somewhat cramped, prompting the sisters to graciously offer to forego the privilege of lying next to him. "Sister, you take the middle. I prefer sleeping against the wall. Mingyao, why don't you lie in the center? I too enjoy the wall's embrace." Observing the playful contention over who would occupy the central position, he felt a sense of exasperation and quietly settled in the middle. He then thoughtfully remarked, "All right, I'll take the center. Now you both can comfortably lean against the sides." Instantly, the sisters stared at him in disbelief, taken aback by his audacity. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, they lay down on either side of him, facing outward and leaving their backs to him. After lying there for a while and feeling somewhat bored, Jiang Yunqing sat up. With a while before mealtime, he suggested, we could play cards to pass the time. The sisters wholeheartedly agreed, but without any paper nearby. The trio pondered what game to play. At that moment, Luo Mingyao spotted the mustard in the condiment container, her eyes lighting up. How about the loser takes a small bite of mustard? At her words, the other two shuddered. This small tube of mustard had been a complimentary item with the barbecue ingredients, and none of them could bear the pungent taste enough to purchase it separately. Noticing their hesitation, Luo Mingyao smiled slyly and employed a little provocation. Oh dear, sister, are you and brother Yunqing afraid? Surely not. Hearing her taunt, the other two had no choice but to participate. Continuing with their game of Do Di Zhu, after a fortnight of practice, Luo Mingyao felt her skills had improved. This time, all three played cautiously, wary of inadvertently tasting the mustard. However, inevitably, someone would lose. In the first round, the landlord, Luo Mingyao, emerged victorious. There was no denying that luck favored her. With a mischievous grin, she produced a spoon, squeezed a dollop of mustard onto it, and extended her sinister hand toward Luo Mingyun, who at that moment would have been perfectly described by a cackling laugh. As the green substance approached, Luo Mingyun grimaced, gingerly taking the spoon into her mouth, only to quickly cover her mouth and widen her eyes. After holding it in for a few seconds, she hastily grabbed a bottle of water to wash it down. Witnessing Luo Mingyun nearly in tears, Jiang Yunqing shivered at the potency of the condiment. However, when offered another spoonful of mustard, he gulped and resignedly took it into his mouth. Instantly, a fiery sensation surged, and he quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might involuntarily spit it out. He too reached for water, gulping it down in rapid succession until he felt somewhat relieved. Having witnessed their reactions, Luo Mingyao began to feel a twinge of apprehension. But it was not the time to halt. The other two were determined to retaliate. In the subsequent rounds, all three took turns consuming the mustard, draining several bottles of water in the process. Once again, the game unfolded with Luo Mingyun as the host. Initially, Jiang Yunqing possessed a pair of kings alongside a bomb, leading him to believe victory was assured. However, Luo Mingyun executed a remarkable play, discarding 20 cards in a single turn, leaving both him and Luo Mingyao momentarily stunned. 20 cards. Can you truly defeat me in an instant? This cannot be right. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two, Luo Mingyun chuckled, covering her mouth as she prepared to squeeze some mustard. After taking a hearty gulp of water following a mouthful of mustard, Luo Mingyao exclaimed her urgent need to visit the restroom, a consequence of her excessive water consumption. Yet, before departing, she glanced at the remaining mustard. A mischievous glint in her eye as she leaned in to whisper something to her sister, then dashed off with an umbrella towards the nearby lavatory. Unaware of the sisters' exchange, Luo Mingyun squeezed a bit more mustard and instructed, Yunqing, close your eyes and open your mouth. Although puzzled by her intentions, he obediently complied. Once he followed her instructions, Luo Mingyun squeezed a generous amount of mustard onto the spoon, stifling her laughter as she brought it to his lips. As he felt the spoon touch his mouth, he took a gentle nibble, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer quantity. Despite having built some resistance after several encounters, this sudden influx proved too much to handle. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Luo Mingyun stifling her laughter, and she kindly offered him some tissues, indicating he should spit it out. Realizing what the sisters had conspired, Jiang Yunqing changed his mind about expelling the mustard. He swiftly pulled Luo Mingyun close and pressed his lips against hers, transferring the mustard within his mouth to hers. The simultaneous sensations of stimulation coursed through them, momentarily leaving her dazed, as she felt the mustard being pushed further into her mouth. After a few seconds, she abruptly pushed Jiang Yunqing away, casting a nervous glance out the window, relieved to see her sister had not yet returned. Feeling the contents in her mouth, she puffed her cheeks, using her hand to shield her lips to prevent any leakage. Swallowing was out of the question, as there was far too much. Observing her predicament, Jiang Yunqing offered her a tissue, prompting Luo Mingyun to hurriedly expel the liquid from her mouth. Disposing of the tissue in the trash, Jiang Yunqing watched with amusement as Luo Mingyun rinsed her mouth with water. How does this specially crafted mustard taste? He teased. Hearing his playful jab, Luo Mingyun felt a wave of embarrassment, regretting having heeded her sister's advice, which led to her current plight. Moments later, Luo Mingyao returned to the vehicle. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Jiang Yunqing appeared cheerful, while her sister seemed distressed. Spotting the instigator of the mischief, He contemplated introducing Luo Mengyao to the uniquely crafted mustard, had Luo Mengyun not been present. Seemingly understanding his intent through his gaze, Luo Mengyun decisively suggested a restroom break, determined not to endure the torment alone. As her sister departed, Luo Mengyao felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, when she turned to glance at Jiang Yunqing, she found him regarding her with a disapproving expression. Dream Yao, close your eyes for a moment and then part your lips. Realizing that the situation had been revealed, she felt a twinge of guilt. Glancing at the dwindling mustard, she could easily envision the ordeal Jiang Yunqing had endured, and she decisively shook her head in disagreement. Noting her refusal, Jiang Yunqing continued, then simply keep your eyes shut. This request seemed innocuous to Luo Mengyao. How could he possibly pry open her mouth? Thus, she closed her eyes. Jiang Yunqing, observing her closed eyes and the mustard in hand, steeled himself and squeezed it directly into her mouth. Upon experiencing the sharpness of the condiment, he wasted no time. He leaned in and pulled Luo Mengyao closer, aiming for her small mouth. Subsequently, both sisters underwent a similar experience. When he finally rose to leave, Luo Mengyao gazed at him in disbelief, now understanding the expression her sister had worn moments before. Upon returning to the car, Luo Mengyun immediately recognized her sister's state and knew she too had fallen victim to the same fate, bringing a sense of balance to her heart. Since the entire tube of mustard had been consumed, the trio decided against playing cards and sought alternative activities. They unanimously agreed on watching a movie, and given the heavy rain and enveloping darkness outside, Luo Mengyao suggested a horror film to set the mood. She enthusiastically extolled the merits of such an atmosphere, insisting that it would be a shame not to indulge in a horror movie. Eventually, the timid Luo Mengyun was swayed by her sister's persuasion, while Jiang Yunqing remained indifferent, merely observing the two sisters who seemed to have forgotten the events of their previous haunted house excursion, preparing himself to serve as their human pillow. With all the lights turned off in the car, the three sat closely together, Jiang Yunqing in the center and the sisters flanking him. To enhance the ambience, they draped a blanket over their heads. As the film commenced, the sisters clung to his arms, and as the plot thickened, their grip tightened progressively. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing felt overwhelmed. This was not merely a horror movie experience, but rather a tormenting ordeal for him. As terrifying scenes unfolded, Luo Mengyun had buried her head deep within the blanket, while Luo Mengyao only revealed her large, expressive eyes. Though her body trembled slightly beneath the covers, she valiantly kept her eyes open to watch. Noticing their reactions, Jiang Yunqing suddenly exclaimed in surprise, causing both sisters to leap into his embrace. Whereupon he wore a satisfied smile, relishing the sensation of their delicate forms nestled against him. After a moment, the startled sisters simultaneously pinched his waist. He gasped, hastily patting their shoulders to convey his remorse, prompting the two small hands to finally release their grip. Subsequently, both sisters refused to emerge from the blanket, leading him to turn off the movie and join them under the covers. Thus, they had achieved the intimacy of sharing a bed. Seeing him join them, the sisters peeked out together and, with a concerted effort, pressed him down beneath the blanket, delighting in their playful victory as they laughed at his predicament. Upon hearing their laughter, Jiang Yunqing resolutely unleashed his ultimate move. Since they had confined him inside, he would not emerge. At that moment, the two sisters, with half of their bodies still tucked under the covers, suddenly sensed something amiss. They hastily distanced themselves from him, and he calmly emerged from the blankets. Thinking to himself how amusing it was to engage in a contest against him, a man of thick skin. Chapter 57. The sisters' origins. Noticing that it was nearly time for dinner, the sisters retrieved a self-heating pot to begin their preparations. Observing their serious expressions as they diligently worked, he quickly took out his phone to capture the moment, then settled back with a smile, propping his head on his hand while watching them. Sensing his gaze, Luo Mengyun curiously inquired, "Yunch, what are you looking at?" With a slight smile, he replied, "I am watching you." Upon hearing this, Luo Mengyao retorted, "Do my sister and I look that good?" His laughter grew more joyous at her words. "Indeed, you are beautiful. I can never gaze upon you enough." At this compliment, the sisters turned away, their cheeks flushed, as they began to fiddle with the garbage bag in front of them, commenting, "Ah, this garbage bag truly is rubbish." Once the meal was heated, the three of them arranged several dishes together, constituting a sumptuous dinner. After finishing their meal, the rain outside showed no sign of relenting, leaving the three to continue lounging in the car, engaging in conversation. As they talked, the discussion shifted to the sisters' family background. He had often been curious about why the sisters had never mentioned their parents. This time, they took the opportunity to enlighten him. It turned out that their mother was not the same. They were half-sisters sharing the same father. He was taken aback by this revelation. As the two of them resembled each other so closely, one might have mistaken them for twins. Noticing his perplexity, the sisters continued their narrative. Among the two, only Luo Mingyun had seen their father a few times during her childhood. In her recollection, he would occasionally return home, only to argue with their mother. Although he was absent for much of her life, she had her mother by her side until the age of 6, when everything changed. On that fateful day, her father unexpectedly returned home, accompanied by a 1-month-old Luo Mingyao. Ignoring their mother's objections, he simply introduced Luo Mingyao as his daughter and left her behind. Perhaps this action thoroughly enraged their mother, for she departed that day, never to return. After her departure, their father never came back to see his daughters. The two young girls were abruptly left in the care of their grandmother, who, fortunately, was devoted and raised them well. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as their grandmother passed away when one sister was in middle school and the other in college. From then on, it was Luo Mingyun who took it upon herself to raise her younger sister. Despite receiving help from Lu Xiaoli, the burden was still too heavy for 19-year-old Luo Mingyun, leading her to make the difficult decision to drop out of school. The two sisters, bound together in their solitary existence, encountered Jiang Yunqing, transforming their family into a trio. With the addition of Lu Xiaoli, their little family blossomed into a quartet, and they felt immense gratitude for his presence, which enlivened their home. Upon hearing the sisters' tale, he tightened his embrace around them, his heart swelling with compassion for the two. As they divulged their past to someone other than Lu Xiaoli for the first time, a melancholic air enveloped them, and they leaned silently against his chest, soaking in the warmth he emanated. After a while, feeling slightly breathless beneath the weight of their closeness, he resolved to change positions. Glancing at the time, he noted it was late, prompting the trio to prepare for sleep. They needed to freshen up first. Yet the pitch blackness outside evoked remnants of horror films, instilling a sense of trepidation in the sisters. Hesitant to venture out, they gazed at him with pleading eyes. What else could he do but grasp 2 umbrellas and step outside, gesturing for them to follow? After they completed their ablutions, he quickly refreshed himself and returned to the car, where the sisters had changed into their nightwear. Not daring to look too long, he hurriedly lay down in the middle and closed his eyes, aware that he shouldn't linger on the sight. The sisters nestled on either side of him, and soon they all tucked under the covers, squeezing into the somewhat cramped bed. Under the blanket, Jiang Yunqing reached out to clasp the hands of the two sisters, their fingers interlocking, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The rhythmic patter of rain outside did nothing to disrupt the cozy atmosphere within the car, and one by one, they drifted off to sleep with smiles gracing their lips. In the depths of the night, the rain outside had ceased, leaving only the occasional drip from the trees, punctuating the silence. The air conditioning inside the car remained as comfortable as ever, and the trio lay entwined in slumber. Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing felt a flicker beneath his eyelids. Something was exploring in front of him. Realizing something was amiss, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that a soft little hand rested against him, nestled within his clothing. After a moment, he recognized the hand belonged to Luo Mingyun on his left. To his surprise, she was quite restless in her sleep. This marked the first time he shared a bed with her, while he had already done so twice with Luo Mingyao. After waiting a moment, he noticed that the little hand showed no signs of retreating. He mused that he must return the favor in kind. Carefully extracting his right hand from Luo Mingyao's grasp, he was relieved that she hadn't held on too tightly this time. Once free, he cautiously maneuvered his hand to the left, stopping when it brushed against Luo Mingyun. Taking a deep breath, he began to inch his hand forward, but just as he was about to make contact, a hand suddenly seized his. Luo Mingyun remained asleep, yet her face flushed a deep crimson the moment his hand grazed her abdomen, awakening her from her slumber. Though she tried to disregard him, the incessant presence of the man compelled her to suppress her embarrassment and grasp his hand. Realizing it was Luo Mingyun who had taken hold of him, he refrained from further actions. At that moment, Luo Mingyao unexpectedly turned over, seemingly in search of his hand. Both paused in their movements. He hastily extended a hand for her to grasp. After sensing her stillness, they both relaxed. She tugged at his hand, signaling him to withdraw it. Fortunately, they were ensconced in the warmth of the bedding, or else Luo Mingyun feared she would surely perish from embarrassment. Understanding her signal, Jiang Yunqing slid his hand back along the path it had come, returning to a lying position. Feeling his movement, Luo Mingyun felt a surge of irritation, her teeth gritting in frustration. Before departing, she had been bold, but now she felt utterly powerless against Jiang Yunqing, turning away in a huff. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yunqing longed to say, "Silly girl, this position makes it easier for me to embrace you." However, fearing she might become indignant, he wisely refrained from any actions, silently intertwining his fingers with hers. To his surprise, Luo Mingyun did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated, their fingers now delicately interlocked. Jiang Yunqing smiled quietly, then, as was customary, took Luo Mingyao's hand before finally closing his eyes to sleep. Chapter 58. Restless slumber. As the night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the world outside the vehicle. Jiang Yunqing, lost in dreams, awoke once more. If his previous awakening had been hazy, this one was abrupt and startling. A flicker of helplessness crossed his mind. Why were these two so restless in their slumber? He shifted Luo Mingyao's leg aside, intending to return to sleep. Yet, to his dismay, she immediately draped it back over him. His lips twitched again. Was he to be denied rest? With a vengeful spirit, he resolved to retaliate. Meanwhile, the slumbering Luo Mingyao sensed an unusual disturbance and stirred uneasily. Upon noticing her movement, Jiang Yunqing halted his actions, but the sudden absence of sensation roused Luo Mingyao gradually. As she awakened, she sensed something amiss. Realizing what had transpired, she leaned forward and bit down fiercely on Jiang Yunqing's shoulder. Ouch! The little girl was using all her strength to bite him. Unwilling to yield, he promptly chose to retaliate. Luo Mingyao, feeling the reciprocation, could only grit her teeth in response. After a moment, unable to withstand any longer, she released her bite. Covering her mouth with one hand while tugging at Jiang Yunqing's clothing with the other, signaling her surrender, he squeezed her hand tightly before withdrawing. Luo Mingyao, now equally vexed, turned away, offering him only her back, much like her sister had done. In response, Jiang Yunqing employed the same tactic, capturing her small hand and intertwining their fingers once more. However, this time, sleep eluded him. Having been awakened twice in one night, his excitement refused to subside. The two sisters had already succumbed to slumber, while he could only gaze blankly through the skylight at the star-studded night sky. As dawn broke the following morning, Luo Mingyun slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open to find him staring vacantly at the skylight, his face etched with weariness. She quickly propped herself up and softly inquired, "Yinshe, what troubles you?" Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yinshe slightly turned his stiff neck, and upon seeing Luo Mingyun, his expression shifted, now gazing at her with a hint of melancholy. Observing the dark circles beneath his eyes, Luo Mingyun hesitantly asked, "You didn't sleep at all last night, did you?" Jiang Yunche's countenance darkened with indignation, for it was indeed the two of them who had roused him, while they later drifted into peaceful slumber, leaving him to count stars all night long. Remembering the events of the previous night, Luo Mingyun pondered if it was related to that incident. At that moment, Jiang Yunche sought some form of recompense from Luo Mingyun, pouting slightly, as if only a kiss could remedy his distress. Feeling a rush of shyness, she realized her sister was still nearby. After all, this was supposed to be a moment for just the two of them. Yet, upon witnessing his dark circles and bloodshot eyes, her heart ached with sympathy. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Yunche blinked twice, his pout deepening. In response, Luo Mingyun stole a glance at her sister, who remained fast asleep. Resolute, she leaned down and gently pressed her lips against his, then quickly lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed crimson. However, such a gesture was insufficient to satisfy Jiang Yunche. He reached out, pressing his hand against the back of her head, pulling them closer once again. Luo Mingyun attempted to rise, but his hand firmly held her in place. Reluctantly, she opened one eye to keep watch over her sister, lest she awaken unexpectedly. When Jiang Yunche finally released her, satisfied, Luo Mingyun quickly propped herself up, adopting an expression of feigned annoyance as she directed it at him. But by then, Jiang Yunche had already succumbed to sleep once more, a smile gracing his lips. With a resigned glance at him, and upon realizing it was still early, Luo Mingyun nestled back under the covers, embracing him, and closed her eyes once more. When the sunlight finally graced Jiang Yunche's face, he shielded his eyes with his hand and sat up, surveying his surroundings. Finding the sisters absent from the vehicle, he hastily scanned the area and spotted a tent not far off, prompting him to exit the car. Upon approaching, he discovered an orange tent had been erected. with the sound of the sisters' voices emanating from within. He lifted the flap, revealing them busily engaged in some activity inside, and they greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Brother Tianhe, why did you sleep so long? It's nearly noon." Casting a meaningful glance at Luo Mengyao, he replied, "I didn't sleep well last night." He deliberately emphasized the word well, causing their expressions to shift uncomfortably. They promptly diverted the conversation, eager to show him the tent instead. In the morning, the two sisters arose without disturbing his slumber, quietly exiting the vehicle. They spotted the tent that had gone unused the previous day and decided to set it up for some playful enjoyment. After a diligent effort, they successfully completed the task, relishing a taste of the camping experience. Subsequently, they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Initially, they had planned to rise early and ascend a nearby mountain. However, considering that he needed to catch up on sleep, they refrained from waking him. With their plans altered, they resolved to first find a meal and then casually explore the vicinity before returning home. Once they had organized their things, they drove away from the campsite, heading towards a restaurant they had located on their phones. Arriving at a grilled fish establishment, they indulged in the dish that Luo Mengyao had been yearning for since yesterday. Upon tasting the grilled fish, the little gourmand displayed a satisfied smile. "This grilled fish is absolutely delightful. The flavor is indeed commendable. Right, sister? Next time, let us come with Mom." The sisters had long since informed Lu Xiaoli about their outing and had extended an invitation for her to join, but she would never intrude on the trio's time together. "Sure, let us bring Mom next time." Soon, the three satiated companions set off towards their next destination, arriving at a scenic area where they purchased tickets and ventured inside. This was a quaint valley, with paths meandering alongside a brook cascading down from the mountain. The trails bore few signs of human intervention. Even the crossing over the stream was merely facilitated by a few small stones. Yet, this wild ascent was precisely what made the experience enjoyable. Due to the previous day's heavy rain, the brook's water level was noticeably higher, prompting the sisters to tread cautiously across, fearful of slipping into the water. At that moment, the advantage of long legs became apparent, as Jiang Yunjia effortlessly leaped over the stream, while the sisters had to navigate the stones with careful steps. Naturally, he stood in the water to assist them, steadying them as they crossed. This journey, filled with laughter, proved to be quite delightful, as the sisters' smiles remained unwavering. Chapter 59. Capturing solitude. The mountain was not particularly high. After a couple of hours, the trio reached the summit, where a pavilion awaited, already occupied by a few others. Though the duration was brief, the ascent had left the sisters somewhat fatigued. Once inside the pavilion, the three settled together, inadvertently drawing the attention of those around them. After all, the sisters possessed an undeniable allure. While Jiang Yunjia had a touch of charm, he paled in comparison to their radiant presence. It was not a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2, but rather a resounding 11. Noticing the presence of others, Luo Mingyao's initial plan to have Jiang Yunjia massage her legs was dashed, leaving her with a tinge of regret as she sat quietly. Conversely, Luo Mingyun did not ponder as deeply. She simply desired to experience being carried by Jiang Yunjia, having long been curious about the sensation after hearing her sister's description. A nearby woman resting on the side remarked, "Young man, you must be siblings. You both are remarkably good-looking." Another aunt then remarked, "Indeed. Look how charming these two young ladies are." The three exchanged polite pleasantries, yet there was little further dialogue. The aunt continued her inquiries about whether the sisters had partners. Noticing their silence and mere smiles, her interest piqued. "Why don't you take a look at my son's photo? I believe you two would make a splendid match. And he is yet to be married." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to show a picture. Upon seeing the image, Jiang Yunqing's lips twitched slightly, inwardly mocking. "Had you not mentioned it, I would have thought this was your spouse, surely at least 40. Nonetheless, he maintained a courteous faade. But the aunt seemed oblivious to his impatience, continuing to extol her son's virtues to the sisters. Initially, the sisters responded, but soon turned their heads away, falling into silence, while the aunt persisted in her chatter. Recognizing their predicament, he resolved to make a bold declaration and uttered the classic line, "Actually, we are not siblings. They are both my wives." At that moment, the pavilion fell silent, all present gazing at him in astonishment, including the two sisters. The aunt struggled to contain her expression, managing a strained smile. "Young man, you certainly enjoy a jest." However, Luo Mingyao suddenly interjected with a twinkle in her eye, "He is not joking. He truly is our husband. Isn't that right, sister?" With a wink at her sister, Luo Mingyun, although feeling a wave of embarrassment, steeled herself and affirmed, "Indeed. We have been married for a year." As the sisters spoke, the atmosphere in the pavilion shifted to one of silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Yet all eyes were fixed on Jiang Yunqing with a peculiar intensity. Sensing the tension, he stood up, taking the sisters by the hand and leading them away. Once they were a little distance away, the sisters, unable to contain themselves, blushed furiously and began to unleash their playful wrath upon him. Luo Mingyun reached for his waist, pinching him fiercely, while Luo Mingyao clung to his arm, playfully gnawing at it. Under this dual assault, he hastily pleaded, "I was wrong, I was wrong." With her mouth still on his hand, Luo Mingyao mumbled, "Will you refrain from speaking nonsense in the future?" "I shall refrain. I promise not to say you are my wives again." Upon hearing this reiterated pledge, the sisters simultaneously exerted their grip, eliciting another cry from him, after which they released him. Feeling the sting of their playful punishment, Jiang Yunqing silently resolved that next time he would simply refer to them as girlfriends. Subsequently, the three settled onto a bench by the roadside to continue their respite. After taking her seat, Luo Mingyao naturally draped her legs over his, remaining silent and feigning interest in the scenery. Understanding her intent, Jiang Yunqing lifted her petite legs and began to massage them. As comfort washed over Luo Mingyao, a sweet smile graced her lips. Observing this, Luo Mingyun felt a flutter of emotions, though she was also a bit shy. After a few minutes of massage, he set Luo Mingyao's legs down and then pulled Luo Mingyun's legs into his lap, treating both sisters equally. Initially, Luo Mingyun contemplated declining the massage, but the sensation of comfort ultimately silenced her objections, leading her to indulge in it. After receiving a massage from the technician Jiang Yunjia on the 18th, the two sisters found renewed vigor as they descended the mountain, joyfully making their way down. Upon returning to the car, the once-spirited sisters began to feel fatigued. After fastening their seatbelts, they nestled together and succumbed to slumber. Jiang Yunjia, having had sufficient rest in the morning, remained quite alert. Glancing at the sleeping faces of the sisters in the back seat, he continued his journey home with satisfaction. Upon arriving at the garage and stabilizing the vehicle, he looked at the two still peacefully asleep. In a playful impulse, he leaned into the back seat and pinched their petite, adorable noses. It wasn't long before their faces flushed red, prompting them to suddenly awaken and gasp for breath. Noticing they were awake, Jiang Yunjia withdrew his hand, only to be met with their playful glares. One raised a hand in a mock gesture of a pinch, while the other showcased a charming smile with her pearly teeth. Faced with their mock threat, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Although the pinching and biting were painful, he found it irresistibly amusing to tease the sisters. Seeing his reaction, they both huffed in unison, embodying the playful demeanor of young girls, which stirred a sense of longing within him. They were simply delightful, and he felt an urge to kiss them. Subsequently, the trio exited the car and began to carry their belongings upstairs. The blankets they brought were from their respective homes. Jiang Yunjia should have returned with his own blanket, yet he unconsciously followed the sisters home. As he entered while clutching a blanket, the sisters exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Mingyun inquired, "Yunjia, isn't that your blanket?" Her words struck him, and with an awkward smile, he intended to retreat. Pondering when he might set up a bed here, he had no particular demands. Even a makeshift sleeping arrangement would suffice. After placing his belongings down, he hurried back to the sisters, as it was time to prepare dinner. Once they finished tidying up, he accompanied Luo Mingyun into the kitchen. Alone together in the kitchen, his heart began to race anew, leading him to suspect he might have awakened some latent romantic inclinations. Ever since he and the sisters had openly discussed their feelings, he found himself constantly contemplating ways to become closer to them, yet he only dared to act when they were alone at home. The kitchen time was one of the rare opportunities for him and Luo Mingyun to be together. With this thought in mind, he washed his hands and dried them before wrapping his arms around Luo Mingyun from behind. Startled, she froze at the unexpected embrace, unable to comprehend his sudden action but remaining still. Noticing her lack of response, Jiang Yunjia turned her body to face him. Understanding his intentions, Luo Mingyun quickly craned her neck to check on her sister, relieved to see her still engrossed in her phone on the sofa. The young girl also enjoyed the affectionate moments with him and did not reject him. Instead, she looked at him shyly and whispered, "Don't let Mingyao see." Jiang Yunqing, upon hearing this, ceased his hesitation and pressed his lips against the alluring mouth before him, embracing Luo Mingyun in the process. Once he released her, thoroughly satisfied. The two resumed their culinary endeavors, though Luo Mingyun, now returning to her senses, blushed, lost in thought. Chapter 60. The Bond that evening. The trio enjoyed a delightful meal and settled onto the sofa to engage in conversation. The sisters expressed a tinge of regret regarding their recent outing, as half of their time was marred by incessant rain, depriving them of much enjoyment. However, Jiang Yunqing's remark, "We still have plenty of time to experience these moments together. You could compile a list of things you wish to do, and we can accomplish them one by one," swiftly dispelled their discontent. Indeed, they had a lifetime ahead of them to cherish together, rendering this moment insignificant. With newfound clarity, the sisters began to plan for the future, including Jiang Yunqing in their aspirations, and all three began to dream of the life that lay ahead. As the hour grew late, the sisters prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Despite their desire to linger, Jiang Yunqing found himself glancing back repeatedly as he departed, reassuring himself that there would be ample time ahead. Once he finished tidying up and lay in bed, he realized sleep eluded him. Feeling the emptiness of his hands, he recalled the adage that transitioning from luxury to frugality is challenging. With a heavy sigh, an impulse to rush back to the sisters surged within him. Another sigh escaped his lips as he sat up, acknowledging that sleep was impossible, and instead chose to rise and write, at least engaging in some productive activity. Meanwhile, the sisters, nestled in their own beds, engaged in spirited conversation, their topic of discussion revolving around Jiang Yunqing, as they nodded in unison, seemingly concocting a plan. The following morning, Jiang Yunqing, dazed and staring blankly at his computer screen, was jolted by the shrill ring of his alarm clock, hastily silencing it. He pondered how, without the companionship of the sisters, he might feel considerably diminished in vitality. After splashing water on his face, he felt somewhat revitalized. Though he resigned himself to catching up on sleep during class, apologizing in advance to the teacher, vowing to strive for excellence in the upcoming finals. With renewed energy, he opened the door, only to find the door opposite swinging open simultaneously, revealing an exuberant little darling before him, instantly banishing his fatigue. Upon seeing him, Luo Mingyao took his hand, cheerfully greeting him. Energized, Jiang Yunqing clasped her hand in return, and together they headed to school. Upon arriving at the classroom, they sat separately as usual, and with the connection severed, Jiang Yunqing felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, succumbing to drowsiness. When the quartet from the dormitory entered the classroom and noticed his listless demeanor, concern etched their faces. Qin Shining smirked knowingly. "Old Jiang, I've told you to exercise restraint. Look at you, so young yet unable to withstand it." Mu Yuming chuckled slyly. "Old Jiang, shall I arrange for you to see a specialist? I have a friend who knows a doctor in that field." Upon hearing their words, Jiang Yunqing slightly perked up and remarked, "Is this friend you speak of, perhaps, yourself?" Mu Yuming instantly became incensed, exclaiming, "That is absolutely impossible. You may insult me, but you shall not tarnish my character." Following this, a torrent of convoluted remarks ensued regarding matters of urology. The atmosphere around them instantly brightened, and he too felt a flicker of spirit, though it was short-lived. And soon he succumbed to drowsiness, resting his head upon the desk as the class break commenced. He noticed Luo Mingyao approaching from the front of the classroom, and the nearby dormitory occupants tactfully cleared a path. Luo Mingyao stood beside him, gently shaking his hand and urging him to awaken. Brother Yunqing, what is the matter?" Upon hearing her call him Brother Yunqing, those around were taken aback. This playful couple was quite the spectacle, especially considering she was once the aloof beauty. The familiar voice and fragrance stirred Jiang Yunqing, causing him to sit upright. He explained, "It's nothing serious. I merely stayed up late last night. A brief rest will suffice." Satisfied that he was well, Luo Mingyao returned to her seat, and as soon as she left, the surrounding crowd erupted in playful teasing, each mimicking Brother Yunqing. The very sound sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to disdainfully hush them. None could compare to his adorable little sister. Following this commotion, he lost the desire to sleep. As the second class began, he turned his attention to the lecture. Although the chatter among his peers revolved around the upcoming National Day holiday, prompting his own contemplations, his mother had long since informed him of plans for the holiday, urging him to return home, which meant less time with the sisters. With various thoughts swirling in his mind, time swiftly passed. When it was time to head home, Luo Mingyao suggested they visit the store to see her sister, as renovations had already commenced, and neither she nor Jiang Yunqing had yet seen it. Thus, They first returned home to exchange their small electric scooter for a larger model before heading towards the pedestrian street. Following the location sent by Luo Mingyun, they parked nearby and quickly spotted the store undergoing renovations. Jiang Yunqing regarded the establishment with skepticism, glancing at the adjacent spaces, muttering to himself, "Isn't this supposed to be a thriving brand store? How could it be struggling and up for transfer?" Upon entering, they found workers industriously engaged in their tasks, while Luo Mingyun sat at the entrance, observing the activity. As she noticed their arrival, she stood to greet them. "Sister, how long until the renovations are complete?" Luo Mingyao inquired curiously. "It should be ready in about a month," replied Luo Mingyun. "We owe this swift progress to Lu Xiaoli, who connected us with skilled workers. Otherwise, it could have taken 2 months. She then shared the renovation plans with them, and as they gazed upon the exquisite renderings, it became evident how much effort Luo Mingyun had invested. The sisters began to envision the store's grand unveiling with eager anticipation. After a while, the three of them prepared to head home. The store was still not ready, and she had nothing pressing to attend to, finding herself restless and constantly wanting to check on this and that. It was her first time preparing for a store opening, and she was meticulous in her efforts. Upon returning home, she intended to begin cooking, but her sisters insisted on pushing him out of the kitchen, claiming it was their turn to cook. Thus, a somewhat dejected Jiang Yunqing settled onto the sofa, not so much disheartened by the inability to cook, but rather by the missed opportunity to be alone with Luo Mingyun in the kitchen. His plans for a private moment had been thwarted. He could only reassure himself that there would be other opportunities. It was a trivial matter. However, for the next while, the sisters were virtually inseparable. When he noticed them going to the restroom together, he began to sense something amiss. Was this a conspiracy against him? Really, was he that intimidating? It's not like he was going to do anything. Well, perhaps he might, but their behavior was still a blow to his innocent heart, eroding the trust between them. Chapter 61. No time together. Although he felt somewhat downhearted, he broached the topic of their National Day plans with the sisters. Upon informing them that he intended to return home at the earliest opportunity, their expressions visibly dimmed. Seeing their reaction, he quickly embraced both of them and suddenly had an idea, his excitement palpable. "Why don't you join me at home?" Upon hearing this, the sisters felt a surge of excitement. However, after some contemplation, they shook their heads in refusal. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to intrude on his family reunion in their current friend status. "It's fine. My mom would be thrilled to have you as guests," he assured them. Yet, they still declined, feeling that meeting his parents was perhaps a step too soon. Despite having enjoyed their conversations with Shen Xiaomei, seeing their reluctance, he felt at a loss. Noticing his disappointed expression, the sisters tightened their embrace. "It's all right, Yunqing. We will have plenty of time together in the future. Yes, Yunqing, you can rest assured and go back. Don't worry about us." Encouraged by their words, he held them a little tighter, cherishing the present moments they shared. As there were no classes in the afternoon, and Luo Mingyun had nothing pressing to do, the three found themselves at a loose end. Luo Mingyao suggested playing a game. At this point, Jiang Yunqing was already feeling fatigued. The after effects of an all-nighter were catching up with him. Yet, to enjoy time with the sisters, he mustered his energy. Luo Mingyao proposed a card game and had purchased numerous items specifically for their enjoyment together. After a brief introduction to the rules, they began to play. Initially, the game was entertaining, but as Jiang Yunqing grew increasingly sleepy, his eyelids began to droop. Before long, he unconsciously closed his eyes. His head bowed as he succumbed to slumber. The two sisters had long noticed his weary demeanor, yet despite their urging for him to retire for the night, he insisted on continuing their revelry. As he succumbed to slumber, they felt a twinge of helplessness. However, leaving him seated was not a solution. Ultimately, each took hold of one of his hands, gently coaxing him to his feet and guiding the drowsy young man to the bed. Once he lay down, the familiar scent enveloped him, and his expression transformed into one of relaxation, quickly succumbing to a smile as he drifted off to sleep. Observing his peaceful slumber ignited a sudden urge for a midday nap in the sisters, who then nestled beside him, each grasping one of his hands and shutting their eyes. Several hours later, a rejuvenated Jiang Yunqing awoke, feeling as though the energy he had sacrificed the previous night had returned, even contemplating another late night ahead. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that dusk had settled outside, yet he could sense the soft forms of the sisters beside him. Content, he closed his eyes again, reluctant to rise. However, the thought of dinner beckoned him, prompting him to rise gently, striving to avoid disturbing them. In the kitchen, He realized it was nearly 7 o'clock and decided to prepare a simple dish of tomato and egg noodles. Unbeknownst to him, the sisters had already stirred awake. Yet Luo Mingyun, feeling shy at the prospect of being alone with Jiang Yunqing, refrained from joining him in the kitchen, opting for the comfort of their sisterly bond. When he returned to call them for dinner, they finally rose, delighted by the prospect of a meal prepared for them. This lifestyle of waking to a meal ready was undeniably pleasurable, and both wore expressions of satisfaction. After dining, the trio engaged in a card game that remained on the table. As time passed, the sisters retreated for a shower, leaving him alone in the living room. He found himself glancing back repeatedly towards the door, lamenting the fact that he had yet to share a kiss with the sisters that day. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of contentment having napped together, although a hint of regret lingered as he returned home. Upon arriving home, he first called his mother, inquiring about the specific plans for the National Day holiday. He also mentioned inviting the sisters over to play. His mother, Xin Xiaomei, paused at this revelation, her expression brightening with a smile as if a thought had suddenly struck her. Ultimately, the decision rested with the sisters. He should not pressure them. After chatting a bit more with his mother, he prepared for bed, determined to gather his energy for the next day to fully enjoy the sisters' company. After a delightful day, the following evening, once dinner was concluded, the three found themselves seated on the sofa engaged in conversation. It was then that the sisters hesitated before revealing that they would be staying at Lu Xiaoli's house for a few nights starting Wednesday. The moment he heard this, his expression fell. This would mean less time together. Witnessing his crestfallen demeanor, the sisters rushed to console him with warm embraces. Lu Xiaoli had commitments during the National Day holiday and could not join them for outings, prompting them to wish to keep her company instead. As the two sisters are set to depart for Lu Xiaoli's place tomorrow, he resolved to engage with them affectionately today, for who knows when the next opportunity might arise. However, it appeared that the sisters sensed his intentions, remaining inseparable at home, which left him feeling both restless and powerless, knowing that outside, they would not permit him any overly intimate gestures. As night fell, he found himself in a state of detachment, having endured a day of restraint that rendered him devoid of worldly desires, as if he had donned the robes of a monk. At that moment, while collecting laundry on the balcony, Luo Mingyun suddenly received a call from the renovation company and began discussing matters aloud. His gaze flitted between the balcony and the sofa, and in an instant, he felt as if he had shed his monk's robes and returned to the mundane world. Shifting his position, he sat beside Luo Mingyao. Just as she attempted to flee, he held her leg firmly, bringing his face closer to hers. Captured, Luo Mingyao made no move to resist. Instead, she widened her eyes, anxiously glancing at her sister on the balcony, fearful that she might turn around unexpectedly. Both she and Jiang Yunjie felt their hearts racing, given that Luo Mingyun was merely a few meters away. After a moment, seeing her sister in the call, she quickly patted Jiang Yunjie's back, and they both hurriedly separated, feigning innocence despite the flush on Luo Mingyao's cheeks. When Luo Mingyun returned after finishing the laundry, in an effort to mask her racing heart, she hastily inquired, "Sister, was there something concerning the store?" Unaware of her sister's unusual demeanor, Luo Mingyun replied, "Nothing much, just discussing the National Day work stoppage with the renovation company." The three of them then casually conversed about the renovation until Luo Mingyao, feeling her heartbeat stabilize, suddenly stood up and declared, "I need to use the restroom," before dashing into the bathroom and shutting the door behind her. Luo Mingyun, who had intended to accompany her, had only just risen when she noticed the firmly closed bathroom door and instantly understood her sister's intent. This was a betrayal of teamwork. Turning around, she caught sight of Jiang Yunjie's mischievous expression, resignedly taking a seat and closing her eyes, silently lamenting the treachery of her teammate. Chapter 62. Yun or Yao. On Wednesday morning, with no classes scheduled, Jiang Yunjie awoke early, for the three were to visit Lu Xiaoli's home together. The sisters were to temporarily reside there, while he had been invited for a meal. After descending to purchase breakfast for the three of them, he arrived at the sisters' home to find Luo Mingyun packing a large suitcase. Observing the suitcase already brimming with items, he raised an eyebrow. Were they not merely staying for 2 nights? At that moment, Luo Mingyao emerged from the bedroom, clutching 2 pairs of panties. "Sister, do you need to bring both of these?" With one black and one teal lace-trimmed piece in hand, he swallowed hard, imagining the sight of Luo Mingyun adorned in them. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. Upon witnessing her younger sister unveil her intimate garments before Jiang Yunqing, She instantly felt her cheeks flush crimson. Swiftly, she rose and snatched the items away, concealing her hands behind her back while casting a bashful gaze upon Jiang Yunqing. Observing this, Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she chuckled, teasing her sister with a playful tone. "Oh dear sister, do not be so shy. Brother Yunqing is not a stranger." This remark only deepened Luo Mingyun's embarrassment. She said nothing, merely crouching by the suitcase with one hand behind her back, retrieving an item and grandly displaying it before Jiang Yunqing, exclaiming, "Mingyao, do you also wish to bring this?" Jiang Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, for in her hand was a pair of pink undergarments adorned with a rabbit motif. In an instant, Luo Mingyao snatched the item away, astonished that her sister would retaliate in such a manner. Stunned, she stood there, her face equally flushed. Witnessing such a spectacle so early in the day, Jiang Yunqing mused whether he had stumbled into paradise, or rather, as a citizen of Huaxia, should he say he had entered the celestial realm? Noticing him still staring vacantly at them, the sisters hurriedly urged him to turn around. After a short while, once they had closed the suitcase, they permitted him to face them again. Luo Mingyao, pouting, instructed him, "Forget everything you just saw." He casually replied, "All right, the pink rabbit." "No, wait, it was black." At his words, the sisters could no longer contain their laughter, rushing towards him, one pinching his waist, the other playfully biting his hand, attempting to physically erase his recent memories. Taking a sharp breath, he hastily insisted he could recall nothing of the incident. Upon hearing this, the sisters tightened their grips before finally releasing him, both huffing and turning away in silent defiance. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he longed to exclaim, "But you were the ones who showed it to me." Yet he wisely refrained from saying anything, fully aware of their fierce demeanor. He then invited the two to breakfast, and after their meal, he approached the suitcase. His curiosity piqued by its unexpected weight. He wondered what could possibly be inside that made it so heavy, doubting whether the sisters would have managed to transport it without his assistance. Soon, they descended to the garage, and upon tossing the suitcase into the car, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his strength. Otherwise, he feared he might have faltered. Following the sisters' directions, they navigated to a seemingly upscale residential complex. Having visited previously, they bypassed the facial recognition system and parked by the roadside before entering. Upon locating the designated building and ascending to the upper floor, Jiang Yunqing was taken aback by the exquisite decor of the spacious apartment, clearly indicative of considerable wealth. Upon reaching the living room, they found Lu Xiaoli awaiting their arrival. As the three entered, she warmly greeted them with a smile. "Ah, my two precious daughters, come here for a hug." Thus, the mother and her daughters embraced. And witnessing this heartwarming scene, Jiang Yunqing felt somewhat superfluous. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoli remembered him, releasing her daughters to beckon him over to sit. Once seated, Lu Xiaoli began engaging him in conversation. "Yunche, I apologize for borrowing the two sisters for a few days. Why don't you stay here for a few days as well?" Upon hearing her invitation, Jiang Yunche pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against it, thinking it best not to intrude upon the mother-daughter bond. As they chatted until noon, Lu Xiaoli insisted on preparing a meal for them. Originally intending to assist in the kitchen, he was instead directed to the sofa, where he sat alongside Luo Mingyao, while Luo Mingyun went to help in the kitchen. The two remaining on the sofa were not inclined to engage in any romantic gestures, but Luo Mingyao leaned closer, gently resting her head against him. As he felt a sense of confusion, he heard her say, "Brother Yunche, it's all right. We will have more opportunities to have fun together." The girl, clearly sensing his reluctance, sought to comfort him. Feeling reassured, he gently embraced the adorable girl in his arms. Indeed, she was a source of joy, and her presence uplifted him considerably. When the meal was ready, they gathered at the dining table. Observing the dishes laid out, he expressed his approval, noting Lu Xiaoli's cooking skills were quite commendable. He pondered why Luo Mingyun had not learned a few culinary techniques from her. After a delightful meal, with some time before the two needed to head to school, Luo Mingyao suggested they convert a room into a makeshift cinema to watch a movie together before departing for school. Once they left, Lu Xiaoli pulled Luo Mingyun aside, her expression filled with curiosity, and asked, "My dear daughter, which of you is dating Yunche?" While she had hoped to discern the answer herself, the dynamics among the three left her perplexed. Jiang Yunche treated both sisters similarly, and the sisters reciprocated that sentiment toward him, leaving her with no choice but to inquire. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun felt flustered. How could she articulate their situation? It seemed as if both sisters shared similar feelings. Observing her daughter's fluster, Lu Xiaoli grew more puzzled. What does that mean? Why are you so anxious? Finally, Luo Mingyun steadied her nerves and replied, We are not in a romantic relationship with Yunche. She spoke the truth. Without a defined relationship, they could not be considered as such. Lu Xiaoli began to contemplate further. Could it be that Jiang Yunche, being so close to her daughters, had no romantic inclinations? Perhaps he considered himself merely a close friend to both? Noticing Lu Xiaoli's increasingly troubled expression, Luo Mingyun quickly interjected, Mom, we are just very good friends. You need not worry about our relationship. Snapped out of her thoughts, Lu Xiaoli realized she was overthinking. By observing Jiang Yunche, it was evident he held feelings for one of the sisters, but which one? Meng or Yao? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, she posed several more questions. But Luo Mingyun remained vague, leaving Lu Xiaoli with no choice but to observe further in due time. Chapter 63. Later that evening, after school, Jiang Yunche drove Luo Mingyao to the entrance of Lu Xiaoli's community. As the car came to a stop, Luo Mingyao turned to him and said, Brother Yunche, why don't you come up and join us for dinner? After hearing this, he felt quite moved, yet he smiled and gently shook his head in refusal. He believed it best not to intrude too much into the lives of the mother and daughter. Lu Xiaoli had already allowed him to spend time with the sisters, and he wanted them to enjoy their moments together. When he insisted on not going, Luo Mingyao chose to remain silent, yet she did not exit the vehicle, opting instead to sit in the passenger seat, observing him. Confused by her gaze, Jiang Yunzhe was about to inquire when Luo Mingyao made her move. She unfastened her seatbelt and leaned toward him, planting a swift kiss on his cheek before quickly exiting the car and dashing towards the community entrance. As she vanished from sight, Jiang Yunzhe regained his senses, touching the spot where she had kissed him. This was the first time Luo Mingyao had taken the initiative. Although the kiss was merely on his cheek, he could not help but smile sweetly, pondering what other moments might follow this first. In a buoyant mood, he returned home, feeling as though he were floating. However, upon reaching his door and glancing at the closed door of the sister's apartment, he let out a soft sigh. It felt unusual to be separated from them for such a duration. Once inside, he prepared a simple meal, and after dining, he sat down to write. At the appointed hour, he lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating that without the sisters, his life would likely have been monotonous, merely a cycle of school and home, filling his spare time with writing and retiring to sleep at a predictable hour. The sisters were fortunate to have encountered him, and he too felt equally blessed to have met them. Both had enriched his life in countless ways, and the mere thought of them brought an involuntary smile to his lips, a smile that accompanied him into his dreams. In the following 2 days, aside from brief encounters with Luo Mingyao at school, he had not been with the sisters. Although they exchanged messages frequently, the pent-up longing was becoming overwhelming. After class on Friday, brimming with excitement, he drove with Luo Mingyao to Lu Xiaoli's home, as it was the day the sisters would return. Finally, he could spend time with them again. Upon arriving outside the community, he spotted Lu Xiaoli and Luo Mingyun waiting at the entrance. After greeting them, he lifted their luggage into the car. Observing his enthusiasm, Lu Xiaoli smiled and remarked, having borrowed them for a couple of days, I'm returning them to you now. No need to rush. Blushing at her teasing, Jiang Yunzhe realized he was indeed overly eager. Lu Xiaoli then instructed the sisters to board the car and pulled him aside, whispering, Which of the sisters do you truly like? The question left him feeling awkward. He dared not admit affection for both, fearing Lu Xiaoli's reaction. Instead, he resorted to vague responses. Upon hearing his classic line, We are still friends, Lu Xiaoli's frustration peaked. Ah, so this is how it is it? She exclaimed. You better clarify your intentions, or don't even think about marrying into the family. Her words left Jiang Yunzhe somewhat flustered. With his future mother-in-law putting it so bluntly, he was at a loss for how to respond. Upon observing his hesitation, Lu Xiaoli directly inquired, Which one, Meng Yao or Meng Yun? Realizing he could not evade the question, he pondered momentarily before reluctantly replying, Either. Lu Xiaoli was taken aback by his response, and upon reflection, her expression shifted dramatically. So, you wish to take both? She thought, her demeanor darkening. Jiang Yunzhe, sensing her change in mood, felt helpless. He understood that whether he spoke or remained silent, the truth would eventually surface. Thus, he decided to be forthright this time. Lu Xiaoli's countenance grew increasingly grim as she recalled that it was indeed impractical to isolate either of the two. A direct association among the three would inevitably lead to complications, and their previous behaviors had only reinforced this understanding. At a loss for words, she realized that the sisters were evidently aware of the situation, implying their tacit approval, which struck her as utterly absurd. Glaring at the instigator of her daughter's potential entanglement, she felt a surge of indignation and commanded, "Come here and lower your head." Complying, Jiang Yunjia obeyed. After all, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her demands. Lu Xiaoli wasted no time and promptly seized his ear, twisting it as she admonished, "You little rascal, one is not enough for you. You must be mindful. Do not let me catch you mistreating the sisters, or you will regret it." What could she do? Her only recourse was to ensure Jiang Yunjia treated the sisters well. After all, she knew his character, and given that the sisters had not voiced any objections, she could hardly intervene. Jiang Yunjia, astonished by Lu Xiaoli's words, could hardly believe his ears. Was this an acceptance? Was it truly that simple? Once she released his ear, he gazed at her in disbelief. Noting his expression, Lu Xiaoli turned away, stating, "Go on, go away. I do not wish to see you for a while." Understanding her implication, he solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Aunt Lu, I will treat them well, and I shall visit you frequently." However, as Lu Xiaoli turned to feign another ear twist, he hastily returned to the car. A familiar sensation washing over him. His mother had a similar way of punishing him, which was quite painful. Once in the car, the sisters were curious about his conversation with Lu Xiaoli. He chuckled with unabashed pride, nearly broadcasting his delight. "Aunt Lu has entrusted me to take good care of you." He refrained from disclosing that Lu Xiaoli had effectively handed both of them over to him, knowing that such a revelation would surely embarrass them, especially since they had no intention of informing Lu Xiaoli just yet. To their credit, the sisters did not react strongly to his declaration, as Lu Xiaoli often spoke to him in such a manner, and they had grown accustomed to it. Upon returning to their cozy home after a 2-day absence, the trio was enveloped in a cheerful atmosphere, missing the warmth of their little abode. The sisters promptly began unpacking their luggage while he reclined on the sofa, savoring the familiar scents and sensations that made him feel utterly at ease, reluctant to rise. Once the sisters finished their tasks, the three of them settled comfortably around the sofa, adopting relaxed postures. Indeed, it was within their little sanctuary that they found the utmost solace, maintaining a reclining posture. They began to chat. Tomorrow, Jiang Yunqing would return home, with a flight scheduled for noon. They still had an hour's journey to the airport, which meant he would need to leave early in the morning. He felt a tinge of reluctance toward the two sisters, a faint melancholy gracing his features. Observing his demeanor, the sisters exchanged glances, a hint of hesitation crossing their faces. Soon, it was time to prepare dinner. Today, he intended to cook a sumptuous meal, a final culinary gift to the sisters before his departure. At that moment, the sisters retreated to their room to answer a call, before joining him in the kitchen, where the three of them joyfully cooked and dined together, later settling on the sofa for some playful banter. It was only when the night deepened that they began to tidy up. Chapter 64. My air conditioner is broken. Glancing at the time, he realized that, under normal circumstances, he would have already returned to his place by now. However, today he lingered, listening to the sound of the sisters bathing in the bathroom, as he slowly made his way back home. Upon arriving, he first checked the items he needed for tomorrow's journey, to allow more time with the sisters. He had packed everything the night before. After ensuring everything was in order, he proceeded to wash up. As he lay in bed, a sense of longing enveloped him. He yearned to return and embrace the sisters. Ultimately, unable to sleep after tossing and turning, he opened WeChat and hesitated for a moment before sending a message in their group chat. My air conditioner is broken. The moment he hit send, regret washed over him. It was late September. Who would still be using air conditioning? Just as he was about to retract the message, he noticed a reply from Luo Mengyao. Then, Brother Yunqing, you can sleep in the vacant room here. His heart raced, and he jumped out of bed, quickly responding with an affirmative before slipping on his shoes and jogging over. As he stepped out of his house, Luo Mengyao sent another message. My sister and I are sleeping in her room, so be careful not to go to the wrong one. He thought to himself, with only 2 rooms, how could he possibly get lost? Arriving at the door of the sisters' room, he placed his hand on the doorknob of Luo Mengyao's room, but hesitated momentarily. Having come all this way to sleep, did he really want to be alone? Resolutely, he turned and opened the door to Luo Mengyun's room. Inside, it was pitch black, the curtains drawn tightly. With the light from the door, he could barely discern 2 figures beneath the covers on the bed. I'm coming in, he softly announced. The figures remained still, prompting him to approach the bedside, gently lifting the blanket to lie down beside them, gradually wriggling into the covers. At that moment, his heart raced. Was this considered a nighttime raid? When he finally touched something beneath the blanket, he slowly reached out, only to have his expression shift to one of bewilderment. Throwing back the covers and illuminating the interior with his phone, he was taken aback. There were no sisters in sight, only 2 pillows. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, a surge of frustration propelled him to the door of Luo Mingyao's room, which he flung open. As the door swung wide, the sound of 2 melodic giggles erupted from the bed. He pounced directly onto the 2 individuals lying on the bed, muttering, "Humph. Confess honestly who came up with this idea." Although it was evident that the notion originated from Luo Mingyao, he still wished to tease them a bit. The sisters, nestled beneath the covers, continued to giggle incessantly. Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyao's voice immediately emerged from the blankets. "I report, it was my sister's idea." Luo Mingyun, upon hearing this, inwardly lamented the betrayal from her companion. Just as she intended to clarify, Jiang Yunjia began to tickle her waist through the covers. Instantly, her words were stifled, her body writhing as peals of laughter erupted from her. Observing her amusement, Jiang Yunjia couldn't resist adding, "Humph, this is your punishment for teasing me." Unable to endure the tickling, Luo Mingyun hastily exclaimed, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Ha, it was Mingyao's idea." In response, Jiang Yunjia continued to tickle her waist with one hand while using the other to return the earlier pinch she had inflicted. Luo Mingyun froze momentarily, now experiencing the sensation Jiang Yunjia had felt before. She longed to grasp the mischievous hand, but confined beneath the covers, she had no recourse, enduring 2 more sharp pinches. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, who was also wrapped in the blankets, felt a surge of anxiety. She had heard the commotion and, with her heart racing, could only clutch the blanket tighter, hiding herself within it. After releasing Luo Mingyun, Jiang Yunjia turned his attention to the side, reaching out to tickle Luo Mingyao's waist, prompting her to erupt into laughter as well. He leaned closer to her nestled head within the blankets and said, "You can't escape either." Giggling uncontrollably, Luo Mingyao quickly pleaded for mercy, fearing she might end up like her sister. "Haha, brother Yunjia, I was wrong. Ha, please let me off." Jiang Yunjia had no intention of sparing her. One hand ventured to her back, delivering 2 playful pinches, causing her to stiffen just like her sister. When he finally rose, he noticed both sisters remained motionless beneath the covers, their little hands tightly clutching the blanket. Thus, he approached the foot of the bed and yanked the covers off. Feeling the blanket being pulled away, both exclaimed in surprise. However, his only desire was to lie down between them, with no ulterior motives. As he settled between the 2, they instinctively attempted to shift away, but he wrapped his arms around their shoulders with gentle firmness, preventing their escape. Feeling a bit shy, they immediately employed their respective tactics, pinching and biting him. After once more experiencing the sisters' playful onslaught, he vowed to retaliate in the future, but for now, he hastily begged for mercy. "Ouch, I was wrong. Please be gentle." Hearing his pleas, the sisters relented but allowed him to embrace them. Once they settled down, he softly remarked, "Tomorrow, I won't see you for several days. I shall miss you dearly." In response, the sisters said nothing but tightened their embrace around him. Satisfied by their affection, he drifted off to sleep with a smile gracing his lips. The following morning, Jiang Yunqing intended to depart for the airport at 9 o'clock, planning to rise at 8. However, he was awakened at 7:30 by Luo Mingyun, who was preparing to get up. Noticing her stirring, he softly inquired, "Mingyun, why are you up so early?" Upon seeing him awake, Luo Mingyun leaned closer and gently whispered in his ear, "I'm going to make breakfast for you. You should eat before you leave." As she exited the room, a blissful smile graced Jiang Yunqing's face. Such a life was indeed wonderful. After waking, he found it difficult to return to sleep, embracing the soft form of Luo Mingyao, and his thoughts began to wander. In her slumber, Luo Mingyao found herself trapped in a dream where a pair of hands relentlessly pursued her, no matter how she tried to escape. Accompanying the hands was a familiar voice of Jiang Yunqing, tauntingly saying, "Mingyao, you cannot run away." The frightening imagery jolted her awake, and as she regained control of her senses, she was met with Jiang Yunqing's gaze. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Ahem, Mingyao, you're awake. Let me cover you with the blanket." With an expressionless face, Luo Mingyao replied, "Does covering me with the blanket require your hand to go under my clothes?" He suddenly rose and pinned her beneath him, causing her cheeks to flush. "Brother Yunqing, sister will be back soon." Ignoring her words, he leaned down closer. A few symbolic struggles ensued before she surrendered to his advances. After a while, Luo Mingyao began to push him away, and once he lifted himself, she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled clothing and kicked him out of the blanket, retreating beneath it. A muffled voice emerged from within, exclaiming, "Pervert," chuckling softly. He then rose to check on Luo Mingyun in the kitchen, where she donned a nightgown and an apron, embodying the image of a devoted wife as she prepared porridge. Unable to restrain himself, he gently embraced her from behind. Recognizing him, Luo Mingyun said nothing and continued to stir the pot. Once she paused her movements, Jiang Yunqing turned her towards him, sealing their connection with a kiss. They lost themselves in the embrace, and Luo Mingyun could sense his reluctance, prompting her to reciprocate. After some time, they parted ways, and Luo Mingyun, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly pushed him outside the kitchen. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Yunqing felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. This was how a beautiful day should commence. Chapter 65. I seemed to have a mental issue after breakfast was prepared. The three of them shared their final meal together before parting ways. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, he picked up his luggage and prepared to leave. Outside the door, the two sisters stood to bid him farewell. "Well, I'm off now. Please remember to eat well while I'm gone. Take care when you go out, and dress warmly as the weather cools." As he began to prattle on, the sisters hurriedly embraced him. "All right, Yunqing, don't worry. Mingyao and I will take good care of ourselves." "Yes, brother Yunqing, don't fret. Remember to think of us." After bidding farewell to his two sisters once more, he stepped into the elevator. He took the subway to the airport, proceeded through security, and arrived at the waiting area. Having purchased his own ticket, he reasoned that a slight delay during his journey mattered little, as long as he could return home to his parents after their work that evening. Consequently, he opted for a layover flight, prioritizing cost-effectiveness. A direct flight would have taken only 2 hours to reach his hometown, Rongqing, but with layovers, it extended to 5 hours. Factoring in the journey home from the airport, he wouldn't arrive until after 6. Feeling somewhat bored, he began chatting with his sisters on WeChat. Since they had never flown before, they requested that he send them photos. Thus, he transformed into an airport photographer, his presence evident in every corner. Before long, it was time for him to board the plane. He informed his sisters and settled into his seat, planning to capture some pictures for them once airborne. Upon landing at the layover airport, he immediately switched off airplane mode, only to receive messages from his sisters sent an hour earlier, mentioning they would talk later that evening. With nothing else to occupy his time, he perused his phone's gallery, gazing at photos of his sisters. Oblivious to the fact that he was now alone in his section of the plane. Two women sitting at a distance regarded him with a hint of pity, reflecting on how handsome he was, yet somewhat foolish-looking. Had Jiang Yunqing glanced into a mirror at that moment, he would have seen a beaming smile stretching across his face. The sight of his sister's photos simply wouldn't allow him to suppress his joy. Soon, he boarded the next flight, and upon landing, he was informed that his parents were too busy to pick him up. As he sat in the car heading home, he resumed chatting with his sisters, informing them of his imminent return. They replied, urging him to be cautious on the road and to think of them upon his arrival. Returning home after a month away filled him with excitement. Outside his community, he messaged his mother, who instructed him to come straight home as she awaited his arrival. With a heart full of anticipation, he knocked on the door, calling out, "Mom, I'm back." The door swung open to reveal Shen Xiaomei. "Long time no see. You little rascal." "Yes, Mom, it's been too long. I missed you. Why did you call me back in such a hurry?" "First, tidy yourself up and prepare for dinner. We'll talk later." Entering the familiar surroundings of his home, he felt an immediate sense of relaxation. A different yet equally comforting atmosphere compared to his sister's home. Upon seeing the lavish spread on the dining table, he was touched and remarked to Shen Xiaomei, "Mom, you made so many dishes. How thoughtful of you." Shen Xiaomei chuckled, covering her mouth. "Of course, I care for you. Now hurry and put your things away." Joyfully, he dragged his luggage to his room, flinging the door open to reveal the comforting familiarity of its decor, the walls, the bed, and his sisters sitting on the bed. He quickly shut the door, realizing he was not hallucinating. This was indeed his homecoming. Once again, he opened the door, revealing an unchanged scene, the familiar room and the two sisters he knew so well. Closing the door behind him, he caught sight of his mother standing there, rubbing her eyes. With a suppressed chuckle, Shen Xiaomei inquired, "Why aren't you going in?" He turned back to his mother, a pained expression on his face, and replied, "Mom, I think something's wrong with my mind." Unable to contain herself, Shen Xiaomei burst into an unrestrained fit of laughter, her mirth causing her to wobble. Bewildered by her reaction, he wondered what could have transpired. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to open the door once more. He glanced at the two sisters, their faces adorned with confusion, both pondering his peculiar behavior after he had opened the door thrice, leaving them at a loss for words. With a calm demeanor, he said nothing, shut the door again, and strode forward, playfully toppling both sisters onto the bed. The suddenness of the act startled them, especially with Shun Xiaomei still outside. How could they explain themselves if discovered? They began to struggle, pleading for him to release them. Understanding the situation, he had no intention of letting them go, stating, "I will release you, but only if each of you agrees to one request." The sisters hastily acquiesced. They had no choice, as the prospect of being caught by Shen Xiaomei was far more daunting than anything else. Delighted by their compliance, he planted a quick kiss on each of their faces before rising, thrilled at their presence. The sisters, initially prepared to enjoy his predicament, now found themselves blushing as they sat on the bed, momentarily forgetting that this was his domain. Just as they settled, Shen Xiaomei entered the room. Observing the sisters' flushed faces as they bowed their heads, while her son stood triumphantly nearby. Perplexed, she wondered who was truly playing tricks on whom. Upon her entrance, Jiang Yunqing immediately altered his expression, gazing at her with a mournful look. "Mom, aren't you going to explain this?" Shen Xiaomei chuckled at his words. "Explain what? You have no idea how much I had to persuade them to come over. You should thank me." After he mentioned inviting the sisters, Shen Xiaomei had been chatting with them for the past week, eventually inviting them to visit. Initially hesitant, the sisters eventually agreed, especially after noticing his distracted demeanor day after day, and they planned to surprise him. Upon hearing his mother speak, his expression shifted, and he beamed as he approached Shen Xiaomei to give her a shoulder rub. "Oh my, you've truly worked hard." Seeing her son's rapid change in demeanor, Shen Xiaomei couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Jiang Tao returned home, and the group decided to continue their conversation at the dining table. Sitting down, Jiang Yunqing noted his father's unperturbed expression, understanding that he too had a hand in this situation. After Shen Xiaomei took her seat, she cleared her throat to capture everyone's attention. "Old Jiang, these two are our son's friends, Meng Yao and Meng Yun. I chat with them every evening." The two sisters greeted Jiang Tao, who responded with a smile. After a brief discussion with them, Shen Xiaomei conveyed the news to him, urging him not to mention it to his son. Reluctantly, he found himself complicit in their scheme, as one of these sisters might potentially become his future daughter-in-law. Jiang Yunche, visibly delighted, inquired about their plans. Indeed, it was revealed that after a phone call with his mother on Monday, Shen Xiaomei had contacted the sisters and invited them to their home. However, it was not until Friday, following another invitation from Shen Xiaomei, that the sisters resolved to visit. Once this arrangement was made, the trio unanimously decided to keep it a secret from him, intending to surprise him. The sisters were already aware of his flight information, but as that particular flight was fully booked, they intentionally purchased tickets for flights at different times. On the morning of his departure, an hour after he left, the sisters set out for the airport, arriving at their hometown an hour earlier. Shen Xiaomei personally went to the airport to welcome them. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiang Yunche feigned a melancholic expression, lamenting that had he known earlier, he could have returned home with the sisters. This display elicited laughter from everyone at the dining table, save for him. Faced with their amusement, he could no longer maintain his facade and broke into a genuine smile. He was truly pleased by their presence. Subsequently, Shen Xiaomei engaged in conversation with the sisters. Although they had chatted previously, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can never exhaust their topics of discussion. Shen Xiaomei was aware of the sisters' family circumstances, which was why she had invited them to visit. Lu Xiaoli, on the other hand, seemed to bear the brunt of the situation, but fortunately, she had mentioned that they had been quite busy recently, making it a good opportunity for the sisters to come over. Moreover, she had arranged for them to stay together for a few days. The atmosphere at the dining table grew lively as Jiang Yunche momentarily set aside his earlier discontent and joined in the conversation. The couple found themselves increasingly fond of the sisters. One exuded elegance while the other radiated vivacity. Both were excellent prospects for their son. They even entertained the notion, albeit greedily, that having both as daughters-in-law would be a blessing. The sisters, too, felt elated. The warmth of a family meal was an experience they had never savored before, their faces beaming with joy. After the family enjoyed their harmonious meal, the sisters followed the smiling Shen Xiaomei to wash the dishes. Leaving the father and son seated on the sofa, Jiang Tao turned to Jiang Yunche with a serious expression, stating, "Since you are together, you must treat her well. You cannot let her family down. Rest assured, Dad, I will take good care of them," Jiang Yunche replied. "By the way, who is your girlfriend? Your mother couldn't get it out of you." Hearing this loaded question made him anxious, knowing his parents. If they discovered there were two potential partners, they would undoubtedly worry about the consequences. Thus, he could only respond ambiguously, "Well, yes, it's the one you're thinking of. It should be quite similar, I suppose." Jiang Tao responded with a perplexed expression. Before he could respond, he noticed his son had already dashed into the kitchen to lend a hand. Upon entering, he found three individuals joyfully chatting while washing the dishes. Luo Mingyao remarked, "Aunt Shun, you have no idea that Yunche kept the fact that we were classmates a secret from me. Every day, he would drop me off at school and sneak off to attend his classes, even enlisting others to call out his name during roll call, all to avoid me discovering the truth." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaomei imagined her son's antics and couldn't help but smile with delight. However, Jiang Yunche felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing how silly his past actions had been. As he approached, Luo Mingyao quickly silenced herself, fearing potential retaliation from him. But was Jiang Yunche truly that petty? He merely made a mental note of her words, finding yet another excuse to tease the charming girl. Once the dishes were done, the family of five gathered on the sofa to discuss their holiday plans. With the couple needing to work the next day, they decided to embark on a road trip on the 11th. They had early on resolved to visit a friend before meandering back to show the sisters around Chengdu. After some further discussion, the couple, aware of their work commitments, decided it was time for bed. The trio, while not overly fatigued, resolved to take a shower and tidy up first. Jiang Yunche's home featured 3 bedrooms. Initially, the sisters intended to sleep in the guest room, but due to the convenience of an en-suite in his room, Shen Xiaomei arranged for them to rest there. He had no objections, having stayed in their room on several occasions before, viewing it as a reciprocal gesture. As the sisters entered his room, he went to fetch some clothes and headed to the bathroom in the living room for a shower. Upon finishing and emerging, he paused outside his room, suddenly aware that it harbored certain secrets that must remain undisclosed. With utmost care, he turned the doorknob and quietly entered, noticing the sisters were still in the shower. Approaching his desk, he opened the first drawer and found a familiar small box, undisturbed. A sigh of relief escaped him as he picked it up, intending to leave. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and the sisters emerged in their pajamas. Upon seeing him inside, he instinctively concealed the box behind him. However, the sisters were unfazed by his presence. They had grown accustomed to living together and wondered if he intended to sleep with them again that night. Yet, in his home, the sisters felt a twinge of embarrassment. If his parents discovered the 3 of them sharing a bed, it would be a disaster, and no amount of explanation could cleanse them of suspicion. In hushed tones, the sisters suggested, "Yunche, how about we sleep separately tonight?" "Yes, Yunche. It wouldn't be good if Uncle and Aunt saw us together," they added. Realizing their misunderstanding, he chose not to correct them, instead going along with their line of thought. "Very well, then we shall sleep together again when we return," he replied. Hearing this, the sisters felt a wave of shyness. How could he express such a sentiment so effortlessly? Nevertheless, they both nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing their agreement, he was filled with excitement, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain, and began to dream about life after returning to school. With hands clasped behind his back, he intended to step outside, but his peculiar demeanor prompted the sisters to glance behind him, although he maintained his stance, facing them and denying them a view. Once he successfully returned to his guest room, he exhaled in relief, casting a furtive glance around before decisively concealing his belongings beneath the mattress, resting his head with a sense of security. Meanwhile, the sisters, observing his unusual behavior as he exited the room, were left puzzled. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly have looked at them thoroughly, but today he was inexplicably reserved. Consequently, their curiosity shifted to the concealed items he had hidden. What could they possibly be? Reclining on his bed, Jiang Yunqing found himself staring at the ceiling, lost in thought as he recalled the earlier scene. Suddenly, a sense of loss washed over him. The sisters had donned pajamas instead of sleep dresses this time, a sight he had never witnessed before and had failed to appreciate fully. Feeling a twinge of desire, he contemplated rushing back to them, but his recent insomnia from not sleeping alongside them had been worsening, and he ultimately decided against it, reminding himself of his promise to them. Perhaps tomorrow would suffice, he mused, feeling somewhat smug about only having committed to not sleeping together for one night. After lying in bed for some time, Still unable to fall asleep, he took out his phone and sent a message in their group chat. Chapter 67. Imported Porridge by Yunqing. Are you both asleep? A Little White Rabbit. Not yet. By Yunqing. I can't sleep. I have a projector in my room. Shall we watch something together? His eagerness was palpable, and the sisters next door could certainly hear him, leading them to promptly decline. A Little White Rabbit. Let's watch tomorrow. It will just be the three of us at home. With his plans thwarted, he merely pouted and sent another message. By Yunqing. I'm unable to sleep. I need two adorable companions to soothe me. Upon reading his message, the sisters felt a wave of shyness. How could they possibly be called adorable? After a brief wait with no replies, he sighed softly, preparing to sleep, when suddenly, a message arrived. A Little White Rabbit, voice message 7. Upon opening it, the voices of the sisters filled the air. Little Yunqing, be a good boy and go to sleep. Big Pervert, hurry and sleep. Hearing their voices, his face broke into an uncontrollable grin, and he chuckled foolishly in bed. Hey, they called me Little Yunqing and Big Pervert. But wait, how am I a pervert? You, Luo Mingyao, are spreading slander. I'll be sure to note this. After replaying the message several times, he didn't forget to send them a voice message in return. By Yunqing, voice message 9. The sisters, upon receiving his voice message, pressed their ears close to the phone. All right, my two dear little ones, do sleep early. Good night. After listening, both sisters covered their faces with their hands, overwhelmed by the sweetness, and repeated it several times. After listening to the voices of the two sisters dozens of times in one breath, Jiang Yunqing felt as if his mouth might cramp from smiling. Finally, he closed his phone, shut his eyes, and lay down. However, just as he closed his eyes, he opened them again to save that message before he could peacefully drift off to sleep. On the first day back, the three of them fell asleep with smiles gracing their lips. The next morning, while Jiang Yunqing was still immersed in dreams, he was awakened by his mother's voice. Get up, you little rascal. I've made breakfast. Go call the sisters to eat. Your father and I have to leave. Still in a blissful slumber and a bit dazed, he could only mumble a response. After lingering in bed for a few more minutes, he finally rose slowly. Is this what home feels like? He thought to himself, feeling a bit lazier than before. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7. Upon stepping out of his bedroom, he noticed that his parents had already left for work. He quickly washed up and made his way to the kitchen, where the congee with century egg and lean pork was still steaming. Turning to the sister's door, he knocked lightly. Time to wake up, you two sleepyheads. After a few seconds, the door opened, revealing Luo Mingyun, looking freshly awakened with tousled hair and her pajamas askew. He regarded her with an appreciative gaze. But noticing his attention, Luo Mingyun hurriedly covered her clothing and said, Mingyao is still sleeping. I'll go wash up first. Please wake her. With that, she dashed into the bathroom and shut the door. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how formal she was. He was no outsider. Entering the room, he found Luo Mingyao still nestled under the blankets, lost in sweet dreams. He plopped down beside her and expertly pinched her petite nose. Soon, she began to squirm in her sleep and abruptly opened her eyes, only to realize it was his hand causing the mischief. In a flash, she seized his hand and bit down. The bite made him comply immediately, begging for mercy, yet Luo Mingyao's large eyes locked onto his, refusing to relent. Seeing her unyielding stance, he reached with his other hand under the covers and began to tickle her waist. Instantly, her expression changed, and muffled giggles escaped her lips. Her cheeks flushing with suppressed laughter, yet she stubbornly held on. To his surprise, tickling proved ineffective, and he knew he had to resort to other tactics. This approach worked wonders. Luo Mingyao suddenly froze. After a moment, she released his hand and buried her head under the covers, then seized his hand, tossing it out from the blanket, followed by a playful exclamation of rogue. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but smile knowingly. All right, come out for breakfast, he announced. Hearing this, Luo Mingyao peeked out from the covers with wide eyes and asked, have Uncle and Auntie left? Yes, they've all gone to work. Upon hearing his response, she adopted a playful tone. Then will you feed me, pretty please? Faced with such cuteness, he had no choice but to oblige. Just then, Luo Mingyun emerged from the bathroom, catching her sister's words, and teasingly remarked, you're grown up now, yet still need someone to feed you. At her sister's playful jab, Luo Mingyao promptly retreated back under the covers. Alas, I am but a child, and I desire to be fed by Brother Yunche. Very well, our Mingyao is still a little darling. Allow me to take on the task of feeding her. Observing his agreement, Luo Mingyun couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. He truly dotes on his sister. The two proceeded to the kitchen to serve porridge, and upon seeing Luo Mingyun preparing to sit at the table, he playfully teased, "Shall I feed you, Sister Mingyun?" At his words, Luo Mingyun felt a flutter in her heart, but shook her head in refusal. "You should feed Mingyao. I do not require it." Not wishing to engage in further conversation, Jiang Yunche picked up her bowl, scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently, and offered it to her lips. As the spoon approached, Luo Mingyun blushed. It was somewhat embarrassing to be fed at her age. Nevertheless, she opened her mouth and took a bite, savoring the delightful taste of the porridge. Witnessing her enjoyment, he smiled. The little girl-like essence of Luo Mingyun was utterly charming. After feeding her a couple more bites, she shyly seized the bowl from him, insisting he should attend to his sister first. Upon entering the room, he found Luo Mingyao hiding beneath her blanket. He approached her with a cheerful tone. "Little darling, it's time for your meal." Startled by his voice, Luo Mingyao sat up eagerly, her eyes glistening with anticipation. He scooped another spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and brought it to her mouth. Luo Mingyao opened wide in compliance, but as the hot porridge touched her lips, she instinctively blew out a puff of air. After a hesitant bite, she gazed at him with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Realizing the porridge was indeed too hot, he offered her an apologetic look. However, Luo Mingyao merely turned her head in protest with a soft huff. Seeing her distress, Jiang Yunche quickly devised a solution to prevent the porridge from being too hot. He took a mouthful himself and leaned down to press his lips against hers. Surprised by his sudden advance, Luo Mingyao blushed deeply as she realized the porridge was now in her mouth. Once they parted, she looked at him, her cheeks aflame, and whispered, "Rogue." In response, he took another sip of porridge and leaned closer, prompting her to succumb to his feeding once more. With a smile, Jiang Yunche continued to feed her until she finished the bowl. Having received her meal, Luo Mingyao beamed with joy. Her spirits lifted as she got out of bed. She planted a kiss on her caregiver's cheek before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Returning to the dining table with the empty bowl, Jiang Yunche found that Luo Mingyun had already prepared a bowl of porridge for him. Noticing her still seated beside him, Jiang Yunche opened his mouth expectantly. Understanding his intent, Luo Mingyun chuckled in resignation, marveling at how both siblings exhibited such behavior. Yet she complied and fed him with a spoon. Delighted by the feeding, he felt a sense of satisfaction and recalled the earlier porridge. Thus, he asked Luo Mingyun for another bite before leaning in closer to her. Overwhelmed by the same method of feeding, Luo Mingyun felt utterly shy. City folks certainly knew how to play. Unable to withstand the embarrassment, she grabbed 2 empty bowls from the table and hurried to the kitchen to tidy up. Watching her flee, Jiang Yunche chuckled to himself, grateful for his own audacity. Chapter 68. The room and the projection. After finishing their meal, the three of them found themselves at a loose end. Jiang Yunqing mentioned the idea of watching a projection, as he had suggested the night before. Thus, they made their way to his room, drawing the curtains and shutting the door behind them, embarking on the task of selecting what to watch. It had been a week since Luo Mingyao had last been frightened by a horror film, and she eagerly began to persuade the others to indulge in one. Observing her enthusiastic demeanor, he felt a sense of resignation. She was a classic blend of naivety and exuberance. After a prolonged bout of persuasion, Luo Mingyun finally acquiesced to watching a horror film. The trio then nestled into the comfort of the blankets, maintaining the classic arrangement, Jiang Yunqing in the middle, flanked by the 2 sisters. As the film commenced, the sisters burrowed under the covers, leaving only their large, expressive eyes visible, resembling 2 adorable little creatures peeking out. Noticing their excitement, he quietly positioned his hands at his sides, prepared to embrace them when fear struck. The chosen film was of the slow burn variety. The initial segments lacked any real fright, serving merely as a prelude to what lay ahead. As the narrative approached its climax, the sisters instinctively placed their hands in his, seeking refuge beneath the covers, ready to dive back into their cocoon of safety. Even he found his heart racing with the unfolding suspense, let alone the 2 sisters, whose small hands began to perspire, tightening their grip. Finally, accompanied by their startled exclamations, the film reached a terrifying juncture. Startled by their cries, he found himself tightly enveloped by the 2 sisters beneath the blankets. The film had remained within his comfort zone, but their screams elevated the atmosphere of fear to an entirely new level. He could only helplessly acknowledge the trembling forms of the 2 in his embrace, wondering how they would fare through the night. Seeing them reluctant to emerge, he gently tugged at the covers, revealing their large, wide eyes once more. A horror film. The one you chose, my little darlings, he teased. The sisters continued to tremble, and after a brief while, they retreated back into the blankets, clutching them tightly and resolutely refusing to watch any further. Witnessing their reaction, he felt a mischievous urge arise within him. Despite knowing he would be met with playful pinches and bites, he could not help himself. Suddenly, he let out a terrified scream. Look quickly. The cabinet is moving. The horror film they were watching featured a ghost emerging from a cabinet. At his words, the sisters immediately curled up into a ball beneath the blankets. Inching closer to him, he continued his performance, feigning terror. You mustn't come any closer. He felt that his dramatic delivery was worthy of an award. The two little ones beneath the covers began tugging at his shirt with increasing urgency, and he sensed that his clothing was on the verge of surrendering to their frantic grasp. Nevertheless, he maintained his pretense, placing his hands on their shoulders and adopting a sinister tone. I met a most tragic end. The sisters gasped in unison, squirming wildly in an attempt to shake off his hands. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into laughter. It was simply impossible to resist their adorable antics. Upon hearing his laughter, the sisters ceased their writhing, cautiously poking their heads out to investigate. Outside, there was nothing amiss, only him doubled over in mirth. Realizing they had once again fallen into his trap, the two sisters decisively chose to retaliate with fervor, retreating beneath the covers to collaborate in their playful assault of pinching and biting, which swiftly silenced his laughter, replaced instead by his pleas to ease up, exclaiming, I might lose my flesh. However, this time, the sisters were resolute in their resolve not to let him off easily, and after satisfying their whims, they relocated to continue their antics. Just when Jiang Yunqing thought they might relent, his cries of protest resumed. In his moment of torment, he recalled his earlier threat to retaliate, and with the unbitten hand, he reached into the blankets, locating Luo Mengyun and pinching her, prompting her little hand at his waist to flee and grasp his hand, preventing further movement. After holding his hand, he pinched her twice more, eliciting soft muffled sounds from under the covers. Before he withdrew his hand, Luo Mengyun instantly froze, curling up into a ball beneath the blanket. Once he had dealt with one of them, he chuckled and dove under the covers, prompting Luo Mengyao to instinctively loosen her grip and attempt to escape, only to be pinned down again, at which point he returned the favor with her own tactics. Luo Mengyao's flustered voice reached his ears as she unconsciously tightened her embrace around him. After being teased again, she finally pushed him away and, like her sister, curled up into a ball. Observing the two little mounds under the blanket, he felt a sense of delight, thinking to himself, this is what it means for sisters to use their skills to subdue one another. He then refrained from further teasing the sisters and opted to watch a less frightening film instead. After spending some time under the covers, the two little ones, noticing that he had not approached them again, slowly peeked out with their big eyes, gazing at him in the darkness. Sensing their stares, he reached out, wrapping his arms around their shoulders, pulling them close together. Initially, the sisters intended to resist, but feeling no further advances from him, they obediently leaned against his shoulder. Watching the movie, the atmosphere grew tranquil as the three of them emptied their minds, savoring the peaceful moments. However, after a while, perhaps fate sought to stoke the flames between them. The film's narrative took an unexpected turn. Upon witnessing the male and female protagonists enter a room together, he sensed something amiss. Indeed, the subsequent scenes unfolded with the two engaging in passionate embraces, revealing even more intimate scenarios. Listening to the sounds emanating from the projector, he felt as though he might physically extract himself from the situation. Glancing at the two sisters nestled in his arms, he noticed they were covering their eyes with their hands, yet the wide gaps between their fingers hinted at their curiosity. Their bright, sparkling eyes peeked through, fixated on the screen without a blink. The trio remained silent, yet the atmosphere in the air began to shift uneasily. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing cleared his throat and shifted his hand slightly. They remained silent, merely tightening their grip on the blanket. Both sisters were blushing profusely, burying their faces beneath the covers while still fixated on the television, as if nothing unusual had transpired. Finally, as the film concluded, he switched off the projector, plunging the room into darkness, with both sisters now leaning against him, their little heads hidden beneath the blanket. Embracing the two, he lay down, doing nothing but holding them close, savoring the warmth in his arms. Chapter 69. Could it be two? After a while, realizing that the sisters had fallen asleep, he slowly rose, gently closed the door, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. There were still some dishes left from last night, and with the three of them dining at home for lunch, he decided to simply stir-fry another dish. In an exceptionally good mood, he began to hum a little tune as he cooked, nearly beaming with pride. Once the meal was prepared, and with the sisters still asleep, he returned to the darkened room, first pulling back the curtains, instantly flooding the space with light. Awakened by the sunlight, the sisters let out soft murmurs. Slowly sitting up and stretching their limbs, observing their graceful movements, he glanced over and informed them that he would step out of the room first after breakfast. At the dining table, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. The sisters seemed hesitant to meet anyone's gaze, engrossed in their meals. Noticing this, he endeavored to enliven the mood. "What shall we do this afternoon?" he inquired. Hearing this, the sisters did not lift their heads, merely shaking them slightly. They were unsure of what to do. Being newcomers to this area, seeing their silence, he continued, "If nothing else, we could watch a projection in the room this afternoon." As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere at the table grew even quieter, and the sisters ceased eating, shaking their heads vigorously. They certainly did not wish to experience that again. Who knew what might transpire next time? Observing their bobbing heads, he chuckled and decided to stop teasing them, stating earnestly, "Would you like to visit my mother's shop this afternoon?" At the mention of this, the sisters finally looked up, their eyes sparkling as they nodded enthusiastically. His smile widened, and he began to share stories about Shun Xiaomei's shop, gradually lifting the spirits at the table. After finishing their meal, he informed Shin Xiaomei of their plan to visit the shop, and then he began to tidy up with the sisters. Since it was about 10 degrees cooler at home than at school, the sisters donned their autumn outfits. Seeing their distinctive appearance, he couldn't help but nod approvingly, thinking, "Who are these two adorable little ones?" Noticing his scrutinizing gaze, the sisters approached, each grasping one of his hands, playfully preventing him from looking any further. How amusing it was that they were no longer putting on an act. The three descended to the parking area, where Shin Xiaomei had deliberately left the car for their outing, opting to ride with Jiang Tao instead. Once in the car, without the additional charm of the sisters' presence, he felt the vehicle was rather ordinary. He resolved that he must return with a better car for the new year, and of course, he would bring the sisters along as well. In the back seat, the sisters gazed curiously out the window, their eyes wide with wonder. Being provincial girls unaccustomed to such unfamiliar surroundings, seeing their intrigued expressions, he said while driving, "How about we explore a bit on our way back? There are plenty of local snacks to discover here." At the mention of food, the little glutton, Luo Mingyao, perked up immediately, enthusiastically raising both hands in agreement, while Luo Mingyun naturally followed her sister's lead. Thus, they decided to purchase some food that evening instead of cooking. After a brief drive of over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Parking the car by the roadside, they noticed a nearby pet clinic and stepped out to walk over together. Upon entering the establishment, they spotted the busy Shin Xiaomei. Welcoming them, she gestured for the sisters to take a seat while hastening her pace at work. The sisters, filled with curiosity, began to explore their surroundings. Despite having visited numerous other pet shops, the charm of Shin Xiaomei's store still captivated them. After surveying the space, Luo Mingyao wandered off to admire the adorable kittens and puppies, while Luo Mingyun remained intrigued by the shop's layout, eager to learn. Jiang Yunqing, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. He frequently visited this place as a child to play with the cats and dogs, greeting the long-standing staff members, who smiled back at him. Having watched him grow up, "Yuncheng, this time you've returned with a girlfriend. You wouldn't believe how much your mother has been bragging about her daughter-in-law to us," one of the employees remarked. "Indeed, you've brought back two such beautiful sisters. You've certainly made your mother proud." Hearing this, Shin Xiaomei instinctively lifted her chin, proud of her son as companions. The two sisters were undoubtedly impressive, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Jiang Yunqing chuckled and began chatting with several of them, but soon faced the pivotal question. "Yuncheng, which of these sisters is your girlfriend? Why don't you introduce her to us?" At this, the smile on his lips faltered, and the sisters, having overheard, glanced at him nervously, uncertain of how he would respond. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he took a deep breath and spoke in familiar tones. "Let me introduce you. A few of my aunts. This is my elder sister, Mingyun, and this is my younger sister, Mingyao. Our relationship is somewhat like this. It's not far from what you might think, and it should continue like this. Yes, just like that." His explanation left them somewhat bewildered. They had met the individuals, yet remained uncertain about who his girlfriend was. Noticing their intent to inquire further, he added with a smile, when the time comes for a wedding. I must invite all of you to celebrate with us." At this statement, they refrained from further questioning, all smiling and expressing their anticipation for the future invitation. Observing her son nodding in agreement, Shen Xiaomei furrowed her brow. This boy never spoke plainly. What did he mean? Why not clarify such a simple matter? Her gaze swept over the two sisters, and she was suddenly struck by a bold thought. Could it be that he had two potential daughters-in-law? Though the notion initially struck her as improbable, the expressions of the two sisters and her son's vague demeanor compelled her to entertain the possibility. She resolved to harbor her doubts for the moment, planning to interrogate her son at a later time. After diverting from this topic, it wasn't long before Shen Xiaomei completed her tasks and began conversing with the sisters. Regardless of whether she had one or two daughters-in-law, her affection for them remained unwavering. "Aunt Shen, you seem quite busy. Are you tired? May I offer you a massage?" Luo Mingyao inquired sweetly. "Oh, not at all. With you sisters around, how could I possibly be tired?" Shen Xiaomei replied with a warm smile. Nevertheless, Luo Mingyao positioned herself behind her and began to massage her shoulders. Delighting in the soothing sensation, Shen Xiaomei exclaimed, "Mingyao, have you trained in this? It feels wonderful." "Hee hee, I used to give my sister massages after work. I learned a bit online," she responded. Shen Xiaomei felt even more pleased upon hearing this, her face aglow with a radiant smile. This daughter-in-law was splendid. She wondered when her son would bring her home. Amidst the comforting massage, she continued to engage Luo Mingyun in conversation about the store. "Mingyun, what do you think of Andy's shop? Is there anything you're curious about? Feel free to ask. Aunt Shen, the shop appears quite tidy, and the decor gives it an inviting charm that makes one eager to return," Luo Mingyun observed. Pride swelled within Shen Xiaomei at her words. This was her beloved establishment, nurtured over a decade, with every detail reflecting her experience and care. She eagerly delved into conversation with Luo Mingyun. Observing the lively exchange among the three, Jiang Yunqing felt increasingly superfluous. His mother had yet to utter a word to him since entering the shop, and he cast a wistful glance at Luo Mingyao's delicate hands, yearning for a massage himself. Chapter 70. A Chance Encounter Twice Bored. He began to play with the small cat in the cage beside him, adopting a sympathetic tone as he spoke to the feline. "Brother cat, it seems only we lonely souls can offer each other companionship." Just as he finished speaking, a girl entered the shop, making her way directly to the cage. She opened it and scooped up the kitten, cooing, "Mimi, did you miss Mommy?" "Oh, how I missed you." Instantly, Jiang Yunqing felt a pang of jealousy. "Ah, brother cat, our alliance has been shattered." Fortunately, Shen Xiaomei finally noticed her son's presence and instructed, "Yunqing, why don't you take Mingyao for a stroll? I'll discuss shop matters with Mingyun." Upon his agreement, Shen Xiaomei took Luo Mingyun to explore the store, explaining various aspects along the way. As he observed the two women fully immersed in their work, he turned his attention to Luo Mingyao. "Mingyao, shall we venture out for a walk?" he suggested. Luo Mingyao shook her head, replying, "Let us wait for my sister to finish, and we can go together." Thus, he led Luo Mingyao to the modest lounge at the back. Although small, it featured a cozy sofa, a refrigerator, and a water dispenser, everything one might need. After retrieving 2 bottles of water from the fridge, they settled onto the sofa, passing the time together. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Mingyao addressed him, "Brother Yunche, will you and my sister hold a wedding together in the future?" At that moment, he was taking a sip of water and unexpectedly sprayed it onto the wall opposite him, followed by a fit of coughing. Luo Mingyao hurriedly patted his back. Despite still coughing, he managed to ask, "Cough, what made you think of this all of a sudden?" With a serious expression on her small face, Luo Mingyao replied, "A wedding is certainly a shared affair. You should hold it with my sister. I saw her at a colleague's wedding, and she really wanted to wear a wedding dress." Although he was somewhat astonished by the leap in her thoughts, for merely mentioning marriage to this grand idea, Jiang Yunche gazed into her eyes and assured her, "Sister Mingyun, I will definitely make her wear that wedding dress." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao sighed in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. What girl wouldn't want to don a wedding dress in front of the one she loves? However, the thought of it being for her sister brought her some solace. As she had previously said, being a maid of honor for her sister would suffice. Yet, he had not finished speaking. "You too, regardless of how you may feel. You must wear a wedding dress for me at least once in your lifetime." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao's expression froze momentarily before she tightly embraced him, tears of joy slowly welling in her eyes. Jiang Yunche gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. Having resolved to care for both sisters, he would never let them suffer. After a while, Luo Mingyao calmed down and released him from her embrace. Observing her slightly reddened eyes and the tears that lingered, he softly kissed the corner of her eye, wiping away her tears. Crying is not charming, he remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Mingyao wrapped her arms around his head and pressed herself against him. Feeling her fervent emotions, they embraced tightly, yet due to the circumstances outside, they refrained from any further actions, simply relishing each other's warmth. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door to the lounge suddenly swung open, causing them to part their lips and gaze toward the entrance. There stood Xin Xiaomei, her expression one of utter astonishment as she stared at them. The three shared a moment of silence, wide-eyed at one another, before Xin Xiaomei broke the silence. Mingyun, let's go check out some other places. With that, she turned and left, while a smiling Luo Mingyun bid her farewell and cheerfully closed the door behind them. The two, still entangled in silence, remained in the lounge. Suddenly, Luo Mingyao let out a quiet exclamation. This is too embarrassing. How long have we been in here? I completely forgot there were others outside. Jiang Yunche, equally flustered, found solace in the thought that his mother would eventually learn of this. However, Luo Mingyao did not share this sentiment. How would she appear in the eyes of her future mother-in-law now? After pondering for a while, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she playfully bit Jiang Yunche's shoulder, muttering, "You're such a tease." Jiang Yunche, feeling helpless, thought to himself, who initiated the kiss first. However, he was aware that the young girl was now overwhelmed with shyness, so he allowed her to express her feelings. Fortunately, she was gentle, merely pressing her teeth lightly against him. Once Luo Mingyao had vented her emotions, she quickly nestled into his embrace, feeling utterly embarrassed at the thought of facing others. He could only reassure her, saying, "It's all right. My mother is very open-minded and won't think too much of it." Hearing this, Luo Mingyao replied, "How could that be? If my mother sees you kissing me and my sister at home, you would certainly feel the same." Of course, she was referring to Lu Xiaoli. Jiang Yunche contemplated the scenario of being caught by Lu Xiaoli and, well, it would indeed be quite awkward. Nevertheless, he continued to offer words of comfort to her. After a while, feeling somewhat better, Luo Mingyao lifted her head to look at him, her emotions seemingly calmed. However, upon seeing her face, Jiang Yunche was momentarily stunned. Noticing his reaction, Luo Mingyao quickly inquired what was wrong. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he fumbled to open his phone and switched to the front camera to show her. As she gazed at her reflection in the phone, she noted that her hair, eyes, and nose were all fine, but her lips, why were they so swollen? She hurriedly pressed her hand against them and realized they were indeed swollen, unyielding to her touch. In an instant, her face turned pale. How could she possibly face the world like this? Jiang Yunche, too, felt a pang of worry. How could this happen? Observing Luo Mingyao sinking into despair, he first retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator to apply to her lips, then took off his sweatshirt and offered it to her. "You should wear my clothes for now. This one has a hood that can help cover you." With no other options available, she took the bottle to ice her lips while removing her outerwear and putting on his sweatshirt, completing the look with the hood. Jiang Yunche's eyes brightened instantly. The petite figure clad in the oversized sweatshirt exuded an irresistible charm, prompting him to steal several glances. Noticing his gaze lingering on her, Luo Mingyao muttered softly, "Pervert." That single remark, coupled with her current appearance, struck a chord in his heart, overwhelming him. He needed medical assistance. After a moment, he managed to suppress his smile and began to put on Luo Mingyao's outerwear. However, while donning a larger size was feasible, wearing a smaller size proved impossible. The coat appeared on him like a snug vest, constraining his arms. Witnessing his comical appearance, Luo Mingyao burst into laughter. Seeing her reveling in his misfortune, he petulantly declared, "Change back. You're not wearing my clothes anymore." Luo Mingyao stuck out her tongue playfully at him, retorting, "No way. Once I put it on, I want to take it off." Jiang Yunche, not inclined to indulge her antics, swiftly pushed her down onto the sofa and began to lift her shirt. In response, Luo Mingyao giggled incessantly, exclaiming, "Pervert. That's my clothing now." Just as they were enjoying their playful banter, the door swung open once more. At this moment, Luo Mingyao donned Jiang Yunqing's sweatshirt, which had been pulled up to her chest, their postures distinctly intimate. Xin Xiaomei observed the scene in silence and finally spoke, suggesting they return early today to stroll through the snack street, instructing them to tidy up before joining her. She then closed the door. Chapter 71. The pitfall approaches. Once the door shut, Jiang Yunqing hastily rose from Luo Mingyao's side, anxiously scrutinizing her expression, fearful that she might genuinely retaliate in embarrassment. To his surprise, Luo Mingyao maintained a serene demeanor, as though nothing had transpired. She removed his sweatshirt and replaced it with her own jacket. Cheerfully addressing him in her usual cute tone, "Brother Yunqing, once you change your clothes, we can head out." Despite her seemingly normal behavior, Jiang Yunqing felt an unsettling chill creeping up from beneath him. Something was amiss, and he sensed a hidden agenda. Tentatively, he inquired, "Mingyao, are you all right?" Luo Mingyao smiled in response. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Let's go out." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Jiang Yunqing's mind. He wondered if the girl had gone awry, yet he followed suit, intent on observing her closely. Outside, Xin Xiaomei noted the two emerging with an air of awkwardness, and she had already begun to ascertain who her daughter-in-law was, though the process left her dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction was not directed at Luo Mingyao, but rather at her son, who had been the one to lead her inside and tug at her clothing. Xin Xiaomei resolved to properly admonish her son upon their return. Were Jiang Yunqing to hear his mother's thoughts, he would vehemently protest his innocence. For he was the one being kissed, after all. The clothes were his too. Upon seeing Luo Mingyao appear perfectly composed and sweetly greeting her, Xin Xiaomei felt a sense of relief. Having interrupted their private moments twice, she felt quite embarrassed as a mother. She began conversing with Luo Mingyao as usual, though she couldn't help but notice that her lips seemed slightly swollen. Nevertheless, she tactfully refrained from probing further, aiming to cultivate an image of an amiable mother-in-law to mitigate the earlier awkwardness. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyun undoubtedly perceived her sister's unusual state. The redness of her lips hinted at prolonged intimacy, prompting her to stifle a giggle. When Luo Mingyao turned her gaze and caught sight of her sister's suppressed laughter, she nonetheless beamed a sweet smile. "Sister, shall we go buy some food?" Amidst the radiant smile of Luo Mingyao, the only unhappy individual was Jiang Yunqing, who increasingly suspected that she was up to something significant. Yet, observing her current cheerful demeanor, he refrained from dousing her spirits with cold water. After bidding farewell to a few individuals at the store, the four of them made their way to the car, with him naturally assuming the role of the driver. Xin Xiaomei, seated in the back, intended to deepen her bond with the two sisters. Although she had already recognized Luo Mingyao as her future daughter-in-law, she equally cherished Luo Mingyun, engaging in lively conversation with both. Observing the amicable scene of his mother-in-law and the two daughters-in-law, he couldn't help but smile. Sensing that tensions between them would be unlikely to arise in the future, they drove to a nearby snack street and entered together. Though it was now his mother who held the hands of the two sisters, the sisters trailed behind Xin Xiaomei, resembling two daughters, which kept a radiant smile on her face. Upon entering the bustling snack street, the vast array of delectable treats overwhelmed the sisters. Noticing their astonishment, Xin Xiaomei led them toward some familiar stalls, eager to recommend various delights. After selecting their items, Luo Mingyun intended to pay, but Xin Xiaomei stopped her, insisting that she should not let her daughters-in-law pay for their first visit. Subsequently, she treated the sisters to renowned snacks, filling a large bag to the brim. If one were to inquire about who was carrying the bounty, it was, of course, Jiang Yunqing, while the other mother-daughter pair continued to explore. As he walked behind, laden with the treats, a beaming smile adorned his face, for this was all a prelude to his future marriage. Soon, they had traversed the entire snack street, and with his hands overflowing, the three women also bore various goodies. They decided it was time to return home, coinciding with Jiang Tao's end of work. So they headed back for dinner. Upon arriving home, they placed the numerous bags onto the dining table, which was fully adorned with an enticing spread, undeniably stirring one's appetite. When Jiang Tao returned, they gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. Xin Xiaomei tirelessly served the sisters, who were pleasantly surprised by the flavors, declaring them delicious. Encouraged by their enjoyment, Xin Xiaomei continued to select dishes for them, prompting the sisters to indulge eagerly. However, it wasn't long before Luo Mingyao, overwhelmed by the spiciness, set down her chopsticks, fanning herself. For the sisters, who had only recently dined on bland fare, the level of heat was quite excessive, although it was tasty. It was still a challenge to endure. Jiang Yunqing quickly fetched 2 packets of milk for them, and soon after, the sisters embraced the milk, abandoning their chopsticks. The sight of their adorable antics elicited laughter from everyone. After the meal, they settled on the sofa to chat, but it wasn't long before Xin Xiaomei, wearing a serious expression, summoned her husband to call their son into the room. Sensing his mother's stern demeanor, he instinctively felt apprehensive and preemptively said, "Mom, I was wrong." Although he was uncertain of the specifics of his transgression, he knew that adopting a conciliatory tone would serve him well. Upon hearing his early apology, Shen Xiaomei became exasperated, placing her hands on her hips and chastising him. "Tell me, how could you not treat such a wonderful girl like Mengyao better? You only seem to bully her." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yunqing decisively took the blame upon himself, earnestly admitting his faults and assuring that he would treat the two sisters well. The couple, not perceiving any malice in his intentions towards their daughters, felt reassured by his demeanor. After reiterating their concerns a few more times, they allowed him to leave, confident that he would indeed look after Luo Mengyao. Today was merely a reminder from parents. After stepping outside, the group chatted for a while before preparing to return to their respective rooms to rest. As a family trip was planned for the following day, they needed to pack their belongings tonight, with an early departure in the morning. Once back in his room, he began to organize his things and wash up. As he lay down in bed, he suddenly realized that the previous night of not sleeping together had come to an end, and they could finally share a bed tonight. Filled with excitement, he prepared to head to the sisters' room, but just as he stood up, a message from Luo Mengyao arrived. "A little white rabbit, Brother Yunqing, could you come and sleep next to me and my sister?" Seeing this message, he was instantly thrilled and replied without hesitation, "By Yunqing, of course. I'm on my way. A little white rabbit, could you please wait at our door for a moment? I'll call you when it's time to come in." By Yunqing, sure. At that moment, overwhelmed by happiness, he did not contemplate how Luo Mengyao had suddenly become so proactive. With a joyful expression, he stood at the sister's door, awaiting Luo Mengyao's call. However, before he could receive any message, the door swung open abruptly, and he found himself pulled inside, his mouth covered in surprise. Noticing Luo Mengyao's subtle gestures, he refrained from resisting, allowing her to keep his mouth covered. A few seconds later, the bathroom door in the bedroom opened, and he turned to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 72. The trap is set. The scene shifts to 5 minutes prior to Luo Mengyao sending him the message. The sisters were still in the bathroom, bathing. Typically, they finished their showers simultaneously, but today Luo Mengyao was quicker and dressed first. Luo Mengyun, seeing her sister finish early, said nothing. What she did not notice was that while getting dressed, Luo Mengyao had quietly taken her sister's clothes, so when Luo Mengyun went to put on her outfit, she found it missing. In the bathroom, she called out to her sister, "Mengyao, have you seen my clothes?" Not spotting them, Luo Mengyao replied from the bed, "They're on the bed. I'm busy right now. You can come out and dress. The door and curtains are closed." Initially hesitant, Luo Mengyun considered stepping out, but realizing they were alone in the room, she felt more at ease and approached the bathroom door. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, after finishing her sentence, Luo Mengyao quietly ran to the door, gently opened it, and pulled Jiang Yunqing inside. Thus, under the careful orchestration of director Luo Mengyao, her sister was completely caught off guard. Upon seeing Jiang Yunqing, Luo Mengyun instinctively covered herself and swiftly closed the bathroom door. As for Jiang Yunqing, he stood frozen, maintaining his previous posture, utterly stunned. Observing the reactions of the two individuals, the illustrious director Luo Mengyao began to chuckle mischievously within her mind, thinking, "Haha, now my sister is in the same predicament as I am. Indeed, this is a matter of fairness." Upon being caught for the second time in the afternoon, her immediate thought was to assist her sister, as she herself had already sullied her reputation beyond repair and felt compelled to elevate her sister's standing as well. While still reveling in her internal laughter, she suddenly noticed Jiang Yunqing, his body rigid, turning to gaze at her. Could I not be caught off guard in such situations in the future? At that moment, he realized that the mischief brewed by Luo Mengyao had inadvertently splattered onto her sister. In response, Luo Mengyao could only offer a smile, saying, "Next time, I promise." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Luo Mengyun crouched against the wall, burying her face in her knees, though her flushed ears betrayed her overwhelming embarrassment. She paid no heed to the sounds outside, her mind consumed with the thought of having been seen. Though, given their relationship, it was inevitable that such a moment would arise. The abruptness of the incident left her utterly unprepared, and she was engulfed by a tide of shame. After a while, the sound of the restroom door opening reached her ears, prompting her to glance towards the entrance, where she saw her sister enter. Instantly, her expression morphed into that of a forlorn palace concubine, her face laden with unspoken grievances, which made Luo Mengyao feel a pang of guilt. With a sincere smile, She handed over a nightgown, saying, "Sister, I've placed your nightgown here. I shall take my leave now." Observing her sister dash away, Luo Mingyun's initial intention to detain her fell through, and she began to don her clothing. Once dressed, she hesitated at the bathroom door, contemplating whether or not to step outside. The thought of encountering Jiang Yunqing was enough to mortify her. After 2 minutes of standing there, she inhaled deeply and slowly opened the door, stepping out to find Jiang Yunqing seated by the edge of the bed. Although clothed, she instinctively covered certain areas with her hands. Upon noticing her emergence, Jiang Yunqing turned his head to glance at her, his eyes involuntarily roving over her figure. The realization of his gaze sent Luo Mingyun into another fit of shyness, her cheeks blooming a deep crimson. Resolving to confront the source of her embarrassment, she fixed her gaze upon Luo Mingyao, who, caught under her scrutiny, forced a smile, and said, "Do you believe me when I say this was an accident, sister?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun sat on the bed, turning her back in silence, her demeanor reflecting a sulky disposition. Noting her sister's displeasure, Luo Mingyao lowered her head, wearing an expression of contrition. She had not intended to cast her sister aside. After all, she and Jiang Yunqing had shared numerous experiences today, while her sister had scarcely participated, prompting her to wish to assist. Seating herself beside Luo Mingyun, she adopted a demeanor of acknowledgement and began to apologize. "Sister, I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry with me." Witnessing her sister's forlorn expression, Luo Mingyun, with a resigned sigh, turned around and gently embraced her, saying, "You know, in the future, if you plan to pull such pranks, at least give me a heads up." The more she spoke, the more embarrassed she became. Hearing this, Luo Mingyao quickly replied, "Rest assured, sister, I will definitely tell you next time." Jiang Yunjia astutely seized upon the key phrase "next time," implying that such delightful occurrences were yet to come. His anticipation surged. He relished the playful rivalry between the two sisters. After their playful antics, the trio prepared to retire for the night. He casually reclined in the center of the bed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were the one truly meant to be there. But this was indeed his room, so all was well. As he felt the warmth of the sisters nestled beside him, he marveled at the peculiarities of his life. At that moment, he had no other thoughts, primarily due to the considerable excitement from earlier, leaving him in a heightened state of immunity. At the break of dawn, before the sun had fully risen, Luo Mingyun opened her eyes and gently extricated herself from Jiang Yunjia's embrace, careful not to disturb either of them as she slipped out of bed. Moving to the other side, she gazed at her still slumbering sister, a smile reminiscent of Luo Mingyao's from the previous night gracing her lips. Understanding the design of her sister's nightwear, she quietly slipped her hand beneath the covers and began to undo the buttons, relieved to find they were not pressed down, lest she be forced to execute her plan. She knew that the sudden chill from the undone buttons would prompt her sister to cling tightly to whatever warmth she could find. As an elder sister, she knew her sibling all too well. Having completed her task, she stealthily returned to bed, diving back into Jiang Yunjia's embrace, aware that he would soon awaken. Needing to return to his own room discreetly, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Half an hour later, Jiang Yunjia stirred awake as dawn's light began to filter in. Realizing that his parents were unlikely to rise so early, he decided to linger a bit longer under the covers, for the warmth of the sisters' presence was too inviting to resist. As he slightly shifted his hand, encircled by the two, he intended to adjust his position. Yet, just as he moved his arm, he sensed something amiss. He swallowed hard, pondering the peculiar situation. Setting aside his thoughts, he resolved to withdraw his hand. However, the moment he made a move, Luo Mingyao instinctively tightened her grip on him. Repeating a calming mantra in his mind, he slowly attempted to free his hand. With his eyes closed, he mused that had it not been for the sister's presence, he would have undoubtedly transformed into a ravenous wolf, ready to devour the sweet little darling. Chapter 73. Him. Upon sensing that Jiang Yunjia had awoken, Luo Mingyun decisively resolved to make her escape. With a sudden burst, she sat upright, muttering to herself as she made her way to the bathroom. "Since I'm up so early, I might as well wash some clothes. It should take at least half an hour. Oh, it feels like ages." With that, she entered the bathroom and closed the door. Soon the sound of washing clothes echoed from within. Realizing that Luo Mingyun had noticed nothing amiss, Jiang Yunjia sighed in relief, redirecting his focus from the bathroom. With Luo Mingyun no longer holding him, he seized the opportunity to extend his free hand towards the sleeping beauty. This time, Luo Mingyao jolted awake. her eyes snapping open as she realized how she had been clutching Jiang Yunji's arm. After the initial shock, she instinctively sought to grasp the mischief still swirling around her. However, she soon realized that Jiang Yunqing, now awake, would not easily let her go. With a slight shift, she maneuvered to seize his two small hands, placing them firmly at her sides. In that dimly lit room, only a faint glimmer of light filtered through the curtains. As she sensed his gaze and the current predicament, Luo Mingyao felt her mind teetering on the brink of chaos. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she implored, "Brother Yunqing, could you please let me go?" Yet, before she could finish, her words were silenced as he kissed her, intertwining their fingers. After a moment, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes fixed on her flushed face. Realizing his movements, Luo Mingyao felt herself blushing furiously. When they finally separated, she thought Jiang Yunqing was about to leave, only to sense something amiss. In the bathroom, Luo Mingyun had also heard the commotion and was becoming increasingly bewildered by the situation. After a while, with the last of her strength, Luo Mingyao pushed him away. Breaking free, she snatched the blanket and lay on the bed, ensuring its edges were tucked securely beneath her, showing her flustered state by foregoing her usual cheeky remarks. He, on the other hand, looked at the adorable bundle she had become, chuckling softly before choosing to leave the room. Realizing it was time to return to his own quarters as his parents would soon awaken. As he passed the bathroom door, he caught a glimpse of a silhouette through the glass, feeling a wave of shyness wash over him, knowing that Luo Mingyun was now aware of their closeness. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, the bathroom door cracked open, revealing Luo Mingyun's large eyes. She first checked for any sign of Jiang Yunqing outside before stepping out. After last night's events, she had the lingering sensation that she would see his face every time she exited the bathroom. Approaching the bed, she beamed at her younger sister, who was cocooned in the blanket, her heart filled with a mischievous delight. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she cheerily called out, "Mingyao, it's time to rise. We need to set off early." Hearing her sister's voice, the one beneath the blanket stirred slightly and timidly inquired, "Has Brother Yunqing left?" At this, Luo Mingyun's smile widened, and she replied, "Yunqing has already departed. You should come and see." At her words, a small head peeked out from the blanket, anxiously scanning the room. Only after confirming Jiang Yunqing's absence did she throw off the covers and leap into her sister's arms. With a hint of grievance in her voice, she confessed, "Sister, Brother Yunqing bullied me." Embracing her sister, Luo Mingyun stifled a laugh and asked, "How did he bully you?" Recalling the earlier encounter, Luo Mingyao felt her cheeks flush once more, stumbling over her words as she stammered, He. The words stuck in her throat. For while she had experienced something similar the day before, this instance was altogether different. Upon seeing her expression, Luo Mingyun instantly understood the situation and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Hearing her sister's laughter, Luo Mingyao's demeanor faltered, and with a hint of annoyance, she retorted, "Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she burrowed back under the covers. Noticing this, Luo Mingyun quickly offered some words of comfort, reminding her that Jiang Yunji's parents were still waiting outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunji returned to his room without encountering his parents, and now he lay on his bed, lost in thought. This tranquil existence felt almost too delightful, prompting him to ponder what good deeds he had performed in his first 19 years to deserve such fortune. However, before he could arrive at a conclusion, he was interrupted by a knock at the door from Xin Xiaomei. Stepping out of his room, he began his morning routine, and by the time he was ready, the two sisters were already seated at the dining table. He greeted Luo Mingyun with a warm smile and a cheerful good morning. Although Luo Mingyao did not meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed the moment he entered the living room. Noticing this, Xin Xiaomei inquired with concern, "Mingyao, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell?" Luo Mingyao quickly shook her head, adjusting her expression, and replied with her usual sweet tone, "I'm fine, Aunt Shun. Perhaps it's just a bit warm from breakfast." She even pretended to fan her face for effect. Witnessing this display, the two who understood the situation couldn't help but laugh. Catching sight of their mirth, Luo Mingyao, feeling incensed, decided to retaliate, targeting what she believed to be the root of her troubles, Jiang Yunji. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely her sister's subtle revenge. Therefore, she stealthily extended her foot beneath the table towards Jiang Yunji, positioning it carefully before delivering a swift, forceful stomp. "Ouch!" Jiang Yunji yelped, drawing the attention of the others at the table. He could only manage a sheepish grin, claiming he had bumped into the table corner. Shen Xiaomei immediately seized the opportunity to chide him. Honestly, how old are you to be playing footsie with the table? He could only laugh awkwardly in response, casting a somewhat mischievous glance at the somewhat gleeful Luo Mengyao, thinking to himself that next time, his retaliation would be more severe. Under his gaze, Luo Mengyao's smile faltered, fear creeping in. Oh no, she was merely a little rabbit, and now the big bad wolf had taken notice of her. After a moment's contemplation, she turned her gaze to her sister, deciding to continue playing the innocent rabbit, thinking that if she kept the wolf well fed, he might forget about her. Feeling the weight of her sister's stare, Luo Mingyun's heart raced. What if her sister had discovered something? That wouldn't he do? It seemed she needed to intensify her efforts to maintain the guise of the innocent rabbit. Chapter 74. 3 years later, marrying her after breakfast. Everyone began to check their luggage, preparing for a trip that would last several days. The sheer volume of their belongings was substantial, but thankfully, her father's vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate it all. After loading their belongings into the car, the family of 5 set forth towards the north. Destination: a hotel owned by a friend of the parents, located in an ancient city 1,000 kilometers away. The friend had long invited the family to visit, and seizing the opportunity presented by the National Day holiday, they embarked on this journey together. Initially, Jiang Tao took the wheel, and the drive was expected to last approximately 10 hours, with a change of drivers scheduled midway. Given the length of the journey, Shen Xiaomei opted to sit in the front passenger seat to engage her husband in conversation, alleviating the tedium of prolonged driving. Thus, Jiang Yunshe finally found himself seated between the two sisters, a position he had long desired. However, as soon as they entered the car, Luo Mengyao insisted on cuddling with her sister, leaving Luo Mengyun, the one in the middle, to bear the brunt of the situation. A glance at her expression revealed that the little darling was still shy and reluctant to sit close to him. Frustrated, he settled by the window, pondering why she seemed so intimidated by him, especially with their parents seated just ahead. Noticing the slight discontent in both girls, Luo Mengyun took hold of one hand from each of them, acting as a bridge to connect the trio. The couple in the front seat couldn't help but smile at the sight of their hands intertwined, appreciating the bond among the three. However, the humor of the situation quickly dissipated as they encountered the traffic of the National Day holiday on the freeways. What would typically be a half-hour drive turned into a half-day ordeal, and they had yet to leave the city after a full day of travel. Despite the inconvenience, they had no choice but to chat and wait in the vehicle, fortunate that they did not find themselves stuck for an entire day. Once they reached a clear stretch of road, they accelerated. Although provisions were plentiful in the car, they decided to stop for a meal at a service area before continuing on their journey. Upon arrival, they discovered the area teeming with people. After a struggle to find a parking spot, they disembarked to stretch their legs, the discomfort of prolonged sitting evident. At the service area, the couple observed the allure of the sisters, as passers-by could not help but gaze at them. The other three had grown accustomed to the attention, while the sisters quietly clung to Jiang Yunche's arms, who reciprocated with assertive glances to claim his territory. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers could only chew their frustration in silence. The couple, puzzled by the dynamics, mused on how it felt as though they had two daughters-in-law. With such thoughts lingering, they enjoyed their meal and took a moment to rest before preparing to resume their journey. Initially, Jiang Yunshe intended to drive, but Shen Xiaomei insisted he sit in the back to keep the sisters company. Thus he settled by the window once more. Upon seeing him take his place by the window, a flicker of conflict crossed Luo Mengyao's face. After a brief moment of hesitation, she approached the door on his side and opened it. Without uttering a word, she gazed at him expectantly. He feigned surprise, asking, "Are you planning to sit here? Then I'll move to the other side." With that, he shifted to the opposite window seat. Misinterpreting his intentions, Luo Mengyao pretended to be upset, puffing her cheeks and huffing as she climbed into the car, turning her head away to gaze out the window. However, after a few moments, she felt a pair of familiar hands clasping hers, and a smile blossomed in her eyes, though her face still bore a pouting expression as she gazed out the window. The others in the car couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaomei pondered whether this girl had been raised on cuteness. Would her grandchildren be just as charming? Observing his wife's silly grin from the driver's seat, Jiang Tao curiously inquired about her sudden cheerfulness. It was only then that Shen Xiaomei came back to her senses and asked him, "What do you think would be a lovely name for our future grandchildren?" This sparked Jiang Tao's interest as the couple began to discuss the topic in front of the three passengers. Hearing their conversation, the sisters felt a bit shy. Discussing children seemed a bit premature. Oblivious to the sisters' thoughts about becoming grandparents, the enthusiastic couple continued their lively debate. Noticing the shift in atmosphere within the car, Jiang Yunqing quickly pressed the pause button, suggesting that his mother focus on driving, and they could continue their conversation upon reaching their destination. Only then did the couple cease their discussion, and the vehicle resumed its journey. As they continued down the road, perhaps fatigued from their chat, the car fell into a tranquil silence. The sisters in the back began to feel drowsy, and he nudged them closer, signaling that they could rest for a while. One by one, they nestled against him, drifting off to sleep. Observing the three of them cuddled together in the back seat, Shen Xiaomei felt a mix of joy and growing curiosity. They appeared almost like a family unit. Although troubled by this realization, she set it aside for the moment, intending to investigate further once they reached their destination. As the tires hummed against the pavement and the outside world dimmed into darkness, they arrived at the next service area, planning to have dinner before resuming their journey. Due to traffic delays, their anticipated arrival time had shifted from 6 o'clock to nearly 11. After resting, it was finally Jiang Yunqing South turn to drive. Shen Xiaomei moved to the back seat, positioning herself between the two sisters, and began to engage them in conversation. However, what seemed like casual chatting was, in fact, her attempt to gauge their relationship. "Mingyun, do you have a boyfriend now?" Upon hearing this, the trio immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Her intentions were not innocent. Luo Mingyun hesitated, unsure of how to respond. As both sisters were still uncertain about how to broach the topic with their parents, preferring to keep it under wraps for the time being. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaoli was already aware of the situation and had given her blessing, but out of respect for the girls, she planned to keep it to herself for now. Seeing Luo Mingyun at a loss for words, Jiang Yunqing swiftly interjected, "Mom, Mingyun has a boyfriend." At this revelation, all three women in the back turned their gazes toward him. The sisters' eyes sparkled with happiness, while Shen Xiaomei wore an expression of confusion. "How can she have a boyfriend and still be so close to my son? Something seems amiss." She then inquired, "Really? I haven't heard Mingyun mention it. Where is your boyfriend from?" Since the conversation had taken this turn, Luo Mingyun decided to continue. "He is from Yunhai, studying at university there. That makes him, in a sense, a Yunhai native, doesn't it? Oh, when do you plan to get married?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun found herself momentarily speechless, as the question clearly ventured beyond the usual bounds. It was Jiang Yunjia who stepped in at that moment. "In about 3 years, I am certain he will marry her." At these words, Luo Mingyun gazed at him with eyes full of tenderness, knowing that he would fulfill this promise, both for her and for her sister. Listening to her son, Shen Xiaomei fell silent. In 3 years, her son would be 22 and eligible for marriage. Chapter 75. Is Jiang still the spicy one? Subsequently, Shen Xiaomei refrained from broaching the topic further and began to converse with the two sisters about other matters. The two in the front row occasionally chimed in, and time passed swiftly. By around 11 o'clock in the evening, they finally arrived at their destination, disembarking to retrieve their luggage and walk towards the hotel. Looking up, the hotel appeared quite substantial, estimated to have over 10 stories. It seemed her parents' friends were rather distinguished. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a slightly plump middle-aged man approached them with brisk steps, his face alight with excitement as he greeted her parents. Observing the familiar demeanor among the three, it was evident they had been friends for many years. Noticing the girls still holding their luggage, he quickly called over a nearby staff member to assist, but they opted to carry their own belongings, prompting no further objections from the middle-aged man. Later, her parents introduced the group to one another, revealing that the man's name was Chao Minghua, a childhood friend of her parents. When Jiang Yunjia's name was mentioned, Chao Minghua remarked with a classic line, "I used to carry you when you were a child." To this, he offered a polite smile. As it was getting late, they agreed that nostalgic conversations could wait until the following day. Chao Minghua then requested the front desk to assist with their check-in, and he accompanied them to the entrance of their room before bidding farewell. Since reuniting with an old friend, her parents had been all smiles. After agreeing on a time to meet the next morning, they entered their room. Originally, Chao Minghua intended to arrange a suite for the family, but Shen Xiaomei insisted they need not have anything extravagant. Consequently, they were assigned 3 rooms, one for her parents, one for the 2 sisters, and one for him. Although he wished to suggest that 2 rooms would suffice, that notion seemed rather impractical. Watching his parents close the door, the 3 continued down the hall. Once the sisters opened their room, he naturally followed them inside, effortlessly placing down his luggage and reclining on the soft, large bed to rest. Since they were not at home, the sisters allowed his presence, as they too wished to cuddle with him as they slept. Time was growing late, and the three planned to take a shower before retiring for the night. However, as the sisters glanced at the frosted glass walls of the bathroom, then back at Jiang Yunjia, whose innocent gaze was fixed upon them, both felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although one cannot perceive detailed imagery while bathing, a general overview poses no significant issues. When he noticed the sisters' reluctance to wash, a sorrowful expression overtook his countenance. Alas, I did not anticipate such a lack of trust. Is this how you perceive me? The sisters exchanged eye rolls, both nodding slightly in agreement. Observing their assent, he sighed deeply and mournfully draped the blanket over his head. His muffled voice emerged from beneath the fabric, urging them to proceed with their washing. The sisters, witnessing his demeanor, couldn't help but giggle, and after their laughter subsided, they entered the bathroom together. There was little he could do. If he wished to watch, so be it. Indeed, as soon as the sisters closed the door, he emerged from under the blanket, sitting solemnly on the edge of the bed, intently observing the indistinct figures within. His concern for the sisters prompted this vigilant watch. As the glass began to fog with steam, it abruptly darkened when the bathroom light was extinguished, accompanied by Luo Mingyao's triumphant voice. "Humph, you lecher. Do not attempt to spy." The sisters' laughter echoed from within. Outside, he was filled with irritation, clenching his teeth in vexation. "Very well, this is how you wish to play, is it?" He merely sought to discern the difference between the lowest and highest resolutions of their bathing experience. What fault lay with him? Feeling disgruntled, he lay on the bed, lost in thought while the sounds of their playful banter drifted from the bathroom. After a while, when the bathroom door swung open, he quickly glanced over, noting that both sisters were clad in sleepwear. It seemed that he would not catch sight of their nightgowns before the weather warmed. The sisters, accustomed to being watched, were suddenly reminded of the morning's events by Luo Mengyao, who promptly turned away, exclaiming, "Pervert." Unfazed by her words, he donned an air of indignation, reveling in the fact that he could now gaze upon them openly, a privilege they had just denied him. After surveying the sisters once more, he finally proceeded to take his shower. He was unashamed, flipping on the light and shedding his clothes without hesitation. Outside, the sisters, noticing the illumination within, averted their gazes, though their eyes occasionally darted toward the source. Once he had finished his shower, the sisters were just beginning to dry their hair, leaving him somewhat puzzled about what they had been doing prior. However, he dismissed his curiosity, retrieving the hotel's hairdryer to test it out. Standing beside the freshly dried Luo Mengyun, he began to style her hair, having diligently learned the technique online in anticipation of this moment. As he gently held her hair, a sweet sensation enveloped Luo Mengyun. The feeling of being cared for was irresistible to both sisters. Soon, she closed her eyes in blissful comfort, only to reopen them when her hair was fully dried. After tousling her hair affectionately, he moved to the eagerly awaiting Luo Mengyao. Seeing him approach, she obediently shut her eyes. Her adorable demeanor stirred a longing within him. How he wished to steal a kiss. After skillfully styling her hair, Luo Mengyao gently tousled it, instantly revealing a look of comfort akin to that of an adorable kitten. Once they tidied up, the three of them turned off the lights and nestled into bed. Perhaps due to the day's fatigue, they quickly embraced one another and drifted into slumber. In the early hours of the next day, before dawn had broken, a pair of large eyes fluttered open in the darkness. A small head then stealthily surveyed the two slumbering figures beside her. Noticing they were still deep in sleep, she quietly rose and crept to the other side of the bed. In that moment, a mischievous smile graced the face of the figure standing at the bedside, exuding a charm that was undeniably endearing. Internally, she cackled, "Sister, let me assist you once more." With that, her small hand slipped beneath the covers, beginning to explore stealthily. Before long, she had identified her target, and her hand began to move subtly. Indeed, the clever Luo Mengyao conceived a plan to unfasten her sister's sleepwear, hoping to incite a series of unfortunate events for the two on the bed. If Luo Mengyun were to discover her scheme, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh, my foolish sister. This is merely the remnants of my own mischief. The elder sister's tricks are far sharper." At that moment, Luo Mengyao, struggling to unfasten the buttons, felt a wave of frustration. Why are the buttons on my sister's sleepwear so tight? This was, of course, because after the morning's events, Luo Mengyun realized just how effective this tactic was and decisively opted for sleepwear with tighter buttons. As Luo Mengyao grew increasingly anxious, Her attempts became more frantic. It was then that she heard, "Mingyao, what are you doing?" Instantly, she froze and turned to face her sister, who regarded her with an expression of calmness. At a loss for words, Luo Mingyao stammered, I was just helping you with your blanket. Does helping with the blanket require your hands to be on my buttons?" In truth, the moment Luo Mingyun perceived her sister's intentions to unbutton her sleepwear, she grasped the underlying motive. Truly, sisters share a mind when it comes to ensnaring one another. With her explanation failing to suffice, Luo Mingyao resolved to take a more assertive approach. Sisters' cleverness may be sharp, but sisters' schemes can be just as cunning. Thus, she positioned Jiang Yunqing's hand beneath the covers before dashing off to the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. It should take at least half an hour," she declared before shutting the bathroom door and turning on the shower. This left the two on the bed exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 76. Confessions. At this moment, the two on the bed were both perplexed. Luo Mingyun was taken aback by her sister's unexpected ploy, while Jiang Yunqing, having been awakened by such antics for 2 consecutive days, was left questioning whether he was still trapped in a dream. In order to ascertain the reality of his situation, he decisively pinched himself. Not that he pinched himself. Upon being pinched, Luo Mingyun involuntarily let out a sound, and upon hearing her voice, he realized he was indeed awake. If Luo Mingyun were to discover his thoughts, she would surely chide him. "Why would you pinch yourself?" At this moment, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for he was not one to act carelessly. He had come prepared. The shy girl realized that if she did not take action, she would truly be sold off by her sister. Thus, she swiftly rolled to the side, quickly rising to free herself from his grasp, and dashed into the bathroom, shutting the door behind her to confront her sister. Of course, all of this was merely a fleeting thought in her mind, and the execution was somewhat different. Just as she began to roll away, Jiang Yunqing interrupted her incantation. He looked at her in confusion, questioning why she suddenly moved, and instinctively seized her. Caught in his hold, Luo Mingyun resigned herself, her face aflame, closing her eyes and adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. He would not be courteous with her, leaning down directly. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, who had pressed her ear against the door, waited in vain for any sound from within the room, growing increasingly puzzled. Could it be that nothing had transpired? If so, her efforts would have been in vain. Contemplating verification, she quietly opened the door, peeking her head out to glance at the bed. Instantly, her eyes sparkled. After a few seconds, she withdrew her head and closed the door, fanning her flushed cheeks with her hands. It was the first time she had witnessed such intimate contact between the other two, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. As for the scene that made her blush, only Luo Mingyun's silhouette was visible on the bed. After a while, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, prompting Luo Mingyao to glance over and see Jiang Yunqing enter naturally, shutting off the still-running shower, and smiling as he remarked, "You seem to have enjoyed your bath." Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyao crossed her arms over her chest, then slowly approached the doorway. "Brother Yunqing, I'm done. You can use the bathroom now." With that, she dashed away, leaving him smiling behind her. Luo Mingyao approached the bedside, noticing her sister had yet to rise, and leaned closer to the head of the bed for a look. There lay Luo Mingyun, flat on her back, her little face flushed, breathing heavily. Upon seeing her approach, her gaze, once filled with warmth, transformed into one of melancholy. "Oh dear, my sister has begun her forceful sales tactics." Noticing her sister's unusual expression, Luo Mingyao immediately threw herself into her embrace, tearfully apologizing. "Sister, my dear sister, please overlook my minor transgressions and forgive me." Observing her dramatic display, which was all thunder with no rain, Luo Mingyun felt a sense of helplessness but nonetheless embraced her, saying, "How could I blame you? It's all right, Mingyao." Hearing this, Luo Mingyao, still feigning tears in her sister's arms, revealed a cunning smile. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Mingyun also smiled, though it was a smile characteristic of a schemer, filled with malice. Having been tricked by her sister for 2 consecutive days, she resolved to devise a grand scheme of retaliation. The naive Luo Mingyao believed her sister genuinely did not mind, blissfully unaware that she was about to fall into another trap. As Jiang Yunqing emerged from the bathroom, he cast a glance towards the 2 sisters. Luo Mingyun was still curled up under the blankets, her large, restless eyes flitting about, while Luo Mingyao fixed her gaze upon him, holding a change of clothes in her hand, her intentions unmistakable. Understanding her meaning, Jiang Yunqing dutifully settled onto the nearby sofa, his eyes unwaveringly focused on them. Unable to tolerate his brazen behavior any longer, Luo Mingyao lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his waist. In that moment, he experienced the dual sensations of being pinched and bitten, a unique combination of the sister's signature moves. After being ejected from the room, he rubbed his waist. His face contorted in pain. Oh, how it hurt. When he turned around, he found his mother, Shen Xiaomei, standing in the doorway of the adjacent room. Her expression one of sheer astonishment. It was indeed a shocking sight for a son to emerge from the sister's room, nursing his waist. A grim smile, more painful than tears, crept across his face as he greeted her. "Morning, Mom. I just want to wake them up." He was gambling on his mother's belief in him, but unfortunately, he lost that wager. In the room shared by Shen Xiaomei and Jiang Tao, the couple sat on the edge of their bed, both wearing solemn expressions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing knelt on the bed, facing his parents, his head bowed like a child who had committed a misdeed. "Speak up, do you have anything to explain?" Shen Xiaomei asked, her face devoid of emotion. He lifted his head slightly, preparing to utter his classic line. "Well, about that, it's just that." "Ah, Mom, take it easy." As he began to launch into his familiar explanation, Shen Xiaomei could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to twist his ear. "I'll give you one more chance, speak honestly." All right. Ah, gentle please." Only when he agreed to confess did Shen Xiaomei release him. Returning to the sofa to sit beside Jiang Tao, gazing at his stern parents, he contemplated how to articulate his thoughts, ultimately deciding to come clean. "I like them." Upon hearing their son's admission, the couple's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. What a calamity! How could you possibly entangle both sisters? Thus, Shen Xiaomei spoke in a tone tinged with disappointment. "Just look at you. How could you betray two such wonderful young ladies?" "Mom, I would never let them down. I won't abandon either of them." Noting his stubbornness, Shen Xiaomei pressed on. "What do you think the sisters will think? How can one heart be divided between two people?" His silence left him unable to refute her words, for he was not one of the sisters and could not speak for them. Observing his quietude, Shen Xiaomei continued, "How am I supposed to explain this to Xiaoli? She sends her two daughters over, and I end up accepting both." Upon hearing this, his expression grew peculiar. Chapter 77, she agreed. "Mom, Aunt Lu already knows," she agreed. Upon hearing that he still referred to Lu as Aunt Lu, Shen Xiaomei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, incessantly offering apologies to Lu Xiaoli in her mind. The two mothers had been conversing for several days, as both parties were quite pleased with each other's offspring. It seemed prudent to foster an initial connection. "You still call her Aunt Lu? How can you possibly explain this to her? Would she ever consent to such a matter?" Noticing that his mother had not fully grasped his previous words, he reiterated with emphasis, "Mom, I said Aunt Lu is already aware of this situation, and she has agreed." Shen Xiaomei, now comprehending, was rendered momentarily speechless, murmuring, "She agreed?" She truly agreed. Suddenly, she seized the collar of his shirt and began to shake him, seeking further confirmation. Xiaoli really consented? In truth, Jiang Yunqing himself found it hard to believe that Lu Xiaoli would acquiesce so readily, yet he had indeed heard her speak those words directly. Aunt Lu truly said so. If you doubt me, you may inquire with her yourself. Shen Xiaomei, of course, would not dare to ask. The situation was already awkward for both families. However, she trusted her son's words, knowing he would not deceive her regarding such a significant matter. Feeling somewhat lost, she sank onto the sofa, while Jiang Tao sat beside her, the couple sitting in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Still kneeling on the bed, he was uncertain about their feelings. What did this all mean? After a moment, Shen Xiaomei finally regained her composure and instructed her son. "You should go speak with the sisters. We will head out for breakfast in 5 minutes." Hearing this, he quickly rose to find the sisters, feeling anxious about the unclear situation. Once he exited the room, the couple exchanged glances, and as they looked at each other, their lips curled into broad smiles. How could they not smile at the prospect of such wonderful daughters-in-law, and two of them at that? With the in-laws' approval, what more could the paternal side object to? Moreover, the closeness between the three was evident. It was clear that the sisters were also willing. "Honey, it seems we need to step up our efforts. We'll have to provide 2 sets of betrothal gifts from now on." Jiang Tao nodded in agreement, lamenting the added burden on the family. After their moment of reflection, they began to plan for the future, realizing that their initial expectation of 1 grandson and 1 granddaughter would now double. The 3-bedroom house would no longer suffice, and they would need to upgrade to a 7-seater vehicle. Meanwhile, back in his room, he refrained from discussing the recent developments with the sisters. as he felt it was a matter he needed to handle alone. Revealing it now would only cause them anxiety. After 5 minutes, the 5 of them reconvened outside the room. Upon seeing the sisters, the couple broke into radiant smiles. Shen Xiaomei took one sister by each hand, beaming as they made their way to the elevator. Behind them, Jiang Yunqing looked on with a puzzled expression. Have my parents truly consented? Walking beside him, Jiang Tao lowered his voice and said, You must treat the sisters well from now on, or your mother and I will team up against you. Upon hearing those words, he nearly leaped with joy. Both sets of parents had given their consent, and thus, his blissful life was surely within reach. Throughout the journey, he wore a beaming smile, akin to having won a lottery of 5 million, though no amount of money could rival the joy brought by his beloved companions. Upon arriving at the hotel restaurant, Chao Minghua was already there with his wife, and the two couples, being acquaintances, quickly settled at a table, engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, the trio found a separate table to themselves. The sisters, noticing his elation, inquired about the source of his happiness. With uncontainable excitement, he declared, From now on, I can openly share a bed with you both at my home and Aunt Lu's. The sisters savored this revelation, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their shared exhilaration. Unable to contain their joy, they leaned in and planted a kiss on each of his cheeks, causing his smile to grow even more radiant. During breakfast, the trio exchanged glances filled with sweetness, as if the meal itself was imbued with sugar. Afterward, Chao Minghua led everyone to the hotel entrance, where a 7-seater van awaited, perfectly accommodating their party of 7. Once inside, the trio nestled in the back, and he discreetly intertwined his fingers with those of the sisters, a gesture that brought them closer together. As the journey progressed, the group engaged in light-hearted conversations, with the two couples leading most of the dialogue, while the 3 occasionally chimed in. Their destination was a renowned local landmark, a resting place of a certain emperor. Given that it was National Day, the attraction was teeming with visitors. Amidst the bustling crowd, he drew the sisters close, wrapping an arm around each of them as they navigated through the throngs of people. Chao Minghua and his wife noticed the trio's close-knit camaraderie, and although surprised, they refrained from questioning it, especially since Shen Xiaomei and her husband maintained a composed demeanor. After a lengthy wait to view the emperor's figurine, while they marveled at the brilliance of ancient craftsmanship, the trio found themselves rather disinterested. In contrast to the lively discussions of the two couples nearby, after a morning of exploration, during lunch, Shen Xiaomei discreetly suggested that he take the sisters to a place of their choosing in the afternoon, without feeling obliged to accompany them. Elated by this newfound freedom, he bid farewell to the Chao couple after their meal, and the trio set off to seek their own adventure. Let me see, there are many historical sites around. Is there anywhere you wish to visit? The 3 gathered together to explore options. However, despite being in an ancient capital rich with cultural heritage, their interest in such sites was minimal. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, How about we visit the wildlife park? The other 2 leaned in to view the suggestion and readily agreed. After glancing at the distance, they realized they could conveniently return to the hotel to retrieve their own vehicle. With time running short, as it was already noon and the zoo would soon close, they hastened their plans. First, they returned to the hotel by car, and then, without missing a beat, they hurried off to the zoo. Upon stepping through the gates of the zoo, the trio sighed in relief, but soon resumed their movement, as time was of the essence. Hand in hand, the 2 sisters ventured deeper inside, utterly captivated by the adorable animals, their wide eyes darting around in wonder. He, too, was powerless against the charm of the lovely sisters. Gazing intently at them and occasionally snapping a few pictures, his heart full. Before long, they arrived at the panda exhibit, and the sisters' interest piqued as they insisted on seeing the giant pandas. As a native of Chengdu, he couldn't help but smirk at the irony of visiting his own local delicacies as a tourist. Glancing at the informative plaques, he reassured himself that these were indeed the local pandas, so all was well. Accompanying the sisters to the panda enclosure, they were greeted by the endearing sight of the pandas, their eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Noticing their delight, he remarked, If you enjoy this, I promise to take you to the panda base when we return home. At his words, the sisters gazed at him with starry eyes, nodding vigorously, overcome by their cuteness. He couldn't resist ruffling their hair affectionately. At that moment, the sisters resembled pandas themselves, radiating pure joy under his gentle touch. As they had arrived quite late and the zoo was soon to close, the trio decided to head back to the hotel. Chapter 78, Foot Massage. Upon returning, He messaged his parents to discover that both couples were dining out before returning. Encouraging his parents to enjoy themselves, he took the sisters out for a meal. After dining, the trio, having spent the day walking, found no desire to venture out again and retreated to their room to rest. Once inside, the sisters changed into their adorable slippers and went to soak their feet. After washing up, Luo Mingyao emerged to find him seated on the sofa. She sashayed over and plopped down beside him, placing her delicate, pristine feet onto his lap. The invitation was unmistakable. "I'm tired. Give me a massage." Glancing at her face and then at her feet, he chuckled helplessly and began to fulfill his role as a massage therapist. However, as he concentrated on her feet, Luo Mingyao felt a sudden wave of shyness. Being watched by him made her somewhat self-conscious. Resolutely, she shielded her feet with her hands, muttering softly, "Pervert." Jiang Yunqing was taken aback, thinking, "What? I'm merely doing my duty as a massage therapist." To continue his task, he gently moved her hands aside and helped her recline on the sofa, resuming his foot massage. Reclining on the sofa, Luo Mingyao found relief from the fatigue of the day's walking, her flushed face radiating comfort. After a while, feeling a bit bashful about her flushed cheeks, she used a cushion to cover her face. Once he finished with her feet, Jiang Yunqing, the diligent masseur, proceeded to massage her calves. As a true professional should offer a complete service. After finishing the calf massage, Luo Mingyao expressed her contentment, which incensed Jiang Yunjia, as it seemed to question his professional prowess, especially since he had yet to complete his task. Quietly, Luo Mingyao remarked, "Sister hasn't finished yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunjia cast his gaze towards Luo Mingyun, who was currently covering her eyes with her hand while peering in their direction. Though the gaps between her fingers suggested she was not entirely shielded. Realizing she was being observed, Luo Mingyun attempted to flee, but as she burrowed deeper into the quilt, her feet were seized. Unable to escape, she resigned herself to the massage, and Jiang, the skilled practitioner, worked his magic. Soon, the weariness from her day vanished. Once her feet were attended to, Jiang shifted his focus to her calves. Given that she lay face down, he was able to execute a complete massage routine. Unconsciously, Luo Mingyun began to move her legs, and as she watched her feet flail before her, he captured one. Startled by the sudden grip, she instinctively recoiled, retreating entirely under the covers. Observing the motionless Luo Mingyun, who seemed to be in a state of cognitive overload, he inhaled deeply. Enduring the daily trials imposed by these two mischievous spirits, he wondered when such torment would cease. Rising from the bed, he made his way to the bathroom, turning on the water to soothe his restless mind. After a while, when he emerged, the sisters were seated on the sofa, and upon noticing him, they turned their heads in unison, their cheeks flushing as they covered their eyes. "Yin Yunjia, why aren't you dressed?" they exclaimed. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a smile. "I didn't bring a change of clothes, so I wrapped myself in a towel." At that moment, he stood before them clad only in a towel around his waist. The sisters recalled the earlier scene, a mere slit between their fingers, and now they truly observed him, albeit discreetly. Both swallowed hard and promptly turned away. Such sights were not meant for their innocent eyes. After retrieving his clothes, he changed in the bathroom, and when he reappeared, the sisters, still shielding their eyes, peeked at him, only lowering their hands when he was fully dressed. Subsequently, the sisters avoided looking at him, hastily entering the bathroom, seemingly eager to distance themselves. Resigned, he lay back on the bed, engrossed in typing on his phone. This time, the sisters did not turn off the lights while showering, perhaps daring him to look, for they knew he would inevitably see them. Outside, he caught glimpses of their indistinct silhouettes and promptly turned away, thinking it best for them to indulge in their mischief without his illumination. In the bathroom, the sisters continued their shower. "Mingyao, do you need to wash your hair?" one asked. "Yes, let us do that," she replied. "Allow me to assist you," as she lathered her hands with foam and began to wash her sister's hair. Luo Mingyun suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to bring the conditioner." Upon hearing these words, Luo Mingyao nonchalantly replied, "It's fine, no need this time." However, Luo Mingyun interjected, "That won't do, you must take good care of your hair. I shall ask Yinshe to bring it in." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao remembered that she could indeed have Jiang Yinshe assist, and she acquiesced. She then noticed her sister beginning to wrap herself in a towel, and she couldn't help but smile, wondering why her sister was so concerned about Yinshe seeing her. After all, she had already been seen in her entirety previously. Unbeknownst to her, had she been aware of her sister's thoughts, she would have refrained from laughing. Luo Mingyun pretended to casually place their clothes together on the rack and discreetly removed the remaining towels from the bathroom. At that moment, Luo Mingyao, who was still rinsing the shampoo from her hair, remained oblivious to her sister's subtle actions. Luo Mingyun approached the bathroom door and opened it a crack, saying, "Yinshe, could you please pass me the conditioner? It's in the box on the table." Upon hearing her request, Jiang Yinshe readily agreed, walked to the table, glanced at it, retrieved the conditioner, and approached the bathroom door. Luo Mingyun continued, "Could you come to the bathroom door?" Considering that the bathroom door opened outward and sensing the sister's shyness, he stepped into the bathroom, arriving at the threshold. Upon seeing the indistinct silhouette behind the glass door, Luo Mingyun decisively seized the clothes and towel beside her, swiftly opened the door, disregarding the astonished Jiang Yinshe, who stood holding the conditioner and staring at her wrapped in a towel. She pulled him inside, quickly slipped out, and secured the door with a prearranged object. After completing this maneuver, she exhaled a sigh of relief, set the items aside, and began to attentively listen to the sounds emanating from the bathroom. Chapter 79. The Crying Cutie. At that moment, the bathroom was filled solely with the sound of running water, devoid of any other noise. Jiang Yinshe, who had just been staring in surprise at Luo Mingyun in her towel, was now utterly bewildered. What was happening? Meanwhile, Luo Mingyao, having finished washing her hair and using the only towel available in the bathroom to dry her head, glanced to the side, and she too was taken aback. How could retrieving conditioner result in a swap of people? Standing at the door, Jiang Yinshe could sense what lay behind him without turning around. His heart, which had just begun to calm, started racing once more. The two were separated by less than a meter in that small bathroom, and he could turn around to see her at any moment. Thus, he resolved to exit first, grasping the door handle in an attempt to pull it open. But the door, now jammed, refused to budge. At that moment, he realized he had become yet another piece in the sisters' playful game. Though he was quite accepting of this, the current situation was proving rather challenging. Unable to escape, he tentatively addressed Luo Mingyao behind him, saying, could you please put on some clothes first?" Luo Mingyao was inwardly repeating to herself not to be seen, wishing to be invisible, when she heard his request. She hurriedly glanced at the place where clothes were usually kept, and as expected, there was nothing there. Turning to the spot where the towels hung, she found it equally bare. The only thing she could rely on was the small towel in her hand, and thus, with a voice trembling from embarrassment, she softly replied, "There are no clothes." Upon hearing her words, he was immediately reminded of the heap of items that Luo Mingyun had just taken away, and a wry smile crossed his lips. Her calculations were impeccable. He could only plead with Luo Mingyun outside, realizing that he might explode if he stayed any longer. "Mingyun, could you please open the door?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Mingyun's voice echoed from outside. "Hey mom, there's something to discuss, at least half an hour." "All right, let's take our time." The voice grew fainter, as if she had moved to the other end of the room. He was left in a predicament, wondering what to do next. The thought of the adorable girl behind him, utterly devoid of clothing, sent his mind into a whirlpool of confusion. Luo Mingyao was equally flustered. She felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. She feared that this big bad wolf might turn around and devour her innocent little rabbit. The bathroom was eerily silent, devoid of even the sound of running water. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yinshe sighed, deciding it would be best to let Luo Mingyao put on some clothes first, leading him to make a decision he would soon regret. In Luo Mingyao's eyes, he began to remove his shirt, causing her to panic, her legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, she thought to herself, "Oh no, am I really going to be devoured?" After taking off his shirt, he extended it backward, saying, "Why don't you wear my shirt? It's not appropriate to remain like this." Realizing the misunderstanding, Luo Mingyao calmed her racing heart, hesitated for a moment, and then tremulously accepted the shirt before quickly donning it. Hearing the rustle of fabric behind him, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking that things should be better now. Though wearing his shirt gave Luo Mingyao a bit more security, it was still limited, despite the considerable difference in their sizes. The shirt barely reached the top of her thighs, prompting her to constantly tug at its hem, hoping it would be longer. He then inquired with a tone of concern, "Have you put on the shirt?" Luo Mingyao softly responded with a gentle Hearing her reply, Jiang Yinshe felt a wave of relief wash over him. With clothes, there was less to fear. However, the moment he turned around, he gasped in surprise. There stood Luo Mingyao, her face flushed with shame, head bowed, clad in his oversized shirt. Noticing him turn, she continued to tug at the shirt, which was only so long, barely covering her modesty. For him, the most troubling aspect now lay elsewhere. Due to the lack of drying, the damp fabric clung to her form. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, pressing Luo Mingyao against the glass wall behind her. At that moment, she was thoroughly embarrassed, thinking, as expected, there's no escape. I am to be devoured. Gently lifting her head, he gazed into her shy eyes as he slowly lowered himself. Upon catching a glimpse of his sister's blurred silhouette against the glass, Luo Mingyun decisively retreated beneath the covers, covering her ears with her hands while muttering incessantly that she had seen and heard nothing. In the bathroom, the two were entwined, with only Zhang Yunchao's clothing serving as a barrier between them. He attempted several times to reclaim his garment, but Luo Mingyao clung to it stubbornly. After a while, he slightly rose, observing the adorable figure nestled against him, and whispered softly into her ear, "Mingyao, I." Her hand was no longer trembling. Yet Zhang Yunchao's hand began to shake. They slowly parted, and he fixed his gaze on her tightly shut eyes. He held his breath as time seemed to slow, his heartbeat quickening, his eyes unblinking. Suddenly, he noticed tears seeping from her closed eyes, and his heart trembled at the sight. He promptly halted his movements, embracing the trembling figure before him tightly, leaning down to gently whisper, "I'm sorry, Mingyao, it's okay, it's okay." Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyao clutched him tightly, her shivering body gradually calming. For a pure little rabbit who had lived for 19 years, she felt a tinge of fear in such matters. Thus, they remained in each other's embrace, enveloped in silence. After a while, sensing the weight of the person in his arms increasing, he looked down to find she had fallen asleep, with traces of tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Adjusting his position to gently cradle her legs, he held her close, and upon tapping the door, he discovered it could open at any moment. Cradling the adorable figure, he slowly exited the bathroom and approached the bedside. Noticing the bulging quilt, he gently placed Luo Mingyao on the bed, tenderly wiping away the tears from her eyes before quietly addressing Luo Mingyun beside him, "Sister Mingyun, please help her change into some clothes. I will sleep in another room tonight." After speaking, he donned another outfit and exited the room. Once he left, Luo Mingyun emerged from the covers, glancing at her sister, whose eyes were slightly red and bore traces of tears. Guilt washed over her as she gently helped her sister change out of her clothes, dressing her in pajamas before cradling her in her arms. The sisters nestled together as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 80. He no longer wants me early the next morning, having gone to bed too early the previous night. Luo Mingyao awoke before dawn. First, she sensed the sleepwear she was adorned in and the presence of her sister beside her, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to sit up abruptly and scan the surroundings. Awakened by her frantic movements, Luo Mingyun observed her sister in a state of panic, seemingly searching for something, and inquired with curiosity, "Mingyao, what are you looking for?" With a glance around the room, she noticed the absence of any familiar figure, as if her spirit had been lost. She lay back down on the bed, tightly embracing Luo Mingyun. Sensing her sister's despondent mood, Luo Mingyun tightened her hold and inquired with a hint of concern, "Mingyao, what is troubling you?" After a moment of silence, Mingyao, her voice trembling with a hint of tears, replied, "Sister, Yunche no longer likes me." Luo Mingyun was bewildered by her words. What had transpired between them the previous evening? Unable to fathom the situation, she pressed, "What happened last night?" At the mere mention of it, Mingyao burst into tears, her sorrowful demeanor leaving Luo Mingyun at a loss, as she could do little more than comfort her. After her sobs began to subside, Mingyao, still tearful, confessed, "I did not agree to him. So he must not want me as his sister anymore." Seeing the bubble of mucus forming at her sister's nose, Luo Mingyun stifled a laugh, gently offering her a tissue to wipe it away, before reassuring her, "Is that all? How could Yunche possibly stop liking you for that?" Mingyao, however, remained in a state of utter despair, lamenting, "But I've read in novels that once a girl refuses, she is cast aside." Luo Mingyun, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, pondered the source of such notions. Where else could it have come from but the domineering romance novel penned by Zhang Yunche during high school? In it, the male protagonist famously declared, "Woman, you have angered me," followed by banishment of the offending party to the cold palace. Having read this book, Mingyao mistakenly believed Yunche would think similarly. Though perplexed by her reasoning, Luo Mingyun continued to soothe her. "Do you truly believe Yunche is that kind of person?" Upon hearing this, Mingyao shook her head, then nodded in uncertainty. Deep down, She did not believe Jiang Yunshe would behave thus, yet the narrative had influenced her thoughts. As Meng Yao oscillated between shaking her head and nodding, Luo Mingyun was about to offer more words of comfort when Meng Yao suddenly began to cough. Placing her hand on her sister's forehead, she grew worried. "Meng Yao, you have a fever." Only then did Meng Yao realize she felt somewhat unwell, likely due to having stayed wet for too long the previous night. This thought led her to recall the events in the bathroom, causing her cheeks to flush. Noticing her sister's fever and the rosy hue of her face, Luo Mingyun promptly called Jiang Yunshe. Upon receiving the news, a knock soon echoed at the door, and Luo Mingyun hurried to let him in. Upon entering, he regarded the bedridden Meng Yao with concern. "How is Meng Yao? Do you feel unwell?" Seeing him crouched by the bed, gazing at her with such care, Meng Yao quickly shook her head, half hidden beneath the covers, indicating that she was not in serious trouble. He then leaned closer, pressing his forehead against hers to gauge her temperature, and confirmed it was indeed elevated. Gently stroking her head, he said softly, "Rest well. I will go fetch some medicine for you." Flushed and somewhat shy from the forehead touch, Meng Yao nodded eagerly, her large eyes sparkling with hope. After briefly informing Luo Mingyun, he set out to procure some medicine, making sure to bid his mother farewell as well. Upon hearing this news, Shen Xiaomei immediately sat up in bed, donned her clothing, and hurried over to express her concern for the two sisters. The sisters smiled at her display of care, realizing that not only Lu Xiaoli, but also another mother was looking after them. Soon, Jiang Yunzhe returned, first taking her temperature, which was nearly 39 degrees. He urged her to consume a bit of the breakfast he had brought back before taking her medication, ensuring she rested comfortably in bed. Not long after taking the medicine, she fell asleep. Noticing the time was getting late, he suggested that Shen Xiaomei go out and have some fun, as the three of them would remain at the hotel for the day. Shen Xiaomei initially intended to refuse, wanting to stay with Luo Mingyao, but the other two insisted that the couple take a stroll. Not wanting to intrude on the three, she left the room with Jiang Tao as planned. With no one else in the room, the two lay beside the sleeping Luo Mingyao. At that moment, Luo Mingyun suddenly asked in a peculiar tone, "Yunzhe, do you know what Mingyao said this morning?" Seeing his puzzled expression, she stifled a laugh and began recounting the events of the morning. Upon hearing her, he couldn't help but wear a bemused expression. Which author would pen such things in a novel? Suddenly, his smile faltered as he realized he might have written something similar. Observing the myriad of expressions crossing his face, Luo Mingyun couldn't contain her laughter, recognizing that their story was indeed too amusing, especially since she was the mastermind behind it all. Jiang Yunzhe then recalled who had instigated the mischief the previous night and cast her a mischievous glance. Luo Mingyun, feeling a bit guilty, quickly lay down next to her sister, seeking refuge. Considering the situation with the patient, he decided to let her off the hook for the time being, jotting down notes instead. He then drew the curtains and turned off the lights. Although neither of them felt sleepy, they grasped the hand of the adorable little one between them and began to drift off. A few hours later, Luo Mingyao awoke, despite still feeling a bit lightheaded. The warmth of two hands clasping hers brought a smile to her face, reassuring her that her brother Yunzhe had not abandoned her. Relieved, she released her sister's hand and hugged Jiang Yunzhe tightly, rubbing her small head against his chest. Instantly awake and sensing her affectionate gesture, Jiang Yunzhe embraced her tightly. Their bodies pressed together. Thrilled by being held, Luo Mingyao squirmed slightly, planting a gentle kiss on his lips before retreating back into his warm embrace. After a while, neither felt inclined to continue sleeping, so they called for Luo Mingyun to join them, intending to watch a movie together. The three of them lay on the bed, returning to their cozy arrangement. This time, the sisters opted for a highly rated romantic film instead of a horror one. Young girls invariably yearn for the beauty of love, and the two sisters are no exception. As they watched the romantic tales unfold between the protagonists on screen, their faces illuminated with longing. Only one among them exhibited a hint of disdain, declaring that he would experience such moments with them all, though the sorrowful parts would be best left untried. When the leading couple finally embraced in a kiss, the sisters gazed on with starry-eyed wonder. Suddenly, Luo Mingyao, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, proposed, "Brother Yunshe, would you be so kind as to kiss my sister?" Chapter 81, Preferred Attire. The two others looked at her in surprise, taken aback by her unexpected request. She feigned a cough, then, with a pitiful demeanor, added, "I believe their kiss lacks the sweetness of yours. Please indulge this ailing patient." With that, she resumed her mock coughing. The other two were well aware of her pretense, but chose not to expose her ruse. Exchanging a glance, Jiang Yunshe leaned in and pressed his lips to hers for a few seconds. They parted, and in the presence of her younger sister, Luo Mingyun felt a tinge of bashfulness. Her cheeks flushed. The foremost spectator nodded enthusiastically, remarking, "Indeed, it is far more enchanting than what we witnessed in the film." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun tilted her head, her large, innocent eyes blinking as she cast a pleading look towards Jiang Yunshe. "Yunshe, I too wish to see you kiss her." Luo Mingyao stared at her sister in astonishment, having not anticipated her sibling's swift adaptation of this tactic. What could he do? He turned and leaned in once more. In that moment, Luo Mingyao's sister revealed a sly smile. After finishing the film, it was nearly noon, and they ordered room service from the hotel. Following their meal and medication, they encouraged Luo Mingyao to take another nap while they busied themselves nearby. When Luo Mingyao awoke again, feeling rejuvenated, she opened her eyes but remained still, quietly observing Jiang Yunshe beside her. He was engrossed in typing on his phone, oblivious to the little darling gazing at his screen. "Brother Yunshe, do you ever find yourself immersed in the characters you write about?" Upon hearing this, he turned, momentarily taken aback, realizing she was inquiring whether he identified with the protagonists of domineering CEO novels. He then grasped her chin, adopting a cool demeanor as he declared, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Witnessing this, the sisters burst into laughter, confirming that he was certainly not the typical domineering hero. Who would be stifling laughter in such moments? Seeing the sisters so delighted, he too broke into a smile. After their laughter subsided, Luo Mingyao asked, "Do you, perhaps, have a fondness for the fashion of those female characters?" Fashion? He pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed, it seemed to reflect his own style. Intrigued by the topic, Luo Mingyun eagerly inquired about her sister's attire. Luo Mingyao leaned in and whispered something into her sister's ear, causing Luo Mingyun's face to flush instantly. Turning her head, she cast a deep gaze in his direction. Feeling the weight of their attention, he became slightly embarrassed, realizing he had no retort. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Asserting boldly, "I simply like it. I speak plainly." Furthermore, he recalled that each sister owed him a favor, which could be advantageous. Upon seeing his expression, the sisters immediately understood his unspoken intent, falling into a contemplative silence. Noticing their introspection, he hastily interjected, aware that both had vivid imaginations. "Mingyao, if you're feeling better, shall we venture out this afternoon? I've heard that the local food street is quite renowned." Indeed, at the mention of this, Luo Mingyao cast aside her previous thoughts, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Absolutely." Proud of his cleverness, he first checked her temperature again, finding no issues. The three then began to rise. As the sisters had yet to venture outside, they remained clad in their pajamas, necessitating a change of attire. Instantly, both turned their gazes toward him. Seeing their looks, Jiang Yunqing's expression shifted, adopting an air of nonchalance toward beauty as he hastily grabbed a blanket to cover himself. "You needn't concern yourselves with me. I have no interest in such matters." The sisters exchanged glances, exuding exasperation at his unabashedness. Luo Mingyao declared, "Then you must stay hidden." From beneath the blanket, his voice emerged with mock indignation. "Am I that kind of person? Please." He mentally added, "Indeed, I am." After a brief wait, he heard the sound of fabric rustling outside, his expression transforming into one of mischievous delight, thinking to himself, "Ah, you are both still too naive. Oh dear, I just remembered I have something to attend to," he said, pulling the blanket aside and glancing over, barely able to conceal his excitement. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze. The sisters were perfectly dressed, each clutching a piece of clothing, their faces alight with laughter. Seeing him look over, their expressions instantly shifted to feigned anger as they chimed in unison, "Humph, you rogue." Even with his thick skin, he felt slightly embarrassed at this moment, breaking into a sheepish grin as he retreated to wait outside the room. Once he had left, the sisters exchanged a triumphant high-five, celebrating their successful operation. Soon, they emerged from the room, and Jiang Yunqing's eyes lit up at the sight. Due to the chilly weather, and with Luo Mingyao just recovering from her illness, the sisters donned matching fluffy white hats, enhancing their cuteness and piercing his heart. Noticing his captivated gaze, the sisters shared a knowing smile, ignoring him as they walked ahead. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly caught up, decisively placing himself between the two, taking one hand of each. The three individuals arrived at the parking lot and proceeded to their destination, a nearby food street. Upon nearing their destination, they found themselves in a quandary, as the area was teeming with people and parking spaces were non-existent. After half an hour of circling, they finally discovered a place to park. Just as they managed to fit half of the vehicle into the spot, another car attempted to squeeze in behind them. Jiang Yunqing, resolute, turned off the engine. He had noticed a traffic officer approaching and felt no urgency. The vehicle behind them, seeing the officer, vacated the spot and moved forward, but as it passed, the driver audaciously raised a middle finger through the passenger window. In a stroke of misfortune, they collided with another vehicle due to their inattention. Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle at the irony, adding, "Do drive safely, my friend." The two sisters stifled their laughter behind their hands, while the scowling driver remained unamused. Once out of the car, the trio shook off their earlier frustrations and strolled towards the food street with rejuvenated spirits. Although the crowd was substantial, it had yet to reach an overwhelming density. As they walked, they scanned the stalls, eager to discover delectable treats. The sisters transformed into curious children, their eyes wide with wonder at the unfamiliar sights. Jiang Yunqing, with a grand gesture, proclaimed, "Let us indulge." It wasn't long before they entered a shop, each holding a meat sandwich, accompanied by 3 bowls of lamb soup and some pastries. "What a feast!" they exclaimed, as they watched Luo Mingyao stuff her mouth. Her words barely intelligible, the other two couldn't contain their joy. Luo Mingyun gazed tenderly at her sister, advising, "Take your time, no one is competing with you." The sheer happiness of seeing her sister enjoy life brought her unparalleled joy, and a glance at Jiang Yunqing reaffirmed her contentment in his presence. Chapter 82. Encountering a raucous woman after their satisfying meal, the trio each held a cup of stewed pear with rock sugar as they leisurely strolled down the street. They soon spotted a photo booth and Luo Mingyao eagerly pulled her companions over to take pictures. Upon searching, they discovered a stand featuring a family portrait of a father with his wife and child. The sisters immediately decided this would be their choice and began to look for someone to assist with their photo. Scanning the area, they noticed a couple nearby who were also preparing to take a couple-less photo. Jiang Yunqing approached them, proposing to take their picture first in exchange for a favor later. The couple readily agreed. After capturing their images, the 3 stood behind the display, all revealing their faces. The sisters wore sweet, charming smiles, while Jiang Yunqing beamed with pride, unable to suppress his delight at having both sisters as his own. 1, 2, 3, cheese. After the photos were taken, he stepped forward to retrieve his phone. The young man who had taken the photos remarked with envy, "With 2 sisters like these, you, as their brother, are truly fortunate." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yunqing could no longer suppress his mischievous nature. With a restrained chuckle, he replied nonchalantly, "Brother, you are mistaken. They are my wives." After uttering this, he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the waists of the 2 sisters, striding ahead, leaving behind a pair of astonished couples. Naturally, the sisters heard his declaration and promptly placed their hands upon his waist. Sensing the peculiar shift in atmosphere, he hastily begged for mercy, knowing there were many witnesses. He would deal with it later. Observing the crowd around them, the sisters decided to spare him this time, intending to settle the score later, and huffed in discontent. He could only manage a sheepish grin, helpless against his own tongue. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and the streets illuminated with bright lights. Individuals donned in traditional attire began to perform, captivating the sisters, who gazed wide-eyed at the swirling skirts. Noticing their fascination with the ancient garments, he inquired, "Do you like it? Perhaps you should try wearing some." He was eager to witness the sisters adorned in such attire, envisioning them as breathtaking beauties. The sisters looked at him with gleaming eyes, initially nodding in eager agreement, only to suddenly shake their heads as if recalling something. His confusion deepened at their response. Sensing his bewilderment, Luo Mingyao leaned in closer, whispering, "We will only wear it for you, okay?" Upon hearing this, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight, a foolish grin spreading across his face. "Let us buy each a set, or perhaps 10 sets for each." The sisters, recognizing his infatuation, exchanged amused glances. After wandering the streets a little longer, they decided it was time to return, not forgetting to bring back some snacks for the couple. Thus returning to the hotel with several bags of treats. By the time they reached the hotel, Shun Xiaomei and her husband had already arrived. The sisters presented their purchases to the couple, and Shun Xiaomei couldn't help but shower them with compliments, growing increasingly fond of her future daughters-in-law. Once back in their room, Jiang Yunqing promptly attended to business, opening his phone to shop for traditional clothing, inviting the sisters to join him. as they perused the opulent garments. The sisters' eyes sparkled with excitement as they began to deliberate on their choices. However, they soon stumbled upon a selection of garments labeled as sensual. His gaze fixated on the screen, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the sisters adorning such attire. This is quite something, he thought. The two sisters, noticing the shift, quickly swiped away, blushing at the thought of wearing such provocative clothing. Yet, the phone seemed to understand their embarrassment, persistently recommending more of such outfits. The sisters hastened their scrolling, their cheeks reddening further until, in a flurry, they shut his phone. "Sister, let's just buy for ourselves," they suggested. "Well, let us have a look ourselves." With that, the two girls hid under the blanket to examine their clothes, leaving the excluded one feeling somewhat indignant. It was truly petty. After all, it wasn't as if they were trying on the outfits right now. With his phone taken away and nothing to occupy his time, he began to poke and prod at various things outside the blanket, eliciting giggles from the two sisters, causing their bodies to tremble with laughter. Eventually, the sisters, unable to contain their amusement, sent him off to take a shower. Jiang Yunqing lamented that he had already lost his standing, pondering if he would be at their mercy for the rest of his life. Upon finishing his shower, he noticed the sisters had set down their phones and eagerly inquired, "What clothes did you buy?" The two exchanged knowing smiles and replied cryptically, "It's a secret." He scoffed at their reticence, thinking to himself, "You bought it with my phone. I can just check the shopping history." However, when he opened the app, he discovered there were no purchases made with his device. Observing the smug expressions on their faces, he chuckled. "Did you forget? I can still view the browsing history." But upon checking, he found it had been cleared. Feeling thwarted, he adopted a fierce demeanor and remarked, "I advise you to confess willingly. Otherwise, I shall resort to severe measures." Upon hearing this, the sisters feigned fright, claiming they would show him, but he insisted on closing his eyes first. Though puzzled by this request, he complied, trusting they wouldn't pull any tricks. Suddenly, he heard the sound of slippers scurrying, followed by the bathroom door opening and closing. He opened his eyes to find the room devoid of the sisters, who had dashed to the lavatory. Listening to their laughter emanating from within, he gritted his teeth and called out, "So, you think you can escape my retribution?" Of course. They heard him, and Luo Mingyao's teasing voice floated out, "Come in, Yunqing brother. I'll open the door, and you can deal with my sister." With that, the sounds of their frolicking continued inside, while Jiang Yunqing, maintaining a serious facade, declared, "It's a deal. Open the door." However, Luo Mingyun had no intention of allowing her sister to open it, having tricked her just the previous night. Both were far too clever for that now. When the sisters eventually emerged, he immediately assumed the guise of a hungry wolf poised to pounce on a little rabbit, lunging toward the first to exit, Luo Mingyun. Yet, she calmly raised her hand, saying, "Stop. Have you forgotten you owe us something?" "Oh, something? What do you mean?" he asked, puzzled. "Don't you recall what you said on the street? We'll settle that when we return." She then raised her hand, pinching the air between her thumb and forefinger as if to demonstrate. Realization dawned on him. He had indeed made such a statement. Resigned, he sprawled on the bed with a dramatic sigh, closing his eyes and exclaiming, "Bring it on." The sisters erupted into laughter at his antics, then knelt beside him, slowly reaching out to gently pinch the sides of his waist. Feeling their small hands resting there, he found himself not anxious, but rather amused. Because he had anticipated this situation, he had intentionally donned a stiff fabric windbreaker, prepared for any casual pinching, pain be damned. Observing the upward curve of his lips and sensing the peculiar texture beneath her fingers, Luo Mingyao smiled and said, "Take off your clothes." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Was such meticulousness truly necessary? Initially, he had no intention of yielding, but Luo Mingyun, now enlightened, swiftly unzipped his jacket and tugged at his shirt. Reluctantly, he complied, shedding the outer layer, but anxiety began to creep in. It still stung a bit. Despite him wearing a thin autumn shirt, Luo Mingyao hesitated before shyly suggesting, "You should remove this as well." Instantly, the other two gazed at her in astonishment. What brazen words! She uttered nothing further, merely blushing as she lifted his shirt. Jiang Yunqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he encountered a female rogue? Chapter 83, an unwanted advance in a reluctant yet yielding manner. His autumn shirt was finally removed. At that moment, he truly comprehended the feelings of the two sisters. Wrapping his arms around his chest, eyes tightly shut, lying there with his face turning crimson, the sisters were not faring much better. Their faces flushed as they scrutinized his physique. Luo Mingyao, recalling how she had embraced him last night when he was bare-chested, found herself enamored with this closer proximity. With that thought, she gently pinched his waist and began to caress his abdomen. Seeing her actions, Luo Mingyun, equally blushing, playfully pinched him as well, then placed her hand on him to explore. Both wore expressions of shyness mingled with excitement, their hands moving unabated. Jiang Yunqing felt utterly despondent. He had dedicated his life to virtuous deeds. How could he find himself in such a predicament? With tears unshed, he silently prayed for the sisters to finish their exploration and let him go, but Luo Mingyao evidently had other plans. Now fully embracing her mischievous side, she glanced at his hands crossed protectively in front of him and boldly commanded, "Remove your hands." This sensation was all too familiar to Jiang Yunqing. In that moment, he understood why the sisters were often so bashful. Regretting his past actions, he vowed never to treat them in such a manner again. No, not in the distant future, but today itself. Yet, he remained resolute, clenching his hands even tighter. Seeing his obstinacy, Luo Mingyao pondered how to pry his hands away, only to witness her sister, without hesitation, start to pull at his hands. Surprised by her enthusiasm, she eagerly joined in. Jiang Yunqing felt as though he might burst into tears. How had Mingyun also succumbed to mischief? However, their strength was no match for his, and his hands remained firmly in place. Realizing their current strategy was ineffective, the sisters exchanged glances before simultaneously placing their hands on his waist and tickling him. As the sensation of ticklishness surged through him, he could hardly contain himself, bursting into laughter as his grip finally loosened. Seizing the opportunity, the two sisters grasped his hands and forcefully pulled them to his sides. At that moment, with his head tilted, Jiang Yunqing's eyes were filled with a dull grayness, and he lamented, "I want to find my mother." Perhaps hearing his lament, the sisters had just begun to inspect their spoils when a knock sounded at the door. They hastily draped a blanket over him and quickly adjusted their expressions before opening the door. Outside stood Shen Xiaomei, who, upon seeing the sisters, broke into a joyful smile and presented them with a box of pastries, claiming they were specialty snacks sent by Chao Minghua. The sisters accepted the offering with smiles, completely shedding any remnants of their earlier encounter with Jiang Yunqing. Little did Shen Xiaomei know that her son was currently heartbroken on the bed. Once the door closed, the sisters exchanged a glance and began to cover their faces with shy embarrassment. What had they just done? A glance at the motionless Jiang Yunqing lying on the bed revealed a disheveled state. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead. He felt as though his life had turned gray, unable to face anyone, lamenting how he had been violated by the sisters. The thought brought tears to his eyes once more. Witnessing his forlorn expression, the sisters felt even more embarrassed and promptly sat beside him, wrapping their arms around him in a comforting embrace. In an instant, he forgot about the earlier incident. Even though he had faced grander spectacles, this tender gesture left him momentarily dazed. The sisters held him tightly, thinking of it as a way to make amends. However, when they looked down, they noticed his face flushed crimson and his mind clouded, prompting them to release him. After a moment, regaining his composure, he glanced to the side. The two girls were sitting there with their heads bowed, appearing as though they had committed a grave misdeed. Noticing this, he feigned anger, burying his head beneath the blanket. Seeing his demeanor, they became flustered and began to speak soothingly. "Please don't be angry, all right? Next time, we'll let you have your way." At their words, he almost succumbed to the urge to emerge, but he remembered the importance of patience in greater matters and responded with a voice tinged with indignation. "Then you must promise me one more thing." The sisters eagerly agreed, and upon hearing their acquiescence, he could no longer contain himself, revealing a sly grin beneath the blanket. He then pulled back the covers and, with a stoic expression, declared, "Very well, I shall forgive you." At this moment, the sisters sensed something amiss. He typically did not demand reparations for such antics, and it felt as though they had been duped. Observing their dawning realization, he swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring about Shen Xiaomei's earlier visit. They had no choice but to set aside the previous matter, producing the pastries instead. After sampling them, they concluded that they were indeed delicious, yet having indulged in too many snacks that afternoon, they found themselves unable to eat any more. After returning the clothes to him, the two sisters went off to dry their hair. Meanwhile, he lay on the bed, contemplating the 4 matters they owed him. The more he pondered, the broader his smile became. Turning to his phone, he quietly began to implement his plans. After spending the afternoon out, Luo Mingyao unceremoniously sat on the bed, placing her feet in his lap. The implication was clear. She was tired and wanted a massage. Gazing at the nonchalant Luo Mengyao and then at Luo Mengyun, who was busy gathering their belongings, he decisively took her delicate feet in his hands. Unbeknownst to her, having been too shy the previous night to witness her sister's plight, she was unaware that this was a rather precarious situation. Suddenly her eyes widened, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively tried to retract her feet. However, he firmly grasped her, pulling her closer and enveloping her in his arms. Embarrassed, Luo Mengyao buried her head against him, too shy to meet his gaze. Luo Mengyun, observing their interaction, smiled faintly before turning away to sit at the edge of the bed to watch television. Just as Luo Mengyao had begun to relax with his hands diligently massaging her legs, she felt a sudden sensation and, blushing fiercely, jumped off his lap. She swiftly ran to her sister, indicating that she wanted to switch places, and personally guided her to sit on Jiang Yunji's lap. Upon sitting down, Luo Mengyun quickly understood her sister's intentions. She attempted to escape, but Jiang Yunjia, having already let one slip away, adeptly secured her waist with his arms. With no means of escape, Luo Mengyun blushed and leaned into him, accepting the massage. After a while, she began to squirm, prompting Jiang Yunjia to take a deep breath and release her. Luo Mengyun quickly hopped off, sitting beside her sister to regain her composure. He then rose and made his way to the bathroom. Although he had just bathed, he felt an urgent need to cool down with water. After the events of the previous day, he understood the necessity of giving the sisters some time to mentally prepare. He could not afford to rush things. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, the sisters exchanged knowing glances, their cheeks tinged with a hint of red as they sat there, heads bowed. When he emerged from the bathroom, the sisters had returned to their usual demeanor, sitting on the bed and watching television. He said nothing, quietly slipping under the covers before emerging between them to join in on the show. "How about we head back tomorrow? I can show you around my neighborhood," he suggested. The sisters nodded in agreement, willing to go anywhere as long as they were with him. He then spoke to his mother, Shun Xiaomei, who readily consented. Now that the couple was aware of their two daughters-in-law, they understood that the three of them would feel somewhat constrained around them. The primary purpose of this meeting had been accomplished, so they decided to let the sisters enjoy their time together. With permission granted, he promptly booked high-speed train tickets for the following morning, ensuring they would have the afternoon free to explore. After finalizing their itinerary, the three intended to retire early, for they would rise at dawn to catch their transport. Once the lights were extinguished, the two sisters embraced him tightly, and after he bestowed a gentle kiss upon their foreheads, he closed his eyes contentedly. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Yunqing awakened once more. Sensing the tugging of two small hands at his clothing, a wry smile flickered across his lips. It seemed they had developed quite the habit. Thus, he decided to shed his garments entirely, leaving no fabric to grasp, and sought to resume his slumber undisturbed. The sisters, slightly dazed by his movements, instinctively pressed against his body, their expressions one of satisfaction as they continued to sleep. Resigned, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself back into the realm of dreams. At the break of dawn, it was Jiang Yunqing who stirred again, feeling an overwhelming pressure constricting his breath, as if his ribs were on the verge of breaking. He couldn't help but wonder how they possessed such strength. The sisters, perhaps too warm, had loosened several buttons of their pajamas. Casting a furtive glance, he quickly averted his gaze, bemused by these enchanting creatures who seemed intent on tormenting him daily. With no other recourse, he called for them to awaken. As they roused, the sisters realized they were clinging to him, unadorned in his upper attire, and a tinge of embarrassment washed over them. Yet, they did not relinquish their hold. Instead, nuzzling closer, noting their reluctance to rise, he managed to suppress his urge to speak and implored, "Could you perhaps let me go?" Upon hearing his plea, the sisters leisurely released him, with Luo Mengyao heading straight to the bathroom. As he watched her retreat, his gaze shifted to Luo Mengyun, still nestled in bed. Aware of his intentions, she quickly interjected, "Mengyao will be out shortly." Oh no. Fearing her sister's gaze, she began to struggle, and upon freeing herself, she turned away, only to find him embracing her from behind. Feeling the warmth of his arms, she instinctively grasped at them, though it was a moment too late. She hastily covered her mouth, her body stiffening in surprise. Soon, Luo Mengyao emerged from the bathroom, and, upon seeing the two still ensconced in the covers, she pouted, "Ah, still lazing about. I too wish to sleep." With that, she dashed back into the warmth of the bed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yunqing from behind. Sensing her return, Luo Mingyun pressed her hand more firmly against her mouth. After a brief interlude, Jiang Yunqing silently rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. The instant he left, Luo Mingyao seized the opportunity to embrace her sister. "Sister, why are you so warm?" Receiving no response, Luo Mingyun focused on regulating her breath. Moments later, just as the two sisters were on the verge of slumber, the bathroom door swung open. Emerging, Jiang Yunqing wore his usual demeanor, cheerfully urging them to rise. "Time to awaken, my little sloths. If you're still sleepy, you can catch up on the ride." Upon hearing his words, the two sisters languidly rose from their slumber, first making their way to the bathroom for their morning rituals, and then transitioning to the task of selecting their attire. To their surprise, he simply exited without needing any urging from them. After gathering their belongings, the trio proceeded to the dining hall, where his parents were already enjoying a meal with the Chao Minghua couple. Shortly thereafter, the couple would accompany them to the train station. The three exchanged greetings with the adults present, and Jiang Yinshu engaged in light conversation with Chao Minghua and his spouse, expressing his intent to return home and hoping to visit again in the future. Following the meal, Shun Xiaomei drove them to the train station, reminding him to take good care of the sisters before departing. The trio then entered the waiting area, observing the multitude of passengers laden with various bags boarding the train. Suddenly, Luo Mingyao spoke up. "Sister, Yinshu go. How about we take the train back home next time?" Curious about her sister's sudden inclination, Luo Mingyun inquired, "What prompted you to think of taking the train?" "I believe taking the train would allow us to catch some sleep and enjoy the scenery. We've never experienced that before," she replied, her eagerness evident. Noting her desire for this experience, Jiang Yinshu promptly took out his phone to check for available soft sleeper tickets. "It appears there are tickets available for our return, but it will take an entire day. We must depart the night of the 7th for school starts on the 8th, so timing should work out," he explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at the two. Naturally, Luo Mingyun was inclined to support her sister's wish, and Jiang Yinshu proceeded to purchase the tickets, aiming to secure a private compartment for the three of them. Fortunately, there seemed to be plenty of tickets left, and after completing the purchase, it confirmed that all three would be in the same compartment. Upon the successful acquisition of their tickets, the little darling beamed with joy, eagerly anticipating the journey alongside her sister. Chapter 85. My endorsement. Once aboard the train, they made their way to their seats, which were three adjacent ones. Jiang Yinshu naturally settled in the middle, with the sisters flanking him on either side. As soon as they were seated, the sisters leaned into him, each clutching one of his hands, resting their heads on his shoulders to doze off. He, however, felt less drowsy and opted to take out his phone to type. Before long, he noticed a slight numbness in his hand, yet he remained still to avoid waking them, as he was not particularly fatigued. The sisters awoke after a short while, and, upon noticing him typing away, their curiosity was piqued. At that moment, engrossed in his writing, Jiang Yinshu was oblivious to their intrigued gazes as he skillfully crafted the emotional scenes between the male and female protagonists, a silent grin adorning his face while his fingers danced across the screen. Finally concluding that chapter, he sighed in relief, thankful that the sisters were asleep and had not witnessed his creative process. However, when he glanced down, he was met with two pairs of wide eyes fixated intently on his phone's screen. Unsure of how much they had seen, he quickly closed the screen and attempted to sound casual as he asked, "How long have you been awake?" The two sisters, upon realizing his reaction, fell silent, burying their heads between his body and the backrest, though their little ears betrayed a hint of crimson. At the sight of their response, he understood that all was lost. The remnants of his once innocent persona had vanished. With a countenance ashen, he sat there despondently, ultimately succumbing to the thought that perhaps destruction would be less exhausting than pretense. Resolutely, he withdrew his hand, encircling the waists of both sisters, pulling them closely to himself, and then lowered his head to plant kisses on their enticing lips. Transformed, he now bore the audacity of a tyrant. The poor sisters, still ensnared in the fantasies of their novel, found themselves once more in his clutches, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they leaned against him, utterly disconcerted by the public display of affection. With half the journey still ahead, and nothing else to occupy their time, the trio decided to watch a movie. However, as they were on the high-speed train, they donned headphones. A predicament soon arose. The headphones could accommodate only two, leaving one person without sound. While Jiang Yunqing pondered a solution, he saw that the sisters had already each put on a headphone and started the playback, clearly intending to punish him for his earlier transgressions. Feeling ostracized, He could only watch the silent film with a glum expression. Noticing his discontent, the sisters exchanged furtive smiles, nudging him down a bit before leaning their ears against his. Adjusting the headphones to share the audio. The sensation of their cheeks brushing against his, combined with the sound streaming into his ears, brought a radiant smile to his face. He realized they still cared for him. Their three heads huddled together drew astonished glances from passers-by, but they remained oblivious to the outside world, engrossed in the film and the warmth of one another. As the movie concluded, they maintained their close position, still yearning for more intimacy, and sought out additional videos to watch. Once the train arrived at their destination, the sisters, reluctant to part, nuzzled his face before rising. Carrying 2 suitcases, they stepped outside, greeted by the familiar scenery of their hometown, which lifted their spirits, especially with the 2 delightful companions at their sides. Since the station was not far from home, they decided to take a taxi. Once in the car, the driver, noticing the trio, struck up a lively conversation, chatting away with them. Just as Jiang Yunxing was about to utter a classic line, the sisters, seemingly anticipating his intent, simultaneously cleared their throats, effectively silencing him before he could make another bold remark. Stifled, he swallowed his words, yet felt a restless yearning, as though ants were crawling all over him. After a moment, his thoughts became lively again, but a glance at the sisters revealed expressions that warned him against speaking. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. Just as the driver fortuitously remarked, "You 3 must be siblings. Did you encounter many people during your outing?" As the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he realized that to remain silent would be a disservice to the driver. Thus, he resolutely dismissed the 2 ominous presences behind him and, with a smile, declared, "In truth, they are both my wives." This proclamation rendered the driver speechless, who then continued to drive in silence. After delivering them to their destination, the driver intended to depart without further ado. At that moment, Jiang Yunxing, still wishing to maintain some semblance of civility, smiled at the driver and said, "I was merely jesting, dear sir. How could both be my wives?" Finally, the driver chuckled, realizing the young man had a penchant for humor. As the driver resumed his jovial demeanor, he glanced in the rearview mirror only to witness Jiang Yunxing enveloping the 2 sisters in his embrace. Instantly, the driver's smile vanished, replaced by a stoic expression as he pressed the accelerator, eager to leave the scene. After explaining the situation to the driver, Jiang Yunxing turned to see the sisters regarding him with impassive gazes. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he intended to grab his luggage and make a hasty exit. However, the sisters were quicker, positioning themselves on either side of him, their hands deftly resting on his waist. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, he promptly embraced both of them. They were in public, where one must combat magic with magic. Indeed, once ensnared in his embrace, the sisters blushed and began to squirm, conscious of the many onlookers at the entrance of the community. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a voice called from behind, "Xiao Jiang, weren't you out with Xiao Mei and the others? What brings you back?" He turned to find an aunt from the same floor, her expression one of curiosity as she scrutinized him and the sisters in his arms. Quickly releasing them, he smiled awkwardly yet politely. "Ah, Aunt Wang. I had a minor issue and returned early. My parents are still out enjoying themselves." "Oh, and who are these 2? The familiar question ignited tension among the trio. While familial knowledge was manageable, outsiders posed a different challenge. Unfazed personally, his primary concern was sparing the sisters from gossip. Thus, he adopted a playful demeanor, stating, "Aunt Wang, these 2 are my girlfriends." It was evident she took the bait. "Oh, my 2 girlfriends. You've truly begun to jest with me, haven't you?" With Aunt Wang laughing, he continued, "Hee. In truth, they are my friends who came to visit. Such lovely girls. You are indeed fortunate to have such charming friends." After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 ascended the stairs together. Once at the door, they bid each other farewell before retreating into the sanctuary of home. As the door closed, he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and exhaled in relief, grateful for his quick wit. He then turned to the sisters, wearing an expression that seemed to beckon for praise. However, accolades were unlikely to come. Instead, they were met with pinches and playful bites as the sisters thought, "This is all you're doing." Chapter 86. The taste of milk and hot pot with the sisters attending to him. Jiang Yunxia inhaled sharply, quickly adopting a sincere demeanor as he confessed, "I was wrong." However, he secretly vowed to himself that he would dare to admit his mistakes again in the future. Yet, the sisters were not inclined to let him off so easily this time. If this continued, he would likely have to announce loudly before stepping out, "I'm going out with my 2 wives." Thus, they decided to take decisive action. They led him into the room and promptly pushed him onto the bed. Speaking in unison, "Take it off." In that moment, Jiang Yunjia resembled a timid bride startled by intruding giants. He crossed his arms over his chest. Lying on the bed with a pitiful gaze directed at the sisters, shaking his head in a desperate plea for mercy. Ignoring his supplications, the two approached him and began to tug at his clothing. After a brief struggle, his shirt was stripped away and his hands were pinned above his head. With lifeless eyes, he stared at the ceiling, having surrendered all resistance. Although the sisters' cheeks were slightly flushed, their eyes sparkled with mischief, reminiscent of two rascally devils. They parted their lips slightly, surveying his physique with a mixture of curiosity and delight. Soon, mere observation was not enough. They reached out to touch and tease him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunjia remained impassive, fixated on the ceiling, pondering how he had been subjected to the same treatment by the sisters on two separate occasions. At that moment, he began to question who truly embodied the wolf and who the innocent rabbit. After a while, having satisfied their curiosity, the sisters finally relinquished their hold on him. Casually, they each draped a piece of clothing over him, signaling for him to put it on. At last, a flicker of change appeared in his eyes, transforming into a brooding expression akin to a mistreated spouse. He swore that he would repay everything that had transpired today. 3 days in Rongqing. 3 days in Yunhai. Do not underestimate the youth. He mused, anticipating his return to Yunhai after 3 days. Watching his expressions shift, the sisters began to worry that they might have broken him. They waved their hands in front of his eyes, finally bringing him back to reality. Glancing at the two sisters, he thought to himself that they should be wary when he caught them alone. Noticing his gaze, the sisters instinctively drew closer, sensing that something unfortunate might occur should they find themselves isolated. Dismissing their anxious demeanor, he leaned forward and playfully stamped a mark on each of them. Considering it interest for their earlier services, the marked sisters showed little reaction, regarding it as merely part of the service fee, and found the exchange to be rather advantageous. Afterward, the trio began to discuss their lunch plans. It was nearly noon, and there was little in the house to prepare a meal. Thus, they decided to venture out for hot pot. After all, how could they come this far without trying it? With their decision made, they disregarded tidying up, opting to dine first and worry about their belongings later. Arriving at the hot pot restaurant run by relatives he often frequented, he noticed that they were absent upon entering. Fortunately, the staff recognized him and promptly arranged a private room. Once seated, the insatiable Luo Mengyao watched as tables filled with hot pot ingredients paraded past, her mouth watering in anticipation. With a smile, he handed the menu to the two sisters, urging them to order quickly. They began animatedly discussing their choices. After placing their orders, while awaiting the dishes, the sisters shifted their focus to planning their afternoon itinerary. Having decided the previous day to visit the giant panda base, they had already secured their tickets, as they had yet to fully satisfy their curiosity. Soon, the food arrived, and upon seeing the vibrant red hues in the pot, the sisters swallowed nervously. Thankfully, knowing their aversion to overly spicy fare, Jiang Yunqing had ordered a split pot. However, they instinctively ignored the small portion of clear broth at the center. Once the dipping sauce was prepared, they began to indulge, and the sisters quickly found themselves gasping, sticking out their tongues and fanning themselves while eagerly grabbing more ingredients. Unable to stop, observing their escalating enthusiasm for the spice, he chuckled and fetched 2 small bowls to fill with water, suggesting they rinse their palates before continuing. With this new step, they ate even faster, their cheeks puffed up like little hamsters. He joyfully inquired, "Is it delicious?" Busy managing their mouths full of food, they could only nod in response. Amused by their adorable expressions, he continued with a playful tone, "Once I marry you both, you can enjoy this often." At this, their movements slowed, and their already flushed faces reddened further, pondering the notion of marriage and how premature it seemed. After savoring the delightful hot pot, as they exited the restaurant, each sister clutched 2 bags of milk. Their naturally rosy lips appeared even more enticing, prompting Jiang Yunqing to wonder if they carried a hint of hot pot flavor. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. With a sense of anticipation, he approached the car. After the sisters settled into the back seat, he joined them. Their puzzled expressions turned to him, questioning, "Who will drive?" With time pressing and tasks at hand, he wasted no words. He leaned over and swiftly kissed Luo Mengyao. Due to the milk lingering on her lips, he was unable to discern any hot pot flavor. Following a sip of her milk, he decisively turned his attention to the bashful Luo Mengyun, insisting it was merely an experiment to detect any remnants of hot pot flavor, devoid of ulterior motives. After bestowing a kiss upon both, he mused aloud. One tastes of milk, the other of hot pot. It seems what we consume does have an impact. Though I must endeavor to explore other flavors in the future. Noticing him still evaluating the situation, the shy sisters playfully shoved him out of the car. With a beaming smile, he settled into the driver's seat, content as he set off towards the giant panda base. After parking the car, they arrived at the entrance. Bustling with people, the three began to queue and move forward. Once inside, the two sisters eagerly led him along their pre-planned route, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the adorable giant pandas in the park. There is a saying that while you watch the pandas, those beside you are also watching you. At that moment, Jiang Yunch couldn't help but think that the two charming girls were far more captivating than the pandas. Clearly, he was not the only one with such thoughts. The onlookers were also scrutinizing the sisters. Feeling possessive, he decisively wrapped his arms around their waists, asserting his claim, and proudly lifted his chin, provoking envious glances from those around him. The sisters noticed his antics and laughed as they linked their arms with his. Together, they wandered through the park, where Jiang Yunch collected countless envious gazes, though he had developed a thick skin to withstand such scrutiny. Chapter 87. Water at the entrance. The trio continued their exploration until the park closed, at which point they prepared to return home. Due to having indulged at lunch, they decided to keep dinner simple. The sisters volunteered to handle the cooking, and as Jiang Yunch reclined comfortably on the sofa, he smiled at the sight of them bustling about in the kitchen. This arrangement suited him just fine. He would take on the role of caretaker in the future. Dinner passed in a leisurely manner, and afterward, Luo Mingyao eagerly pulled her sister to wash their feet, as they had yet to enjoy Master Zhang's massage services for the day. This evening, the sisters chose not to separate, sitting beside him with their small feet resting on his lap, eagerly awaiting their massage. As Jiang Yunch began to massage his sister, Luo Mingyao suddenly devised a mischievous plan. She lifted her foot and playfully nudged him before retracting it with a giggle. Jiang Yunch was taken aback by her audacity. Just as he turned to confront the instigator, another small foot reached out, intending to mimic the first. He swiftly caught it and glanced at its owner. Luo Mingyun, seeing her sister's antics, decided to try the same. But she was quickly apprehended, her face flushing as she attempted to pull her foot back. However, it was easier said than done. Jiang Yunch held her foot tightly, a sly grin on his face as he began to tickle the sole. Instantly, Luo Mingyun doubled over in laughter, desperately trying to reclaim her foot. But his grip remained steadfast. Unable to endure the tickling any longer, she extended her other foot, pushing him away with all her might, unaware that her actions would only exacerbate the situation. As he ceased the tickling, preparing for his next move, Luo Mingyun was suddenly flustered, realizing her sister was watching. Meanwhile, as an audience member, witnessing her sister's plight, Luo Mingyao immediately contemplated making a hasty exit. Running was not an option. If she hesitated, it would soon be her turn. With determination, she rose and made her way to the room, locking the door behind her. Witnessing her sister abandon their bond and flee was disheartening. Yet she felt compelled to surrender. Fortunately, since they were in the living room, Jiang Yunche did not push too far and allowed her to leave shortly after. Once on her feet, Luo Mingyun hurried to the room, fearing he might change his mind. Upon reaching the door, she found that her sister had locked it, prompting her to call out for her to open it. From behind the door, Luo Mingyao cautiously inquired, "Is Yunche brother there, sister?" Upon hearing that he was not, she cautiously cracked the door to peek outside and, satisfied that it was only her sister, she opened it wider to let her in. Upon entering the room, Luo Mingyun cast a piercing glare at her sister, silently reprimanding her for breaking their alliance and fleeing alone. Feeling guilty, Luo Mingyao promised to support her next time and promptly dragged her off to take a shower. After a brief respite in the living room, Jiang Yunche decided to fetch some clothes for a shower as well. However, upon grasping the doorknob, he discovered that the sisters had locked the door, and it seemed his room key was still inside. He knocked on the door, calling out, "Open up. The community is offering warmth today. Would you like a complimentary bed warmer? No negative reviews, I assure you." Hearing his knocks, the sisters cracked open the bathroom door just a sliver, teasingly responding, "Oh, a bed warmer, you say? More like a lecherous wolf. You shall not enter." They giggled, adding, "Tonight, you shall sleep alone." With that, they shut the bathroom door, giggling among themselves. Frustrated at their refusal to let him in, Jiang Yunche retreated to his bed, muttering, "Fine, I shan't warm your beds anymore. Next time, I shall charge for the service. Alone without the sister's company, he resorted to his phone, typing away. As time passed and thirst beckoned, he decided to venture out for a bottle of water. Upon opening the door, he encountered a lone little darling, Luo Mingyao, who had lost a game of rock, paper, scissors and was now stealthily approaching the door to fetch water. Spotting him, she instinctively took a large step back towards her room. But upon grasping the doorknob, she realized it was locked. Meanwhile, inside, Luo Mingyun stood guard behind the door. As soon as her sister stepped out, she would lock it, ensuring that even if her sister were caught, she would remain safe. After sensing movement at the doorknob, she quickly asked, "Is that you, Mingyao?" Almost immediately, a voice came from outside, "Sister, help. Woo-woo, Mingyao can't go back tonight." Accompanying her words were the sounds of her continued whimpering. Luo Mingyun, realizing her beloved sister was in peril, quickly urged, "Just leave the water by the door." All she could do was silently pray for her sister, hoping she would not fall prey to the big bad wolf. Hearing the voice of Luo Mingyun, Jiang Yunjia was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the crux of the matter? He felt a stirring of emotion within him. Shortly after, Jiang Yunjia resolutely agreed. Luo Mingyun heard the sound of a door closing in the adjacent room. It was only then that she opened the door to look outside, only to find that the two figures had vanished. With a heavy heart, she picked up the water left by her sister, determined to drink it all. For she could not betray her sister's sacrifice. With a smile, she locked the door and returned to her bed to check her phone. In the other room, after closing the door, he finally released his hand from covering Luo Mingyao's mouth. Realizing she had stumbled into a den of wolves, Luo Mingyao could only retreat step by step, forcing a smile as she said, "Brother Yunjia, I'll help you enter my sister's room. You go find her." What a poignant display of sisterly affection. Yet, Jiang Yunjia, genuinely moved this time, firmly declined. Neither could escape. Noticing the futility of the negotiation, Luo Mingyao's face fell as she asked, "What do you intend to do?" He replied with a mischievous grin, "I saw you two having such fun at noon. Allow me to partake as well." Upon hearing his words, Luo Mingyao immediately clutched the two garments she wore. The reason for the two pieces was that she had recently taken to wearing a cute outfit underneath due to frequent mishaps at night. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Yunjia chuckled as he approached her. Soon enough, the little bunny was caught, and her clothing was gradually removed. When he stood up again and beheld her blushing face, he resolved to send her away, otherwise he might lose control. Just as he was about to lift her and carry her back to her room, Luo Mingyao suddenly propped herself up, her tone somewhat flustered as she said, "Brother Yunjia, let me help you open my sister's door." At that moment, the thoughts of Luo Mingyun, who lay on the bed, revolved around what the two in the adjacent room might be doing. The more she pondered, the redder her face became, and she shook her head, burying her little head beneath the covers. Suddenly, her sister's voice broke the silence. "Sister, open the door. I'm back to sleep." Hearing this, Luo Mingyun quickly rolled off the bed and approached the door, cautiously inquiring, "Is it just you?" "Yes, Brother Yunjia is not here," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyun opened the door a crack, and when she saw her sister standing there alone, she swung the door open wide, only to be met with her sister's triumphant smile. "Brother Yunjia, it's all in your hands now." Realizing something was amiss, Luo Mingyun intended to close the door, but Jiang Yunjia emerged from behind the wall, blocking her path with a wicked grin. At that moment, the only thought in Luo Mingyun's mind was, "It's over." As the two entered the room, Luo Mingyao leaned against the wall, slowly making her way to the adjacent room, still feeling a bit weak in the legs. When she lay down on the pillow, she suddenly sensed something was off. Was there something beneath the pillow? She lifted it and glanced underneath, only to discover that the mattress was still bulging. Lifting the mattress, she found a small black box. She immediately recalled the day Jiang Yunqing had carried her and her sister out of the room with something in his possession. Driven by curiosity, she slowly extended her hand towards the box. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Luo Mingyun found herself in a similar predicament as her sister, though she was not clad in her undergarments. The situation had escalated to the point where even the simplest of steps had been eliminated. As Luo Mingyao remained perplexed, examining the item in her hand, she was suddenly startled by the sound of the door opening next door. With remarkable speed, she returned the object to its original place and feigned a pose of lying on the bed. The door swung open, and she felt a flutter of panic upon seeing Jiang Yunqing, who was shirtless. This was unexpected. He had already acknowledged her. Fortunately, he merely approached to lift her gently and returned to the neighboring room, placing her softly on the bed. Comprehending his intentions, she burrowed under the covers, only to discover her sister had already drifted off to sleep beside her, clad in a hastily thrown-on nightgown. Quickly averting her gaze, she wrapped her arms around him as he settled in between them, striving to cast aside the jumble of thoughts in her mind. The three of them nestled together soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, none of them stirred, and it was not until noon that Jiang Yunqing finally opened his eyes. He felt rejuvenated from the restful sleep, his body entirely at ease. Glancing at the two sisters nestled in his embrace, he decided against getting up. After a while, Luo Mingyun stirred awake, and the residual softness in her legs from the previous night lingered. She playfully pinched Jiang Yunqing's waist, the source of her earlier discomfort. Startled by the gentle pinch, he turned to meet her gaze, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she hastily redirected her attention to arranging her clothes. Awakened by the commotion, Luo Mingyao opened her eyes. "Sister, good morning, Yunqing," she greeted. "Is it still early?" "Oh, my little lazy pig, it's nearly noon," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao sprang upright, checked her phone, and flopped back down, disheartened. "Ah, does that mean our plans for today are ruined?" Luo Mingyun, however, remained unfazed and proposed, "Let us just stay home today. Aunt Shin will be back tonight, and we can prepare dinner for them." Agreeing with her sister's suggestion, Luo Mingyao confidently commanded Jiang Yunqing, "Yunqing, go make us some food, and remember to feed me and my sister." Amused by her authoritative tone, he chuckled. "All right, my two little cuties, wait for me in bed." As he departed to prepare their meal, the sisters exchanged glances before heading to the bathroom for a shower. By the time he returned with a large platter of food, both sisters were already dressed. He set up a small table on the bed, arranging the dishes, then took a spoon to serve the food. He fed Luo Mingyao, who eagerly opened her mouth, and once she began eating, he switched to another set of chopsticks to do the same for Luo Mingyun. Seeing him feeding her, Luo Mingyun felt a bit shy. Yet she complied and opened her mouth to eat. After finishing the meal, the two pressed him onto the bed and went to wash the dishes together, leaving him to patiently await their return. Once the sisters returned, they sought some form of entertainment, and the trio unanimously decided to play cards. As a fortnight passed, Luo Mingyao felt a surge of confidence. With a self-assured demeanor, she declared, "This time, we shall play on our phones, ensuring my victory." She reasoned that the phone would provide hints on card plays, thus narrowing the gap between her and the other two. Observing her beaming confidence, the other two chuckled, enjoying her playful spirit. Today, they were destined to have a blast. As per tradition, they decided to add some stakes to the game. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Mingyun suggested, "How about we tickle each other's souls?" This was not a ploy stemming from her own experience of being tickled the previous night. It was merely a whimsical thought. The other two pondered for a moment before agreeing, as no one believed they would be the one to suffer the worst defeat. Thus, the stakes were set, and based on a 1 second per round calculation, the three soon commenced their game with the added wager of tickling. As the card-dealing interface appeared on the phone, Luo Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, "Sister and brother Jiang Yunqing surely don't suspect that I possess a card-counting app. If I can't win this, I, Luo Mingyao, will literally devour this phone." The other two, noticing her barely contained laughter, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if she was preemptively adjusting to the impending punishment. As the rounds progressed, Luo Mingyao's expression shifted from a slight smile to one of grave concern, ultimately transforming into a visage on the brink of tears. She simply could not fathom why she was losing so consistently. Reluctantly, she chose to press on, thinking, how could Mingyao possibly lose every time? When the phone's battery began to dwindle, Jiang Yunqing suggested it was time to conclude, prompting the group to tally the results, which he had meticulously recorded. "Let us see, I recorded 28 seconds, Sister Mingyun had 30 seconds, and as for Mingyao." Luo Mingyao perked up, thinking she might have around 100 seconds, perhaps a tad less. "Mingyao, you took 3 minutes. Upon hearing 3, she initially imagined it to be 30-something seconds. But when the minutes were revealed, it felt as though the sky had fallen around her. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she forced a smile and asked, could there have been a mistake? Seeing her unwillingness to accept reality, Jiang Yunqing shook his phone and cheerfully remarked, I recorded each round. Would you care to take a look? Realizing there was no escaping her fate, Luo Mingyao's expression darkened as she resorted to the only tactic available to her in this household. She suddenly leaped into her sister's embrace, exclaiming, Sister, you wouldn't truly have the heart to tickle me for 3 minutes, would you? As she spoke, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, gazing up at Luo Mingyun with a pitiful expression. Upon witnessing her tears falling at a speed rivaling that of a leading actress, both individuals gazed at her in astonishment. Noticing their stares, she thought to herself, "What can I do? Life is tough." As Ming Yao acted, she feared her laughter might be uncontrollable from the tickling. Meanwhile, looking at her younger sister, who was playfully clinging to her, Luo Mingyun wore an expression of bemusement and promptly passed the responsibility to Jiang Yunjia. "You can't just come to me. Yunjia hasn't agreed yet." As soon as she finished her sentence, Luo Mingyao swiftly turned and pounced on Jiang Yunjia. "Brother Yunjia, I know you care for me the most. Please lessen my punishment." At that moment, her demeanor transformed, no longer the pitiful figure in her sister's embrace. She became an adorable little sister, flashing a sweet smile and batting her large eyes at him. Jiang Yunjia, taken aback by her swift change, chuckled, "This is negotiable." Hearing a glimmer of hope, Luo Mingyao intensified her performance, hanging on to him and swaying slightly. "I knew you were the best, Brother Yunjia." Observing her antics, Jiang Yunjia replied with a grin, "But your sister hasn't consented yet." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao's smile faltered, morphing into a look of melancholy as they continued their playful back and forth. She huffed and turned away, crossing her arms to signify her disinterest in them. The sight of her sulking form brought immense joy to the other two. Ultimately, after some negotiation, they agreed to reduce her punishment. They first deducted time from their original duration and then decided to cut it to just 1 minute. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyao expressed a hint of relief. 1 minute should be manageable, right? Then, with a twinkle in her eye, she added, "Can you both tickle me together? That way, it can count as half a minute." Seeing her continue to bargain, the two could only chuckle helplessly, yet they acquiesced. After negotiating from 3 minutes down to 30 seconds, Luo Mingyao finally showcased a smile. Then came the moment of reckoning for her punishment. She deliberately donned slippers and went to the bathroom to wash her feet meticulously with shower gel, claiming it was her way of repaying their leniency. After drying her feet, she collapsed onto the bed, clutching a pillow to conceal her face, and then called out from beneath the covers, "You may come." The two, without hesitation, exchanged amused glances, each taking hold of one of her feet, preparing to tickle her. As they grasped her feet, she involuntarily shivered, her grip on the pillow tightening. When the tingling sensation began to course through her feet, she bit her lip, attempting to suppress her laughter, but mere seconds later, she succumbed. Ha ha ha! Her laughter, as melodious as a silver bell, resonated from beneath the pillow, and her body began to squirm. Seeing her laugh, her tormentors increased their efforts. "Ha ha ha ha! I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha! Spare me!" Ignoring her pleas for mercy, they held her firmly and continued their relentless tickling. In what seemed like an eternity for Luo Mingyao, half a minute swiftly passed. Upon coming to a halt, she began to breathe heavily, pulling her tiny feet close, as if in fear of being tickled once more. After a brief respite, she tossed aside the pillow and decisively lunged towards Jiang Yunqing, playfully tickling him at the waist. Startled by the sudden onslaught, he chuckled, prompting Luo Mingyao to then leap towards her sister. After eliciting laughter from both, she revealed a triumphant smile on her still rosy cheeks, exclaiming in her heart, "Indeed, I, Luo Mingyao, have triumphed." The trio continued their playful antics for a while before deciding to prepare dinner, as her parents were expected to arrive around 6 o'clock. Time was of the essence, and they aimed to have dinner ready upon their return. In the bustling kitchen, all three enthusiastically participated in crafting a sumptuous feast for the evening. Meanwhile, Shun Xiaomei and her husband remained stuck in traffic 50 kilometers outside the city. At that moment, Shun Xiaomei was engaged in a phone conversation. "Xiaoli, your two darling daughters are simply delightful. I can scarcely bear to send them home," she remarked. On the other end, Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but laugh, her delight evident. "Your son is wonderful too. With him accompanying the sisters, I feel quite at ease." Listening to the two women exchange compliments about their children, Jiang Tao chose to remain silent, sensing that their lively discussion should not be interrupted. Thus, the two mothers embarked on a continuous exchange of praises regarding the trio, yet both tactfully avoided mentioning their shared activities. "Xiaoli, I understand you're quite busy with work this time, but next time, do bring the sisters along for a visit," Shin Xiaomei suggested. "Rest assured, I will certainly bring them next time. You and your husband should also come over for a visit, so I can extend my hospitality," Lu Xiaoli replied. With mutual invitations exchanged, they laughed and ended the call. As soon as she hung up, Xin Xiaomei turned to her husband and remarked, "Your future mother-in-law is truly wonderful. As prospective in-laws, we should not lag behind. Let us return home with the gifts we prepared for them." Jiang Tao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoli, having just realized through their conversation that the relationship among the trio was approved by their parents, smiled to herself, contemplating whether she should treat Jiang Yunqing with extra kindness, given how amiable his future in-laws were. When Xin Xiaomei and her husband returned home, the enticing aroma of the meal greeted them as they stepped inside, and they were met with the sight of the sisters, donned in aprons, busily arranging dishes on the table. Their faces instantly lit up with joy. Upon noticing their return, the sisters greeted them with cheerful smiles, assuring them that dinner would be ready shortly. Seated at the dining table, the couple watched the three in the kitchen, their hearts swelling with gratitude and contentment.